One, you do need to get like 4 or 5 guys, like over the course of a few years. And the Astros are lucky. They've, like the guys that they've called up and have come through their system have been super impactful. Framber Valdez, super impactful. All those pitchers, all the Latino pitchers that have come up through the system. Jeremy Pena, you point out, super productive. They've been able to find guys. Is
it fair to say that Keith Law just...
There's a part where he did.
I'm going to make a joke here.
Okay.
Does he hate Latinos? Is it as simple as that? Does he hate Latin American baseball players and have zero respect for them? Right. Or is he ageist with Latinos? Because that's what the Astros have had an edge forever because they're willing to sign these geriatric 19-year-olds. Right. Yeah, they're too old. This 19-year-old's too old for every other team in baseball and Keith Law. But for the Astros, they're like, oh, hey, maybe we'll take these other guys, these schmucks like Justin Verlander, who had to go to college before he was good enough to get drafted high. They're like, oh, yeah, if you're in America and you're 22, you're still a prospect. If you're in Latin America, nope, over the hill.
I'm going to go with the ageist part. Just because I've looked around at baseball, and the other 29 teams aren't a bunch of kids living on a cul-de-sac in Highland Park in their farm system.
I know what Keith Law himself is what I wonder about.
It's just ageist.
All right.
Well, the other purpose the farm system serves, as we've learned back in 2017 and 2018 and 2019, is it and in 2022 or 23 with the Verlander trade, it does give you cards to shuffle and send off to other teams to pick up immediate help. Unfortunately, other than the Verlander trade, when it comes to getting immediate help the last couple of years, the Astros have decided to dip into free agency, and that doesn't work quite as well for them. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. For now, we got to eat what's on our plate. We got the A's coming to town. Good to take 2 out of 3. Good to see Verlander back. Jordan is still hitting. Maybe one of the more underrated performances for the Astros from the weekend came in their loss on Saturday, where Hunter Brown came in and was really, really good. For 5 innings, that was nice to see. We haven't seen that all year, right?
And what did we see? He didn't have to pitch in the first or second inning.
Yeah, that's it. Javier needs to be an opener for Hunter Brown to come in and pitch 5 innings. That's the new.
Well,
pitch
that
better.
Didn't seem to be the recipe.
No. But I'm just you're right. Yeah. Except the giving up 7 runs part. The first inning. The first inning was fine for Javier. It was the second inning that got out of control for him.
There were hints of trouble in the first inning.
I saw 0 on the board is all I saw.
Oh my gosh! Why is this team so bad in the first and second innings? I don't understand it.
I don't know.
They need, maybe they started. I actually, I texted Blum about this during a broadcast once because I can't remember where they were, but there was no coffee for the press box, and it was kind of agitating Blum. And I remember one year, so I used to drink coffee before games, which is disgusting when I think about it. But I'd have a certain routine, and I'd drink coffee. And I found out one day in the locker room where they put the coffee, for whatever reason, they hadn't put out any regular coffee. It was all decaf. So
what's the purpose?
Because I was feeling like I could tell that I hadn't, I had enough of a caffeine addiction that I could tell something wasn't right. And I asked the woman that I knew, and I was like, where's the regular coffee?
Sanka? Yeah, what's going on?
And she said, sorry, we don't have it. So ever since that day, I've carried caffeine pills with me wherever I go, just in case. I'm very sensitive to it. I don't drink a boatload of coffee, but I'm really sensitive to it if I don't get it. I'm a freaking mess. So I don't know. Maybe there's something going on in the Astros clubhouse where they've got maybe the coffee is out of whack or something.
That's not a bad hypothesis right there. All right. Rumblings of poor communication with the manager as well that we're going to get to with the Astros. We'll get to that on the show. That was the thing that concerned me over the weekend. Okay, now Bob Nightingale's got reports of 2 random Astros that don't like Espada's communication style. Okay.
Right. They have questions about his communication style.
I'm like, come on.
I think he called them 2 significant veterans.
Yeah, prominent, some word like that.
Prominent? Okay.
Yeah, like something like that. Yeah, right. It wasn't Trey Cabbage. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. All right.
Well, he's significant on Mother's Day to his mother.
That's
okay?
true. Yeah, that's true. All right, we're off and running on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We got a lot of stuff lined up for you on the show here today. Rookie minicamp. I got a chance to get out there on Friday. DeMeco Ryans on the culture of this team, I thought had the cut of the weekend. The simple message that he gave to the rookies, and if you're a Texan fan, you're going to love it. And I've got 3 big observations from rookie minicamp as well. They're not nerdy. They're fun, I promise you. We're going to get to that coming up next. But first, I'm talking to you guys out there. Hopefully you're able to take the weekend off.
entries.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Love this cut from DeMeco Ryans over the weekend. Happy Monday, everybody. Hope you had a great weekend. This was on Friday after rookie minicamp. DeMeco and Kamari Lassiter and Blake Fisher all met with the media. And DeMeco talked about explaining how easy it is to explain the culture of the Houston Texans just by pointing out one person.
It's really a huge advantage having young guys. Our draft class from last year and the year before, we have a really solid group of young players, right? Who they know the way, they know how it should look, they know what the standard looks like, and so it's funny. I put up a picture of Will Anderson in our room. Say, you guys want to understand our culture and what we're about, right? Follow 51, right? That's what it looks like, and for me to be able to say that, right, it's not me having to say it with words. It's like, just watch the way 51 works and you'll see what a Houston Texans culture is all about.
Yeah, it makes it easy on the coach, man. I think that's, I don't know what percent of the reason, but like that's a huge reason why you give up first-round picks and second-round picks and move up and go get Will Anderson. I mean, that was it.
Well, it is. I think this is the part that, again, a lot of times people are skeptical of any talk of culture because every coach talks about it, and then a lot of times coaches talk about it, and then the first thing they do is draft a guy in the top 5 who is not the epitome of all the cultural things that they talk about. And it's hard sometimes when you're trying to tell the young guys how much you care about culture and how much you care about doing things the right way, and then you have like a Jadeveon Clowney go number 1 overall. Like, all right, well, coach, wait a second. How about this guy that's not acting the way that you claim, like all the motivational posters and everything say we need to act? It's like it's clear hypocrisy. So a lot of coaches talk about it, and then they do the complete opposite. I think that with Will Anderson, part of the reason they felt so good about spending as much as they did to trade up for him was that the word of mouth on him was so good from so many places. Going back to high school, when his high school coaches had to hold him out of practice because he would screw up every drill,
would dominate,
or
yeah.
he would go too hard, like all these things. It's like that stuff really matters, I think, when you're trying to establish it. Now I would go on, and I think immediately what some people are probably thinking is like, well, how come Stephon Diggs has had issues getting along with Josh Allen or whomever else? Why would you bring him in? I think because first and foremost, Stephon Diggs also has a reputation of a guy who competes his butt off in practice.
Yes.
So like that's by far the most important thing. Go back to the Seahawks and the Legion of Boom. They had guys on there that were some unique personalities, and I'm going to say unique in the most generous way possible, but they all were like super competitors. They wanted to compete their asses off all the time. And I think first and foremost, that's what DeMeco is trying to create. That's why C.J. Stroud wasn't just gifted the starting spot right off the bat last year. They want guys who want to compete, who aren't going to get personally offended by being asked to compete and all of that. And, yeah, that's like we've seen that with Will Anderson. That's exactly who he is.
Yeah, here was Will Anderson back on April 15th when the off-season program started. He and C.J. Stroud both met with the media, and Will was asked about players in free agency really taking a shine to the Houston Texans.
Yeah, it was a lot at the Pro Bowl, man. It was a lot of guys like, yeah, tell them I'm trying to come over there. Like, tell DeMeco I'm saying, but I'm like, Texas ain't for everybody, man. It's just it's a different type of DNA you have to play here, man. It's a different type of character you have to have, and you just gotta love football, man. And I think the front office and coach, they do a really good job of choosing the guys that they want to be in here that can help change the culture and help keep uplifting the culture and being a positive impact not only on the building but in the locker room as well.
So there you go. That was Will Anderson from 4 weeks ago today, just talking about, it's not for everybody. It's wild to hear players and coaches talking about the Texans this way after the way the last couple of years have gone. It's really, really cool to see.
If you didn't know the context, it almost sounded like you said Texas ain't for everybody, which actually felt a little bit like with Lassiter when Lassiter commented about how it didn't feel like it was 80 degrees out there. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. Maybe Houston, Texas specifically ain't for everybody either, because it's a shock to your system when you first feel that blend of heat, humidity, and pollution that you just don't quite get anywhere else.
Yeah, baby. Second most polluted air in the country, according to some measurements we went through last week. Yep. Yep.
Are you skeptical of those measurements, Sean?
No, you know me. I'm easily sold to. I think they're totally accurate. Yeah.
Those plumes of smoke get carried out into the Gulf way faster than people
in an
think
email.
they do.
It was in an email from someone who looked official. So second behind the Inland Empire. This was funny.
A friend of mine was intrigued by your being surprised that Chicago was really polluted too.
Okay, I need names.
It was Jeff Farragher.
I explained. It was Farragher?
Yeah.
And Judas. It's my guy. It's your Notre Dame buddy. Farragher. I've never met you, but I hate you now, Farragher. How do you like that? There were some good cuts from the rookies. We're going to get to them a little later in the show. This one was funny because I'm going to give my observations here on rookie minicamp in just a second. This is how you know Kamari Lassiter is hyper-focused on just football. He didn't even know what the alma mater for his head coach was. He's had his head down that much. He didn't even know. This is Kamari Lassiter, Georgia player, finding out that his coach went to Alabama.
Coach went to Bama?
Yeah.
I ain't know that. But those two programs, very high-profile programs, got a lot of the same, a lot of similarities. The standard I would say to Georgia is super high. It don't matter, how old you are. It don't matter how many years you play. The standard is the standard, and it's always going to be that. Coach Smart does a really good job of just making sure that everyone buys in, and I think that, Coach Ryan does a great job of doing that as well. And that probably comes from his background of being at, the other place.
The entertaining thing about that was that for somebody who's Kamari Lassiter's age, who was born in, 2000 or so, 2002. He might not realize that Nick Saban. It wasn't like Bear Bryant and then Nick Saban.
Right.
You had a Dennis Franchione thrown in there.
Yeah.
but Mike Shula. That's who. Mike Shula was the culture that DeMeco Ryans played for. So I think a lot of people just assume that DeMeco is a Saban guy when in fact he was in the last year before Saban got there.
Do you think
for young people don't have an understanding that there was a time at Alabama before
Oh
Nick Saban.
yeah, Mike Dubose.
Yeah.
Remember they hired Mike Price? I don't think he coached a game because he got caught with some people who weren't his wife. After
Roll
a
Tide?
golf tournament.
Yeah.
Roll Tide. Yeah. Oh, it's rolling,
Yeah.
baby. Yeah. Go Google it.
That was so long ago. Oh my God.
2003 or something like that. Yeah, it was crazy.
It's all business there, the big-time college football
That's
coach.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I went out to the Friday rookie sesh of rookie minicamp, and the first thing that jumps out at you is like, wow, this isn't like training camp. There's very few players out here. They had 9 drafted players, 6 undrafted free agents, and they had a handful of tryout bodies out there. A lot of them were positions where they just didn't draft or sign anybody. Like, they didn't have a quarterback. So they brought in this kid from Georgia Southern, Davis Brin, and he was the one kid in a red jersey out there because they needed somebody who could throw a football to the receivers. Yeah. So and it's good for him. He basically got the equivalent of like a private lesson with Gerard Johnson for the day. It worked out fine for him.
Going to rookie minicamp is kind of like going to watch the warm-ups for a pro day or something. You can see how the guys move and maybe how they interact with their coaches a little bit, but it's a whole lot of education.
A lot of teaching.
It's like a private football clinic.
That's what it was, and I'm going to get to that part of it in a second. Honestly, the first thing that jumped out to me, Seth, I'm like, man, this is a weird feeling. What feels so weird? The weird feeling was this is the first rookie minicamp that we've had that's had the same coaching staff 2 years in a row since 2019. Wow. Since 2019. And the reason for that is that was, Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien at that point had been the coach for several years, but there was no rookie minicamp in 2020 because of COVID. 2021, that was David Culley's staff. 2022, that was Lovie Smith's staff. A few holdovers, obviously, but that was, it's a different head coach. 2023, DeMeco, and then obviously this year and hopefully many more years to come, DeMeco Ryans. So the continuity, I think that's been kind of a theme this offseason is the continuity. They were able to keep Bobby Slowick. They were able to keep a lot of the guys, Gerard Johnson. A lot of the staff remains intact. The ones that weren't there are ones that, by and large, the Texans didn't want to be here. And, they replaced them voluntarily. So I thought that was just to me, I don't think it's anything that necessarily impacted the performance of the rookies at minicamp, but as somebody who's covered the team for several years, and I think if you're a fan too, you just like hearing stuff like this, like, okay, like it's real. Now the roots are really starting to take shape with this staff. You know what I mean?
Right. If things are going the way they should go, theoretically, that you don't have to spend as much time coaching the veterans up on things, and the veterans can start to coach the younger guys a little bit.
Bingo.
And you get a cumulative effect where, you can do some next level stuff. I with the defense specifically, I think about last season where it really wasn't until the end of the year where the Texans started to disguise things more effectively in their secondary, that rotating safeties and doing all this other stuff to try to flummox, say, a Joe Flacco. They added that towards the end of the year when finally everybody started getting more comfortable in the defense. So hopefully you can start that from day one this year and build on it and be a more complex and multiple defense.
Yep. Number two, something you just touched on, the numbers basically allow all these guys to get private coaching sessions. Like Kamari Lassiter had like 3 or 4 coaches working with him, just like on technique and scheme and whatever else they do out there. Like Cade Stover was the only tight end out there.
One thing I noticed from on YouTube, I was looking for some stuff and like the clips. Highlights, I'll air quote highlights of rookie minicamp.
Yeah.
A lot of the big accounts will take, local media people and kind of put it into a montage, and then they'll put a title like something
highlights.
Like Lassiter destroys rookie minicamp. And I saw your footage pop up a lot. It was like
really?
you and Aaron Wilson's iPhone camera.
Yes.
Yeah, I recognized it from your Twitter. And so I'm watching him dominate these
the footwork drill.
drills.
Yeah, the footwork, where they zigzag and they catch the ball at the end. Yeah.
This is another one. I saw Roma Dunze. They were like, how the hell did Roma Dunze not get drafted higher? And it's a shot of him going through the ladder drill. Like and nothing remotely football related. So but because of that, I don't know if this was your clip or Aaron Wilson's clip. It's Kamari Lassiter just doing a simple little back pedal drill and then break forward, and somebody gunned the ball at him and he dropped it. And all the discussion was, you see, there you go.
Yeah.
Just his hands, no interceptions, he had a whole lot of broken passes up, but not as many interceptions as you might expect. He doesn't have the best hands, but that's why some guys play defensive back,
I'm still wrapping my head. Roma Dunze went 9th. And there
I know.
And there were 6 quarterbacks taken ahead of him.
It was
5.
That title was, how did Roma Dunze not go higher than where he did, or how did he fall to where he was? And it was him going through an agility ladder and then turning around a cone and catching a pass.
All right, I'm going to do these quickly because we're up against it. Body type observations. This is what the people are here for.
Yeah.
Lassiter and Stover both look ready to go. Like, they look like NFL players. Blake Fisher looks like he needs some time in an NFL weight room, maybe to kind of reapportion himself a little. He's a big dude, obviously.
He's a big, lanky guy. Who's just got to get some of his man muscles on there.
That's right.
Yeah.
Maybe the most jarring thing, Kalen Bullock has skinny little chicken legs. Like, really skinny legs.
Yeah, well, that's what, I mean, we've heard both Caserio and DeMeco say that he needs to get stronger.
Yeah.
And have said, I think both of them said that Bullock himself would tell you that. So it's not a big surprise or anything. Like, he's a guy that they look at as, I don't know if developmental is the right word, because I expect he's going to play a good chunk this year.
Yeah.
But that, for him to become the full football player they project him to be, they're expecting him to gain some muscle and some maturity.
Man, they are skinny little legs, man. They are skinny legs.
You don't think he's going to be up in the box all that
I
much?
think if he tries to tackle
with
Derrick Henry, he's going to spontaneously combust. That's what I think. Yeah. He's
get folded over backwards.
Yes, he's a skinny dude. He's a skinny dude. By the way, one other body type thing, this undrafted free agent running back, this British Brooks, in addition to having a badass name, he's impressive looking, man. And maybe it's because he was standing next to Jawar Jordan a lot of the time. Jawar Jordan's a smaller back.
Small, yeah,
that could have been. But, man, if you were just putting the two of them next to each other and said which one got drafted and which one was undrafted, without them running around, I would have said probably that guy right there with those big muscles got drafted. Yeah.
Can I ask you real quick, Feldarius Payne and Marcus Harris, Feldarius Payne, the undrafted rookie free agent, and Marcus Harris, a 7th-round pick, both undersized defensive linemen. Was Feldarius Payne noticeably smaller than Marcus Harris, or did they look about the same?
No, about the same. Marcus Harris looked like a big linebacker, actually.
Yeah, they're sleek.
Yeah,
sleek. They're not like tiny and meek looking.
Yeah,
they don't have a whole lot of mass to them.
Yep. Yeah, and Marcus Harris is wearing 59, so you immediately put that you have that brain thing going on with DeMeco and Whitney. Yeah. So, but yeah, no, Marcus.
Oh, yeah, sorry, DeMeco.
Yeah, respect. Well, you think of him as the head coach now. That's you
don't think of him as Kenyon Green?
Show of respect, definitely not.
So did Kenyon go through the official? Okay.
Official what?
Number change?
Yeah. He's 76 now. Yeah.
Was he last season?
He didn't play. He was 59 in training camp last season. He changed this offseason to 76.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. He's 76 now.
Was that widely broadcast or something?
No, it was on a tweet that had everybody's number changes on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, of course, yeah.
Did I sound like that?
Yes. Ask the text page.
Screw Farragher.
Did Sean sound
Screw
like
Farragher.
Yeah?
That's what I say. You know what I say? Screw Farragher.
Sean said, duh.
I got to go back and take a look now. Is Sean condescending when it comes to jersey changes? That's what's next. Headlines. Astros take 2 out of 3. We got more from DeMeco Ryans. Big news for the Rockets this weekend, too, that we're going to get to. Big news for the Rockets this weekend in the draft lottery. That is coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet has big news for you. If you're
Why?
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Okay, I was going to get to the Astros first. We will get to them. However, there is some breaking news that is relevant to the Houston Texans. If you wanted them to play in the season opener this September, on September 5th, the season's going to open in Kansas City. Defending Super Bowl champs always host the season opener. And the Texans, of course, play at Kansas City this season. It will not be on September the 5th. Adam Schefter tweeting moments ago, the NFL's Thursday, September 5th regular season opener is now set. It will be the Baltimore Ravens at the Kansas City Chiefs, a rematch of the AFC title game. So your punishment, Baltimore, for losing in the AFC title game, for turning the ball over not once but twice deep in Kansas City territory in the second half of that football game, is to have to watch the Chiefs raise a banner in person. That's your punishment for being Zay Flowers. Your punishment for being so careless with the football. Lamar Jackson, your punishment for being so careless with the football is you have to stand and watch, and they're going to hold your head. You can't cover your eyes. They're going to hold your eyes open. Nope, you can't avert. You have to look. Look at that. Look at that. It's going to inspire you. Maybe you never know. Yeah, Ravens
They've
at
got
Chiefs.
their secret weapon. They've got Derrick Henry.
True.
Like that'll be. We'll get to watch the unveiling of Derrick Henry on that already formidable rushing offense for the Ravens, and see exactly how Kansas City handles it. I wonder what the early line is on that game.
Oh, I'll take
I'm going to tell you right now. I'll go for the Ravens. I'm guessing the Chiefs will be favored. If it's by a huge amount, then I'm going to go for the Ravens.
It will be no more than 5. And it'll be. I think it'll be more than a. I think it'll be 3.5 is my guess. It'll hover around 3.5.
One downside of that is that you've got the whole Andy Reid effect of Andy Reid having that much time to game plan. And Derrick Henry is still assimilating into that offense. Okay, let me rethink that. Don't place your wagers yet. Okay, everybody.
Yeah, sit tight. I'm sure there's a line out on it right now. The lines come out immediately on this stuff. I'll check during the break. Were you somebody who wanted the Texans to play in that opener at Kansas City? I'm trying to recall.
I don't really care. So yeah, it would have been cool. It would. Yeah, I would have enjoyed it. It wasn't like on my top 20 wish list.
Yeah, no, I didn't want them to play. That's why I asked. Like, that's not what I wanted to start the season for the Texans. To your point,
really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to your point, Andy Reid's amazing with all that time. I want them to start out 1-0, and that's. Like I want to get off to a good start to the season here.
I mean, there's a wild card element to the first game of the season, though, too. With all due respect to Andy Reid, like it's just sometimes there's wrinkles and there's things that can happen, especially when you're the Texans and you haven't had this three wide receiver formidability that you can unleash some stuff that teams aren't ready for.
Yeah.
So I would have been, I wouldn't have been scared of it. I thought it would have been. I would rather face the Chiefs in week 1 than in week 3, for instance.
Okay.
I think that's your best chance to ambush them. Like they did the Chiefs lost last year at the beginning of
the Lions. Yeah, they lost to the Lions. They lost to the Lions. Yep. Astros take 2 out of 3 from the Tigers over the weekend. More good than bad, obviously, not just in terms of the wins and losses, but it was good to see Justin Verlander get back to form. 7 shutout innings. He was dominant. Yes, that wasn't even like the Verlander that came off of the injured list and was able to kind of grind through 5 1/3 innings, on 102 pitches or whatever. Like, he was efficient. He was pinpoint control. He was striking guys out. He had 8 strikeouts in 7 innings. That was great to see yesterday.
It also, from the first game and the third game, which were obviously very good for the Astros, the second game was easier to dismiss than a lot of recent Astros losses because it was all Christian Javier.
He sucked.
He just got destroyed.
Yeah.
And yet, Christian Javier is the pitcher I'm least likely to get frustrated with. Because look at that face. How can you be angry at that face?
Yeah,
he's
true.
he's like an innocent child, and it's look he's got to tweak some things. Hopefully, Verlander, who had a rough outing before this one, it sets a good example for how a couple little mechanical tweaks can get you right back.
Yeah, Fromber was good on Friday. I like that they scored 4 in the 8th on Friday, and they had a nice gritty win for them, following up that win over the Yankees on Thursday. So it was, I would say all in all, a decent weekend for the Astros. They have to take care of their business against the A's these next 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
They've got
right. Yeah, there's none of this stuff from previous great Astros teams where they would play down to their opponent.
Yeah.
You are now the opponent that gets played down to,
yes.
Okay?
Yep.
So there's none of this playing down to the A's. You're a half game ahead of them in the standings.
Yep. Rumblings in the clubhouse. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, a couple of players talking about maybe a little dissatisfied with the communication skills of the manager. We'll get to that at 7 o'clock today on the show. As far as the Texans go, they had rookie minicamp this week, Friday and Saturday, so the rookies were able to get out there on the grass. The 2 of the more prominent rookies out there working out together were the 2 defensive backs, Kamari Lassiter, the only cornerback out there, and Kalen Bullock, he was the only safety out there. So they were the only 2 defensive backs. Here was DeMeco Ryans on how he plans to handle those 2 DBs.
With Kamari and Kalen, as you said, both guys are very versatile. And us as coaches, their versatility, what you've seen them be able to do on film. But again, at that same token, you can't overload them, right? We'll put them at one position and see how they handle it, and you just see what a guy can absorb. And the more he continues to handle, then we'll give him more, right? So we won't overload those guys to start. We'll take it day by day. If they can show us that they can do multiple things, then we'll allow them to handle those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of what starts right now with rookies is trying to figure out, okay, can I trust this guy, or is this guy going to get me fired? And if we're going to use him, okay, exactly what should we be focusing on right now? And DeMeco's asked another question about using guys at multiple positions, and he gave a similar answer in the vein of like, well, you got to figure out what they can and cannot handle, and we're only going to give them so much that they can take on. I think that I feel pretty good about both those guys, even though Bullock is a lot more raw physically. He still needs to mature some. I think Lassiter, especially, having played in the defense that he did, and having some athletic versatility. I know people get hung up on the 40 time, but he also had the best 3-cone drill at the combine, too. I think that they'll probably I would imagine they'll use him both outside and in the slot. Bullock because of some of the physical limitations and maturity that he needs. I don't think mental stuff is going to be the barrier. I think they just probably going to want to keep him back in that deep center field as much as possible.
You wanted me to play a guessing game on this Kamari Lassiter cut here, as long as we're talking about the two DBs. Kamari Lassiter, on his relationship with Kalen Bullock, you said, see if I can guess what struck you as interesting about this. Okay.
So he was asked about his relationship with Bullock and if he knew him beforehand, etc.
Me and CB, we kind of met. I think it was last summer. We were down in Miami. We was just having a little bit of off time, and we kind of met. We didn't really know each other at first, and I just knew he went to USC. I went to Georgia. I knew he was good at football. He knew I was good, but we kind of just chopped it up a little bit, and then fast forward all the way to draft night, and we both get drafted to the same team, and that just kind of played over into here. So we've just been kind of getting a little bit closer, and I feel like we're going to end up being real close by the time it's all said and done.
Okay, so I would say, I don't know, the two of them. Did it have to do with the two of them hanging out in Miami? Let me play.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Kalen Bullock being from California, just chilling in Miami in the offseason?
This to me was like, wow, NIL.
Yeah, NIL, that's what I was going to say.
Man, it is a different world.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing because, look, supposedly the average Division I starter is making about $200,000 right now in NIL money. I'm guessing that those guys, given the programs that they're at, might be making a little bit more than that. The fact that those two guys were just hanging out in Miami in the offseason.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
That wasn't something that you did back in the day. And I do think it's good because it gives a little bit of a primer for these guys into how to handle having options.
Yeah.
It's easy to be focused and disciplined when you're begging an assistant coach to bring you tacos at your dorms back in Tennessee back in the day. It's different when you're trying to prepare and be a football player and handle school while also you've got some cash in your pocket. The other part of it, too, though, I like is that it's nice for them to maybe get an intro to okay, making a few $100,000 is awesome, but wow, there are a lot of hands handed out that think I should be able to help them, no issue.
Yeah.
And you get an introduction to, man, a few $100,000 is a lot of money, but it goes fast, if you start being careless with
Bingo.
it. And so I do like that those guys get a little bit of it's one less thing to be kind of dumbfounded by or awestruck by when you get to the league.
Yeah, you've had to handle money. You probably had to learn the value, hopefully, of a financial planner and things like that.
Hopefully, you've had to tell a few distant cousins no already.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, practice at everything.
It's one of those. If you're a good dude that wants to help out your family, part of it is figuring out all right, but not this family.
That's yeah. Not all families created equal.
I will not be helping you with your fast food concept.
That's right. No. Rockets get the third pick in the upcoming draft. That is from the Brooklyn trade for James Harden. So the gift that keeps on giving. They used the pick a couple years ago on Tari Eason, and now they're going to get it's a bad draft, but they get the third pick. If I had to guess, they are fishing that thing around heavy in trades to try to bring in somebody more established. We'll talk about that more as we roll on with the show. But a good day for the Rockets.
The thing is that God favors the Rockets when it comes to the draft lottery.
A little bit. Well, I think Tillman would argue that first would have been better than fourth in the Wemby draft, but I guess you can't get too greedy.
But it's still to consistently get this high year after year, regardless of the odds. I mean, it's impressive.
Detroit's had the worst record in the league the last 2 years in a row, and they're picking fifth again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, they did pick first.
The basketball gods do not favor Detroit.
They did pick first in the Cade Cunningham draft. But, but the last 2 years it's been bad. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Let's circle back to the Astros. I want to hit the Texans, too, on this schedule news. If you missed it, it'll be Ravens-Chiefs for the opener on September the 5th. What does this mean for some of the other dates we've got circled on the calendar as far as the Texans go? And rumblings coming out of the Astros clubhouse. Is this a good thing or a bad thing right now for the Houston Astros that this is going on? We'll tell you what exactly is being said, at least according to one prominent reporter, and that is next.
If you are looking to build your custom
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to the Astros here in just a second, but if you missed it, the latest news from the NFL, Adam Schefter tweeting this out within the last 15 or 20 minutes. The season opener is set. It will not be Texans at Chiefs. It'll be Ravens at Chiefs. And with that bit of knowledge, Seth, knowing that there are going to be some more games that get leaked out, maybe even today. I guess maybe I should back up. For those who don't know, the schedule is getting released on Wednesday night this week, the full NFL schedule. So in the last few seasons, we've literally had to wait until Wednesday night to find out what the Texans schedule looks like because they have not been a marquee enough team to be in any of these leaked games, the season opener, the Thanksgiving games we'll probably learn about. We already know who the host teams are going to be of the London and Germany games. We'll find out who the opponents are going to be for those teams, I would imagine, before Wednesday night as well. We already know the matchup for the first game in Brazil, which is going to take place Friday of opening weekend, the day after this Chiefs-Ravens game. That'll be the Packers and the Eagles in Sao Paulo, Brazil on Friday night. So we know a couple of the matchups already. We'll learn more between now and Wednesday night. I think the Texans not being in this game at Kansas City, because they could have been. They play at Kansas City this year. I think it is a lock. Stone cold lock. The Texans are getting either Dallas on Thanksgiving in Dallas.
Ooh, yeah.
Or, I'll even say but for sure a London game. Two of the London host teams are the Vikings and the Jags. Both are road opponents for the Texans this year on their schedule. So those would obviously, London would be a road game for the Texans. I think it is a lock that they are going to play one, if not both, of Thanksgiving against the Cowboys and or a London game now.
I don't like the London. I like the idea of the London game. I don't like it in terms of, for one, it's not a primetime game. It's the opposite of a primetime game. They play at like 5 a.m. local. And I'm exaggerating there, obviously, but it is. It's a prelude to the rest of the NFL action for the day. So that part's kind of fun and cool. But it's not like all of a sudden, it's not like the schedule makers look at it and think, ooh, here's a chance to get DeMeco, to get C.J. Stroud, in front of more eyeballs on national television.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's not you're right. For TV, it's not a marquee TV event. And I would say they haven't even gone out of their way to make sure that they're sending over the best teams just so there's more appeal to the live audience in those. Those live audiences don't care. Like, they're just, it's American football. Let's go.
Yeah, like they played on NFL Network, so it's technically nationally broadcast, but I'm just looking at, let's see, Jaguars, Eagles last year got 3.59 million viewers. That's not a lot at all. The part I don't like about it as a Texans fan is simply that it just seems like a huge random event. Like, in terms of the quality of play and everything, they end up being sloppy football games. The field is built generally for like 165-pound soccer players, not for an average body weight of 230 pounds in the NFL. So it's like that part of it is sloppy. There's just a lot that I don't like about it from a football perspective, that it feels like it gives the inferior team a leg up.
That's interesting. So there's a field type that's better for heavy guys, like a grass type you're talking about?
I don't know. It seems like it's like they slip and slide all over the place.
Oh, they do. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
I'm not gonna get into the turf science behind it because, frankly, I don't know if there is any. That's just what it looks like to me. It's like, well, the same way with the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl, like they put out these huge documentaries about how they put so many man hours into making this pristine grass, and it almost always sucks. Like, it's a horrible playing surface. So whatever they do for soccer players over there, it doesn't seem to hold up to the Clydesdales of the NFL.
No, you're right about that. So we're getting texts on this topic. Someone said first game will be Cowboys on Sunday night. Would you rather open the season Sunday night in Dallas or play Thanksgiving Day in Dallas?
Ooh. I'd rather play Thanksgiving Day.
Me too.
I like that. I want the Thanksgiving action.
That's always
was that Schaub's last great game on Detroit on Thanksgiving? Was that on Thanksgiving?
It was on Thanksgiving. Yeah, it was on Thanksgiving.
I mean, he threw for like over almost 500 yards in that game.
He threw for almost 500 yards in the Jacksonville game the Sunday before. That was the Andre Johnson overtime game where Andre took it to the house in overtime.
Yeah.
And then he had a really good game against the Lions, but the record-setting game you're thinking of was Jacksonville the week before.
So there ended up being some kind of record for the combined 2 games, too, just because it was so big in the Jacksonville game.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, correct. I want Thanksgiving, man. That's one of the most watched – that is probably the most watched regular season game of the year is the Cowboys Thanksgiving Day game. It's at 3:30 in the afternoon. Mm-hmm. A lot of people are either eating at that time and have the TV on, or they've eaten already, and now they're lounging on the couch with all that tryptophan going through their veins. So that's what I want. I want a big audience for that.
Schaub only had 315 yards in that game.
Against the Lions?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
But it was overtime. Remember, it was 2 overtime games.
2 overtime games in a row.
It was like 10 quarters of football in the course of 5 days.
They were never the same after those 2 games either.
That's what it broke his arm. It broke his arm.
Yeah. Well, and the Texans as a team weren't great after that, right? I mean, like down the stretch, you had the Letterman jacket game, and they lost to the Vikings at home, and they lost to the. Why are we reliving this? Yeah, no, that's. But yeah, that was the. They played Thanksgiving, to my knowledge, twice in their history, and both have been against Detroit. 2012, and then in the COVID year, they played Thanksgiving in Detroit.
This year it's fun because at least you either have the Cowboys, who knows how good they'll be this regular season. Mm-hmm. We know they won't be good in the playoffs, but now the Lions are an actual team. Yep. So you got 2 good options if you play on Thanksgiving.
Should be fun, man. And then whatever they plunk down as the night game on Thanksgiving too for the triple header. All right, Bob Nightingale, USA Today, one of the more plugged-in writers. He's a newsbreaker. He's respected. He has, you know, in the power rankings of respect, he's fairly high up there. He had this to say about the Houston Astros in the notebook section of his weekly column. He said the Houston Astros plan to give rookie manager Joe Espada plenty of time to see if they turn their season around, particularly with their pitching injuries. But 2 prominent players have privately expressed complaints about Espada's communication skills in recent weeks. If the Astros miss the postseason and decide to make a change during the winter, the 2 hottest managerial free agents this winter are Alex Cora of the Boston Red Sox, former bench coach for the Astros, by the way, and Skip Shoemaker of the Miami Marlins. So those would be we're already mixing in names. We've already got a mini hot list going on for Espada's job within Nightingale's column here. But what do you make, Seth, of 2 prominent players privately expressing complaints about Espada's communication skills?
I have zero idea what to make of it. I would love to know just a smidgen more about exactly what that means. Does that mean he feels like he's not open and honest enough? Does it mean like they wish he was actually a little bit more brusque than he has? Very much of a he's got like a nice camp counselor vibe to him, you know, like, hey, let's sit around and chat about things, where maybe some other guys prefer something else. I have genuinely zero clue what to make of it, and I feel like it's something that could be said about. This is the filter I always run it through. Is this something any 2 players could say about any manager or coach in any sport, including like a championship caliber one? Like, I go back to the Patriots always. Like, oh, okay, could you find 2 New England Patriots who didn't like Bill Belichick's communication style? Yes. Emphatically yes. So I don't know what to make of the significance of it, I suppose.
Yeah, the significance of it, look, you know, this is a team that was, you know, before they won 3 out of 4, they were circling the drain. So these are the types of things that happen with bad. These are the types of things that happen with bad teams with high expectations. And the Astros fit that bill. They were 3rd on the board, on the odds board, coming into the season to win the World Series this year. So there were high expectations. I always think it's ironic to some degree with stuff like this. Because my first question would be, okay, have these prominent players gone to Espada and said, hey, you know, this, right? Like 2 people complaining privately to Bob Nightingale about somebody's communication skills inherently are executing communication poorly here.
Right.
Go tell Espada the issue, not Bob Nightingale, right?
Thank you. Yes, that's brilliant, Sean. That's 100% correct. Like, I've really got an issue with this guy's communication skills. How did you broach the topic, Mr. Communications expert? Oh, no, I haven't. I just talked to Bob Nightingale about it. Exactly. That's how I communicate. My communication skills are impeccable. I send vague messages via the media and hope that Espada gets the message somehow.
Yeah.
Go die, prominent players. Go die.
But Seth, that's why I said I need to know if they've gone to Espada with this issue first. You know what I mean? Like, if they've gone to Espada and it persists, I'm not excusing going to Bob Nightingale, but it makes it a little less ironic if they've actually tried to tell Espada, like, hey, what this does tell me, this might tell me more about the players in the clubhouse than it does about Espada, and maybe tell me more about the guys not in the clubhouse anymore if we're connecting dots. Like that maybe, and I'm not saying bring back Maldi, okay? Anytime we bring up Maldonado's name, you're like, you guys hated him last year. I hated him playing every day last year. I didn't mind him being on the team last year. But maybe guys like Maldonado and Brantley, Hector Neris is a name that gets mixed in a lot. Like, maybe they were conduits, I get. To Dusty Baker, who, by the way, is probably a phenomenal communicator as a manager. That's a big reason why Dusty got this job in the first place, is because he was such a good communicator and manager of people, that kind of thing.
I wish I could say this with a smirk on my face, but given the Astros situation, I can't. Do you think the White Sox might be sellers at the trade deadline? Do you think they might be able to... I mean, they've got 3 fewer wins than the Astros,
right?
And we're not so sure that the Astros are going to be sellers at the trade deadline.
Oh, my God.
So, if Sean's dream of getting Maldonado back in here as the salve for all communication issues, then maybe we're in luck if Maldonado can come back. What's your line of demarcation for prominent Astros player? This is the other issue I have with this report.
Yeah.
2 prominent Astros players. When you're a team that's had as much success as the Astros have, it's hard to find a player who's not prominent. You know, like I almost have to go down to the rookies. Okay, I would take of just the starting lineup on any given day, or I would include a Mauricio Dubon in that. I feel like he's a prominent player at this point.
Well, this is where it gets real nuanced. If we're trying to identify the players, did they go directly to Nightingale, or is this scuttlebutt that Nightingale is hearing secondhand? If they went to Nightingale, does he speak Spanish, or do they need an interpreter on the phone?
Oh, yeah.
Because there are a lot of prominent players on the Astros who don't speak English. And I'm not being flip about it. And I don't know. Bob Nightingale might speak Spanish. I have no idea if he does or not. But if we're just going by definition of prominent player, forget about what their mother language is. Prominent players on the Astros for me: Justin Verlander, Framber Valdez, Ryan Presley, Josh Hader. And this isn't all performance-based. This is like how long they've been on the team, what their role's been. Those are the prominent guys on the pitching staff to me. And then as the everyday lineup goes, obviously Altuve, Bregman, Kyle Tucker, Yordan Alvarez, Jeremy Pena, I guess, but he's still a younger player. I don't know.
He's still prominent. No, the MVP of the World Series. Prominent.
Yeah. I mean,
and playing damn well this year, so prominent.
People don't want to hear it. He's not on the team anymore right now. But Jose Abreu is a prominent player on the team. Prominent for not all the right reasons, but he's a respected veteran guy who is, he's a prominent player.
Maybe Abreu is one of the Abreu. Okay, so if we found out that it was Abreu and Mauricio Dubon, because Dubon is my line of demarcation for prominent players on the Astros, and I know that's a very Homer biased take because I obviously love Mauricio Dubon more than 29 other fan bases do. I feel like both those guys might actually have maybe they have valid complaints about his communication style. Dubon, I feel like anytime he's not playing, I feel like there's been a communication issue somewhere, and that he wasn't penciled in on the scorecard on the lineup.
This is what I'll tell you, Seth. I tend to believe this a little bit because there were some red flags with Espada early in the season where I forget what it was. Something had happened to Jose Altuve in a game where it was one of his base running blunders. I don't know if it was when he tagged up, and it was earlier than that. The tag up from third on the foul ball was pretty recent. We're
not going to have time to go through all.
No, I know. No, it was early in the season when Jose Altuve had a huge base running blunder that ran them out of an inning in a close game, and Espada in the post game press conference was asked about it, And he said, well, I haven't had a chance to talk to Hosey about it. He calls him Hosey. Hadn't had a chance to talk to Hosey about it yet, but I'm guessing this is what happened. And I thought to myself, if I'm the manager, I'm walking over to that player as he's getting back to the dugout, and I don't care that he's Jose Altuve. I'm going, what were you thinking there? Not even confrontationally, just like to because that's what a manager's supposed to do.
AJ Hinch yesterday, when he walked out, it looked like he was going to protest the third baseman blocking the base path.
Yeah.
But he talked to the third baseman, found out real quick.
Yes.
That it's like, oh, okay, it wasn't. I'm going to walk back to the dugout.
Yes, that was a red flag for me early in the season when I'm like, okay, you didn't walk over to Jose Altuve when he got back to the dugout after being thrown out at third horrifically in a close game late in the game. You didn't walk over and just say, hey, what did you see there? Just something like that.
There have been some curious moments where some of the base running errors have been like as simple as like, well, what exactly were they looking at? Like, are you looking at? Are you looking for what the coach is telling you to do or not?
Right.
When Caratini thought he was going to make it from second to home on a fly ball without having to even look back to see if it was going to be caught or not.
Yeah.
Like he never even. It wasn't like when Caratini decided to go for it and he had his head down, not once did he look to see like for guidance from the third base coach. Like he just had his head down and went.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep. So we'll see. We'll see if this turns into anything. Spada strikes me as a guy who's a real players manager. As you pointed out, he has shuffled the lineup around. He's not sitting around doing nothing. I think the big decision he made this weekend that came under a lot of fire, he had mentioned that he was going to be resting some guys here. Up until this Tiger series, Altuve, Tucker, Bregman, not Bregman, because Bregman missed 3 games with sickness. Altuve, Tucker, Jordan, and Pena had played every game this year.
Yeah.
The 4 of them had played every game. So he had mentioned, I'm going to start getting rest days in for these. Altuve rested yesterday. I think he caught a lot of heat for resting Tucker on Saturday when Tucker had hit home runs in 4 of his previous 5 games. Like, he's the hottest home run hitter in baseball. And then he hit a home run yesterday, too, like his first game back.
He's not just hot. He leads the league in home runs right now. He's some of that always seems random, but except that, look, you got to talk to these guys and look at the body tracking data and everything.
Yeah. Body tracking data.
Tucker strikes me as the guy who's least likely to gut it out through a little bit of fatigue.
So
it probably shows up immediately on the body tracking data. Like, oh, wow, Tucker's down 37% in foot speed this week.
Other interesting things from Bob Nightingale in here that Astro fans might be interested in. Baltimore Orioles are having trouble with their closer right now, Craig Kimbrell. They have their eyes on Ryan Helsley, the St. Louis Cardinals closer. Cardinals are shaping up to be a seller at the trade deadline. The other 2 names mixed in, Toronto Blue Jays closer Jordan Romano and Astros reliever Ryan Presley, if indeed the Astros are a seller at the trade deadline.
Presley's been a lot better over the last few weeks, and also just given just Jim Crane, how much money he spent on this team this year, and his, I feel like it's a genuine never say die mentality. It's not just what he says publicly. I feel like there's very little chance of that happening unless Presley reverses course and starts looking exactly like he did the first few weeks of the season again.
Yeah, and then who's going to want him? It's kind of a
right.
Give and a take. Yeah. The other interesting thing along those lines, Nightingale lists out the players. He says, remember when the Miami Marlins were thrilled to get 4 prized outfield prospects from the Brewers for Christian Yelich back in January of 2018? He did a Where Are They Now on the prospects. Louis Brinson playing in the Mexican League. Isan Diaz playing for the Lancaster Barnstormers of the Independent League. Monty Harrison, college football walk-on at Arkansas. And Jordan Yamamoto is the head baseball coach at Dwyer High School in Palm Beach, Florida. In other words, none of these guys are even in a major league system, let alone a Miami Marlin at this point. And I got to thinking about the Astros with that when everybody's like, everybody's talking about how bad they are. And, hey, if July rolls around, man, you got to start unloading some of these guys and getting prospects. And I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I think Jim Crane, the prism that he looks at stuff through, I think he looks at this Miami Marlins thing that Bob Nightingale just put in his notebook here and nods his head and like, yeah, that's why we shipped out 2 of our top outfielders for Justin Verlander last year. That's why we shipped out 4 guys for Justin Verlander back in 2017. That's why we shipped out 4 guys for Garrett Cole in 2018. That's why we shipped out 4 guys for Zach Greinke. Like, we know how this owner looks at minor league prospects, and he's going to hang on to the branch on the raging river that is the Astros' playoff chances, and until that branch breaks fully, I don't think he's going to really care about picking up 4 guys for Alex Bregman at the trade deadline, or other players.
Ryan Presley, just by way of illustration, since April 9th, in the last month plus, he's got a 2.53 ERA.
Okay.
So it looks even better if you go back a little bit shorter, but just to go a full month, he's just he's
been better.
He's been a different guy.
Yeah, he's been better. He won another 12 all year long. So that's good to see. All right, let's start acknowledging some people. Let's acknowledge some people for some performances over the weekend. As such, we do it every Monday at about this time. Acknowledge me. We're going to read off some names here. We're going to cite their performances. When we read their names, Ben hits the hotkey.
Acknowledge me.
Roman Reigns of WWE fame. So let's start off. Let's start off with the Astros as long as we're talking about them. Kyle Tucker.
Acknowledge me.
5 home runs in his last 6 games. He is killing it right now. As Seth pointed out, leads the major leagues with 14 home runs. Yesterday's was huge. I know they ended up winning 9-3, but that was a scoreless game deep into the game yesterday. I mean, 9-3 is a little deceptive as to how that game kind of played yesterday.
Yeah.
And he broke the dam yesterday with that 2-run homer to make it 2-0. The Astros piled on after that. But Kyle Tucker has been fantastic this season. So the Astros are, 15-25 now? They're 15-25 for a lot of reasons. Kyle Tucker ain't one of them. He's way more the 15 than he is the 25 for this.
Right. Yeah, I think that, like, in some of the issues, the Astros have had with runners in scoring position, you started to see them get right in a lot of ways on that. Like Jordan's been just absolutely atrocious with runners in scoring position, but had a big moment in this series. So, Kyle Tucker, one of the things you can point to where you're like, okay, this feels a lot more like I was expecting this team to look and feel. So maybe he was one of the guys that had a supposed issue with Espada's communication issues. Yeah, maybe this will get the communication right. Maybe this will open up a dialogue between those two.
I love the speculation. Tell us on the text page who you think the 2 prominent veterans or the 2 prominent players for the Astros are that are complaining about Espada's communication. 713-572-4610.
Who are so apparently complaining anonymously through writers about communication issues with the manager. I mean, we're not clear that they've actually addressed the communication issues with the guy who's got the communication issues.
We don't even know if they're talking to Nightingale directly. He's just saying that they've expressed it. We don't even know if they've expressed it to him. And Nightingale didn't say they told me. So who the hell knows what's going on? What did you think of Kyle Tucker batting leadoff yesterday?
I was for it, man. I got excited.
Yeah.
I felt like, whenever you have an atypical guy in the leadoff, immediately you want to compare him to George Springer, and that's unfair, both in personality and in first pitch home run proclivity. But still, it worked out.
He's a little more typical than probably people give him credit for. I mean, he stole 30 bases last year. He's an interesting one. So, Kyle Tucker, we acknowledge. Justin Verlander.
Acknowledge.
We're going to acknowledge you for getting this thing turned around. The one bad start that you had this season so far where you gave up 7 earned runs in 5 innings last week. This is why you're the cagey vet that you are. You can go back in, look at the video, maybe see some things you were doing, and probably, as you pointed out, Seth, maybe buoyed a little bit by the fact that he's back at Comerica Park where he loves the pitch. His 192nd career start at Comerica Park yesterday, so he's he knows that place a little bit.
That was one of the fun things about the broadcast this week were just how good so many of the Astros have been at Comerica Park.
Oh, really?
Which I didn't quite realize. Yeah, they've had a lot of success. A lot of the individuals at Comerica. There's something about that. Maybe it's just all that space. You feel free. You
just
spacious. Feel open. And there was something. I feel like the Astros. Where some of the bad luck early in the season was that they were it seemed like they were being victimized by soft contact and not necessarily gaining from it on their own side. It felt like, okay, here's a ballpark where you can get some bloop singles and stretch some base hits into doubles and everything. And I thought the Astros took advantage of that.
Yep.
So that was nice to see.
Good to see, and good job, Justin Verlander. Look, they're going to need this version of Verlander. They're going to need this version that they got on Friday of Framber Valdez if they're going to get back in this thing.
Verlander's example setting for, like, hey, make a couple little tweaks, make a couple little adjustments, get back on track.
Yep.
I had Justin Verlander make an adjustment to my lawnmower. You know what it is now, Sean? It's a combine. I could take down 200 acres of corn with that thing.
I like it.
He's an adjustment guru.
He is at 41. You better be at age 41, man. All right, Will Anderson.
Acknowledge me.
I'm going to acknowledge Will Anderson because he got acknowledged by DeMeco Ryans. This is one of my favorite cuts of the offseason. This is one of the cuts I've heard from DeMeco over the last couple of months. It makes me feel really, really good about where this team is culturally right now.
It's really a huge advantage having young guys. Our draft class from last year and the year before, we have a really solid group of young players, right, who they know the way. They know how it should look. They know what the standard looks like. And so it's funny, I put up a picture of Will Anderson in our room, say, you guys want to understand our culture and what we're about, right? Follow 51, right? That's what it looks like. And for me to be able to say that, right, it's not me having to say it with words. It's like, just watch the way 51 works, and you'll see what a Houston Texans culture is all about.
Yeah, man. That was really, really cool to hear. You know, and it's one of your young guys too. You know, it's a rookie that DeMeco. I feel like DeMeco's been talking that way about Will Anderson since about the time he set foot in the building.
A lot of people were pointing out this weekend just the difference in approaches towards rookies between Bill O'Brien and DeMeco Ryans, where Bill O'Brien was just very famously said that rookies don't know anything, which is true. And yeah, like they know. It's not that they don't know anything; they don't know everything. And like some rookies are just flat out more mature than some of your veteran players. I thought it was interesting that like O'Brien would say that, but meanwhile you'd also draft a Jadeveon Clowney #1 overall. It's hard to establish a culture and point to Jadeveon Clowney as like, hey, everybody, look at the way that guy does it. It turns you into an immediate hypocrite when the words and the actions don't match up. And so many, like that's how most NFL coaches do it. They have all their motivational posters and their PowerPoint presentations and everything, and they talk and talk and talk about the importance of culture, but then they populate their team with dudes who don't fit the culture.
Yeah.
So what kind of a message are you sending? And I think that right there, everything that Will Anderson has been explains why they traded as much as they did for him, because it wasn't just that they expected him to be a good player. They want to be able to point to their best players and say, look, that's the way you practice. And it's been every bit that. Will Anderson is one of those special people you run across where in the NFL there's guys that almost have kind of a lore about them, and you can't quite figure it out until you have extended time with them, and Will Anderson is 100% one of those.
Oh, yeah. No, dude, the charisma knob on Will Anderson is turned up to like 15 on a scale of 1 to 10. Here was just a refresh. Here was Will Anderson about a month ago when the Texans started their offseason program, talking about other players coming to him at the Pro Bowl, talking about how badly they want to play for DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, it was a lot at the Pro Bowl, man. It was a lot of guys like, yeah, tell them I'm trying to come over there. Like, tell DeMeco I'm saying, but I'm like, Texas ain't for everybody, man. It's just it's a different type of DNA you have to play here, man. It's a different type of character you have to have, and you just gotta love football, man. And I think the front office and coach, they do a really good job of choosing the guys that they want to be in here that can help change the culture and help keep uplifting the culture and being a positive impact, not only on the building, but in the locker room as well.
One of the funniest things from the responses from both Blake Fisher and Kamari Lassiter after camp were people asked them questions about the Texans culture and what have they noticed about it so far. And, Lassiter gave a good cliche answer, but also just like Fisher acknowledged, they'd both been there like 27 hours at that point. They'd barely been in the building. So I don't think they were fair questions. Don't get me wrong. They were good questions to ask. It's just that they really haven't really been exposed to or would have any clue about what the culture is just yet. Blake Fisher's trying to figure out how to get to the cafeteria. You know, he said he tried to get to the cafeteria and ended up in the training room or the weight room or something. So like they haven't been fully indoctrinated just yet.
Well, think about how their head coach just summarized the culture. Follow 51.
Right.
None of them have met 51 yet, even.
Yeah,
you know, So that's interesting. That's funny. All right, I did this 2 weeks ago. Seth didn't like when I did it, acknowledging James Harden. You didn't like that I acknowledged James Harden after a stellar playoff performance. He was really, really good. Eventually, he did what he does, and he was really, really bad, and now they're out of the playoffs, the Clippers. But I'm going to acknowledge James Harden.
Acknowledge me
For belly aching his way out of Houston and forcing a trade to Brooklyn, which keeps on giving. The Rockets had the third pick in the upcoming NBA draft thanks to the Brooklyn pick, one of the many Brooklyn picks they got. They were slotted ninth in the lottery as far as the odds go of moving up, and they wound up with the third overall pick in the draft. Here's Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN on the importance of that pick, not just for the Rockets, but the importance of that pick this offseason for teams maybe looking to get up into the lottery.
What else do you think is intriguing from the results today?
The Houston Rockets at number 3. Okay. Rafael Stone, their general manager, has always shown an inclination to be willing to trade out of his draft spot, to bring in an impact veteran player. They have drafted well in Houston, and they've blended it with some good veterans. So I think there'll be a lot of conversations with Houston. I think that pick will be available.
I need names before I can say they should do this or they should do that. But I am 1,000,000,000% open to trading this pick. They've got so many young guys on this team already.
Right, yeah. Like, let's go back to the culture conversation about, man, you're trying to establish culture and you're trying to, teach the young guys how to play. And it's hard, the previous coach wasn't necessarily a culture, and Silas is trying to point to veterans who don't even want to be there. Yeah. It's hard to establish a culture that way. Yeah. Then, yes, I would prefer. I mean, when you're at the point where one of your highest paid players is being paid to sit at home and just not be around
John
the
Wall,
team.
Yeah.
Like,
Silas a lot, by the way.
Silas, to give Silas a little bit of a break, he didn't quite have the guys, the Will Andersons, to point to in terms of culture. Yep. Just real quick, Sean, since you had mentioned James Harden and his playoff abysmalness. The Game 5 was the really bad one where he went 2 for 12.
Yep.
1 for 7 from the three-point line.
Yeah.
But just not because I don't think we talked about Game 6 where he shot 31% from the field and was 0 for 6 on three-pointers.
No, we didn't.
It was a classic James Harden in clutch time when you really need him in the playoffs, just completely withering and falling away.
Yeah, he was.
It's a welcome to the world of, like, don't worry about the regular season. It's like, I'm going to check out emotionally until we get to the games 4, 5, 6, and 7 of a playoff series.
Okay, we need to keep an eye. The lesson in this is we need to keep an eye on Kyle Tucker and Justin Verlander now to see if there is an acknowledge me jinx. Oh. If you get hit with an acknowledgement from Payne and Pendergast, does your performance go downhill? We'll just have to keep an eye on that this week.
The opposite was when we booted Alex Bregman out of the circle of trust.
Yeah.
An exercise, by the way, which we haven't even performed this season.
We've gotten some requests for it. Do we?
But when we booted, just real quick, when we booted Alex Bregman out, he ended up just going on a tear.
Yes.
It was basically the two things that can get Alex Bregman going are having a child or being ejected from the circle of trust.
Yep. Childbirth and Payne and Pendergast. Yep, that's it. Last one, speaking of childbirth, Samuel Thomas Pendergast.
Acknowledge me!
Esquire.
Esquire, soon to be. Got to pass that bar. But yeah, my son graduated law school this weekend. South Texas College of Law. Got to give the kid an acknowledgement, man. That bleep ain't easy.
I texted him. It was quite an accomplishment, man.
Oh, that's cool.
Good for him because he did it. He was cum laude, right?
Yeah, he was cum laude. Yeah. Yep.
So he did it. He didn't just do it. He did it in spectacular fashion.
He did.
He's already got a job.
Yep.
Does he start his job already?
He starts his job in September, I believe. He takes the bar on July the 31st.
Oh, okay.
And this bar, man, you lawyers out there, look, I know we've probably at various times made little lawyer jokes and things like that, but I'm tell you, the dean of South Texas College of Law said that they've kind of run the numbers on the whole thing.
Yeah.
And 400 to 450 hours of studying they estimate you need to do leading up to the bar. The bar is in 11 weeks, so it's basically a full-time job, studying for the bar for the next 11 weeks. Like Sammy's, that's his job now for the next 2 months is studying for the bar. So it's they had 48% of the people that took it last year in the state of Texas passed it. 89.
Yeah, that's pretty low when you consider those are all law school graduates.
Yeah.
It's tough. Yeah.
South Texas College of Law, 89%. I'm going to acknowledge
What?
South Texas College of Law.
Acknowledge me.
89% pass rate. Yeah.
Who are these other schlub law schools?
I don't know,
that
man. I don't know.
Good. How are they not copying the South Texas College of Law program?
They should. Maybe the students aren't as good. That's
a lot of pressure on Sammy now, though, too. He's going to be in the bottom 11% if he doesn't pass.
It is, yeah. One of the partners from his firm came to dinner with us on Friday, Russell. He listens to the show. Really good dude. We had a lot of fun. Good times.
Did JFK Jr. ever even pass the bar?
I don't know. You think I would know the answer to that? I have no idea.
He got his pilot's license somehow, but other than that, did he? Yeah. Like, I'm going to go fly off in instrument conditions. Yeah. Did you know that was the story? Sean, he didn't have his instrument rating, but he decided to go fly off in instrument conditions.
Oh, my God.
That's what happened, yeah.
Well, okay.
I say all that to say good luck on your bar exam,
Yeah.
Sammy.
Way to go, Sammy. Yeah.
But you'll be an official ponytail lawyer soon. There's an 89% chance.
Say all that. He needs a haircut, too. He might be actually growing it out. Yeah.
No, he needs to be a renegade. He needs to be a Matthew McConaughey type lawyer.
He needs a
all right? You grow that hair long.
All right.
Just gotta have a funky beard. Have a really uncomfortable type goatee or something. Like one that really makes people look like, I don't know what the hell this guy's up to. Like it would make people nervous in court.
He must be good.
This guy marches to the beat of his own drummer. This is I don't know. I'm scared of this guy.
He must be. Hey, along those lines, okay, so I attended a graduation this weekend. South Texas College of Law graduation for my son. I've got some rules for graduation ceremonies that I need to put out there into the universe, knowing there's going to be a bunch of graduations coming up here. These are unflinchingly rigid rules that I have made based on my experience at my son's law school graduation this weekend. And if any of you are people that violate these rules currently, you're awful people. That is next.
I'll tell you, you know the opposite of awful people are? The people down at Bayway Ram on 225 and past.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so it's two things right here. It's two seasons right here outside of sports seasons. It's prom season and it's graduation season.
Did you say prom season?
Prom season. It's prom season. Yeah.
Terrifying.
Yeah. What's more terrifying, prom or graduation's not terrifying. It means that the journey is over and you've accomplished something. So as I mentioned in the previous segment, Seth, I went to my son's graduation this weekend for law school, South Texas College of Law. They had it in one of the amphitheaters at the George R. Brown Convention Center. So
okay.
Yeah. So it's up on the third floor.
For a second, I was thinking of the NRG Center, where I'm like, wait, where they do like the animal shows? Okay. Like one of those little sub-auditoriums where they got like bleachers set up.
Right.
They parade the graduates around by a leash.
These are the primo graduates right here.
Sammy comes out trotting.
Yeah. Get on him. He's my son.
Butt perked up in the air.
Yeah. That's actually what he did. So it was in an amphitheater at the George R. Brown, and there were about 300 graduates, 290 graduates, so a lot of family there. You know, I would say the place seated a couple thousand people probably. A few rules here for graduations that I would like all of you to make society a better place this graduation season if you would abide by these. The first, and these are the people who can really go die, Seth, if I were to use your phrase.
Yeah, I'm excited for this since this is a relatively small group of people.
Yeah.
So they're gonna there might be somebody listening who knows that you're talking about them exactly.
Yeah. It's you GD full row seat savers at graduations.
Go die, everybody.
So we get there. It was me, my wife Amy, my ex-wife Catherine, my son James. It was the four of us, and we get there at a pretty reasonable hour. The thing starts at 10 a.m. We get there at 9:20 or something like that. We ultimately didn't have any problem finding good seats, but when we first walked in, we look and go, oh, look at that. There's all these seats. There's plenty of seats here. Look at this. Except there were like 3 rows with somebody sitting at the end of the row with another 11 empty seats next to them. We're like, can we get those? Can we just go down? Nope, those are saved. The whole row? Yeah.
Did they have coats on them or anything?
They had, like, some people put, like, a program on the arm of the chair. They didn't even have coats. No, they didn't even do the justice of bringing in articles of clothing to drape over them. They took programs and put them on the arm, like, every second chair. If you are
12's aggressive.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're someone, I'm not anti-seat saving. You got to do it. I get it.
Yeah.
But the acceptable ratio is 4-to-1. For every one person, you can save a maximum of 4 seats, maybe 3. Maybe a total of 4 people, but I'll give you 4, 5 of you, a seat saver and 4 others.
This is somebody whose offspring was destined to be an attorney, because if you had decided to argue with that person, I'm guessing they would have all the reasons why, like legally, they're perfectly within their rights,
squatters'
to do
rights,
so, and all of that. Yeah, and then you should have just said like, well, no, I'm gonna sit down and take them. And then we'll have we'll see how hot these graduates are at their chosen profession.
Yes.
Yeah. 12 is aggressive. I almost feel like if I were going to, like, if somehow I'd been talked into saving 12 seats, I would have placards printed up. I would just try to make it look really official.
Yeah.
You know, I would, like, have them printed up. Like, I can't do it myself. So I would learn how to use a printer, inkjet perhaps. And then I would make 11 reserved signs and put them right there. And then I would make 12 just so I wouldn't have to stand there and try to police it. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you just made cardboard cutouts of 2 or 3 of the other people in your party and placed them every third seat, I would have let it go. I mean, I let it go anyways because I didn't want to make a scene, but I wouldn't have mentioned you in this segment on the Payne and Pendergast show. But if you go through the effort of putting together, like COVID, like the cardboard cutouts in the crowd, if you make the effort of getting 2 or 3 of those and spreading them out amongst the row, you are immune to the Pendergast rule of 4 on the seat saving. So that
12's too much. It's too much.
That was number
Especially
1.
for one person to sit there and have to tell everybody continually. No, you have to count down to 13 down there. That's where you can start.
Well, they were just saving whole rows. Like, what are we doing? A whole row? Okay, get out of here. Rule number 2: if you bring a baby to the graduation, that's fine. But if the baby cries, you have to leave and go far, far away where the baby cannot be heard. You can't stay, for one thing. You can't stay. You have to leave, and you can't just leave and go right outside the door so that you can still hear what's going on while we're still hearing the baby crying out there. I'm sorry. You forfeit some of your rights when you bring a baby to an event like a graduation that is very speaker-centric and is supposed to be pretty quiet most of the time.
Yeah, I have zero problem with like babies in movie theaters as long as you take them out when they start crying.
Yes.
You just have to accept that. That's part of the many punishments of having children, okay? You just gotta, there's things you're gonna have to miss out on at times if you want to bring your kid there for the good of everybody.
Yeah.
Take them out.
Yeah.
This goes back to tribal times where if you would have brought a baby to the tribal council movie viewing, they would have cast you out of the society if you had left your baby there to aggravate everybody.
Yes.
Just go outside and let your kids look at birds for a little bit or something. Let nature soothe them, but get the hell away from me with your stank-ass kid.
One of the many.
Right? Your stupid, smelly child.
One of the many problems.
Kid's going to grow. You think this kid's going to be a lawyer? Fat chance.
Fat chance. Kid's bawling his eyes out, big baby. Number 3, and I'll say this, the South Texas College of Law, the folks who got up to the microphone abided by this rule very, very well. So this is not me complaining about the graduation I attended this weekend. This is me actually giving accolades. The maximum speech allotment, according to the Pendergast rules of graduation, keynote speaker, 12 minutes. Valedictorian, 7 minutes.
Yeah.
And then anybody else who's mixed onto the agenda, 5 minutes. What do you think?
I think that's about right. Yeah. Keynote, 12 minutes. That could go either way. If they're boring, 12 minutes is a long, long time. But at the very least, if they're boring, they're only boring for 12 minutes instead of 27 minutes.
Yeah.
And just as a general rule, where like a lot of the part of the problem with sometimes when you're looking at the program at a graduation is it can be very daunting because you see all these different things they're going to go through and you don't know how long each is going to last. And sometimes it's hard to enjoy anybody because you're just looking at how much more there is to come. I was at a high school graduation a couple years ago where they read out like every single scholarship that every graduate had gotten.
Oh, wow.
It was a relatively small high school graduating class. There was like 90 kids.
Yeah.
But like they turned it into a 2-hour ceremony with all this stuff where I guess maybe they're trying to show respect to the donors to encourage this and everything. But my God, it was way too long.
They, South Texas College of Law took the cum laude recognition and all the different scholarship recognitions and they did a separate ceremony like 2 weeks ago on a Friday.
Yeah.
They did it like in one of the amphitheaters at the school. He was cum laude, so I went to both ceremonies. But they separated all that. And so, if you really wanted to go to that, you went, and then the graduation. They did a good job. They kept it very tight. It was good. It was a really good graduation. One of the better graduations.
Who was the keynote speaker?
It was one of the professors there who was retiring, whose last name was Carlson, I believe. I don't recall. I apologize, Ms. Carlson, if you're listening right now. She was great. She was really funny, like very dry, like very, very funny. She was good.
Was the valedictorian? What was the message of the valedictorian speech?
Impact. The impact that various things have had. I remember she said, if I can sum this up in one word, impact. She was really good.
Like the impact that people have had on her?
That and other impacts and things like that. She kept it tight. Name was Elena. I think Elena Smith, if I'm not mistaken.
Congratulations, Elena.
Yeah, good job. Good job. The last observation, I was not expecting this. We were trying to kind of predict at a law school graduation, like, okay, is it going to be rowdy at all like other graduations are? And I said, no, law school, they're probably going to be a little more buttoned up and whatnot. The graduates themselves were fairly buttoned up. There were no like crazy outfits or anything like that.
Yeah, it's a different vibe than being when you're 21 and graduating college.
Graduating,
you're an adult all of a sudden.
University of Illinois or something like that. Yeah,
these law school students have had that beat out of them a little bit. They're like, oh, it turns out I wasn't a full-grown adult. Okay.
The families were fun. Like, the families didn't hold back. They were like, they were screaming. Some of them brought signs. Some of them brought noisemakers and stuff. And if someone had told me they would do that, I'd say, well, that's going to be kind of annoying. I rather enjoyed it. I rather enjoyed the noise. There was one kid there who graduated who looked like he didn't have any family there, just two of his buddies. And they both when his name got announced, they both stood up and said, "Let's effing go!" They said it. They said the word.
I'll hire that kid.
Yeah.
I'll hire that kid to be my in-house.
Hired that lawyer and his buddies. Yeah, they seem fun. They seem fun. So, good graduation. Good job, South Texas College of Law. Getting a lot of people weighing in on the societal rules of seating.
What's the Pendergast family like when it comes to graduations? I've always been jealous of the families that can just let it all go, like go buck wild when their graduate gets called across.
Yeah.
Because I always feel like I'm a little bit more like, we're meek in the Payne household.
We kind of play the room, So by the time they went alphabetically, by the time the P's roll around. Yeah. You kind of know what the vibe of the room is, and there was a lot of screaming and yelling going on. So we screamed and yelled for Sammy when he graduated. So that was good. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, man. Congrats, Sammy. Way to go. All right, let's do the 8 at 8 here. You people better abide by my graduation rules. All right, if you're listening, if I hear any of you saving rows of 12 seats, there's going to be hell to pay. The 8 at 8. The season opener has been announced for the NFL. What does that mean for the Houston Texans? We'll get to that. Texans rookie camp. Astros take 2 out of 3. Rockets, the beneficiaries of good fortune this weekend. We have it all for you in the 8 at 8, and that's coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories, helping you out on a Monday here. Here we go.
One.
All right, the NFL has announced its season opener, or at the very least, they've leaked it to Adam Schefter, who took the liberty of announcing it on his Twitter feed earlier this morning. If you're a Texans fan who was hoping for the season opener in Kansas City to be part of the Texans' schedule this season, your hopes were dashed by Adam Schefter this morning. It'll be the Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs opening the season in Kansas City, September the 5th. Game's on NBC, I believe. So set the rematch of the AFC title game. I would say it would have been cool having the Texans in there. Would have been a fun ramp-up. Now I can't wait to see who the opener is for the Texans, if it's home or away. I mean, that's a whole other thing. I think the Texans are for sure getting either the Thanksgiving game against Dallas and or a London game. They are getting one of these prominent games that get leaked early. They're that level of team now.
They get leaked early. I guess I don't know if I would call the London game a prominent game. It's notable, but it's not like it draws huge ratings or anything.
Yeah.
It's fun. I'd like to just have I don't even remember when we did the pregame for the London game a few years ago, but I guess we must have started at 6 a.m.
5:30. 3
5:30
hours before they kick off at 8:30 Houston time. Yeah.
I have zero memory of it, and I guess it's because that's our normal start time anyway,
Yeah, that's
so
true.
it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Probably Payne and Pendergast listeners were like, oh, these guys are on a Sunday morning.
Wow.
Nice. Bonus.
And they're talking all Texans.
Yeah, we should have done some Astros in there or something. So, as far as this game goes, the Chiefs open as 3-point favorites. Yeah. So when you factor in home field advantage, pretty much a wash between these two teams. Well, the Chiefs look at that as disrespect. I don't know, and I don't care. I do think it makes for a hell of a matchup in that you've got Derrick Henry now on the Ravens. So for whatever questions are about Lamar Jackson in the playoffs or what have you, you know that he's one of the absolute best and scariest regular season quarterbacks. And this year he has Derrick Henry, who was second in the league in rushing last year behind the worst offensive line in football. This is a much different offensive line. So as much as I don't want to, it's not like I want to pull for an AFC team other than the Texans, except in this game, I would like the Ravens to just go ahead and put it on the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I'd love to just destroy the Chiefs physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally.
If I had to make a pick right now, you said you've looked it up, it sounds like. The spread's 3 on this game?
I did, Sean. I did not just pull that out of my wazoo. Yeah.
Well, you and I were guessing earlier it'd be like around a field goal game. I would take the Ravens in this game. The Ravens, Lamar Jackson, good regular season quarterback. The Chiefs, a little janky in the regular season last year. The Andy Reid factor bothers me a little bit, but the Chiefs lost this exact game last year, the opener at home, raising the banner for the Super Bowl to the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
A much less accomplished team than the Baltimore Ravens, you know?
Which, in that, too, the Lions, I guess the Lions last year were in the same boat as the Texans this year, where people are optimistic about them, but you never quite know for sure.
Yeah.
And that's why it was a little bit of a surprise to me that they even scheduled the Lions to go against the Chiefs last year for the opener for that reason. And I wonder if, look, this is a matchup that makes the most sense.
Sure.
It's like, two conference opponents. They had the playoff showdown last year, and it was a good game then. But I wonder with the schedule makers, too, for first game of the season, we don't know exactly what this Texans team is going to be. Let's hold off a little bit at least.
Yeah. Dude, that first weekend's shaping up. You got Ravens, Chiefs Thursday night, and you got Packers, Eagles in Brazil on Friday night. The NFL, man. You got it down. I'm telling you.
I want to go to that Brazil game. What is the angle? Packers and Eagles. What's the angle we can get
that we could get down there?
Into?
I don't know, man.
How can we dupe some sponsor into sending us down there?
Text in some kind of duplicitous ways that Seth and I can find our way to Brazil.
What's the most popular contraband from Brazil that we could smuggle back and find the whole thing?
Right. In our bags, not inside ourselves. I'm not going to be a mule.
Oh, I'll swallow it.
Will you?
I don't care. Yeah, I'll do it. Life is short, man.
It's true.
Why not make it shorter?
It's true.
2.
Motto.
Astros. You're going to find that on the wall of every NFL facility. Life's short. Why not make it shorter?
Who's the Chris Long made a CTE joke the other day.
Yeah.
It's hard to pull off a good CTE joke. Oh, he was talking about NBA players, like the difference between the NFL and the NBA. It's like, yeah, you go, you make that tackle, get a little bit of CTE, go back to the huddle.
It's great. Astros take 2 out of 3 from Detroit over the weekend. The good news, I would say the best news from the weekend was the bounce-back performances of both Framber Valdez and Justin Verlander. Framber on Friday, and then Justin Verlander yesterday was vintage Verlander. We've had it on in the studio all morning long.
Javier bounced balls off of the infield.
he was
off the dirt in front of home plate.
Yeah. He was.
Javier, I'm sorry. Yes, it was good for those pitchers. Javier, there came a point when Javier in the second inning was not throwing any strikes at all.
No.
And we're like, why don't you throw a strike? Oh, because it's a one-way ticket to a grand slam. That's why.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. He was paying homage to his performance in the ALCS last year against the Rangers, where he pitched a third of an inning.
I'm not worried about him.
No, I'm not. He's been up and down. It is what it is. But good weekend for the Astros. 2 out of 3 against the Tigers, and they've got Oakland coming to town this week.
3.
Rookie minicamp for the Houston Texans. They were out on the field Friday and Saturday, getting their feet wet, getting a lot of individualized coaching because there's only 20 guys out there maybe. 9 draftees, 6 undrafted, and then they had a few tryout guys kind of milling around out there too. The two of the bigger names out there that we were keeping eyes on were the 2 defensive backs, Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock, the safety out of USC. Here was DeMeco Ryans, Texans head coach, on how he plans to handle those 2 during the offseason and training camp building up to the season.
With Kamari and Kalen, as you said, both guys are very versatile. And us as coaches, you know their versatility, you know what you've seen them be able to do on film. But again, at that same token, you can't overload them, right? We'll put them at one position and see how they handle it, and you just see what a guy can absorb. And the more he continues to handle, then we'll give him more, right? So we won't overload those guys to start. We'll take it day by day. If they can show us that they can do multiple things, then we'll allow them to handle those things.
The fun thing about rookie minicamp is that largely what you see, like you're responsible for about 40% of the video that's out there online right now that you shot with your phone, is that you get to see guys who were drafted in the first several rounds go through individual drills, and every single one of them across the league looks magnificent doing that.
Yeah,
like with zero competition or anything, yeah.
Kamari's back pedal is so smooth. Look at him.
Look at that agility drill. He looks like he might be a top 3 cornerback already. Yes. I like what I'm seeing out of these guys.
Yeah, look at Cade Stover turn up field against nobody. Yeah.
But it was pretty notable. Bullock's, as both DeMeco and Caserio and Bullock himself have said, he needs to get stronger.
Yes.
And he has some spindly little stick legs. Yeah, I think it's hard. It's hard for me because sometimes I hear, well, get him in an NFL weight room. The guy's been in the USC weight room.
But there's certain body types that are just never going to look like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. It's not.
He's
so
skinny.
It is a little bit of a question mark as to, okay, how much actual bulk can the guy get put on? He is young. And like that's real with just about every NFL player. They put on some man strength in their first couple of years. But Bullock's a guy that it's not as much the weight room, I think, as much as just the actual training table where you can do the bulk of his work. You want to put on lean weight and everything, but he strikes me as the kind of guy that can eat 5,000 calories a day and not get fat.
I hate him. The guy I hate, yes.
Yeah. It's just a matter of trying to shovel as much high-quality protein into his body as you can.
We'll hear from the rookies in the next segment, Kamari Lassiter and Blake Fisher as well, the offensive lineman out of Notre Dame. They both met with the media. We'll get to know them a little bit in the next segment.
4.
Good weekend for the Rockets. The NBA draft lottery, really random. They had it on a Sunday afternoon, but whatever. The Rockets wind up with the 3rd pick in the draft. Their own pick wound up being 12th, but by the rules of the trade for Russell Westbrook a few years ago, that pick got conveyed over to Oklahoma City. So Oklahoma City gets the Rockets pick 12th overall. But fortunately for the Rockets, they had a pick from Brooklyn from the James Harden trade, which wound up 3rd overall in the draft. Defied the odds. By the percentages, it was supposed to be 9th. They wind up 3rd. It's not a great draft. A lot of foreign influence in this draft up near the top. Here's Rafael Stone. Let's do Stone here, Ben. Here's Rafael Stone on the Rockets He talks initially about the Rockets getting overtures for this pick during the season before the lottery even happened. Now, what's the chances, or what are the chances of this pick getting moved?
The caveat to it always was we'd be willing to move it if we got something that was worth us moving it, but at the same time valuing the player we think we'd bring in. So probably at least a slightly better chance that we'll like the player more at 3. Probably a much better chance that we'll like the player more at 3, or at least we'll. Sometimes that's not true. A higher likelihood that we'll be very interested in a player at 3. That's probably the better way of saying it. But also potentially maybe others will too, and so maybe other teams will be more aggressive in trying to trade in for that.
Stone is doing what he's supposed to do. Act like you're going to draft somebody.
Right. Yeah. No, we really want this draft pick. Woo. Take a tidy sum to get this out of our hands. Yeah.
Yep.
When I'm dead, that's when you can pry this out of my cold, dead hands.
This pick.
Yeah.
This pick.
I went, you mentioned like the actual draft lottery, and the best one you've ever seen ever was the 2003 lottery when Jerry West was sitting there in position to potentially get the number 1 overall pick. And
it was LeBron James that year.
Yeah, that was a LeBron James draft. I should have clarified that.
Yeah. The number 2 was Darko Milicic. So
this doesn't right now. As of right now, there's no LeBron James in this draft.
Not even close. Yeah, it's not considered a great draft.
I'll give Stone credit for using the word caveat out loud as well. I'm always nervous to do that. I wouldn't have said it right now if I'd seen it on paper but hadn't heard him pronounce it first. I'm never quite sure how to pronounce that word.
He's a lawyer.
It's I feel like if you preface any statement with caveat or some word like that, immediately people are primed to feel like, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about.
It's a big word.
If he had said wherewithal or hence 2/4 or something like that, I'd be like, oh my God, I didn't realize the Rockets had it this dialed in. Okay.
Yeah. I am totally going to get taken to the cleaners by this guy right now.
Yeah.
All right. 5. Real quick, scores in the NBA playoffs yesterday. The Pacers took the Knicks to the woodshed, 121-89. And the Denver Nuggets, they go to Minnesota and they beat the Timberwolves 115-107. Both those series tied at 2 right now. So the Nuggets, the defending champs, kind of get their legs back under. And they got down 0-2 in this series at home. They go on the road and they win 2. So, yeah.
I'm pulling for Jokic, to finally maybe have some success in this life, but also, not seemingly caring one bit about it, whether he does or doesn't.
He's fun, man.
I like that there's still people out there who can kind of just cruise their way to greatness. Yeah.
3 MVPs.
I don't need to hear about how much you're grinding.
Oh, no. Yeah. I like the fact that at times during the season you look fat, Jokic. At times. At times.
6.
All right, 6. Apparently Bill Belichick, Seth, is going to appear on all of the Manning casts this season. Now, normally this would have been something that maybe a couple years ago, before the Manning cast kind of took the shape and the form that it's in.
Yeah.
If this was a couple years ago where I hadn't seen a Manning cast yet, I would have been like, oh, why are you dropping this turd in the punch bowl here with Belichick? I just want Eli and Peyton chopping. But they're so guest-centric on that thing that if one of the guests each week is going to be Bill Belichick, I'm here for it. At least they'll be talking about football.
Right,
you know?
Right, yeah. I think I wonder when they'll choose to bring him in.
Early in games, they said.
Early in games?
Early
okay,
in games.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for reading the article.
Yeah.
So, because I went back and for one, in the scenario you laid out, like a few years ago, if you found out Belichick was going to come in, I also would have thought, all right, yeah, but what's Belichick going to be like? We've already seen Belichick with Pat McAfee on the draft broadcast, and he was delightful.
Yeah.
And I think he's, as people have always said out of New England, that he's got way more personality than you would realize. He does a good job of blending stories in with analysis and all of that.
Yeah.
And I think kind of leaning on Belichick for the scouting report and what to watch for, I think that'd be great. And especially Peyton, too. I think you get the sense that Peyton really prepares for these things. Eli, not as much, and that's cool. Between Peyton and Belichick, I really do look forward to them kind of setting the stage for what's to come in the game.
Yeah, and there will be little anecdotes probably about Belichick going against Peyton and Peyton going against Belichick.
Yeah,
It'll get sprinkled in. That'll be a whole lot of fun.
7.
One job that I would not want is telling Charles Oakley he's not invited back to Madison Square Garden. Remember Charles Oakley? Well, it looks like he could still, like he's got gray hair and gray beard, and yet when you see him stand up out of a chair, you're like, oh, he looks like he could beat the crap out of a lot of people now.
He's Morgan Freeman in $1 Million Baby.
Yes.
Where, like, okay, I'm not going to fight this man one-handed.
He's a bad man.
Okay, yeah. He could beat me with one hand tied behind his back, yes.
Spokesperson for MSG said Oakley has not been invited back to the arena, despite assertions from Oakley that he had received an offer to return. This is a misunderstanding. You better get squashed soon, MSG. He's not attended a Knicks game, Oakley, since his arrest in 2017 after an altercation. God, that was in 2017? It feels like it was like a year ago. An altercation with security when they told him to leave his seat at the arena near owner James Dolan. Oakley was cleared of misdemeanor assault charges and has since attempted to bring assault and battery claims against MSG and Dolan. He just filed an amended lawsuit last month. But Oakley had told the AP that he believed there was an offer to rejoin some former Knicks players who have been at these playoff games, former teammates of his.
This is of a different nature than, remember when some people wondered whether the Texans would be interested in bringing DeMeco in as a coach because DeMeco had sued them for the field conditions when DeMeco tore his Achilles tendon on the NRG turf. That was like an amped up workers' comp issue.
Yeah.
This, like when you start talking about assault charges and lawsuits and all of this, it's a different level. We're at a different caliber. And then not to mention, like, Dolan and Cal, not quite the same types of dudes, I don't think.
No, God, no.
Cal does not hold a grudge. I can tell you from personal experience that Cal does not hold a grudge. Whereas Dolan strikes me as the kind of guy that might have... He might have Oakley's picture up on his mirror in the morning.
And then write a terrible song about him that he sings with his hack band that he plays with.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, terrible. I just like this story because of the name of the player involved. Utah State basketball transfer, Great Osabor. Yes, his first name is Great, Great. That's a lot of pressure, man. He was the top available player in the NCAA transfer portal. He's committed to Washington. He was the Mountain West Player of the Year last year. His name, image, and likeness agreements in place will give him the highest known valuation in college basketball this season. $2 million to go to Washington. His NIL agreements, which include marketing assurances, were negotiated by agent George Langberg of GSL Sports.
I'm kind of enjoying all of the turmoil in college sports where I think ultimately what's going to happen, if I were to predict what it's going to be 10 years from now, let's just call it the minors and the majors. There are, you can forget about these current conferences. There's going to be the minors and the majors. There are the schools that can afford, the alumni bases are willing and capable of offering up $2 million to get somebody in their school to yoink them away from the schools that don't have that. And that's what it'll be. They'll be called something different, but there's going to be a minor league and a major league.
Yeah, it ain't going away. Like everybody talks about, we got to get our arms around this. And meanwhile, this kid just signed for $2 million to go to Washington out of the transfer portal. Like, so if you're Utah State, you're absolutely right. Like that Washington is in the majors. They're in the Power Five.
Yeah.
Like
and
Utah
it's
State.
I think really too, I don't want to say it's going to save college basketball or whatever. That's a little too grandiose, but I think I think the tournament's going to start to get a lot more interesting when more good players who might not be lottery picks are incentivized to stay in school, especially in basketball, where, man, if you're not a lottery pick, you're nobody.
That's right.
So, man, like a lot of these guys that can be multiple year All-Americans are going to stick around. And you're going to get to see them from year to year in the tournament to where you start to look forward to the tournament more.
All right, let's get to know the two highest drafted Texans rookies, Kamari Lassiter, cornerback, Blake Fisher, the tackle out of Notre Dame. They both met with the media, and they were asked about their experience so far in the building with the Texans. The Houston Heat was a topic as well. We'll get to know the top two rookies coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic, where I go.
80.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Getting a lot of support on the Pendergast rules of graduation from people. Getting a lot of people citing other areas out in the wild in society where similar, where the rules of saving seats actually apply. Like, like if you sit down at a bar, like sitting down somewhere at a bar where it leaves an awkward number of seats in between for people, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, bar etiquette with seat saving and everything becomes interesting.
Yeah.
So then you've got the added element of, well, maybe like a graduation. Alcohol is involved. And, and you get varying levels of how adamant people will be. Saving 12 seats was the one that you had a really big issue with.
Yeah, saving entire rows of seats, man. Yeah, well,
I do that on Southwest all the time. I get on first. I'm like, I just nope, sorry, exit rows are all taken. Rows are all taken.
Do you do the thing if you have to go on Southwest where there's an empty seat next to you, you kind of structure your body in a way where you look your maximum fattest so that you are like, you bow up so like you're in good shape, but you could probably sit a certain kind of way where like you already look big, but now you look big
giving a menacing look too is another good one.
So you can do that.
Looks totally psycho and ready to chat.
Yeah. Oh yeah, ready to chat. Yeah. Oh yeah, you just got to be really chatty sitting there talking. I would not sit next to you if I saw you sitting there talking.
On Southwest, going towards the back. If you don't have a connection, I always just go towards the back because Southwest doesn't do as good a job as other airlines do of like just completely packing all their flights. So if you go towards the back, there's a good chance you're going to have an empty seat next to you.
Yeah.
I used to sit in the middle seat as long as possible because then sometimes nobody wants to sit next to the big guy in the middle seat.
And
then I would just kind of shift over strategically. You got to figure out and pick when to make your move, to either the aisle or the window.
Wow. That is some reverse psychology right there. I like that. That's pretty good.
It's tricky as a solo traveler because you always have then, like, if a couple gets on and there's only a few seats left, then you're kind of that's the hazard of the middle seat is that when a couple gets on, they're going to ask you, they'll be like, oh, well, you could have the window. And you're like, I guess so you got to know when to make the move.
Yeah, smart. Kamari Lassiter.
I took a class in game theory to figure this
there
out.
should be a class. These are the things that should be taught in schools. The airplane etiquette, graduation etiquette. I'll reset my rules later in the show. I was at a graduation this weekend for my son, and needless to say, several people violating the Pendergast graduation rules. Kamari Lassiter. All the rookies get asked about this. What'd you think of the Houston Heat, Kamari Lassiter?
Man, so I looked at the weather before I got out of practice. It just said 80 degrees. So I was like, okay, bet. It's only 80. And I walked out on the field, and I was practicing. I'm like, this is not 80. Like, this is like 90, something else. So it's a little bit different.
That's a guy who went to Georgia. He went to Georgia.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a shock to you. I told you about this last week. There's just something different. I played 5 years in Jacksonville, which if you look at the average heat index and everything, it's supposedly the same, but there's just something different about Houston. And I think part of it is that it's smack dab in the city. So I think the pollution is worse than a lot of other places, which we know in the city in general it is, but especially in the city and like surrounded by so much concrete and pavement, it hits different.
Yeah.
And even for defensive backs, they don't experience fatigue the same way. No.
I think
but for a defensive back to comment on how hot it was, it's notable.
Dude, it's May. I mean, did anybody have the heart to break it to him? Like, oh, it's way worse. Like when you get here in July, dude.
Yeah, it's really. I know. So defensive backs, they've got like 2% body fat. Yeah. They can shed heat fine.
Yep.
A lot of guys will be wearing full sleeve shirts just for the hell of it, or And it's May, so I don't know. I think it's a bit of a shock to the system, but it's not like I'm worried that he's not going to be able.
Oh, he'll be fine. He'll be now. Blake Fisher, we'll see. We'll see. The big guys, we'll see. The culture, guys getting asked. That's how people are very excited now to talk about the culture of the Texans. Now that players that are on the team are citing how great it is, how this isn't for everybody, like Will Anderson said. DeMeco Ryans is a coach, true culture setter. Here's Kamari Lassiter comparing the culture to the culture he just came from at the University of Georgia.
This is a high culture program as well. The standard is the standard here. You got a bunch of guys who want to get better, a bunch of guys who have the right mentality, the right mindset, and a group of guys who just want to win.
All right. So Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, I feel like he said all the right things right there.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher gave a more realistic assessment of the culture for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, 100%. Notre Dame, all we taught was competitive spirit and challenge everything. And that just meant, competitive. Obviously, we had a lot of competitors, and that's all it is here. I mean, you're going against the best every day, so obviously everybody's competing. And, challenging everything is, something that they harp on here in their own way, and that's just, challenging to get better, finding ways to get better, finding ways to improve and to elevate, who you are as a player and a person.
I got my clips mixed up. But Fisher says something later that's more realistic. I would say for both those guys, they said the right things, but they've both been there for like a total of 27 hours at that point, and they don't have a clue about what the Texans culture other than what DeMeco Ryans maybe told them for 5 minutes in a meeting before they went out. So, yeah. But I'll give them both. I'll give them both A's on those answers for saying the right things.
Now, the one you're thinking about is the one on Blake Fisher getting lost, right?
Yes. Like as an illustration of exactly how little these guys actually know about the Texans culture. Here's Blake Fisher on getting acclimated to his surroundings.
No, I don't even think I've been here for longer than 48 hours, really. So, it's really just I'm in a hotel at the Intercontinental. I'm here all day. I don't even know my way around here yet. So, I try to go to the cafeteria. I somehow ended up in the training staff rooms. I'm just where's everything? So, I'm still trying to get used to everything, man.
Yeah, a lot of disorientation going on.
Yeah. And I don't attribute it to a lack of intelligence either. Okay, people who are about to go after him because he went to Notre Dame. All right, it's not an easy building to get acclimated to. A lot of the little ins and outs and nooks and crannies of NRG Stadium look similar. They look the same.
Right.
Right.
And the training room isn't that far away from the cafeteria. He just walked. It's one door down.
Yeah.
Well, 2 doors down, but it's one room over, and there's a hallway that goes right from the training room into the. There's a back hallway that goes right from the training room into the cafeteria. So he wasn't that lost. Don't worry, everybody.
Yeah.
He'll be able. Don't worry. He'll be able to block Micah Parsons. He'll be fine.
He'll know who to block. Okay.
Yeah. He's not going to line up at guard accidentally.
He'll know who to block. I love this answer from Blake Fisher on knowing that there are 2 starters in front of him on the depth chart. He's drafted with the 59th overall pick in the second round. A lot of these guys drafted in the second round, probably expecting to play quite a bit when they come in. Here's Blake Fisher knowing he's got Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard in front of him.
Every day, just come in, just go to work, just continue to get better. They've been in the league for a long time, so it's, just understanding, how they play, asking them questions, watching them play at a really high level. And that's what we're doing now. We're going through a lot of film study, so, I'm seeing it, live in real time. And, for me, it's not about starting right now or, where I'm at on the depth chart. It's just coming in here every day and just working, new system, new coaching staff, new environment. So it's just getting comfortable, like I said, just earning that trust and the respect from my coaches and my teammates.
I don't know if it was the best pick for the Texans. I think there's a lot of folks out there, Seth, who would have liked them taking a player who could have a more immediate impact. At least on paper. If somebody gets hurt, then Blake Fisher is probably having an immediate impact of some sort. This is a great situation for Fisher. Coming in, he's not being rushed. They're gonna play him at tackle. It looks like they're not gonna mix him in over at guard like they did with Xavier Su'a-Filo and Titus Howard under previous regimes. You're in an offense with a great quarterback. Like eventually, when you do get in there and play, you're gonna be playing on a team that's gonna be scoring a lot of points in a system that fits your skill set really well.
Well, and his body type is part of it. I don't want to give the Texans credit in advance for avoiding a Xavier Su'a-Filo type of situation where the guy gets moved around all over the place. I mean, he's just flat out not a guard. It's like Charlie Heck. When you look at him, you're like, okay, this guy's not a guard. He's going to be one of these taller, lankier, technique-based offensive tackles, and he's probably got some physical maturation to go through. His competition is really Charlie Heck at this point.
Yep.
And, Charlie Heck's the one that's got to be a little bit more urgent about things because he's not the fresh young kid with a mostly guaranteed contract at this point. The big competition for him is how can I get to that number 3 tackle spot? And that's where he knows this, I'm guessing, but the questions were almost geared towards almost penciling him in as the number 3 guy, where no, he's got to earn that.
Yeah.
He's got to earn being on the active roster on game day, or on the game day roster week 1. So he's very much no danger of getting cut, but he's very much got to prove himself if he wants to wear a uniform on Sundays.
Yep, you nailed it. That was when I did best case, worst case for all these guys after they got drafted. Like he's going to make the team just by virtue of where he was drafted.
Right.
He's going to make the team. But his worst case scenario is that you and I are doing pregame, and then at 10:30 we're checking Twitter, and there's 6 names on that graphic the Texans put out on inactive, and every week it's number. What is he?
Yeah.
50-something. Blake Fisher, whatever his number is. Blake Fisher. Yeah, that would be.
But I do think having Laramie on the team, though, too, just by way of watching somebody who does a lot of the technical stuff just so extremely well, other than not false starting, that's good. Just by osmosis, I think he can pick some things up from Laramie Tunsil, to where Fisher doesn't have the same level of athleticism of Laramie Tunsil, but he can very much be the type of technician that Laramie Tunsil is.
This goes back to you and I talking about trying to get down to Brazil for the Packers-Eagles game.
Yeah.
Get a Brazilian steakhouse sponsor and then go down to Brazil and claim that that particular Brazilian steakhouse is better than the real thing in Brazil.
Oh, yeah.
Like when outsiders come down here.
Shamagusha or something like that. Yeah. Like, oh, wow. Boy, I didn't realize. Boy, it was a letdown going to Brazil.
Now I'm hungry. I love me a good Brazilian steakhouse, man.
The steak wasn't as good. The butts weren't as round as I had been promised. Everything. About Brazil was a letdown.
Yep. No pineapple. Your salad bar stinks. Yes, all of it. All of it. Fried bananas, not good. Sorry, Brazil. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Rumblings from the Astros. The Astros have won 3 out of 4, and yet we come in and we see reports from Bob Nightingale of USA Today of 2 prominent players complaining about Joe Espada's communication style. If you want to keep texting in who you think the players are, we're here for it, 713-572-4610. But what does this mean? What does this mean for the Astros that there's already rumblings like this early in the season, and what does it mean potentially for Joe Espada? That is next. West Point Lincoln.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this is the blurb here from Bob Nightingale's article in USA Today. It was an article about several different topics, and he's got sort of a notebook at the end where he gives, one or two paragraph blurbs on things that he's hearing from around the league, that kind of thing. And Nightingale's pretty plugged in. Believe still an Odyssey MLB insider, but if not, he's been on these airwaves many a time on the afternoon show. Said this about the Astros. The Houston Astros plan to give rookie manager Joe Espada plenty of time to see if they turn their season around, particularly with their pitching injuries. But two prominent players have privately expressed complaints about Espada's communication skills in recent weeks. If the Astros miss the postseason and decide to make a change during the winter, the two hottest managerial free agents this winter are Alex Cora of the Boston Red Sox. Hey, we know him. And Skip Shoemaker of the Miami Marlins. Yeah.
I think as far as prominent players, obviously, on a team like the Astros, you've got no absence or shortage of prominent players, so it could be anybody's guess. If this were the 2015 Astros, it would be a lot easier to figure out who the prominent players are.
Hey, Springer and Altuve, why are you yapping to people?
The one thing I think about this is I'm not saying that Nightingale didn't get this information or that it's inaccurate or anything. I do think that on every single sports team that has ever existed, no matter how many championships that team has won, in any given year there are complaints about the manager's communication style. Just because of the nature of pro sports is it's just the manager and the GM can't be 100% honest and upfront all the time with their players because of various other concerns. I mean, I'll go back to the Astros back in 2017 when an Astros player told me he didn't like A.J. Hinch's communication style.
Yeah.
Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
They did all right, So I'm not overly concerned about that. I think it's the kind of news it's the kind of thing that is a lot more significant when a team is struggling.
Yeah.
And you wonder, okay, if those two guys expressed concern, then was it in relation to – what would guys have a complaint with in terms of communication? I'm guessing it's how are we going to use you? Where are we going to use you? When are we going to use you? All of those things. And it's impossible to deduce which reliever. Like Josh Hader. Maybe Josh Hader has an issue with the fact that they've used him twice now to try to get 4 outs or whatever it might be. Mm-hmm. Or maybe Ryan Presley in the way it was communicated to him that he wasn't going to be the closer. I could go through the pitching staff and find a reason for each and every one of those guys to maybe feel like they weren't communicated to properly. And but without thinking, oh yeah, that's an indication that Espada has bad communication skills.
Yeah, I'll say this, territory, if you're an Astros fan, for this dynastic run that they've had going back to 2015, 2017, wherever you feel like the demarcation point is where this all started. They started getting good in 2015. They started winning championships in 2017. But whatever the case, this is new territory. I can't think of a time where we had complaints about Dusty Baker's communication or complaints about A.J. Hinch's communication. We've complained at times about decisions that both guys have made.
Well, I just told you. I remember a time when somebody complained to me personally about A.J. Hinch's communication style.
Oh, okay.
But, I don't – but it was in 2017, and they won a World Series.
Yeah, I guess I heard what you said. I'm talking more of the Nightingales of the world getting it. You know what I mean? It getting out into that that universe.
It's the kind of chatter that kind of starts circling. The vultures are circling right now with the Astros and trying to pick apart every little thing. I will say this is right now, Espada has been tested, and it's hard to pin blame for the grand sum of everything that's going on the manager in baseball. When you have this many all-star players who had been underperforming for as long as they were at the beginning of the season, that's on your all-star players.
Yep.
That's not – you get to be an all-star in baseball or all-star caliber. That's baseball. You're a professional. It's up to you to perform. But in trying to keep the ship straight and steady – all the vultures are circling, that's a big, big challenge for a manager.
Yeah, I will say this, about there early in the season, it was – I got to go back and see which game it was, but it's starting to come back to me now. I talked about this earlier in the show. Altuve had made a base-running blunder of some sort. I think it was the game where he got picked off at third. Picked off at third base for the final out of an inning that the Astros went on to lose that game. Might have been in the series against the Yankees to open the season. Someone will tell me on the text page which game it was, but Altuve got picked off at third, and it ended an inning late in the game. Like, it ended the 8th inning, and then they go on to lose the game in the 9th. And I remember Espada's press conference after the game. It was one of the first things he was asked about was Altuve getting picked off at third base. Mm-hmm. And Espada's answer was, well, I haven't talked to Jose about it yet, but this is what I think happened. And I thought to myself, that seems awfully strange that a manager, after a blunder that may have cost you a game, and I don't care that it's Jose, I don't care who the player is, like, there's a way to go talk to Jose Altuve about it the same way there's probably a way to go talk to Jake Myers about it, right? Like, you manage different guys different ways, but at least go talk to him about it. Like, I haven't talked to him about it yet. Like, did he just leave and go down the clubhouse and not come back? Like, what happened? So that was a bit of a red flag to me. Like, that, okay, this guy, he needs to read maybe a book on communication at a, C level. You know what I mean? Like a CEO level.
And I think part of that, though, too, on just the strict managing and prevention of those error type of things, the thing that was frustrating early in the season was just how many errors the Astros were committing after spring training had very much a back to fundamentals a vein to it, an emphasis on the simple things and doing the fielding right and the base running right and all of that, that they were way worse in errors per game than they typically are. They were down around like 15th or 16th in errors per game. They're back up to tied for 8th right now in errors per game. So they've been better than that, since they were just an average team. They've been playing much cleaner baseball. But yeah, maybe some of those things, and all the other part of it too is, okay, maybe Espada has had issues communicating, and he's not as good at it as a guy like Dusty Baker, who had been a manager for several decades. Like, it's to be expected,
Yeah, he's got to learn that, right.
Right, like that. This report coming out now where I'm fighting like hell to take some of these positives. The pitching staff has been a lot better over the past couple of weeks. They've won some series over the past few weeks. They've done some good things. Like, the pivot point has got to get to be where they're playing well enough that these reports don't come out, because these are vultures circling the prey or circling the injured animal type of reports.
Well, and at what point do we stop mentioning injuries when it comes to Espada and the team and how they're performing under Espada? Because, again, the first sentence of what Bob Nightingale of USA Today says is, the Houston Astros plan to give rookie manager Joe Espada plenty of time to see if they turn their season around, particularly with the pitching injuries. And then he goes on to say, but 2 prominent players have expressed complaints. At what point, what does this club need to look like health-wise for us to say, okay, well, the injuries aren't a thing anymore? I mean, they've got Verlander back. They've got Frember back. Javier's back now. They've been largely healthy in the everyday lineup. They have yet to use somebody. They have yet to lose somebody who, in my opinion, is a major difference maker in the everyday lineup. I know Chas McCormick was really good for the Astros last year. You should be able to play through a Chas McCormick injury. Sorry, he is below the line of guys where I'm like, oh man, that's really damaging to the everyday lineup. And he hadn't been playing well before he got hurt, Right. So I think we're there. Like, maybe get Urquidy back and you've got a full complement of veteran starters, but we're if we're not there now, we are like 2 rehab starts for Urquidy away from, okay, injuries aren't an excuse anymore. You've got all your relievers, you've got your starters. I mean, Garcia and McCullers are sort of on a different planet right now because of what they're coming back from. And your everyday lineup has been so healthy that you've played them, most of them, literally every day so far this season.
Right. Yeah, so where do we get to that point? I mean, some of it is starting to – I feel like the pendulum is swinging back the other way in terms of, like, bullpen performance. Wexler had tweeted this out after Saturday's game, I believe. There were 5 games each where Abreu had in the last 15 days on Saturday, Abreu had a 1.69 ERA, Presley had a 1.93 ERA, Hader had a 1.42 ERA. And those are guys who weren't injured but were underperforming.
Yeah.
So when the healthy guys start to look a lot more like you expect the healthy guys to look, then yeah, that's because the injuries compounded everything, but yet you just had too many everyday starters that were supposed to be studs underperforming. That might have gotten pulled back in or come back to look like the way you're expecting it to look.
Why do you think Bregman's getting so many votes from people on the text page as to being one of the two prominent players? Is it because they think that that's his personality, or is it because he's not played well this season so far?
I don't. For Bregman, it strikes me as he would be one of the least likely guys to do it.
I'm with you on that. Yeah,
I think like Bregman has always been so almost annoyingly transparent with his struggles.
Yeah.
You know, like Bregman, he'll tell you exactly what he thinks the issue is, what he's working on. Like, there's never been a hint of non-accountability with Bregman. So I would be surprised if it was Bregman. Because the other part about Bregman is he seems to, like, from the time he was a rookie, he's been very, very mature about understanding the highs and the lows and everything. So I don't know. I guess I differ from some of the texters in that I would think that, sure, he's struggling, but he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that's going to be looking to point the finger.
No, I don't either.
Without looking at the three fingers pointing back at himself.
Absolutely. I'm 100% with you on that. All right, let's get into the 9 o'clock hour. My favorite cut from DeMeco Ryans so far took place on Friday after rookie minicamp, and I thought he laid it out perfectly and succinctly what exactly the best piece of advice is for this rookie class. That is next.
Lopez is concerned for the Astros. KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
DeMeco Ryans found the most succinct way to give advice to rookies on what to do. You're in an NFL building now. It's new. A lot of newness going on. We heard Blake Fisher talking about getting lost in NRG Stadium a little bit earlier, trying to find the cafeteria and the weight room and everything else. Best piece of advice DeMeco Ryans could give these young guys?
It's really a huge advantage having young guys. Our draft class from last year and the year before, we have a really solid group of young players, right, who they know the way. They know how it should look. They know what the standard looks like. And so it's funny, I put up a picture of Will Anderson in our room, say, you guys want to understand our culture and what we're about, right? Follow one, right? That's what it looks like. And for me to be able to say that, right, it's not me having to say it with words. It's like, just watch the way 51 works, and you'll see what a Houston Texans culture is all about.
This is something that, A, is a testament to Will Anderson, obviously, that a young player like that would be, usually when coaches say, look to a veteran to see how you should be acting, usually it's a guy that's been in the league for a long time. It says a lot about Will Anderson that he's very much being pointed to as a leader and as somebody to watch. But it is also, I think, there's a theme throughout a lot of DeMeco's kind of, I don't want to call them preachings, but when he talks about leadership or teaching or even talking guys through their issues, he very much understands that humans, like the same way we learn how to talk and walk and everything else, it's about modeling and watching other people. This is why younger siblings walk faster than the older siblings do a lot of times, because it's the younger brother trying to keep up with his older brother, all of that. That it's as simple as that. You can get lost in trying to come up with a perfect PowerPoint presentation and everything, but realistically, we are creatures that, just like we're no different than ducks or anything else. You learn from watching the people around you how to do stuff. And he makes it as simple as that, because he'll talk about he has teaching tapes. We've heard him refer to the teaching tapes for knocking the ball out, for playing wide nine technique. I bet he's got a Nick Bosa reel that all the wide nine, that all the defensive ends watch to see the way that it's supposed to be played. And it's as simple as that. You don't have to waste a lot of time and verbiage when you can just show somebody something the right way to do it and then have guys try to model that. The key is, you got to have those guys on your team first, and it's tough. You don't want to have a bunch of veterans who are do as I say, not as I do, because then it gets really tough. Those, in a rookie's mind, especially your jackass rookies, they're not thinking like, oh, I'm going to cull the really positive lessons from this veteran millionaire.
Right.
They're going to watch the whole package, and they're going to watch a veteran player who's lazy and doesn't care about practicing and figure like, oh, okay, he's doing just fine. He just got a $20 million per year contract. Yeah. That's why Will Anderson is so valuable. And it's also, honestly, it's one of the things that has impressed me the most about DeMeco is his very clear understanding. And not all guys who are players get this. There's an advantage when you did play in the NFL than when you're a coach, but not all guys use it appropriately. That's him understanding what worked for him as a player, I think, and just implementing it systemically. And and that's why they wanted so much to have Will Anderson in the building, that they were able to pay the second most ever for a non-QB trade in the draft that anybody's ever paid.
It's funny you talk about the teaching tape.
Yeah.
At minicamp on rookie minicamp on Friday, Bobby Slowick was straight until one of the Yankee twins.
Yeah.
He got out there and demonstrated exactly like how he wanted a route run. And like he demonstrated it like very, very specifically, and all the fellow coaches were joking and they laughed, and one even yelled, "That's teach tape right there! That's teach tape!"
Teach tape,
to Bobby Slowick. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
It is. It's honestly like there's been a lot of studies done now too. Like Brandy researches all this stuff because she still works with volleyball players, and it's been hard for her. She's trying to change, like. There's a lot of evidence that even showing people their own mistakes really isn't as productive as you think it is. Like, you intuitively think like, oh yeah, we'll show the mistake and then they can figure out how to play it. It's more a matter of like, nope, show them the right way to do it over and over again and have them try to model that behavior. Show them images of themselves doing it the proper way and try to model it over and over again. It's just the way our brains work better and more effectively that way. And I don't know if, like, college coaches, they a lot of them end up getting their masters in education or coaching or what have you. Like, I don't think DeMeco's probably had any formal education in it. It's just that he's picked this up along the way and he understands and gets it, that's how humans respond.
Yeah.
And it's really cool.
That's probably how you like being coached, It
is a lot more. It's a lot less frustrating.
Yeah.
No, it's not like you don't address the issues and the problems. It's just there's a certain way to go about it. That's now that you've got so much video footage of everything, and because you can edit things so much better, it's a lot easier to give people just relative moving forward evidence and examples of the way to do it. And the old school way of shouting at a guy for 3 hours and then watching the film 24 hours later, shouting at him again about the same mistakes they made. There's better ways to do it.
Yep. Here's DeMeco Ryans' message to the undrafted free agents.
For our undrafted free agents and for the drafted guys, it's really the same message for them all, right? It doesn't matter where you're selected or how you come into our building. The goal for everyone is to improve and do their best. And for me, I tell guys, I don't weigh it one way or the other. If you're the best player, you're going to play. It doesn't matter if you're undrafted, if you're drafted, if you're a tryout guy. If you make our roster and we feel like you can help us win games, and that's what it's all about.
Okay. How much truth is there to that? How much truth has there been to that with DeMeco Ryans? Are there any instances with DeMeco where we feel like he wasn't necessarily playing the best guy out there? Like that maybe a guy was...
Well, all right, this gets interesting because Damian Pierce at the beginning of last season...
That's the one that comes to mind for sure, yeah.
Was clearly... And remember, Sean, just as a reminder to everybody, I was the first that I know of to point out that I thought that Devin Singletary would end up being the feature back in this offense.
You did.
So I did. I saw it clear as day. I was frustrated that they weren't realizing that. Now they were playing a guy who was a rookie or a second-year player over the guy that they'd given a tidy little sum to as a free agent and who was a veteran. I think they misjudged it, but they did feel that Damian Pierce was the best guy in that situation, and that didn't have anything to do with draft status or how much they were getting paid or anything. So it's maybe it's the best example of, they were going by what they felt instead of just by the old rules of, here's the veteran and he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. I think the one defensively that people would say, and eventually DeMeco did bench him, at least for a game, would be Jalen Petrie last year.
Yeah.
Jalen Petrie probably, in retrospect, and I like Jalen Petrie, and I'm really hoping he has a nice bounce-back year this year. I hope he's here for a long, long time. Like, there's a lot to like about Jalen Petrie, but I thought he got elevated a little quickly last year. You know what I mean? Like, I thought, making him a captain, and I know the guys on the team vote on that sort of thing and whatnot, but I thought maybe it was a little too much too soon for Jalen Petrie last year. And and I don't know what the better solution would have been because they had so many injuries at safety that it's hard to look at it and go, okay, going into a Sunday, would I rather hope that I see the Jalen Petrie that we've seen, the good version, or do I put DeAndre Houston Carson out there and start him instead of Jalen Petrie? So I kind of understand why they rode Petrie for as long as they did. But he felt like one, too, where I'm like, okay, are we sure we're playing the best guys right now? Or do some guys have like a favored nation status?
Yeah. And I think part of that, too, is just the fog of trying to figure out so many things in that first season. And that you also do want to... This is where mini camps make me nervous sometimes, as does training camp. You're going to hear a lot of clips of various coaches around the league talking about, we try to figure out how much these guys can absorb and this, that, the other thing. And you're doing all of this in situations that genuinely don't matter, like in the preseason, everything else like that. It's not the same as getting into a week, getting a game plan on Wednesday, scouting the opposing team, and then putting it into action on Sunday. And some guys are just better at that, but it takes a while to figure it out. There's guys that don't. There's some guys I mean, everybody loves to say, well, you play on Sunday the way you practice during the week. Some guys aren't as good in practice because they're more conscientious and they're really thinking through, and then they let it go on Sunday and just let their freak flags fly on Sunday, and they're better on Sundays than they are in practice. It takes time to figure that out sometimes.
Yeah.
And there's no real solution to it because you can't figure it out during training camp. It's all fake.
Yep.
It's not you're going out and playing 10 snaps in a preseason game against a team you haven't really genuinely game planned for.
You'll be happy to know that Feldarius Payne, as long as we're talking about undrafted guys here, he is not wearing number 91. He's
okay.
Yeah.
Not that I was going to pretend that I didn't care if there was a Payne wearing number 91 out there, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Texans training staff, for not playing a prank on me.
Yeah, 79, I believe, is his number. Yeah. So.
Ooh.
Yeah.
They didn't have to do him like that, though.
79, that's a bad number?
Oh, it's an atrocious number.
Why?
It's an offensive line number.
It kind of is an offensive line number. You're right. Oh, yeah. Well, he's an undrafted guy. Like you're at the back of the chow line, buddy.
That's where, that one of your incentives to make the team is to have a choice to change your number to a dignified number.
Yes, a dignified number. Here is DeMeco Ryans on undrafted free agent Feldarius Payne.
With signing Payne as a D tackle for Virginia Tech, he's a undersized D tackle that's very explosive, quick. You saw him making a lot of plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage, utilizing his explosiveness, his quickness. So we would like to see him translate that to our scheme and what we do. We have some smaller defensive linemen on our team, and I think when guys play the style of ball that I want to play, guys are attacking and we can utilize his quickness. Hopefully Payne can be a guy who can, add to that group as well.
He does. He is getting a lot of love in a lot of these articles, like one undrafted guy who could make the team, blah, 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 stuff like that. He seems to be the leader in the clubhouse for the Texans.
He's really got he's fun to watch in his college film. It's a matter of, can you overcome some of those physical limitations?
Yep.
Bob Golick and Ray Childress are two defensive linemen who have worn number 79.
Okay.
They're really good. I would point out that was before the trend of defensive linemen wearing numbers in the 90s came into being. Once defensive linemen started wearing numbers in the 90s, it threw a lot of the old numbers out the window. If you got a chance at a 90, you got to get that 90s number.
Yep. Hey, circling back to the Astros and the leaks from the clubhouse about people complaining about Joe Espada. Jose Abreu is getting some on here about that. What would Jose Abreu complain about? What? That Espada keeps playing him despite hitting a $105 for the season?
But he might be a guy that, Who would have Jose Abreu blame anybody for his issues? Or that there were communication issues that resulted in it. I can't imagine. Again, he's been in the league long enough, and he knows himself enough that you look at the coaching and everything else as tools that are at your disposal, but certainly not the reason for you struggling as mightily as
Yeah. Like what? Yeah, what would Abreu? Who's got beefs? What beef would Abreu have with Espada?
But he could be funneling, perhaps, if he's the source. He's not the one that's complaining, but he's the source, perhaps. Maybe he does feel a bit like disenfranchised. I don't know.
Landry's
got
a
being
theory.
Literally disenfranchised.
Yeah, Landry's got. I'm going to attribute this to Landry, and hopefully I'm not spoiling in the loop today. But Landry's back. Landry's back from Hawaii. But his theory was that maybe that the Astros' beefs about Espada are guys that are keeping in touch with Maldi. And then Maldi's going to Nightingale, almost like a gossip launderer, if you will. Old Maldi is Nightingale's source.
Who else would be guys like that? Could Dusty Baker be
for
the guy?
Sure, dude. For sure.
He said that one day Houston would appreciate everything he had done for them and all that, and maybe he's sitting out there, maybe he's working on his pruning his rose bushes with his Bluetooth earpiece in while he's talking to Bob Nightingale.
Yeah,
saying like, these two prominent Astros players have expressed concerns about Espada's communication style.
Yes.
I don't seem to recall hearing any issues with my communication style.
Hey, this is an interesting question on the text page. Totally unrelated. Do you two have some person that you'd love to but never have been able to interview? Sports or non-sports? Do you have an interview wish list? Do you have anybody?
Not really. My social anxiety keeps me from even wanting to interview
really?
people. So yeah,
I got two.
Okay, my wish list. Yeah, you go first.
I got two. Well, one is no longer here. I would have loved to have interviewed James Gandolfini, who played Tony Soprano back in the day. I would have loved, because every interview I've seen with him, he is super interesting. Like, his character is the greatest character in the history of television, but he is a very interesting and incredibly humble, almost to the degree of, like, gets very anxious being even referred to as a celebrity. Like, he does not embrace, he passed away about a decade ago, the celebrity. The other one, be a trickier interview now that he's, but I would love to interview Vince McMahon. As a wrestling fan, I would love to interview Vince McMahon. Like, that would be, but he's...
Once you go into that, you should start a campaign, to get him. Just start sending him emails and stuff.
It's not a bad idea.
I don't know if you can get his email address.
Yeah.
You know enough people in that business.
I actually have his phone number, believe it or not, but I've never...
Really?
Yeah.
Call him right now. Have Ben call him.
No.
Why? Why not, Sean? You're going to sit here and be one of those meek those meek people who never go for what they want?
Told you got to take risks. Yeah, let's call it Vince McMahon.
It's not even a risk. What's the risk there? You're a sales guy.
Yeah.
You know this. Like, what are you afraid of? He's going to say no? Oh. Come on, wait a minute. Am I going to have to be your sales manager here, Sean?
To the guy who just
tell
said,
you about wanting it and going for it and all that other stuff.
He didn't name an interview guy because you don't like doing interviews.
I like doing interviews once I get into them. It's the setting up of the interview.
Yeah,
it's everything. I love interviews once I'm in the middle.
Yeah,
of the interview.
you're good at it. You ask good questions.
I know. There's a lot of stuff I'm good at that I've got just. I don't know, dude. I've got probably repressed memories or something.
I hear you.
Me back. I don't know.
I hear you. All right, well, think about it over the break.
Okay, I'll think about it over the break. The people that I wish, most Houston. I've actually been lucky enough to, have nice, laid-back, comfortable conversations and interviews with a lot of the great Houston athletes.
Yeah.
So it'd have to be something outside of Houston, most likely.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Schedule leak has come out. We know what the opening game is going to be. I am guessing, based on last year's calendar, that we are going to find out about at least one Texan game tomorrow. We'll tell you what that is coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Prize Picks. I played Prize Picks over the weekend. I play Prize
SportsRadio610
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The league announced, the NFL announced earlier this morning, Adam Schefter reporting, that the Ravens are going to face the Chiefs in the season opener. I know some of you are hearing that for the first time. There's great disappointment. There had been hope that it would be Texans-Chiefs. I was not necessarily hoping for that, and probably some of that now in retrospect, Seth, is just the PTSD of the last time that happened when those two teams played each other in the season opener in 2020. That did not go well. That was the one moment David Johnson had where people were, if you were pro David Johnson, you're like, see, look, he can still play. Remember, he scored a touchdown early in that game, like he had like a 20-yard touchdown run, and Chris Collinsworth was like, "Yeah, that's why you go get yourself a David Johnson."
That's why you get yourself a guy who was good 4 years ago.
Yeah.
That's everybody knows running backs who haven't been good for 3 years, but who were awesome 4 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
We don't need to rehash that. That was my bad. I shouldn't have done that. But the NFL, that game has been announced. It'll be Ravens-Chiefs. The schedule release is Wednesday night at 7 o'clock Houston time. So we'll find out the whole schedule then. Last year, the London games, the international series they call it, were announced the day before the schedule release. So the schedule release last year was on May 11th. On the morning of May 10th at 7:02 a.m. during our show is when they announced who all would be playing over in London. My prediction is that tomorrow you and I will get to breaking news, a Texans game for this season. I think Texans are either playing a London game or a Thanksgiving game or both this year.
London or Thanksgiving or both.
Yep.
And I would much prefer the Thanksgiving. If I had to choose between those two, as much as it's fun to get up and watch, you get to kind of pretend you're somebody who lives on either the West Coast or Hawaii. Gosh, Hawaii is if you're going to live in the United States, but you want to watch football and be done with your day, like Hawaii is the dream spot.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you get to wake up, roll out of bed, listen to Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne on the pregame. And then at like 9 a.m. or so, you watch the football game. Yet, it does not draw the numbers and the attention of an actual primetime game.
No.
So, plus it's on NFL Network, so you end up, or I don't know if it is this year or not, but because they're moving away from that. But like you got, like Rich Eisen, all due respect to Rich Eisen, very talented obviously, but he's not a guy that does play-by-play all the time. And here I've got all of a sudden Rich Eisen doing play-by-play for my favorite football team.
With like 3 other people in the booth, too.
Yeah.
They've got like a 4-man booth. It's really weird.
Yeah, so I would much prefer the Thanksgiving game. Yeah, the Thanksgiving game a million times more than the
Oh, yeah, that'll be – the Thanksgiving game will be fun, man. Against the Cowboys.
Thanksgiving versus the Cowboys, and that's just one of those traditions of the NFL that, love or hate the Cowboys – they are one of the grand old dames of the NFL, and you get to kind of just partake in that tradition.
Here are the Cowboys' home opponents this year. Tell me where you think the Texans stack up as far as a Thanksgiving Day opponent for them. Not necessarily how good are they compared to these teams, but if you were a TV executive, okay?
Oh, okay.
Right?
Gotcha.
Like if you had
the Texans compared to these teams if they were to play the Cowboys.
On Thanksgiving Day, yes, exactly. The 3 division games, obviously, Commanders, Eagles, Giants. They played the Commanders last year, by the way, on Thanksgiving Day. The Cowboys did.
Commanders, Eagles, Giants. The Eagles is the only one really that's got a whole lot of natural
sizzle
appeal there.
Yeah.
So we're in competition with the Eagles there, a team that was running on fumes at the end of last season. Whereas the Texans are a team that's on the ascent. I think the Eagles, there is a little bit more hesitancy about just what they are.
The 2 NFC South, they cross over with the NFC South. So the 2 teams they play at home out of that division are the New Orleans Saints and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I put the Texans ahead of both of those teams.
Yeah, I was trying to make an argument for either of those teams, and I can't do it.
Bucs made the playoffs last year,
I think if I'm a schedule maker, though, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, all right, do I really want to throw? Do the old thing that you do, Sean, where let's take a look at the head coach and the quarterback, and say like, all right, do I like these guys? And I'm looking at Baker Mayfield's picture and I'm thinking, well, I'd like to I'd like to get drunk with him after the Thanksgiving game.
Yes.
I'd like it. Does that count? But no, other than that, I like C.J. Stroud better than Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, and then the Saints, the two faces would be Dennis Allen and Derek Carr.
I'm just pissed off.
Right, yeah.
What are you
Sorry,
doing?
I didn't even go there. I didn't even,
Yeah.
I'm just pissed off.
All right, the other ones, so far the Eagles are the only one that we're concerned about. Now, the other three opponents they have at home, man, Cowboys have a pretty stout home schedule this year. The other three home opponents for them are the Ravens, the Bengals, and the Lions.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the Lions.
The Lions are out because they've got their own.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Right. So who are the other two?
Ravens and Bengals.
I don't know. The Bengals. This isn't meant as disrespect for the Bengals. There's something, even without even if I'm not putting them up against the Texans, there just doesn't feel like a natural rivalry or grudgery there that is befits Thanksgiving Day.
In Dallas, right? I mean, the Houston-Dallas thing has to matter to some degree, you know?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Joe Burrow is a more accomplished quarterback.
Sure.
But no, I think the Texans have more natural appeal there.
I think the thing you got to be careful about with the Bengals, too, is more often than not, Burrow, by Thanksgiving, is not on the field for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Right. He's either got appendicitis or a sprained ankle
Wrist,
or whatever various
knee.
malady he's had every single year. For the last several years.
Like the 1 year that he's able to really – well, two. He's been in the league 4 seasons, and 2 of them he hasn't finished the season. So I think if this is an opening night we're talking about. This is late November. Ravens, look, Lamar Jackson, reigning MVP, really good team.
Yeah. That's a natural one, especially because the style of play for the Ravens too. There's something about Thanksgiving Day where you want to watch really old blood and guts football, and it feels like the Ravens are more able to provide that. Obviously,
I didn't realize that the NFL had not named a network for the 2 Christmas Day games yet. I just assumed they were going to be like on Amazon because Amazon feels like the middle of the week outlet and the weird holiday outlet game outlet. But apparently the NFL is putting these Christmas Day games up for bid, and word on the street is Netflix is going to wind up with these Christmas Day games.
Oh. Now the other thing about Netflix is that they're rumored that the broadcast, they're not going to let Netflix, or they don't want Netflix to necessarily do what Amazon has done, which is Amazon created its own sports broadcasting division and they produce it themselves.
Yeah.
And I'm actually, I think Amazon's done a good job with it, even though it's Thursday Night Football and it's kind of a pain in the butt in a lot of ways. I feel like there's some of the things they do visually that make it more striking.
Yeah.
I think they've hit a few things out of the park. Al Michaels just doesn't do it for me anymore. All due respect, he's gotten a little too old and the energy has waned a little bit. But I think that if they have ESPN actually do the broadcast or something, I'm down for that experiment.
This would be a big salvo for Netflix. I don't want to get too broadcast news nerdy here, but a lot of people have Netflix, and seeing them do these live events, like the Tom Brady roast was live. They don't do a lot of live streaming on Netflix. That was live. Netflix just reached a $5 billion deal with WWE starting next year to broadcast Monday Night Raw. They're doing live WWE
starting in 2025.
25 or 26. 25. Whenever this contract is up with USA.
I do think Amazon has done a good job of it seems like technically they've handled the live streaming part of it pretty well.
I agree.
And it's way harder. The more I learn about it, it's like these things are way more difficult than you think. We tend to feel like, what? Yeah, you just put it on the stream. It's no big deal. There's a lot that can go wrong, and Amazon has handled it without all those glitches. I guess I would trust Netflix to do the same.
There was an article after this Netflix story came out. There was an article on Awful Announcing this weekend where it added up the streaming cost of being an NFL fan, because this is yet another subscription. You'd have to go get. You need a basic cable.
That's right. Yeah.
You need a basic cable subscription for at least 5 months out of the year. You need Amazon to watch all the Thursday night games and a playoff game this year. Amazon has a wild card game. You need Peacock to watch some of the game. There's a couple Peacock-only games that you need Peacock for. And now you'd be adding Netflix. I don't know if I'm missing one, but you need to add Netflix. Oh, and then they say, and if you want Sunday ticket, there's another $349. The thing that is, I think, a little disingenuous. So the total cost to stream as an NFL fan for the season is $506.86. That's before Sunday Ticket. Like, to just get all the nationally, regular season games and the Sunday games in your market.
Just to be away, to watch the games the way you used to watch them back in the day when you could just turn on your TV and watch them.
Yes.
It's going to cost. It used to cost the cost of your basic cable subscription.
Right.
Which back then feels like it was like $19 a month back then. I don't know.
Well, that's why I think this is disingenuous. The article makes it out like this is $506 that these people, like, that now they've got to spend this $506. Like, well, no, cable always costs money.
Yeah.
A lot of people are like, I know I'm probably in the minority. I have all these services already. Like, I use Peacock and Netflix and Amazon for other things as well.
Well, partly, and it's baseball though too. So that's part of it. But it's for me, it's not as much about the price tag as it is the pain in the butt that it is. Like, especially when you think like, oh, you hadn't really paid attention, you're going to sit down and watch a game. Baseball, this happens a lot. I'm just going to sit down and watch the game. Oh, no, now I got to search on my phone to find out which streaming service I need to get. And then I got to go sign up, and then I got to scan a QR code from the TV to validate and verify that it's actually me watching this. And, that's the part that's a pain in the butt for me. But it is, if you add Sunday NFL Ticket to it, it ends up being $855.86. But that's a little disingenuous too, because most people don't get NFL Sunday Ticket.
Right.
I'm fine with the price of NFL Sunday Ticket, except that I used to get it for free as a former player. But I noticed over time it got harder and harder to actually. First it was like, oh, we're going to give it to you for free, and then it turned into, we're going to reimburse you, and then it turned into, we're going to tell you we're going to reimburse you, but we're not going to reimburse you. And now it's just radio silence.
And for the longest, you had to have DirecTV, like literally a satellite dish to get Sunday Ticket.
Yeah, you had to have a satellite, which meant that I had to sacrifice watching it on bad weather days.
Right.
So I do like that now I don't have to deal with a satellite dish anymore.
That's right. All right, my son graduated this weekend. I gave out 3 rules of graduation ceremonies earlier in the show. I'm going to give them out again. And we're going to circle back to the Rockets and the Texans as well. Rockets, big lucky weekend for them. What do they do with this 3rd pick? And it seems like there's a consensus on the one last thing the Texans need to do to put the finishing touches on this team before training camp. We will discuss that. We'll welcome In the Loop in as well, and that is next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This is J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
Can we stop this?
No.
Oh, God, this is the part where you're going to piss.
Live
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hope all you mothers had a happy Mother's Day yesterday. There's a lot of graduations coming up.
Oh, yeah.
I only said that, Seth, because I was going back through my weekend in my head, back to graduation on Saturday for Sammy.
Yeah.
And in backwards rewinding, I went back through Mother's Day where we took Amy's mom out to lunch yesterday for Mother's Day. So I was just kind of thinking out loud.
Did you have to wait in line?
No, we had made a reservation. No, we were good. And we went early, like right when the restaurants opened.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's key.
Yeah.
I've always been surprised at how easy it is to get a reservation right when a place opens on Mother's Day or even Thanksgiving.
Yep.
If you're going to go to a brunch for Thanksgiving or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Word to the Payne and Pendergast listenership. Early bird gets the
carving
gets the
station.
Bar.
Yeah. Early bird gets the carving station. As far as Saturday, we had my son's graduation from South Texas College of Law. He graduated. It's official. Now, in 11 weeks, he takes the bar and then hopefully passes. And then we have a lawyer in the family. First one on my branch of the Pendergast family tree. We are pretty bereft of lawyers on our family tree.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Boy, it's nice now, too, that he'll get all kinds of calls from you guys on areas of the law in which he knows very little about. And he's going to have to explain to you, like, well, it's not really my area of expertise, and it's not the state that I practice in, but sure. Yeah, I'll help you with your divorce, Aunt Glinda. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, let me be clear. We are not bereft of paying lawyers on the Pendergast family tree. We are bereft of having actual lawyers on the family tree. Yeah.
The amount you spent on law school actually pales in comparison to the amount you've actually spent on lawyers.
On
right?
lawyers.
This is a good investment for you.
It's very good, yes.
It was like growing your own crops, wasn't it? Yeah.
Scam, the ROI is immediate. Yes, absolutely. So, but we went to the graduation ceremony, tremendous graduation ceremony. Really good. Like the program was tight. The speeches were good. There was the appropriate amount of chicanery in the crowd when graduates were getting introduced up on stage. It was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
It was yeah. Oh, good. That's good too, especially coming from a breed of people who make their living off of charging by the hour.
Yeah.
It's been my experience that lawyers are trained to just keep talking.
Yes.
As long as the little timer is still functioning, just keep talking.
No,
and we'll bill you for it.
The law-talking people that were featured at this particular graduation even acknowledged that they were the ones standing in between us and wherever we were going for lunch. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like they were very cognizant of that. But there were others that need a talking to. And this is part me emoting over these flaws, I'll call them, on Saturday at the ceremony, and really part warning to those of you that would do things like this at a graduation ceremony. And the one that pissed me off the most were the people we walked in, it was in a big auditorium in George R. Brown Convention Center, big amphitheater, that kind of went like angled down towards a stage. So like a big movie theater almost with three sides to it. And we walk in, and we got there fairly early for a 10 a.m. ceremony. We got there about 9:20 and a lot of seats, and so we walk in the first row of empty seats there. There was one person sitting at the end of the row, and the whole row is empty. Can we go? No, those are saved. All of them? All of them? There was 12 seats in this row. These are all, they're all saved. We walk up to the next row. Guy behind this woman who just told us the whole row is saved, he's doing the same damn thing. People.
Another 12-seater?
Another 12-seater, yeah.
The audacity.
The audacity. And you're not even saving them with cardboard cutouts of people or clothing. You're saving them with literally putting a program on the arm of like every third chair to show that we own this whole row. This is not an Oklahoma land rush. All right, people? This is society. The maximum amount of seats you can save at any event like this is 4, in my opinion.
If it's that important for you to have all 12 people sitting down front, maybe just show up, okay?
Thank you.
How about that?
Thank you.
How about that? How about having some control over your stupid family?
Yep.
And telling them, look, if you want to get here early, just come down with me.
Yeah.
I'll be sitting there next to the 11 empty seats that were there when I got there.
Thank you. So that's rule number 1. Pendergast rules of graduation. You can save 4 seats, and that's it. Other than that, if you need to save 8, you better bring 2 people with you. 2 people, all right? Number 2, If you bring a baby to a graduation ceremony, that is fine. You can bring. I'm fine with bringing babies anywhere. Some people can't get babysitters. You don't want to leave them with a babysitter, whatever. But if that baby cries, you don't just sit there in the ceremony letting the baby cry and trying to calm them down. Sorry, you're going to have to miss part of this ceremony by leaving.
Right.
Now, don't leave the whole building, but just leave and go somewhere where we're not hearing your baby cry anymore.
Yeah, if it's that important for you to hear the keynote speaker at the graduation, then maybe you should have practiced some foresight back in your moment of passion where you decided to say, well, I better not say it that way. Let's not take protections and precautions, okay?
Right. You should have thought about having a kid before you thought about South Texas College of Law's graduation in May of 2024.
It was just like, okay, have some damn control. We're not animals here.
Right. All right, I'm curious what you think about this one, Seth. This is number 3. So far, the 2 rules, you can save up to 4 seats. That's it. If you bring a baby, fine. But if they start crying, you got to go somewhere far away.
That's a rule for society in general.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
Yeah.
Now, this is more specific to graduations. Maximum speech allotment, according to the Pendergast rules. Keynote speaker, 12 minutes. Valedictorian, 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Other, which there were 2 or 3 of, 5 minutes.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
And you said that most people abided by that?
They did in this
like
one.
That was
Yeah.
pretty good. Okay, good.
They kept it tight. Now,
well, that's one where, like, even though they bill by the hour, I guess, you imagine lawyers are probably pretty good at, understanding exactly how much time they have for opening comments or what have you. So they can abide by that structure without meandering on. So, okay, good job, South Texas Law.
You pointed this out earlier. I do like what you said about the keynote speaker. Like, if it's someone interesting or they're good, keep going. You know what I mean? Like, 12 minutes. I'm willing to bend the rules on the keynotes. Did I say valedictorian? I mean keynote speaker. If it's a good keynote speak, they go longer than 12 minutes.
If that's what I said, how I said, that's not how I intended. I would still abide by the strict 12 minutes.
You would?
Yeah, because it is like it's. This isn't. You hear all these stories about like great speeches of the past, where it's like Oliver Wendell Holmes spoke for 3 hours. You're like, what? And there was nothing else to do back then. Like, I got to get back to my farm and feed my chickens or something.
Right.
Yeah, of course they'd rather listen to somebody talk for 3 hours. Those days are past us. No, 12 minutes, even if you're awesome.
Yep. Even if you're
the
awesome.
best orator in the land. 12
Yes.
Yep. Frederick Douglass these days, 12 minutes.
Yes.
Bam.
Yes. The Rockets had a nice tiny little sign of progress over the weekend. They got the 3rd overall pick in the draft in the lottery, and I was like, oh, cool, okay. Whereas like the last few years, I would go out of my way to watch the lottery. Like now that it's Rockets are picking 3rd in the draft, it's like, all right, well, I hope they trade it. Or they, I
do think I think the NBA should understand though too, because they have a weird sense of timing on everything, like including their MVP announcements and all of that. This is the kind of thing where, man, you can drag this out over you'll do big numbers on the internet. The diehards will. If there's one thing I've learned about streaming, it's like there's a segment of diehards that will watch all 3 hours and consume it and watch all of your ads and everything else like that. They can't be doing it on a Sunday afternoon. Figure out a better time than that.
At like halftime of a game, or it might have been before the game, the playoff game on Sunday. They usually don't do it on Sunday afternoons. They usually do it like on a weeknight. This was weird. I don't know why they did it this way. I feel like they could announce like the first 3 or 4 picks of the lottery, and then like before the game, do like 3 more at halftime, and then do like after the game, like find out who the top 4 picks are or whatever.
Yeah. So it's just not a year where getting a number 3 overall pick gets you that much excitement.
No.
So there's no Wembanyama in this class.
No.
Ultimately, very good chance that some guy comes in and gets drafted and ends up being as good as Wembanyama.
Yep.
I shouldn't say very good chance, but the excitement is more about, okay, can Rafael Stone figure out a way to convince everybody else that they really want to stay at number 3 and draft somebody, and then B, unload it because they really don't want to draft somebody at number 3.
Yeah,
they'd rather get a veteran player to come in and be a better example for these. They've got so much young talent.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Stone kind of caught himself. Let's play Stone here, Ben. Stone kind of caught himself. He did. It looked like he did.
Stoned, Ben.
Let's get stoned.
Well, okay. Sean and I will get stoned. You just stay in your normal state.
Yeah, you got to stay. Yeah, you're pushing the buttons, Ben. This is Rafael Stoner. It looked like he did a Zoom with the media after it was announced the Rockets got the 3rd overall pick. You can see him kind of catching himself like, oh, yeah, that's right. I got to make sure people think I want to actually use this pick.
The caveat to it always was we'd be willing to move it if we got something that was worth us moving it, but at the same time valuing the player we think we'd bring in. So probably at least a slightly better chance that we'll like the player more at 3. Probably a much better chance that we'll like the player more at 3, or at least we'll. Sometimes that's not true. A higher likelihood that we'll be very interested in a player at 3. That's probably the better way of saying it. But also potentially maybe others will too, and so maybe other teams will be more aggressive in trying to trade in for that.
Good posturing, Rafael. Nice job.
You know what he did a good job of there, Sean? He's kind of like, I've noticed on Survivor, your daughter Judy's boyfriend Charlie, he's become like the go-to for them to almost ask, like, hey, explain this situation and what you guys are going through right now. He's almost like a sports broadcaster. I think that's the way you framed it when we talked about it the other day. Like, to where they were like, yeah, he does a really good job of kind of synopsizing everything. I feel like that's what Rafael Stone just did with what's it like to have the number 3 overall pick. Like, he laid out what the options are and everything else like that without actually tipping his hand as to what they want to do.
It was good. It was funny because you could sense partway through that cut, he's like, oh, I need to sound a whole lot more like I really might use this pick here as opposed to – because I think a lot of people – I mean, Woj talked about it. We don't have time to play the cut, but Woj basically said, man, that 3 is going to be an active hotspot in this draft.
It's like when somebody is like, you're trying to buy a car off of somebody and they're like, well, I don't know, how's $30,000 sound to you? And you're like, well, that sounds great. Boy, gosh, yeah, I don't know if I've got $30,000 right now. Yeah, boy, I might have to come out. When you realize, like, oh crap, I played my hand too quickly.
Yes,
yeah.
That was him. John Lopez is here.
I am here.
You strike me as somebody who had a big celebration for Mother's Day yesterday.
Yeah. Well, actually, we normally do, but
no.
As a barbecue cooker,
your people are a lot about family, are they not? Yes.
That's on your brain, not mine. I meant as somebody who posts pictures of brisket on every Sunday holiday.
Yes, pretty much. Yes, I did cook a brisket, but actually, the kids surprised her with a big brunch over at Cafe Brussels. So we actually had it very good. No dishes, no nothing.
Oh,
it was badass.
Big winner,
it was big winner me.
Yeah.
So now I have more brisket. But this is true.
Yeah.
By the way, who saves 12 seats?
People at this damn graduation I was at. It's
3 is the limit.
3 plus you who's saving it. Yeah, so 4 total. I said you could save 4.
Yeah.
Definitely not 12. There were multiple people saving entire rows at this thing.
I think I know where Lopez was going with that, though, Sean. What ethnic group? He wants to ask the blatant racist.
Now, my people would save 27.
But they would bring the appropriate ratio in.
They'd come in with one person would come in with 26 jackets.
That's fine.
And they'd put a jacket on each chair.
I even said I would have let it go if the extent of the effort to save those seats wasn't the little program pamphlet they give you placed on every third armchair.
And I know this because my aunt, she didn't bring 26, but my Aunt Kelly used to bring in extra jackets to save chairs.
Yeah,
that's a power move.
Effort. That's
a power move.
That's effort. Plus,
I'm going to get to the graduation, but I got to stop by the thrift store.
Yeah, I got to get me some jackets. Look who's back.
What's up, man?
Stand and relax, and look at you. Landry Locker back from Hawaii.
I had created a fantasy in my mind where Landry had actually gone off for medical tourism somewhere for a week, and he's going to come back with like a new nose and like chiseled cheekbones or something.
He looks
like
the same.
That. So,
yeah.
Well, how am I supposed to take that? Is that something?
Not
Good
that
Lord.
You needed
First,
it.
Sean
No.
basically tells Lopez he expected he was at a local park, like barbecuing or something like that. Now I'm getting like hints on facial features.
What if you came back with like calf implants and like bicep implants?
This is what all the people in Hawaii were doing. How was it, man? Was that your first time over there?
No, it was my second. Last time I was there, though, I was 17. I ended up with some guy who ended up going to prison for a Ponzi scheme. My friend's uncle.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he was rich as hell, and now I see why.
And now we know why.
Oh, man.
Yeah, George Cardona, if you want to look it up. It was crazy.
Wow.
Like he was, I guess he rented out a building and was taking people's mortgages. Like when I got off the plane, I talked to him. He's like, had the good-looking dude. I was like, "What do you do?" And he was like, "Absolutely nothing." And he was like, "Cool, dude."
Yeah.
But
did you get subpoenaed?
No,
okay.
But he did give us like $1,000 for graduation because they didn't have kids or anything. So
Nice.
I guess I kind of have some. That's kind of like blood money, though,
Should
right?
have been subpoenaed. Yeah,
Supposed to be someone's mortgage.
dirty money.
Man.
Someone's mortgage.
He didn't follow the number one rule of successfully executing a Ponzi scheme, which is to die. It's the only way you can get away with it is like die before you're found out.
Amen. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Landry is back. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies, and yes, no offense, men. And enjoy an astoundingly naturally handsome, a naturally handsome Landry Locker.
Of course,
no, it's all good.
Of course.
Gotta do my jawline exercises.
We are done. A lot of chewing. Yeah. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Landry Locker is back. John Lopez is here. Figgy Fig. Is that a Def Leppard T-shirt, Figgy?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Figgy Fig in a Def Leppard T-shirt. He's ready to do this show. It's In the Loop, and it starts now.
Yes, it does. And were you at the park yesterday?
No way, but it was on the table to have everybody
like
over.
the open grill?
I own my culture.
Decorations?
I own my.
Was there a soccer game going on?
I mean, we didn't have
in the field?
balloons and a piñata.
Okay. Hey. Let me be clear. The only reason I brought that up is because you do every holiday.
I am not offended.
There's pictures. Well,
yes.
Seth and Landry are offended on your behalf.
No, I just embrace the stereotype. He does embrace it, man. It's all good. It's all good. So shout out to all the mothers out there. Happy Mother's Day to you all. So you really didn't do anything, huh?
No. I was planning on it to do exactly what go full Hispanic, like Sean was implying. But no, the kids surprised my wife with a big brunch reservation at 10 a.m. as soon as they opened, which is a power move and probably the smartest move at Cafe Brussels. Beautiful people over there. I was drinking beer at 10:15, man.
That sounds normal.
Yeah,
that
was good. That was powerful. It was good. One thing about Mother's Day that I realized, it's probably the second most pressure-packed holiday behind Valentine's Day. Like, because I'm asking her all week long, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? I don't care. Of course she cares, but there's a lot of pressure right there. Then you start cooking or whatever, and then all of a sudden, like you can't screw up Mother's Day just like you can't screw up Valentine's Day. Probably second most pressure-packed.
You think Valentine's Day is pressure-packed?
It is the most pressure-packed holiday on the calendar.
Like at a certain point, though, I mean, women stop caring about it, right?
They say they stop caring about it. They say they do. And I can tell you, I've been married 30-whatever years. I'm going to probably get in trouble for not knowing exactly. But anyway, and she says she doesn't care, but she does.
About Valentine's?
Come on. Yes. Absolutely.
Does your wife care about Valentine's?
Yeah. She says she don't, but she do.
She does.
She do. She'll say, we ain't got to do nothing, but deep inside, she want me to do something.
Yes.
You got to be proactive on that. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So the primetime speculation, there was buzz about, could the Texans open the season in Kansas City against the Chiefs? We find out today as the NFL schedule it comes out on Wednesday. It's not going to be Texans Chiefs. Baltimore is going to open in Kansas City. How does that make you feel?
6-10 got it wrong.
How does that make you feel?
Well, I was pulling for it.
6-10 wrong again.
I got someone said to me that 6-10 was saying that it was going to be
guaranteeing or something.
Did y'all lead with that last week or something?
No, I don't think so.
I said this is probably where he got it. It's probably my fault. This is probably where he got it from. Because I said, I'm really pulling for that. I really want that.
That doesn't mean that you think it's going to happen.
And then remember last week we were supposed to get the schedule on, was it Thursday? Wednesday? Yeah, Thursday. And so I did a schedule on Thursday just to kind of fill that void. I called it the OG's common sense schedule. And I had Texans at Chiefs in my common sense prediction for the schedule. So the fact that people make that leap, They guaranteed that they'd play. No, we didn't.
Well, it's not they.
No.
It's an individual. So someone said 6'10",
and I didn't even guarantee it.
No, I mean, but it made sense. Like there was reason to believe that potentially that would happen.
But nobody confirmed it.
No,
I don't. I have no idea. I always like that of all the criticism, and shout out to the loopholes if you listen. You are one. I always think that's the funniest is 6'10" said. It's like we've never all said the same thing. Like I promise you, we've never all said the same thing.
If that was a guarantee, we would have had the promos running.
You're darn right.
I can't imagine all the times people have inherited my opinions and just been pissed off about it. We do have a Hardo coach, though, as we get to the primetime games. Coming up at 10:20, Lopez, 4 primetime games he feels the strongest about. We'll talk about that.
Not guaranteeing.
No guarantee. just the ones that you want to see.
6'10" said.
Yeah.
First, here's DeMeco Ryans, the Hardo, talking about primetime games and perhaps telling a little fib.
And when the schedule is released, whatever it is, we're excited to go play ball. I don't care where it is, when it is. Like our team will be ready to go. We're excited about every game. There's not one game that's that I look at more so than the other. Every game is important. We're trying to stack more in the win columns, right? That's what it's all about for me. Schedule release is a part of it. It's a lot of hoopla about and speculation about who's playing where, prime time. When the ball is kicked off, we don't care how many cameras are on us. We don't care what network has the game. Like, we're trying to be the best football team on the field that day. All the outside stuff, it really doesn't matter to us. It's just noise.
All right, Hardo. That's not true.
Coach speak alert.
Yeah, but come on.
It's absolutely not
You're
true.
telling me if he's playing San Francisco, he's not going to take an extra glance? Like, let's say that DeMeco's going to San Francisco.
Monday night.
Yeah. Or he's facing his buddy Sala.
Just another game.
Yeah, he's facing Mike McDaniel, like all these guys he knows. It's not, I mean, sure, you want to say that, but you look a little, if you're playing the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, that sticks out a little bit more than playing the Bears or something like that.
Sunday or something.
Yeah.
Just another game.
I've never known a single player or coach ever that didn't have some, at least, extra interest in a particular game or games over others. Not one. Not one. Ask C.J. Stroud if he thinks that Cowboys game on Thanksgiving will be circled on his calendar.
If it's on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, of course.
Now, I do think that one just makes too much damn sense.
Yes, yeah, that's going to be one of them. Spoiler alert. But like,
y'all better not be wrong on that one.
I'm wrong.
6'10" said
they dropped the ball if that doesn't happen.
Of course, you want to be the best field on the best team on the field every Sunday or Thursday or Monday, whatever. But that doesn't mean you don't circle some as like, oh, okay, that's one that I really want to get, or I'm really looking forward to, or whatever. It's just natural. I've never known a single player or coach that didn't have that.
Yeah, so DeMeco's not telling the truth.
Yeah,
that is, as a lot of the kids say, cap.
Yeah.
Speaking of cap, I saw this when I was just kind of scrolling through. That Kamari Lassiter said this, and the crazy thing, the reason I saw it is because it seemed like a lot of local media types were actually buying what he was selling. I'm interested to know if you guys believe what Texans rookie Kamari Lassiter said when asked about DeMeco Ryans going to Alabama.
Coach went to Bama?
Yeah.
No, I ain't know that. But those two programs, very high-profile programs, got a lot of the same, a lot of similarities. The standard I would say to Georgia is super high. It don't matter, how old you are, it don't matter how many years you play. The standard is the standard, and it's always going to be that. Coach Smart does a really good job of just making sure that everyone buys in, and I think that Coach Ryan does a great job of doing that as well. And that probably comes from his background of being at the other place.
Okay. He went to them.
This was a tough one to read.
Do you think so?
It was a tough one to read for me.
I think he knows.
When he first,
if you watch the video, he kind of looked surprised a little bit.
But then he kind of smiles at the end.
Yeah.
So you think he did? You guys don't think he knew?
No. I said it's a tough one to read. I could feel both because at the very beginning he says, "Coach went to Bama." That to me was like a smart aleck. We're Georgia. We don't care about Alabama. But then his second line when he goes, "I didn't know about that," and his face that looks sincere. And keep in mind, this was a tough one to read.
I don't know what to make of this.
Yeah, it was a tough one.
There's a couple things about this. Number one, This seems like something that you bring up to break the ice. Like if you're DeMeco Ryans, like when you first meet a young man, or when you're like throughout the process of talking is, Georgia, Alabama. It feels like it would come up.
Yeah.
Like at some point. The other thing is maybe it's just a sign that we're old as hell because he played at Bama pretty much before this kid was born.
Yeah, he was about 3 years old.
He wouldn't even care. He wouldn't know. So there's that possibility. And the other thing is maybe Kamari Lassiter just prepares for stuff different than I, because anytime there's a boss, anytime there's like someone that you're going to meet, you do like some sort of snooping around on him to try to figure something like as much as you can out. And it seems like the college is usually the thing. I think he knew. I think he was kidding.
It was a tough one for me to read, but I think yours would make more sense. Like even the meetings he's had, and after you get drafted, you're like, all right, who? Well, your first thought is like, who am I? Tell me about DeMeco Ryans. I'm going to be playing for this guy. So yours makes sense, but he might just be a great actor, man.
1020. There's a strange thing that some Texans fans are scared of when it comes to the schedule, and I want to try to make sense of this. I want to try to be open-minded on this. That'll drop as soon as Lopez also gives his 4 common sense primetime games for the Texans. Is 13 a lucky number or an unlucky number? 13 is supposed to be unlucky. Do you believe in that type of thing?
I don't believe in lucky number or unlucky number. I'm always a little bit intrigued by Friday the 13th. But not 13 the number.
Now, I ask this because I think the next 13 games are going to either make or break the Astros season. We're 20% through the season. Is it still too early? I'm asking.
No.
Is it still? Because right now they are equivalent of a 1-3 or 1-2-1 NFL team.
Yeah.
If you look at it. The Astros got 13 games coming up. They got a 4-game set against the A's. Then they're going to get the A's for 3 more. They're also going to get the Angels, and you sprinkle in the Brewers, who are a good ball club there. I think these next 13 games are going to decide if this team has any resemblance of a pulse heading into the summer. I think it is that important, and I think Alain best when he was talking about the Astros and how they were 10 games under 500 when they swept the Rockies in Mexico City, and now 2 weeks later, 12 games later, they're still 10 games under 500. So the Astros are they're on a treadmill right now that you don't want to be on. They're basically on the treadmill at the speed of 1. Mm-hmm. They're the person that could basically eat a cheeseburger while they work out.
Yeah,
and they are accomplishing nothing. All they are doing is killing time. They are accomplishing nothing, and they are on a treadmill. And these next 13 games, they can at the very least get on the stair stepper or the incline or something like that. Because and it'll still be an uphill battle. But if 13 games from now, with the A's for 7 and the Angels for 3, if we're talking about the Astros still being 10 games below 500, you can bury them alive.
Yeah,
that's the end.
Yeah, that's the soft part of the schedule early, at least in the first half of the season. Obviously, A's and Angels. A's got a little something going, by the way, I think. I really do.
I mean, they seem to be not as bad as everyone thinks they're going to be. The Angels suck, though.
Angels are awful.
They lost Stroud.
Yeah, Angels are awful. A's have a little something, and I think it's 7 games against the A's out of those 13. So, yeah, you're right. I just don't see the Astros the same anymore, and I think that 10 games 2 weeks ago versus 10 games today kind of illustrates that. I'm really not cheering. I'm watching the Astros differently. I've said that before, but I'm cheering for individuals, not so much the team, because I just don't feel it. But, if you're going to start to make any semblance of interest, I'll leave it at that.
What individuals?
Verlander. Nice. It was nice yesterday.
Yeah.
Blanco, I'm intrigued to see what he can do. Obviously, Kyle Tucker leading the league in home runs.
Is that a bad thing? Like if Kyle Tucker's on pace right now for 50-plus bombs, isn't that a kind of a bad thing?
How so?
I mean, he's about to. I mean, I know he's got a little bit of arbitration left, but
yeah.
I mean,
that way, financially, yes.
50-plus bombs. You already beat him in arbitration last year. he was. You can talk about the process, but he was upset about it. Like the Astros sucking and Kyle Tucker hitting like 55 homers. Isn't that kind of a nightmare?
Yes. Jeremy Pena, I'm intrigued by him. He went from hero to Adam Everett to back again. So I'm intrigued by him. But that's where we are with the Astros. It's the player, not the team so much.
And then you have this report about Joe Espada, which you were mentioning with Bob Nightingale. There are players speaking on Joe Espada. Go figure. The guy can't communicate. What a shock. The guy who, after games, multiple times during like pivotal mistakes, has said, "Well, I got to go talk to him."
Yeah.
Like after games, apparently there are players that, according to Bob Nightingale, are not fans of the manner in which the Astros skipper communicates.
Yeah. This to me, not so much what they said as that they said it. When players start either seeking out or answering reporters' questions about the manager, honestly like this, seemingly, talking about his communication skills, that's the first sign. That's the first real big sign. There's a big issue with the manager.
We're 40 games in.
There's a big issue with the manager.
40 games into his tenure.
And by the way, it just said two prominent players. I mean, we can't name names because he didn't name names, but that kind of narrows the list down a little bit. Two prominent players that said that. I mean, I'm not even going to mention any names, but you can think about that yourself.
Verlander?
I would think corner infield if I was thinking anything.
Bregman?
But
Abreu?
That would be what I would say.
I'll speculate. You know who I think it is?
Who?
Martin Maldonado via telephone tag, to where that would be reliable enough. And plus, Nightingale's also a Dusty guy.
Mm-hmm.
Big Dusty guy, remember?
Yeah.
Like he was the one who broke it.
Yeah. He also broke that Espada was
Dusty was listening to our show with Nightingale's hit in the car when he was going to the press conference.
Yeah.
I think Maldy's snitching. I think Maldy's playing telephone tag.
I don't know. I don't know if that.
Or do you think somebody in that clubhouse is talking to Maldy?
No, it's somebody.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think someone told
that
Maldy, and then Maldy
sense.
told them.
Yeah.
Because is Verlander a Maldy guy? Is that his guy?
Well, he's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
So I could see him being upset and talking to Maldy like, man, this is a bleep show.
Let me a kind of a template for the players that would be most likely to be the two prominent players. They have to have a lot of money, a lot of security, and options. So who has a lot of money, a lot of security, and options that they feel entitled enough to go to Bob Nightingale and say, this bleeper just doesn't have good communication skills? Just ask yourself, who has a lot of money, options?
On his way out. Not going to be here.
Yeah.
Gone.
Kind of narrows it down a little bit, doesn't it?
Bad salsa.
Tigers were already asking him about coming back this weekend.
Oh.
Yeah. Just saying. I'm not saying.
Perhaps.
I'm just saying.
Perhaps.
But the fact that this is already where they are. We've all been in reporting roles, and you've had veteran players in whatever sport come up to you or answer your questions and say, look, don't quote me on this, but blah, 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 blah. When you reach that point, it might be already out of the barn. It already might be out of the barn because normally they'll just won't say anything, kind of get through it or whatever. But this is a bad sign, man. This is a bad sign for Joe Espada.
Speaking of out of the barn, the Texans versus Chiefs not going to happen, at least to start the season. That's out of the barn. Lopez has 4 primetime games he feels strongest about. Plus, there appears to be a large amount of fear when it comes to one potential Texans season opener. I want to try to make some sense of this. I think it's going to be difficult, though, next.
Can you tell the new Texans?
the Loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the Loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Texans aren't going to take on the Chiefs. Lopez has his 4 common sense. Tell me if I'm wording this right. 4 most common sense potential primetime matchups.
Yeah, because these were all part of my common sense full schedule, which I saved. So I'm going to see if I get any of those right once the actual schedule comes out. But I was talking with B. Scott about this last week. He's in on 5. He's in on 5 primetime games, which I don't have a problem with, and I think it's a possibility.
And I think it has as much to do with the opponent as the Texans.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Like, they're playing some badass squads. So.
And how many opponents have their games that are attractive?
Yeah.
Like the Texans might be the most attractive, one of the most attractive games, like for the Jets.
Yeah.
You know, because like the Jets are the Jets and they can play on prime team, but in terms of like for both opponents. But I think, look, just to be honest, the Chiefs was one of mine. So I didn't get that one right. But let's eliminate that.
Okay. Gone.
I feel very strongly that the Texans are going to face the Minnesota Vikings in London.
Wait, what?
I feel very strongly the Texans are going to face the Minnesota Vikings in London.
So a 9 a.m. game? I love those, man.
9 a.m. game.
I love that. Get up at 9 a.m. and get it over with and chill.
And this is true common sense. I'm just looking at who the Vikings could play.
This?
Just looking at who the Vikings could play. I know they're going to play October 6th because there's been reports that they're playing October 6th.
Okay.
It stands to reason to me that of the Vikings opponents, now I looked at their opponents when I was putting together that common sense schedule. I don't have them in front of me. There's like 2 or 3 that would be like, you know, inter conference type games.
Like he's kind of. I mean, he just kind of just. I don't know. I think he's kind of doing something that.
What's going on, Figgy?
I don't know. I don't feel like this is just like pulled out of nowhere.
You saying you got some sources?
I don't know. I mean, I know the Lopez smirk. It just kind of.
Who you talk to,
I'm
man?
trying not to smirk.
It just kind of feels like he
For the
might
YouTube
really
listeners.
think that he might have some information here to where the Texans are playing in London.
It's common sense to me.
Okay, well,
it's common sense. To
okay,
me.
well,
Texans versus Vikings.
You're the only one with that common sense.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I mean, and I kind of got that little. Okay, well, all right.
So there we are.
You want to put some money on it?
I'm trying not to make a face.
I don't. I'm not betting. I'm not.
No, I'm asking Lopez. You want to put some money on it that they do play?
I'll take some money.
That's how you know if he knows something.
Yeah.
If he's willing to bet on it,
Yeah.
he knows something.
No.
Yeah.
No, man. Nobody knows anything. Nobody knows anything. Texans at Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Come on. It just makes sense.
Now, this is my thing. Like in the past, this was kind of like the question made more sense. Like back when everyone had to have a primetime game, it didn't necessarily count as a primetime game.
Yeah, that's why I said holiday.
But I think this counts.
Yeah.
But I think it counts now since not everyone has to have one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as primetime as it gets. It's as large of an audience.
It'll be
as
a
there
bigger
is.
audience than some.
Yeah.
You know, like Thursday night games and stuff. It'll be a bigger audience for sure. Maybe even some Sunday night and Monday night games. The way I put it is primetime, holiday, and overseas games. So Texans, the Vikings in London, Texans at Cowboys. And this is one that I mentioned last week, and it just makes too much sense. It just makes too much sense. Texans versus or at Titans, Color Rush Thursday night. It just makes too much sense.
Does it?
Yes.
Who wants
Texans
to watch
have new
the
uniforms.
Who wants to watch the Titans?
Well, but the rivalry is there. Texans have new uniforms.
By the way, I want to wear the normal uniforms against the Titans.
Well,
Don't
but it
waste
might be a color wash game.
Don't waste it on them.
It might just be something that the NFL talks about and decides.
I think the NFL just look at that game as a division rival, and they favor a lot of division rivals on primetime.
Yes.
So I can see that just that alone.
Especially on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
But Thursday Night Football also is color rush. It could be where the Titans use their Oilers uniforms again, and the Texans could unveil those sweet red ones with the horns on the helmet. So that to me just makes too much sense Texans at or versus Titans on Thursday Night Football Color Rush.
Okay.
And then this one is, again, like, you got to see how the NFL thinks. The NFL last year, Texans at Indianapolis, the game was flexed. You know, we were at Daly's. It was awesome. I can feel another season ender against the Indianapolis Colts. Maybe this one at home that could possibly be flexed. So it's like kind of sort of a primetime game. I think it's the season finale, and if the stakes are there, then it could be a primetime game.
Okay. So that's your 4. Texans and Vikings in London.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we know the Vikings are in London for a fact, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well. All right. Well, mark that. Texans at Cowboys Thanksgiving. This seems to be a popular choice. Stephon Diggs said he would like that one. And then a couple of divisional ball games versus Titans and versus Colts. That's Lopez's 4 common sense, with one with a little bit perhaps more mustard on it.
I didn't put any mustard on anything.
It was a little bit.
It was
a little bit.
Now the Jets could be an interesting one. If you want to throw a 5th one in there, the Jets could be interesting because when you look at this game and all the things, you know.
Yeah. And that's me.
Yeah. No, I think it's fair.
I want to start. I want this, and this is where I'm just wondering what people are scared of.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get this. I feel like this is recency bias.
Yes.
That I want the Texans to open the season Sunday Night Football against the Jets. Sunday night or Monday night against the Jets. I know that the turf sucks. It gets a lot of attention, in large part because Aaron Rodgers got hurt 4 plays into the season.
Yeah.
Which I don't necessarily know that you blame that on the turf, but that's what I want. I want Texans versus Jets. Aaron Rodgers in his 40s coming off an Achilles injury. I want to get that game over with. Yeah. You're going to have to do it no matter what. That is my notion, but I put that out there, and there seems to be an area of the fan base that's a little bit concerned. And I've heard multiple people, including Brown Chubby Bear, say, well, I want to play that game before the bye week. Why? Teams have opened the season in New York against the Jets. I know that CJ got hurt. I know that it's not like the best playing surface, but Buffalo opened the season there last year. I mean, they ended up a field goal away from beating the Chiefs.
Yeah.
You're going to have to do it anyways. It's going to be the freshest legs you're going to have. It's also going to be a lot of attention, a lot of primetime buzz with the Jets, Aaron Rodgers, all that team, a good ball club. I don't get this, because if you're telling me that, well, you want to do that during the bye. So are you telling me that in Dallas, Washington, and Philadelphia, they're sitting there crossing their fingers on Wednesday saying, please let us play the Giants before the bye week, because it's the same stadium.
Yeah.
Please let us play the Giants before the bye week. In New England, Miami, and Buffalo, are they sitting there saying, please let us play in New York against the Jets on the bye week? Please.
So is it a weather-related thing?
No, it's the turf.
Yeah.
People think that some people think that it's a dangerous playing surface, which is not the most ideal playing surface. But if you're going to have to play there anyways, get it over with the weather. Go out there and play. Like, teams have opened in that stadium before. I think it's just the remembering C.J. Stroud walking off the field to where there's that type of fear. But I mean, trust me, they're not doing that in those 6 previously mentioned spots.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. The other thing that I think it makes sense for is, like, when you look at the AFC teams that the Jets are playing outside of their division, it's the AFC South. I mean, the Texans would make the most sense as a primetime game, and then Steelers and I forget the other one. But, so I would think it would make sense to, if you want to add a 5th, to make it the Jets.
On the YouTube, Guy Jean says people make a fuss about a schedule and we already know the teams that they're going to play anyway. So it doesn't matter how it's laid out.
Stop saying that, man.
When the bye week is, are you going to travel to, would you rather play in Green Bay in December, or would you rather play in Green Bay in September?
Yeah.
Like that, where would you rather play in Chicago early? Would you rather play in Chicago late? Would you rather face a rookie quarterback early? Do you want to start off against for the best teams in the league. Like,
it doesn't make sense.
It does matter.
It
like
matters.
the layout of the schedule matters.
That's
it doesn't matter how you know
That's
it.
the reason B.O.B. got fired.
That is
how that schedule started off.
Yeah.
If it didn't start off like that,
point. Thank God for that.
That's a great
he
point.
would probably, I don't know, he probably would have lasted the whole year.
And we all care about, like, when's the bye week? Because this is a team that's going to be playing an extra long schedule with the Hall of Fame game. When's the bye week? When's the Thursday night game? Who are you playing before and after the Thursday night game? Is it long travel? Is it short travel after when you play? I mean, come on, it makes sense.
The schedule's not a big deal.
It is a very big deal.
It's a big deal. How it lays out is huge. You don't want like a murderer's row. You want it spread out perfect. All that. Coming up next, as we localize it. So the Houston Astros, I'm thinking about the good days of the Houston Astros with the playoffs that are going on right now. That's the good news. Even better news is one of the best teams in the history of this city, they got some love yesterday. Out of nowhere, they got some love yesterday. We'll talk about that next.
What's Coach DeMeco's focus?
you know I'm loco.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
One of the great teams of Houston's past got shouted out in one of the wackier series that reminds me of one of the best teams of Houston's very more recent past. Let me explain this. The NBA playoffs are underway, and one of the weirdest series in recent memory is the Minnesota Timberwolves versus the Denver Nuggets. First two games in Denver, Minnesota beats the Nuggets, including a monumental assing in one of the two games.
Yeah.
Bill Simmons, Charles Barkley, a lot of NBA people, and I'm not even like really saying that I completely thought it was outlandish when they said it. They said, this is going to be a sweep. Denver is dead. This is going to be a sweep. Minnesota's one of the better young teams in the league. They got a rowdy crowd, and this is going to be a sweep. Well, fast forward to the two games in Minnesota, and Denver hands Minnesota a 27-point and an 8-point loss, and the 8-point loss was a little bit more of a blowout than even the score may say. And now all of a sudden we have a situation where the road team has won every single game, similar to the Houston Astros in 2019 when they lost the World Series to the Nationals, and last year when they lost the ALCS and they lost to the Rangers, and the home team won every single game.
Yeah.
Mike Malone, Denver Nuggets head coach. He was asked what he learned about his team, and he shouted out, someone, Lopez, you know very well.
Yes.
The great Rudy T. Here was Mike Malone after Game 4 of this wacky series.
What I found is Rudy T is right, man. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. They were quick to write us off. We won a championship a year ago, and we found a way to solve whatever's been thrown at us.
100%. I mean, there's nothing more you can really see than that about the Nuggets. I mean, I was with them. I mean, we were talking last week, and which, by the way, I am really into the NBA playoffs this year, like big time. Like I'm finding myself watching. It's been a really as bad as the regular season has been, and as much as we've criticized the NBA product. Figgy and I were talking about this last week. Like, it's like all of a sudden there's some real intrigue here. Part of the intrigue was the Nuggets, what the Wolves were doing to them, and now it's even become more intriguing because of how they're playing back at them.
Through localized lenses, how are you watching this? Like, if you're a Houston fan, you're obviously rooting against Dallas, right?
You're rooting against Dallas, yes.
Like, yes.
But on top of that,
are you rooting against the Joker?
No. Me personally, no. I'm just kind of watching that series.
I mean, you're not rooting against him.
No, I like him.
I like him too, but there's the Olajuwon factor, 3 MVPs if he wins his second championship.
Different generation.
I mean, he's never going to be as complete of a center. Like he's never going to. Hakeem Olajuwon's arguably the most complete center that the league has seen, or at least one of them. But I mean, do you find, if you're a Rockets fan and you like to protect Houston history, obviously, man, Dallas winning an NBA championship and World Series in the same year would not be ideal.
What would they be wearing on Radio Row? Everything.
Everything except Cowboy stuff.
Everything except Cowboy stuff. I'm watching the Thunder. That's a good young squad that would be in the Rockets' way.
Yeah.
You know. So that's one.
I think that's somebody the Rockets should try to imitate a little bit, man. How they run their organization.
Yeah. The Thunder, as a Rockets, from a Rockets perspective, that's one that I'm watching.
So who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for. Believe it or not, I'm kind of rooting for the Celtics. I just like the way that squad is. I think we're kind of personally biased too. We got to see them in person. We got to see them.
Man, that stadium was
and they played
sick.
the Knicks.
Yeah,
and they played the Knicks.
Cavs don't have a chance.
And Jokic,
they're a 9-point dog tonight.
Yeah, and probably Celtics, Nuggets.
They're rooting for the Celtics,
and then interested in the Thunder. Interested in them, like just to see how they can come along that quickly.
Okay.
But like the Nuggets and the Wolves are just really intriguing because of the talent on the Wolves. They're using big men and all that stuff. It's a really good series.
I'm ABN,
and that is
anyone but or ABK, I should say, anyone but Knicks.
Yeah.
I hate them.
Oh my goodness,
they're so annoying. Like they're not going to win a championship. It's always Anyone but the Knicks. I'm fine. I'm fine with any of these squads winning
It's
except
the
the
media
Knicks.
to me that made me hate the Knicks.
Big time.
It's being
biggest homers in
forced on. It's being forced
They're
down
just
our
so
throats.
arrogant, man.
But they're not. They're not going to win a championship. Like it's one of. They're just in the way. Just go away.
biggest homers in sports media are Knicks writers and columnists. Not
Stephen
even
A.
Not even close.
This dude Stephen A. still talking about Donovan Mitchell going to the Knicks.
No.
Like, bruh, focus on the damn playoff game.
Yes, it's not even close.
Joker though.
Yeah.
2 ships, 3 MVPs.
Got a couple games tonight. Celtics, Thunder, Mavs.
You brought this up in the pre-show, talking about and speaking on the state of the 3 teams and just how crazy it is as we localize it here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. The vibes with the Texans, the vibes with the Rockets, who got the number 3 pick yesterday, they're so high. And then there's the Astros, where now all of a sudden there's drama. There's reports that the manager does not, according to Bob Nightingale, is not communicate very well with the players, per prominent players.
It's not close.
It's
not close.
It's weird, though, isn't it?
It's weird saying it. It's weird saying it. I mean, like, in terms of teams that are set up best for long-term success, hell, short-term success at this point, it's Texans by a wide margin. Then it's Rockets, and as of yesterday, that kind of galvanized because they did get that number 3 pick. They could easily trade that pick, get quicker a lot better.
Make a pick.
I kind of want them to make a pick.
I want a foreigner.
But everyone's talking about, including Woj.
I want a foreigner. I don't even know. I don't care. Just give me a foreigner.
Dude, did you see the top 5 picks? 4 of them are foreigners, I think.
Yeah, give me a foreigner.
It seems like all of them in the G League or whatever that.
Yeah, I should. Yeah, one was a G
whatever
Leaguer.
that is.
Give me a foreigner.
Yeah, there's like the number 1 pick. I'm so bad. Sometimes I feel so stupid. I'm like, who's that?
No, I saw the NBADraft.net is always where I go.
Yes.
They got them getting some kid from Colorado.
Alex Sarr from France.
Yeah, I'll take it. Give me a Frenchman.
I'm like, boy, am I stupid. Like, he's playing in Perth, Australia. And it's pretty bad. And then Nikola Topic from Serbia. Oh, yes. Then Matas Buzelis.
Dude, that's why Spillane will come in here and break down like 8 guys, and I'll just tell me who they pick, and then I'll figure it out.
Yes. And I forgot Zachary Rissacher from France.
I'm down. Give me a Frenchman.
Rissacher, I guess is what it would be.
Give me a Frenchman.
Frenchmen are up there, man.
I'm about that life. Give me a Frenchman.
And this is going to be where we're going to be able to see who's lying and who's not as we get closer to the draft. Oh, let me tell you about Nikola Topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nikola Topic. He's that kid from Serbia. He's got this mid-range game that's, I'm like, you don't know bleep about Nikola Topic. You know, you're going to act like it. There's 2 guys in college in the top 8 on this mock draft I'm looking at. 2 that we saw in college. Donovan Clingan, the kid from UConn, the big guy, and then Rob Dillingham from Kentucky. That's it.
Dang, Dillingham. Okay.
Yeah.
I like this Frenchman right here.
Yeah, Sarr. I'm all about it.
Riachar. Is he supposed to go
Ricochet,
first?
or something like that. See, we don't even know how to pronounce their damn names.
I know all about him. He's a 3-and-D wing with great size. Above average athlete. He's shown nice flexibility for a player his size.
Yeah.
Moves very well without the ball, too.
Yeah,
so if Jalen Green has the ball, he moves very well without the ball.
That sounds like you're not reading it at all.
Yeah. That's my scouting report right there. Localizing it here on In the Loop. Coming up, drama. There was talk about whether or not Stephon Diggs would bring drama to Houston. Well, he's bringing it, and he's bringing it in 7s. The 7 biggest forms of drama from the Texans' newest wide receiver next.
If the new Texans rookies are Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Stephon Diggs is bringing drama to H-Town. Now, it's not bad drama. It's actually pretty entertaining drama as the schedule's going to get released on Wednesday. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So it's obvious Stephon Diggs versus his former team, the Buffalo Bills. That's the most obvious, blatant form of drama that there will be. The way that it ended, the way that it's ongoing. Stephon Diggs, Josh Allen, there's going to be a lot of build-up there. I would imagine that there's going to be some sit-down interview type of stuff. But that's obvious. It's not bad drama, but that's drama. Stephon Diggs versus the Buffalo Bills. That's number one.
100%. Absolutely.
Number two, and this is kind of a thing of the past, but it's another former team of Stephon Diggs, the Minnesota Vikings, which where do you think that game might be?
Just a spitballing that it might be common sense, I should say, in London at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Okay.
To be exact.
Okay. Do you have a date?
October 6th.
Okay, you would say October 6th
if I'm guessing. If I'm guessing,
if you were guessing October 6th in London, Texans, Vikings. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, we'll find out Wednesday morning before our show.
Okay.
Because the Europe games.
Just keep getting more and more information.
I could be dead wrong. Don't get me wrong. I could be dead wrong. But, because Wednesday morning they're going to announce, the NFL is going to announce, it's going to be officially official, all the international games because for time purposes. That way they announce them, let's say they announce them at 9 a.m. here. Well, that's middle of the day in Europe. So, we'll know when we come on the air Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
So Stephon Diggs versus his former squad.
Yeah.
Then you have this. This is kind of an individual matchup. This isn't about the team. This is Texans taking on the Green Bay Packers. Jair Alexander, cornerback for the Packers. He's got some serious beef with Stephon Diggs. This was so they had a little altercation in the tunnel. The Bills ended up winning. Alexander thought that he got the best of Diggs, though, in the one-on-one matchup. Here was Stephon Diggs. As we go through the drama of Diggs, number 3 form of drama for the 2024 season, Diggs versus Jair Alexander. Here was Diggs after the Bills beat the Packers a couple of years ago.
I mean, my opponent changes each and every week as far as so it wasn't like something I anticipated him, doing the that he did. I didn't anticipate that.
Well, he started.
I don't give a who started. I finished it. You know what I'm saying? I got the win.
Yeah, he did.
Well, Alexander kind of disagrees. He's been known to provide some sound clips. Tell me if you think that these guys might have some intense moments when the Texans take on the Green Bay Packers, whenever the hell that is.
Yeah.
Here's Jair Alexander talking about Stephon Diggs after their matchup a couple years ago.
The tunnel with you and Stephon Diggs, what happened in the tunnel before the game when you guys yawning at each other going on the field?
Man, I was just keeping it real with him. Told him he couldn't mess with me and him, little boy. So that's all that was. Just being honest, you feel me? That's all I can do.
He said he didn't know who started it, but he said he finished it. What's your reaction?
I don't know what he mean by that. I need more clarification.
Do you know who started it?
No, I don't either. I finished it.
How do you feel about your matchups with him dating back to your days with Minnesota? How would you characterize that?
I mean, I always thought he was a decent receiver, but I don't really got much else to say about him.
Little boy, decent receiver. All right. That's going to be pretty intense. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Then you have the brother-on-brother, Stephon versus Trevon, the Cowboys cornerback versus the Texans receiver. In that same game, you have Mike Zimmer, the defensive coordinator, his former coach in Minnesota. And then you have Sauce Gardner, who has a history with Diggs as well, to the point where his nephew confronted him. This was Stephon Diggs burning Sauce Gardner on the first play of a game between the Bills and Jets.
Allen looking to throw. He's got time. Uncorks. Deep shot. It's caught right out of the
Kincaid hooks up with Stephon Diggs.
And watch Ramon Gardner right there just essentially stopped his feet.
All right, so there you go. Kind of burned him one-on-one. And then you had later on that year in matchup number 2, Sauce Gardner suplexing Stephon Diggs.
Yeah. Second and 13. Looks left, throws right. Oh, what a pass. And it's Diggs. Holds the ball outside. Tucks it under. And look at this. Oh, we're going to have some players run onto the field right now after this.
Wow. I mean, that's definitely on Sauce Gardner, right? You know, pick him up and hold him and then body slam a different way, like a suplex. Is that frustration?
I think so.
You still think that Diggs is by far the number 1 receiver, not even close?
Yes, but interestingly, I wanted to ask you about this. I didn't put it on the doc or anything. We talked about it late in the show Friday. The first fantasy report. What's his name from NBC?
Rankings, Matthew Berry.
Yeah, Matthew Berry, one of the most respected. He put him out. He had Nico ranked higher than Diggs.
I mean, he has the chemistry with CJ, right?
Yeah. That was a little bit of a surprise to me.
You know, Nico Collins had more yards after catch than Tyreek Hill last year?
I did not. But I still think Diggs is the number 1 guy. I have another question. What does Diggs say? He must be the one of the greatest, most, I guess,
trash talkers.
Cutting. Like, he must say some very cutting, very personal things to get these guys to go absolutely nuts. Like Alexander and Sauce. I mean, they want to just bury him.
Yeah, Sauce actually, I mean, he said some nice things about him after, so I don't know if it's just like in the moment or what, but there is some.
He must be really good at getting guys, setting them off.
And the final form of drama, and we're not going to see this week 1, is Stephon Diggs versus the Chiefs. I mean, they've prevented him from winning a Super Bowl the last few seasons, and there's the picture that was big. There was 2 forms of it where Diggs would watch the Chiefs celebrate after they ended the Bills season. So that's the final form of drama. Number 1, former team Bills. Number 2, former team Vikings. Jair Alexander, his brother Mike Zimmer, his former coach, and then Sauce and the Chiefs.
Now we know Alexander and Sauce are going to be circling this game. We talked about that earlier. Players do it, coaches do it. Doesn't matter what they say otherwise. But which one of these, rivalries, whatever you want to call them, do you think Diggs wants the most?
His brother.
See, I don't think so.
His brother.
I think that's going to be fun. I think that's going to be like fun trash.
Well, probably
talk.
the Bills then.
I would say the Bills. Maybe Alexander. Those guys, they hate each other.
Yeah.
Like, they hate each other.
Yeah, they hate each other. The Green Bay thing is interesting because it doesn't – I mean, it's not getting a lot of attention, but that is – Jordan Love is – I mean, he's close to the – he's in the CJ tier, right? Like, if we're talking about young quarterbacks
in
right
terms
now?
of where he is rising.
I mean, like, if you were making quarterback tiers, they're right there together.
I put –
I'm not saying you wouldn't take CJ to build your squad around, but Jordan Love's pretty – I mean, he's – especially with the playoff win and everything.
The same things they're saying about CJ. We're saying about CJ Stroud. They're saying about Jordan Love.
Yeah, rightfully so.
He proved it. Now that he got the reins, going to take another step. Certainly can make his team better, and he's going to have some weapons.
That's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough schedule. Comes out on Wednesday, and contrary to popular belief, it does matter.
Yeah.
The schedule, it does matter. Landry Lockard, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Would you want to go watch a football game in London?
Just for the novelty of it, I would. Because, like, if you're an NFL fan in London, you go to that game. How many times you see, like, Jets jerseys at, like, a Vikings-Texans game or something? They just love to go. The stadium, Tottenham Stadium in particular, is one of the greatest stadiums on the planet.
Why? Just because of history?
It's brand new. It's got every bell and whistle you can imagine. It's just really, really cool. And I haven't been there. I'm just based on what I know from watching soccer and stuff. But the novelty of it to me would be great. And just to go. You're in London, go watch an NFL game? Come on, man. I mean, they're fun from here too. Waking up in the morning and watching that game and having the whole stage.
Little 9 a.m. action.
Yeah, that's the best.
then we're gonna wake up and what time does Sean have to do pregame?
3 hours before kickoff.
Yeah, so
that would be 6
a.m.
Yeah. 6 a.m.
That's normal for him. No,
Yeah.
he
gets up early.
Yeah.
He'll go 6. We'll still hear about it probably for like 5 months, but he'll get it over with. He'll be fine.
You know what's funny?
That next day, man, you know how it's gonna be with Sean.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, I woke up at 6. Did post game till time to go.
You know what's funny, when I was doing my my common sense schedule last week, there are some teams that you're going to play like noon on a Sunday, the Texans, that normally in a normal schedule, because this schedule's off the charts good.
Yeah, it would be your top game.
It would be your top game. And I'm not even thinking about them like being, maybe something important like Bears versus Texans. I don't even consider that. It could be, but I don't even consider that like a primetime candidate.
That's Caleb, though.
But it would be on another season.
Yeah, that's Caleb.
Yeah, so that's Texans versus Ravens. I don't really consider that a big, like primetime candidate this year. But most seasons, that's the one we'd be kind of hanging our hat on. So it's a wild schedule. Texans versus Lions, same thing. That would be sweet. I had that, by the way, December 12th on Thursday Night Football last week. We'll see how that plays out, just because that's going to be this could be a Super Bowl preview game that they always like to have.
The Lions, I think they're in for a rude awakening this year, my friend.
The Lions? They're going to have a lot.
I think they're in for a rude awakening this year, my friend.
They're going to. Why is that?
I think they missed their opportunity. I think the division's a lot better now.
Mm-hmm. The division is going to be a lot better.
I think the division's a lot better.
Yeah.
I think they missed their opportunity. I think Dan Campbell was right.
They might have 5 primetime games, though. Based on last year and Dan Campbell and, Goff and all that stuff.
Goff.
They love Goff in Detroit now.
Wants to watch Goff.
They love him in Detroit now. They absolutely do.
Yeah, and watch Goff. Like, come on. They did help themselves, though. That NFL draft was sick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It was really, really sick. The London thing's interesting. You seem pretty.
Oh man, it's just common sense.
You seem pretty locked in on that. What was the date again?
October 6th.
October 6th.
Yeah.
Okay. Vikings.
Vikings.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
May or may not have already made the hotel reservations.
How much is a hotel there?
A lot.
Like how much?
Like $400 a night.
That's not. I mean,
it's not cheap. It ain't cheap.
Yeah.
No, but like compared to,
I haven't, by the way. I was just being a smart ass.
No, but that compared to some spots, like when you're going.
What's the
is London not expensive?
Huh? The $400 here, that's a nice hotel.
Yeah.
A night?
I mean,
hell yeah.
How much do you think a night at the Marriott, the JW Marriott costs?
Here?
What about the Post Oak?
About that. $350.
Yeah, it's about $400.
Really?
Yeah. About $400.
You know, money bags.
I actually went to the Post Oak Hotel one time, and I was curious. I went to an event there, and I was curious to see how much it cost, and it was around.
What'd you do? Look it up on the phone?
I did. Because it was super nice.
JW Marriott downtown.
I'm like, maybe I could stay a night or something here. I'm like,
but you're talking about on a Saturday night, man.
Yeah.
$400 on a Saturday night?
Yeah.
In London?
Yeah, that's still
and
high.
Do you feel like the price will go up too because of the game?
Yeah, that's why you might want to get your reservations now. I don't know anything. I'm just saying.
What was that date again?
October 6th.
Okay.
Yeah.
October 6th. Okay. Got that?
I hope nobody try to do a reservation.
You watch. I'm going to end up being so wrong on this.
Yeah, if you're wrong,
I will follow.
I made a reservation because of Lopez.
I will fall on the sword this time. Unlike those guys. Oh, the Sports Radio 610 said that they're going to face. No, we didn't. We postulated.
Chiefs, yeah.
We thought.
I don't.
But I will fall on the sword on that one.
The schedule's so intriguing for me with all these storylines. I don't even give a damn about the Chiefs. Like, they don't excite me. I did like the top 10 things I was most excited for in the schedule. Chiefs didn't. I'm bored by them. They're good.
That's why I didn't understand why that would be the first game, the opening game.
They're just to showcase the Texans.
Well, young gun versus,
but
here comes CJ.
I feel like Baltimore make more sense because that was the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, no,
so
it does.
That's kind of like a little rematch.
Yeah, no, it does. But the Texans made sense to me. I thought anyway.
I mean, Nick Wright laid out a pretty good case for it, but
yeah, that's right.
I'm good. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Baltimore, go ahead.
I'm not going to say the Chiefs don't interest me anymore. They're always going to be interesting. They don't bore me. But there's going to be other. It goes.
I just kind of look at the revenge games. So,
oh God, don't get me started. That's one of my confessions. Hit the confession. I'll say one now.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It's not a confession. It's not a revenge game, guys. It's not a revenge game. Oh, Ravens versus Chiefs. I've already seen it 100 times. Oh,
do you think the Chiefs are going to lose any sleep if they lose to the Ravens week 1?
If it was a revenge game, the Chiefs' season would be over if they lost.
Yeah.
Because that's what it was last year.
Yeah, that's corny.
It was an end of the season, everything on the line, must win, a true must-win game. All these people, Ravens have a revenge. No, they don't. They got a game against the Chiefs. They got a game against the Chiefs. That's going to be cool. It's going to be two of the biggest stars in the league. I'm definitely going to be watching as everyone else is. But it is not. Don't just stop. Stop with the revenge.
I do think
stuff.
the NFL look at it that way, though. They look at it like, the last time these two were on the field, Kansas City.
That's going to be the montage.
Yeah,
that's going to be the montage.
Exactly what it is.
No,
Zay Flowers fumble,
and that's bullcrap.
Lamar interception.
It's just an interesting game between
Lamar
two.
walking off the field. You know him and Patrick Mahomes shaking each other's hand.
The announcers are going to be talking about, they're going to try to exact revenge on the Chiefs. No, they're not. The Chiefs would trade 20 of these losses for the win they got last year.
They lost last year on opening day.
Exactly. Like they would trade 20 of these for a win, for the win they got last year.
The sweetest dub for the Texans to start the season, like what would be the sweetest dub?
To start the year?
Would it be the cows? I mean, I know that we're talking about cows on Thanksgiving. Would it just be the cows? Just because there's, for whatever reason, there's like an obsession with the Cowboys here.
That would be on the list. I don't know if it would be number one on my list. Simply because it's not a division game. It's not a.
What's sweet for you, Titans?
Probably Titans.
Really?
Yeah.
Can we stay above the weight class though? Are we just not there yet?
I know they've done a lot, man.
I actually think the Colts would be
maybe the Colts.
I think that's the better one because back to that revenge game. I think that's how the Colts ended their season.
Yeah. No, the Colts or Titans. Keep in mind, the NFL, generally speaking, I would say 90% of the time, you face a division opponent either the first or second week. So it could be a Titans or a Colts week 1. We haven't even considered that very much.
Not the Jags?
Maybe. Talk about a team that nobody's
Titans are the weirdest team in the league, man. They're weird.
Mm-hmm.
They signed Tyler Boyd, and all of a sudden it's like, man, look out for that Titans receiving court. What?
Well, they're just taking
They overpaid Calvin Ridley. They got DeAndre Hopkins, and they got Tyler Boyd.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
That almost seems like that's like a Madden dynasty where you had like the 30th pick. Like that's what the Titans feel like just a random ass array of players where you had like the 30th pick in like a Madden dynasty, and you just DeAndre's there, I'll take him. Oh, Tyler Boyd.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get him in there.
Yeah.
Oh, Calvin Ridley. Okay. Oh, Snead. Okay. Like there is no identity there.
No.
I have respect for the Titans heading into this season.
I don't either, but
that D-line, though, scares me.
I was going to say.
That D-line, though, scares me.
It kind of worried me a little bit.
That D-line terrifies me.
It's undeniable that
the wide receiver core?
Come
on, man.
Yeah, I think the one thing that don't worry me is Will Levis. But
that's important.
But I'm kind of worried if Will Levis do have a little something.
All I'm saying.
And that could be like a 7-win team.
All I'm saying is they are. I don't expect them to be a big threat, but they are taking some big swings. They drafted a left tackle, dude, to protect. They're doing everything they can for Levis.
Yeah.
Everything we've said that we hope the Texans did and have done with C.J. Stroud, they're doing for Levis. They drafted a left tackle. They brought in, obviously, Tyler Boyd at a pretty cheap rate, by the way, considering some of the numbers that were
that was cheap.
Some of the numbers that were being thrown around. They've got
Ridley.
They helped the defense. They got Ridley. They've got a little bit of wiggle room now with Treylon Burks. And they got an offensive-minded head coach. So personally, they don't scare me. But they think they should scare us.
One of the biggest things, though, for the Texans, like if we're talking about the division that I do think we need to keep an eye on, like if we're talking about fear and all that, is if you're worried about the interior of the Texans' offensive line, and I think if you do, I think that's a valid concern. They're going to have Jeffrey Simmons and Trevon Sweat. We don't know what's going to Tavondre Sweat. We don't know how that's going to end up looking, but that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Then Jacksonville is going to have Armstead and Josh Allen on their interior and Travon Walker.
Yep.
And then the Colts have DeForest Buckner, and they've added to their D-line. So if the Texans' interior offensive line is a problem, then in this division, like if you're looking at the possibilities,
you're going to have problems.
You're going to have real big problems.
Yeah.
So that's something to keep an eye on. Coming up, speaking of big problems, there's unfamiliar problems going on with what's been for a long time the best team in town. In the words of John Lopez, life is going to come at you fast. Next, first, speaking of life,
app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Random thing on how I think Patrick Mahomes would have ended up a Houston Texan. I thought about this. I'm actually kind of starting to convince myself of it. And we'll do that in 6 minutes, but there's unfamiliar turmoil here. We're used to turmoil. Bad coaches, players wanting out of town, anonymous sources, all that. We've seen it with the Texans. We've seen it with the Rockets. But now the Rockets, they appear to have some hope. They got the number 3 overall pick now, too, as well. They appear to have fleeced the Nets in a trade. The Texans have fleeced the Browns in a trade. And meanwhile, here is this report from Bob Nightingale that Joe Espada, the man who after games has 3 times now gone up and said, I'll have to talk to him about what happened. Apparently, he's got communication issues per Bob Nightingale, and it is unfamiliar territory, J-Lo.
Yeah, look, just to kind of lay it out there, Nightingale put in his notes column on USA Today yesterday morning, quote, 2 prominent players. 2 prominent players have expressed concern about Espada's communication skills. When I see that, I don't even care what they said, that it was about communication skills or whatever. If they're talking and criticizing Espada, questioning Espada already, May 12th, today's the 13th, about him as a manager, he might not be there yet, but he's close to a dead man walking. If they keep losing and you already have lost some of the confidence of players so bothered by it that they're already talking to a national reporter, they knew what was going to come of this conversation. They knew it was going to get out. That's a big problem. That's a big problem when players start talking like that.
I'll say this, and I've been out on Espada since the first time I heard him talk. I think it was something where you settled. I also roll my eyes when the same guys who brought in Abreu and Montero were in charge of the managerial search. I don't even think it was a search. I think it was just an easy way out.
Yeah,
I think this was kind of just bringing in a puppet and a guy that you just decided to give the job to. I've never really thought much of Joe Espada from a guy who, when you hear him talk, resembles the type of leader that a baseball team needs, and watching his teams play just kind of clarifies in my own mind my concerns about him. So I'll put it that way. But I'll say this. The Rockets had Steven Silas. The Texans had David Culley and Lovie Smith. And the Astros have Joe Espada. That's the company that I'm putting Joe Espada in. I think this guy, I think he's in over his head. The inevitable fall from that sustained level of greatness was probably going to happen to a certain point. But I think between Joe Espada, and I'm not even going to get into Dana Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all might have talked about this last week.
A lot.
This guy is
bat speed.
He just likes. First, he said he would have been concerned if there was bat speed with Abreu. Yeah. Then he says there is bat speed, but he's going to try to do something. But he also, my scout's eye tells me that the bat speed's good, but then it's not. Like this guy's. I think it's very possible. I think it's very possible that the Astros have not only the worst GM and the worst coach/manager of the 3 local teams. Matter of fact, I don't even think it's close when it comes to the manager. I don't even think it's close. I don't even know if Dana Brown's even the GM because he's not even. I don't even know if he's making all the calls. I don't know what they're doing, but I think it might be borderline incompetent. The guys that are making this decision, and when you go back to pointing to the pedigree and what they've done, it's impossible to do because Dana Brown didn't build the Astros. Joe Espada was a bench coach. He wasn't even the manager. And you have this. I think it's bad right now, and I think I don't see it getting better anytime soon.
I'm fully aware that this is harsh, what I'm about to say, but I think the Astros don't have one; they have 2 puppets. Puppet number 1 is Joe Espada.
Yeah,
and let me give you Exhibit A on that. Christian Javier starting in a game that he had no right starting.
Yeah, is that Dana though, or is that?
Well, that leads to puppet number 2. I don't think either one of these guys had anything to do with that decision. Like, do you think they never start a guy like that? What do you have, 2 bullpens?
Dude.
and they brought him out. And that was unfair to him. That was completely unfair. He got rocked so hard. His control was so bad.
Well, you also heard Joe Espada say the baseball card thing that Jeff Bagwell said.
Yeah, that too.
When talking about
that leads to the other thing about being a puppet. You talk about the contradictory things he said with bat speed. I think he really believed what he said it with his chest when he said it was not bat speed, because he's like, my scout's eye. Let me tell you everything I know. He was mansplaining. Let me tell you everything I know that you don't about baseball and watching and scouting a player. And then a week later, that wasn't him saying that. Somebody undercut him or undermined his authority and said, no. Let's work on the weights, little lighter weights, all that stuff. I don't know what that was all about.
Dana Brown just talks.
That wasn't him. That wasn't his decision. He just had to say it.
Too strong.
Yeah.
But him coming out and saying, the scout's eye tells me that his bat speed's fine. What is that?
It's mansplaining.
Yeah, but he was wrong.
He was absolutely wrong.
And he admitted it 2 days later.
Yeah, well, 7 days, and it wasn't his decision, I don't think. My interpretation of
it's hilarious.
And the Javier thing, I was like,
yeah,
I don't know a manager alive that would throw a guy out there like that.
That was one of the worst performances in recent history. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you, although that just seems like it just happens all the time. They do have a 13-game opportunity, though, that we'll get into when we play the hits. But I had like a weird kind of thought the other day. Like we know how the Deshaun Watson stuff ended, and we know that Patrick Mahomes is thriving and putting himself in conversation amongst best quarterbacks of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I got to think, man. We've seen Kansas City in the drama that they have with Rice in the offseason. He had the incident in which he was going 120 miles an hour and then fled the scene. Now he has an incident where apparently he punched some photographer while he's awaiting trial for this Dallas thing. He goes to a nightclub in Dallas and punches a photographer allegedly. And there's this other report now that heading into the draft, Florio picked this up. Heading into the draft, most teams, according to the report, were aware that there was an alleged incident in SMU where Rice believed that an SMU basketball player was seeing his girlfriend, and they apparently went, according to this report from Florio, and shot up the dude's car when he wasn't there. Now,
I don't know why I'm laughing.
Combine this with the fact that the Chiefs drafted Tyreek Hill, 5th round, because he punched his pregnant girlfriend in the stomach. They brought in Frank Clark. I honestly think if Deshaun Watson's allegations had come at Clemson, they might have drafted him instead of Mahomes.
They don't care.
I mean, they might actually embrace it.
Like
if Deshaun
for Watson,
they might have traded up to 3 with the Bears, made him an offer they can't refuse.
You see Andy Reid going, we can deal with that.
That's our type of guy.
We can deal with that.
If only the massage stuff would have come out before, we might be talking about Patrick Mahomes leading the Texans right now.
And boy, how things would be different. Man, Andy Reid don't care, does he?
How do you get in trouble and then get in trouble at a club as you're awaiting? He's not going to play this year, right?
He's at least going to get suspended.
For how long? At least
6? I don't know, but he's at least getting suspended. There's no way, but because you're dumb, to answer your question, because you think you're Teflon, you're bulletproof, whatever, and you're dumb. That's how you do that.
Man.
That's how you do that.
Chiefs take it. They take it pretty far.
Yeah.
My goodness. Coming up, speaking of the Chiefs, Texans will not start the season in Kansas City. Luck for one of the local squads in the Astros. They might have some bad times in the present, but they got a lucky number 13 ahead. The hits are lit next.
Yeah, they are. All right. How about
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits.
These are the hot stories of the day.
You're listening to In the Loop
with Houston's sports leader,
Sports Radio 610.
All right, primetime games. We know one the Texans won't have. They're not opening the season against the Kansas City Chiefs. That will be the Baltimore Ravens per an announcement earlier this morning. Here's head coach DeMeco Ryans talking about the excitement, intrigue around primetime games.
And when the schedule is released, whatever it is, we're excited to go play ball. I don't care where it is, when it is. Like, our team will be ready to go. We're excited about every game. There's not one game that's that I look at more so than the other. Every game is important. We're trying to stack more in the win columns, right? That's what it's all about for me. Schedule release is a part of it. It's a lot of hoopla about and speculation about who's playing where, prime time. When the ball is kicked off, we don't care how many cameras are on us. We don't care what network has the game. Like, we're trying to be the best football team on the field that day. All the outside stuff, it really doesn't matter to us. It's just noise.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Somebody should have asked them, as a former player, did you care about this stuff?
Yeah, that was.
He was a former player, man. You know you had to care about this.
As a head coach, he cares a little bit. If nothing else, head coaches, look, while he's not wrong, you want to be the best team on the field every Sunday. I mean, like that's what you want to do as an NFL squad. But I need to know when's my bye week, because it directly affects how you're going to prep. When's my Thursday night or Thursday night games? Because that's going to be an impact on your schedule. Division games, like maybe even some emotional stuff, like games that you feel like are going to be very important for you. You mentioned, suppose they mentioned play the Niners. Well, suppose they are going to play the Jets and stuff like that. No, he's saying the right things. That's not what he's believing. No one does.
I want the Jets, man. I want the Jets week 1. 100%. I want the Jets.
It's going to be all Aaron Rodgers all the time.
Sunday Night Football. That's good.
Yeah.
That's hype. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be washed. It's exercising demons. I keep hearing, well, you don't want to play on that field before the bye. What does that mean? Mm-hmm. Like, what does that mean? Like, you have to play on it no matter what.
Yeah.
So with fresh legs, get it out of the way, no bad weather. Why not get it out of the way and just be done with it and figure it out? Like, teams have opened the season in New York, whether it's against the Giants or the Jets. It happens quite often, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
So the playing surface, yes, we saw C.J. Stroud, we saw Aaron Rodgers get hurt. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
That every NFC East team is not sitting there crossing their fingers hoping they play the Giants before the bye. We got to get over that.
No, I agree, and I just as well get it over with. I think it's on the table. I mean,
it's also a lot of attention.
It's a lot of attention for Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, CJ will get some.
He'll get some, but that's going to be the Aaron Rodgers show. So depending on how you feel about
it's not, though.
The Texans, yeah,
until
exactly.
that swarm comes through.
Yeah, until the swarm gets a hold of him.
Until you get that pass rush going.
Yeah,
sign me up for it, man. Who would you want to open the season against?
Well, now that the Chiefs are off the table, I would say, and this is not going to be sexy, but I think it could be really, really fun. Titans, Cowboys. I think the Jets are on that list. I think the Jets are on that list.
You want Bears?
Nah, I want the Cowboys. I want the Cowboys.
Oh, you want week one? Okay.
Week 1, yes.
Week 1, okay. That would be fun. This was an Adam Spillane stat. The Astros, right now, they're 10 games under 500. They're 15-25. After sweeping the Rockies in Mexico City, they were also 10 games under 500. So 12 games have gone by. They got the exact same record. Right now, the Astros are basically on a treadmill, but this is their opportunity. They got 4 games set against the A's, then 3 against the Brewers. Brewers are good, and then 3 against the Angels and 3 against the A's. The Angels and A's suck. You're going to have 10 of 13 against those squads. We've seen the Astros, even when they were great, rough up on the Angels and A's. They've roughed up on them to where that's a big chunk of their wins when they were winning the most games they've ever won in franchise history. These next 13 games, you've got to take advantage of this. You've got to get off the treadmill and at least onto the Stairmaster or the elliptical. If 13 games from now, we're talking about the Astros being 9, 8 games above 500 or below 500, That's a wrap.
Yes.
That's a wrap.
Yeah, and I think, this is where you have to make hay especially against, as you said, the Angels, and 7 games home and there against the A's. The A's are a little bit interesting to me, so that would be one to watch to see how they do against the A's for sure.
Rockets land the number 3 overall pick. The Hawks, they get the number 1 pick, 3% odds, and they still get the number 1 pick. But the Rockets, because of their trade with Brooklyn, the James Harden trade, they land the number 3 overall pick.
4 years in a row that they've had a top 4 pick, the Rockets. They got the coach, we think, from what we've seen. They got players playing a little better. They've got a top 4 pick. I think they're going to be very much in the market to trade that pick, but nevertheless, it's got a lot of value. They're in a good spot.
Pick a foreigner.
Or pick a foreigner.
Pick a foreigner. Give me a foreigner.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that just feels stupid when I open my first NBA mock draft. I'm like, who?
Just give me a foreigner.
Who's that guy? How about the Pistons? Dude, 2 years in a row, they've had the highest odds of getting a top 3 pick, if not the number 1 overall
Last year
pick.
hurt probably a little bit more.
And they do it again. They drop out of the top 4.
I hope the NFL never do anything like this, man.
Well, the NFL, they actually have some integrity. The players play like even think your team should lose, they win. Like the NFL has integrity. The NBA has no integrity. I saw some complaints about this, and it might just be a small sample size of, man, that's messed up. Nah, they need to. The NBA needs to do this.
Yeah. Y'all need to try to win, man.
Yeah,
y'all got to try to win. There's enough trying to lose.
Try to make the team better.
No, they have to do this.
They got to do that. So the Rockets got the number 3 pick. I want you guys to judge the joke. Let's play a little American Idol. We're not judging musical performances. We're judging the joke. This was Adam Schefter after Atlanta got the number 1 pick, the Hawks. Quote, Atlanta is not expected to take another quarterback.
Hard 8. That's a good line from old Shefty, right? That's a good line. You didn't like it?
It was all right. NBA playoffs, we have 2 series tied at 2 after yesterday. One traditionally. It's not rare for the home team to win the first 2 and then the home team to win the next 2, and you have a 2-2 tie. That's what we got with the Knicks and the Pacers.
Yes.
Now, meanwhile, in the Western Conference, Minnesota thumps the Nuggets in the first 2 games in Denver, including a 26-point win, to where Bill Simmons said this on his podcast, and Charles Barkley said the same thing. This was Bill Simmons talking about the and listen to this wise fella in the way that he lays this out. This was his take after that thump the T-Wolves at home the first 2 games of this series.
I think Minnesota is going to sweep Denver. I've been through these a few times as a fan, and I think this one's done. And basketball is about to change as we know it.
Well, then Denver wins by 27 and they win by 8. So that series is tied at 2-2.
Pretty incredible series. Definitely going to be worth your time to watch. And definitely, as we heard earlier, not a good time to, as Mike Malone said, to underestimate the Nuggets.
This was Mike Malone shouting out Rudy T after the defending NBA champs even their series at 2 apiece.
What I found is Rudy T is right, man. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. They were quick to write us off. We won a championship a year ago, and we found a way to solve whatever's been thrown at us.
See, this is a real they did this and they didn't give us a chance. This isn't the Chiefs or the Patriots or
this was legit.
UConn basketball coming up there and saying this. Like they were written
believe
off.
in us.
But you can find examples.
And they deserve to be written off.
Sure. Especially because how the Timberwolves were doing it. Obviously just taking a whole other level of play is one thing, but then doing it with bigs that were making – was it after game 1 that Jokic said, I need more of me? Like, because how do you defend the bigs and all that stuff? Well, we need another guy like me. I think he said something along those lines. I mean, they were getting thumped and they were in their head.
Did you see what Rudy Gobert said yesterday?
Which time?
So after Gordon went 11 of 12 from the field, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
There and Gordon going 11 of 12, and Rudy Gobert said, Well, some of those shots were contested, so if Aaron Gordon's going to turn into Kobe Bryant, we'll just live with it.
Okay. We're good with that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Live with that.
Yeah.
2-1 series tonight. Boston looks to take a 3-1 lead over the Cavs. They're an 8.5-point favorite. And then the Dallas Mavericks up 2-1 on Oklahoma City. They're a 1.5-point favorite. You got to think that the localized viewing, you do not want the Mavs to win. That's
I hate the Mavs. I am very much on the record for years. I hate the Mavs. I just do.
I like Kyrie and I like
Luka.
I like watching those guys ball, though.
I just hate the Mavs. That's one word. Like even the player, like Denver, I like Jokic, so I don't mind Denver. But I'm also interested in the Thunder. That's a team that if you're the Rockets perspective, localized lens, you're thinking, okay, that's a team that's going to be around for a little bit, and that's one I want to watch.
The NBA is obsessed with legacy talk. Like there's always, KD tarnished his legacy because he went to the Warriors and he joined the team, blah, blah, blah. What do you think people would say if Kevin Durant decided to go back to Oklahoma City and he decides he wants to finally finish the job in Oklahoma City, but in doing so he joins a team that's just knocking on the door? What do we say about Kevin Durant in that situation? Now, if they come up short and then he goes and then they finish, that would be cool.
Yeah.
And what are people like? If he went back to Oklahoma City right now, that would
stuff like that is why the NBA loses us. And no, he would be. No one would believe him. Oh yeah, I got to finish the job. I've always loved Oklahoma City, and no, you're not. You're just a mercenary, like total mercenary. He's consistently been that.
He goes back.
I hadn't even thought about that possibility.
Finishes the gig. He's like, you know what? I've got unfinished business here. Well, they happen to be pretty good.
Coming home.
Yeah, exactly.
They happen to be pretty good now, sir.
I'm coming home. That would come out of his mouth.
Pause, man. Goodness gracious. Good Lord.
Those words would. They absolutely would.
The Joker, man. 3, that there's going to be conversation about if he wins 3 MVPs, 2 NBA championships. Still got some ball to play, too, by the way. There's going to be talk about where does he rank among the best centers in NBA history.
Why would they not?
But where would he be?
Well, it'd be a little early, right?
I guess, but that's 3 MVPs and that's two titles.
You know what's weird about him is I'm surprised that people didn't vote for someone else like they used to with Jordan just because they wanted a different change as MVP. They wanted to change, like Karl Malone. I mean, stuff like
2.
that. Yeah. Like Jordan could have won it every year.
Nash, the 2. There's always the talk about Kobe and Shaq.
Yeah, but they're not doing that with Joker, which is interesting. Like they could have given it to someone else. There were other candidates. They just love him. I also think,
but he's also pretty damn good.
He's damn good. You have to mention. I mean, why would you not? Where would be your case against calling him one of the greatest ever?
I'm more so localizing it and saying put him against Hakeem because he doesn't. The defensive accidents and all that. Triggered. They're not going to be. No, I'm just saying, like
activate Rockets Twitter.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I think Hakeem is. I mean, he's the most complete center. I mean, especially when you start factoring in defense and all that. But he'll have as many rings. He'll have 3 MVPs.
I think why would you not?
I mean, there'd be some that would say, okay, you put him above Shaq. Do you put him above Hakeem? I mean, he's still in his 20s, too. I know he looks like he's like 40.
I mean, if he wins 4 or 5.
But see, the thing...
He's got to win 4 or 5?
I think. Yeah.
But see, people going to always go back to, the game is played different now than it was back then. That's always going to be the argument.
They don't think his game would have translated back then?
That's going to be the argument.
That's what the argument is.
But he's down there putting in that work.
Yeah, he is.
I agree. But that's always going to be the he couldn't play against Hakeem.
They'd back him down.
All this other stuff.
They'd back him
How
down.
would he do against Shaq?
They'd dunk on his face.
Stuff. It was more physical.
He would run Shaq's ass off the floor.
Yeah, he could.
I mean, really?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the argument.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sitting here like questioning. I mean, I think Hakeem's better. I think. I mean, 3 MVPs, 2 championships. Yeah.
It's undeniable if he does it.
And plus, the other thing is, isn't it? Can't you make a case that it's actually harder for a big these days than back then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I thought the center position was dead.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, like when you talk about basketball and you're like, well, the game was different. It's like, okay, well, yeah, that's true. Like maybe it wouldn't have been, but
they don't emphasize
it. But it feels like it's more difficult to be a center that does what the Joker does than back then.
Yes, because they don't want mid-range shots. They don't want shots that are stop the offense. Because you throw the ball into a center, you're stopping the offense. Period.
Yeah, your premium center was like Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, and no, that you can easily argue that it's more difficult now. Like a two-man game?
Yeah.
Come on, that doesn't happen as much anymore.
Beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the expectations for the Texans, whether they want it or not, they increase in 2 days. Plus, Nico Collins, to extend or not to extend, that is the question. Lunchtime here on In the Loop next.
If the new Texans rookies are looking for a role model in the locker room, Coach DeMeco has a guy in mind.
It's funny, I put up a picture of Will Anderson in our own.
LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Expectations for the Texans, they increase this week whether they like it or not. As soon as the primetime schedule drops, I know DeMeco and Will Anderson, they want to, say the expectations are always the same, and sure. But they increase significantly this week. And I think this is when it kind of becomes real, because you start to – it's not just about expectations here and all the excitement, but you start to – you get a grasp, especially if there's 4 or 5 primetime games, of not just what people feel here, what people around the country feel and how much they think that people are going to be interested in you. So whether DeMeco or Will Anderson want to admit it, and by the way, we're going to compare DeMeco, Will Anderson, and David Culley on expectations. I don't even remember what Culley said, but I'm kind of intrigued.
We have to run the football.
Yeah. What is the most important part?
We'll hear what they said in a second. But the expectations jump up this week.
Well, one of the best things about and why I get so excited about schedule release week, we've already had one released officially actually today with the Ravens at the Chiefs to start the season, and we're going to have progressively more and more and more between now and Wednesday at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. when it's officially released. One of the reasons I like schedule release week so much is because things kind of become real. There's no other way to put it. Like all of a sudden, and they refer, and it has to do with what you just said. Like, oh wow, they got a Monday night game week 1 or whatever it may be. Oh wow, they're playing the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. It just sort of elevates the perspective of what you are. That doesn't mean you're going to be good. Like DeMeco said in his little Hardo, speech there on the schedule. I just want to be the best team every Sunday. I get it. You're right. But the expectations become real of what people expect you to be, and people expect you to be really, really good this year to the point that you're going to play, teams like the Ravens and the Chiefs and the Cowboys and all these other great teams, Lions, on really important windows of the season.
Now, I don't think this is one of those years where there's some sort of I don't see any scenario where there's less than 3 primetime games for the Texans.
I think it's going to be 4, could be 5.
5 would not shock me.
Yeah.
3 I think is the floor for how many primetime games they're going to have.
Yeah.
And are we're counting Thanksgiving as a primetime game?
I kind of do. I put Thanksgiving right there because
it doesn't matter whether you count it or not, because all teams don't have to have primetime games.
And it's going to have more viewers than a lot of primetime games on Thanksgiving at 3 o'clock. Big time. I mean, it's going to be a lot more viewers.
Yeah. So I'll say I'll say there's going to be. I'll say 4, but 5 would not shock me.
Yeah.
It's that exciting of a squad.
I think
I'm gonna say 3.
I say 4, because that's what the Texans are. Plus, they have the marquee. They have marquee value now with C.J. Stroud and others,
and a schedule against marquee.
Yeah,
opponents.
A marquee schedule. Probably the toughest opponents, but going into a season, everything changes. You often say this, the year-to-year league and all.
Everybody says that.
But I'm saying you often say it, and I agree. But in terms of going into the season, the toughest schedule the Houston Texans have ever seen. I don't think there's even any question about it.
That's a first-place schedule.
Yeah.
Some people say, well, that's only a few games. Well, 2 games. 2 games is a lot.
It's a lot.
I mean, if you get 2 bunnies and you have 2 tough matchups, that's not just – it ain't just 2 games.
No.
That's a big thing. And the schedule does matter. You want your bye week in a certain spot and all that. But the expectations, to go back to how we started this, the expectations, they do change. Now, DeMeco Ryans and Will Anderson disagree. Here was what DeMeco and Will had to say about the expectations for the Houston Texans.
I appreciate the question, but we're always hunting. That doesn't change for us. We're always hunting. Expectations on the outside, whatever that may be, doesn't change who we are. The expectations from the outside don't permeate inside our building, and now we have to change what we're doing just because of outside expectations. It really doesn't matter. My message, our focus as a team it's always been consistent, the same as it was last year, is, man, you show up and we continue to get better every single day. You're the best at your position. You're the best for our team. Then that's what wins games. games, right? For us, when everybody is really striving, putting the work in to be better. And that's what it's all about. We don't care about expectations. Talk doesn't win games. We have to go out and play good football when that time comes.
The expectations in the Texans have always been the same. No matter the outside noise, no matter the media, any of that, like, we have a standard that we have to play to. We have a mentality that we play to, and that's the only thing that we have to play to is everything that happens in this building. And I would just say complacency, there's no place for that here at all. What we did last year was last year. What we're going to do this year is what we're going to do this year, and we can't focus on the past. So right now it's just keeping that same mentality, and that's the swarm mentality. When all else fails, what are we going to do? We're going to go out there and swarm, and so that's what type of team we're going to be heading into this new season.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, look, all that stuff is true.
Thanks, guys.
Is true, and it's cool to say, and it's cool to live. What DeMeco said and what Will Anderson said there. It's cool, but it does permeate. The one thing, it doesn't permeate into the. Of course, it does. Absolutely, it does. It's human. It's just the way it is.
How about Will Anderson being the face of what it is to be a Texan, according to DeMeco?
That's pretty high praise, to be honest. I mean, that's pretty dang cool for a second-year guy to be that. But the whole thing is, like, they brought in this new mentality. It's the old Texans are done for. Now we're talking about swarm. We're talking, which he mentioned, Will Anderson did, and everything else. But it does permeate. It does matter.
Then there's the past, and I kind of like to go back to the past just to appreciate where we've arrived in a much shorter than expected time. Let's go back and just listen to what David Culley said, 2021, about the expectations of the Houston Texans. I don't even remember what he said. I just was in the system and I typed in expectations, and there was a David Culley quote. So you have the Hardo, it doesn't matter, Will Anderson, DeMeco Ryans, whether you roll your eyes or not, it's good to hear, especially coming off the seasons that they had. Let's hear what not too long ago David Culley had to say about expectations.
First of all, we're going to have players that are smart, tough, selfish, and all about being a Texan. Offensively, we're going to be a team that's basically going to be very flexible. You may see something one week that you may not see the next week, but we're going to be flexible. We're going to be that's going to be an offense that will be an offense that you may not have seen last week, but it's flexible enough that people are going to have to defend us. You're going to have a defense that's going to be aggressive, attacking, that's going to do the right things, that's going to make people kind of lose their will, a little, if I may say. And then you're going to have a special teams that is going to be as good as any in this league.
So many
checks. What you're going to have is you're going to have a football team that is going to be that's going to try to play every week winning football. In other words, what I'm saying there is this. Winning football means is we're going to be a football team that the most important thing about football is the football.
Oh, there it is.
So that being said, as a player, especially on offense, is not to give that football to somebody else. If we got to go 3 and out and punt it, we're good. We're going to be on the defenses now. That is going to be the complete opposite. And special teams wise, when they go out on the football field, you'll see guys that are playing offense and defense that are going to go down there, and you're going to think right here that those guys think that they're the most important people on the field. And you know what? When they're out there, they are. That being said, what you're going to see is you're going to see a football team covering each other's butt.
Man, I'm still embarrassed.
This is secondhand embarrassment.
Yeah, I'm still embarrassed.
I'm over here cringing.
I think it's hilarious now. You're still cringing?
I am.
Yes.
You haven't moved past to where that's hilarious?
No.
I can't believe.
How is that not hilarious to you now?
Salute to him for getting his money and all that, but I can't believe he was a head coach.
He was the perfect coach.
We
wouldn't be where we were without that incompetence.
He was a head man.
Not be where we are without that incompetence. You guys should be able to laugh. You should be able to appreciate it.
This was an NFL head coach.
Yeah, and you know what? Look where we are now.
He told us the most important thing about football is the football.
2 years we got to the playoffs.
NFL head coach.
It was awesome.
That whole thing.
I have an appreciation for it.
I felt embarrassed.
So what was the offense going to be? And what was the defense going to be?
Selfless.
I have a great appreciation for it. I can laugh at it. I don't even cringe anymore.
I do. I
actually appreciate it.
I
actually love listening to it.
I hate it.
I almost want to go back and listen to a David Culley press conference.
That was one of those and the people say this a lot of times for no reason, but that was one of those legitimately that really happened, dude.
Someone asked 281, was that a real pro? Yes.
Yes.
That was a real presser. As a matter of fact,
that was asked. I think that was like an interview.
It was an exclusive interview.
Yeah.
About the Texans to try to get you excited.
Yeah.
That was real.
That really happened.
That sounds like an SNL skit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm the whole time even listening it again. Right now, I'm like, oh.
I love it.
How did that? How did they allow that to happen?
Because they were trying to bottom out, man. Got through the mud, man. Appreciate it.
Good gracious.
I actually want to bring him back, man.
No, please. We're good. We good.
Let's give him the Romeo role. Let's give him the Romeo just wander around role. Remember when Romeo used to hop in that golf cart?
Man, but how about just getting his money?
Good for him.
Salute to that, man.
And props to them for giving him the opportunity that no one else would have given him.
I wonder why.
Life's changed.
I wonder why he got the opportunity that nobody else got.
Man, he won his first game, man.
He did. He did.
Remember that?
Remember when he didn't know where to go at training camp? I don't know where to stand. I don't know where to go.
He admitted it.
Thanks, Coach. Have a good year. Good luck this year. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know where to go. All right.
I don't cringe anymore.
I was still cringing.
I very much enjoy it. Mm-hmm. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Nico Collins. He's heading into the final year of his contract. And it's a conversation that's being had. A lot of people on the side of give Nico Collins an extension before the start of the season. He had an elite season last year. Top 8 wide receiver production when you factor everything in. Only missed a few games. The Jets game where he left. He's missed 12 games in 3 years, not counting the ones where he leaves early or is hobbled.
Yeah.
And now there's talk about, extend Nico Collins, pay the man. I'm not against an early extension, but when I hear numbers thrown out like $25 million and, over $20 million, north of $20 million, I kind of roll my eyes because Devontae Smith just got a 3-year, $75 million extension. Mm-hmm. St. Brown got over 25, like $27.5, $28 million, whatever it is. If Nico Collins goes out and balls out this year, let's say he has his second really good season, how much more is he going to get than Devontae Smith? Furthermore, if you pay him like Devontae Smith and Amon-Ra St. Brown in that area, and he goes back to not being able to stay on the field, and the production takes a dip, what is the reason for paying Nico Collins that type of bread early on? What's the reason?
It just depends on what you think he's going to be like in that building. If you really think this is the dude, this is our number one, we can get him at this price, not cheap, but cheaper than if he has another year. If he has the identical year he has this year, then you're going to have to. But you're going to have to pay him.
But if you have to do that, that's fine. My thing is, though, why pay him like that before it happens?
That's what I'm saying. No, the only reason would be is if they feel, hey, we have no more questions about it. But I don't see how they can even.
Or if they feel like Stephon Diggs, this is really a 1-year deal, and we don't really plan on signing him again, and we need to keep Nico around.
Yeah, because they are.
We don't need to lose both of them, or we don't want to pay Stephon Diggs.
They're going to be short on bodies at the wide receiver position if they don't sign these guys. Like, they had a lot of guys at the wide receiver position.
Well, that's the other thing, though. But in the NFL, you have leverage.
Of course.
Because you can franchise tag him, and then you can figure it out with Nico Collins. Mm-hmm. You are right, though. Him, Diggs, Brown, and Woods are all in the final year they're doing. We don't even know what the future of Woods is. But I just don't know how much more the value goes up. Like, do you think Nico Collins is going to come out 100K?
No, that's why I don't feel.
Would you do it?
No, absolutely not. Right now?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. I would not. I as much, even if I'm, let's say they are in that boat and I'm in that boat too. Like, he's the dude. He is legit. It's going to be a string of years of big time production. Even if I'm there, financially, it's worth waiting because it's not going to be that much more next year.
I'm just really. It's kind of a no for me, man.
Yeah.
It's just kind of a no for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waited out. And would it shock me if Nico Collins goes out there and balls out again? No. But then you pay him about what Devontae Smith and Amon-Ra St. Brown got.
Mm-hmm.
But to do it before he goes out there and does it, especially after the Titus Howard, I don't get it. I don't think the price is going to jump, and it's not an open market like baseball. That's the beauty of football.
And how about you?
They have the leverage.
How about you disrespecting Ben Skoranek? I like this pick for this trade. For one specific reason.
I like it because they need receivers on the back end that can play special teams.
That's one of them. I think that he's going to be a big part of the new kickoff rule. I think Frank Ross had a lot to do with this.
Okay.
He's a big dude. He can obviously cover. Has played special teams. He was a captain because of that. They love their captains. They love their captains. Yeah. And he might be a guy even in the return game with the new kickoff rule where you can't run until the ball is hit. And then the other thing is I like him because I think he's going to fit a very specific, limited but specific role in Bobby Slowick's offense. Whether it's coming out of the backfield because he's played a little H-back, tight end, all that, just kind of another guy.
So who do you think's threatened by this? Like who's the guy that – is it Robert Woods? Is it John Mechie?
I think it's Robert Woods.
Do you think Robert Woods is gone?
I think it could be.
I think it's Mechie, man. If Mechie's going to be here – he's got to do something other than be a receiver, right?
Yes, and that's
what
the
top three aren't playing special teams. I don't know if Noah Brown is. I mean, are they still going to use him? Are they going to use him on special teams? I know he's done it in the past, but
yeah.
I mean, John Mechie's got a. I think he's the one that's.
Mechie's a good pick because of that, because of the special team. I think they brought him in for two very specific reasons. One on special teams with the new kickoffs, and then one as a gadget guy, third down guy for Bobby Slowick.
That was a weird trade, though. 6th and 7th. Now, the reason the Rams did it is because they got the better option in Whittington.
What about the trade?
Texans.
They could be picking right next to each other either way. Like they could be like 28th and 29th.
Yeah.
You know? And they trade them.
They got Whittington. They were just like, we don't need him.
Yeah.
And then DeMeco Ryans, he's a hard worker.
Mm-hmm.
Used about every token white guy catchphrase that I'd heard in my life. Hard worker. But what else did DeMeco say? Works hard.
Mm-hmm.
He's a grinder. Plays the way that we like to play.
Yeah.
There you go. Might as well call him Rudy. Coming up next, lunchtime confessions here on Sports Radio 610 Reaction Monday. Let's talk. Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Hopefully one makes a cameo. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower. During lunchtime confessions, it is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This one just came across the wire.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Is he a loop? I hope he ain't no loophole.
This one just came across the wire during that last break. I'm not going to mention any names.
Oh, little breaking news.
I'm just gonna say this is. I don't understand people sometimes. So let me just give you an example. Suppose you had a travel trailer that you kept somewhere.
Okay. I mean, it's a nice one too, isn't it? Right? Yeah, hypothetically speaking, is it a nice one?
It's pretty nice. It's good enough.
Like you could live there for a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
And at that travel trailer, you also keep a kayak that you like to go putter around in sometimes.
By the way, is a lot of maintenance and a lot of
yeah.
Those aren't cheap. How much does this kayak cost? And
this one wasn't overly expensive, probably about $700.
Okay. Did you get robbed?
No. Why?
Okay, I'm just asking. I don't know where this is going.
No, but suppose you have these two things, and a neighbor that you kind of know, you're friendly with, texts you and says, "Hey, can my daughter stay at your trailer and can they use your kayak?" What? Like you see them.
How tight are y'all?
I mean, we say hello, and all that stuff. Like
it's not like Scott Knoll asking.
Oh God, no!
It's not like Captain Caleb asking.
I don't even know the last name.
Yeah.
That.
So you don't know his daughter. You don't know anything about her.
Never met her.
You didn't even know he had a daughter.
Did not. The liability alone. Who would? First of all, who asks that?
Yeah.
Hey, can we use your house and the kayak?
This is hypothetical.
And go out on the bay?
I'm gonna ask my neighbor that.
Dude,
can I borrow your crib and your car?
Sure, take my kayak.
I mean, my thing is, even the trailer that's one thing. Like the trailer, that's a lot.
Yeah.
But you're not there.
Yeah.
But the kayak? Like that's like
what
saying,
if something happens?
Hey, can I stay at your house? And oh, by the way, can I can I take your motorcycle out?
Yes.
Or can I borrow your bicycle too?
Yes.
I mean, like, I would just start at the trailer.
Yes.
Not the trailer and the kayak. Can I take your bicycle out too?
This is unbelievable. Just an example.
You're not going to be able to look at this dude the same.
No. No. If it was me.
What you tell him?
If it were me, I would not be able to. How do you? It's not necessarily me that I'm talking about.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've been known to kind of get lost in a press conference, and, you know, I am the podium critic, so I do get a little bit washed away at times, for better or worse. Admittedly, sometimes they don't matter, but I just kind of like the demeanor. Jake Fisher, man, this selection of the tackle in the second round is starting to kind of rub off on me, man. His press conference yesterday, you know what he has the feel of? He has the feel of like one of those veterans where the Texans, like 6 years from now, or in a big game, like conference championship, and he's got the C on his chest. He's just kind of one of those like leaders. He just kind of sounds the part. He really just kind of sounds like an offensive lineman. He sounds like a traditional offensive lineman, just kind of a lunch pail guy, go about his business. Shout out to Laramie Tunsil. Very entertained by Laramie Tunsil, but he's not thinking about, you know, brand and all that. He's not trying to get people to subscribe to his stream to, you know, get free tickets. This guy starting to win me over. My confession is I think this guy's going to be a big part of things.
Starter?
Yes.
Really?
Soon. Maybe not this year. Although crazy, like we completely dismiss it. Crazier things have happened than a second-round rookie beating out Titus Howard, or eventually establishing himself within
over the course of the year.
Yeah, over the course of the year is a better player. Now, I did think Seth put it well. He's competing with Charlie Heck. But just the way that he carries himself, the way that they obviously liked him, my confession is I'm starting to be intrigued by this Jake Fisher fella.
Just as a side note to that, before I get to my next confession, the same thing happened to me with Cade Stover. I like, as Sean likes to say, the cut of his jib. Big dude.
Can we not quit calling him, though? Can we quit calling him Farmer Gronk? Can we tell him that tap the brakes?
Unless
on
he
that?
likes it or whatever. But
how about Farmer? CJ Fedorowicz or something. Like let's just get a good tight end.
Big dude, and I'm certainly biased because of all the acclaim that Nick gave him. But that was me with him.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm telling you, I tried. I really, really, really tried. I tried to get into it. I tried to understand it. I was asking questions. So yesterday, my daughter, well, all the kids came over, but my daughter, as they were over at the house celebrating Mother's Day, said, "Hey, can I watch Buying Beverly Hills?"
It's awesome.
Oh, it sucks. Oh, I tried. I watched 2 whole episodes.
Did you? Was it Buying Sunset or Buying Beverly Hills?
Buying Beverly Hills.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh my!
Watch them all.
God, I felt dumber.
I can binge those.
I felt.
What is it about?
So dumb. It's these fake ass people in L.A. and Beverly Hills that are selling real estate.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, it sucks. Oh,
the dude's wife is on. The dude's wife is on, and he's going through his divorce.
Yeah, because she's with
Kyle
some
Richards.
other woman or something.
Yeah, Kyle Richards.
And all this. And the daughter,
I'll watch this in a second.
So
my boy's sister's on it.
So is it like a reality show or more like an HGTV?
They're real estate agents at the highest level, $20 million houses.
It's a good show.
Good Lord. I'm telling you, I went in with an open mind. And by the end of the second, I just finally told my daughter, so I got to turn this
Selling
off.
Sunset's better.
I got to turn this off.
Selling Sunset's better, though.
Superficial, fake.
No kidding.
Just insincere.
What channel would come on?
What is it? I think it's Netflix. Yeah, I think it's Netflix. I tried. I really tried.
Selling Sunset's better, but I like Selling Beverly Hills. It's just all stupidity.
Good Lord.
It's all stupidity, man.
That's
all it is.
Sucks.
Stupidity.
Yes, it is.
I think one of the best things about going on vacation or being gone for a week or something is that you arrive back at home and you have like a stacked ass DVR to watch.
Oh yeah.
And it's just all spread out. Like you could you just have all these shows and stuff waiting for you. I think that's one of the lost arts of
little hidden value.
The vacation. Oh, it's just
little hidden value. We did the same
on.
thing when we went out for a week. It was awesome catching up on all those shows. I totally agree.
Seinfeld for the 30th time?
No, all the stuff. Abbott Elementary, The Neighborhood, all those. Some other ones, of course. All my fishing shows.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
J.J. Watt has to be regretting buying a piece of Burnley in the Premier League.
What
soccer.
happened?
They got relegated.
Which means what?
They went down to the lower league, which means
if you lose, then you go down.
If you're in
So
the
they got
bottom,
demoted.
Yeah, you got demoted.
Oh, that's why he was showing like that protest or whatever?
He's got to be.
So now
regretting
he's looked at as an idiot.
They're going to lose money because that the difference in money that you can earn from Premier League to the Champions League, which is
So how do you get back?
You got to be in the top 2 or 3. I forget exactly what it is. So that just to get back.
The Watt curse?
Yeah. He's got
your ass off the field.
He's got to be regretting it.
Stay away from here.
He bought a
Bad
stock.
luck.
He got a piece of a Premier League team, and now they've been relegated. Like they're losing money, they're losing fans, they're losing TV time. Players are harder to acquire, etc. I don't know if he would ever say it, but he's got to be regretting that investment.
Got to be.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I'm intrigued that John Lopez, you broke down the Drake-Kendrick Lamar beef, huh?
Dude, it was badass. I got into it way more than I thought I would.
So you enjoyed it? What was the verdict? Who won?
I thought it was a lot closer than other people have seen. All I knew was that there was a beef and Kendrick is destroying him and all that. But I went in with an open mind. I didn't go in. Figgy sent me this link for Genius, which is apparently and I said, nope, I'm not going to open that. I'm not going to do anything. Open mind. I thought it was a lot closer than people thought, but not until the very end when Drake kind of raised the white flag at the end of his last song and just started talking like almost apologetically. I'm like, all right, so he now feels like he got beat.
So he lost.
But Drake did pretty dang good. It was a lot closer than I thought. And by the way, a lot of people were all over that thing. Figgy, that was a good idea by you.
Who won?
I say Kendrick Lamar won for the simple fact that he kind of outsmarted Drake.
Have you heard all the songs?
I do think Drake had the better diss song.
I've heard Drake is a pedophile, whatever that song is.
Yeah.
By the way, which just came up on a Wifey's Pandora mix.
It did?
They
Yeah, like
not like us.
Yeah,
That's the name of the song.
I think it's called Drake's a Pedo. And it just came. I was like, damn, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I watched Drake video. It was late, but whenever it dropped, I watched it.
It was fun.
Okay.
It was fun getting into it.
It was a legendary moment in hip-hop history, man. The way all of that happened on a Friday night.
Oh, okay. How that was all dropping.
Yeah, because Drake dropped this song we all been waiting on, and then Kendrick dropped 40 minutes after that. So it was like so much going on. It was crazy.
Yeah.
That's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, 3 potential teachers' pets for DeMeco Ryans, and the state of the 3 teams in town has many surprise. Next.
What's
Varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. While supplies last.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right. The Astros right now, they're the center of reports that the manager can't communicate. Bob Nightingale, two prominent players have expressed concern about Joe Espada's communication skills. Is he one and done? Is that where we're going?
I think it's trending that way for sure because of the losses and because of this.
And then you have the other two major sports teams in town, the Texans, thriving. We think 3 to 5 primetime games is what we're going to get in 2 days.
Yep.
And you have the Rockets, really good season, young guys showing some signs of superstar potential on not a nightly basis, but
at least
stretches.
Star potential, yeah.
And they've got a coach, and now they have the number 3 overall pick. So you look at the state of these three teams. Obviously, it could come tumbling down for the Texans. I mean, crazier things have happened in the NFL. I'm not predicting it. It could come tumbling down for the Rockets. Crazier things have happened in the NBA. I'm not predicting it. But when it comes to the Astros getting up to even a level of where you feel as optimistic as you do about the other two, I just don't see it. I sure as hell don't see it in the next couple of years. No. And that to me is the most surprising thing about the state of these three squads. It's not necessarily that I'm going to sit here and forecast greatness for the Texans or greatness for the Rockets. There's still a lot to be done, and we've only got a small sample size for the Rockets and a 1-year sample size from the Texans in, you've heard this, a year-to-year league.
Yeah, look.
But I see no hope for the Astros.
I mean, just less than a year ago, we were thinking, man, maybe they're going to win another World Series. I mean, they might just do it. You know, get by the Rangers. You know, who knows? They might win a World Series. Now I'm not seeing any of that. I'm not seeing postseason. I'm not seeing anything close to that. They're aging, and I think that's pretty obvious. Even if you like, okay, what about these guys? The players that you're relying on and have relied on are aging, or in baseball years they're older, like Bregman. You know, the Astros have played 97 extra baseball games since 2017, compared to like a regular 162 game schedule. That leaves a mark. So they're aging, or they're aging in dog years / baseball years. They have free agent luxury tax issues. They have a manager that is like, once you get players starting to talk about communication issues with the manager, that gets the attention of the owner. And so, they're a distant third right now.
I mean, what did they think forward. He was like? Did they hire him thinking this guy's just going to, I mean, did they talk to him?
Oh, sure.
Like Jim Crane shouldn't be surprised by this. He talked to him.
I'm sure.
I heard him talk minutes. I realized, this guy's,
But he was the right guy for Jim Crane.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. Like they're just a matter of months. Talk about life comes at you fast.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the definition of life comes at you fast. We're talking about a World Series, and now it's like, I don't think anybody can really dispute, even if you think, hey, it's early and they could make a run this year. No one can dispute.
We're 20% through, by the way.
They're going downhill.
Yeah.
They're going down. Like,
yeah,
you know.
I mean, this team, you look at it this way. If the Rockets make the playoffs next year, we're going to be saying that's great.
Yeah.
Texans return to the playoffs. Obviously, you might want to get greedy, but that's great, right? Back to back.
Yeah.
With, the young core. I'm to the point where we've gone from World Series. If the Astros make the playoffs this year, props, man.
Dude, that's
y'all actually y'all really surprised some people.
Be a huge upset.
For me, that's where I'm at with the Astros right now. And when you look at the Rockets and the Texans, like the 2-year, 3-year window gets you even more excited than the next year. Like if you look at the Texans, there's a lot of excitement heading into 2024. With the Rockets, there's a lot of excitement heading into 2024, 2025. I'm almost scared to think about what the Astros are going to be in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost terrifying.
Well, it is. First of all, let's look at the pitcher who really was outstanding yesterday, Verlander. I mean, his velocity was way down, which is a sign of age. But he was so, I hate to say it, but he was crafty. He really was, and where he was locating the ball. etc. All right, let's look at Jose Altuve. Great start to the year, man. He's 34. Alex Bregman, 30, going on 38.
He's one of the worst players in baseball right now, by the way.
Who?
Bregman.
Oh, for sure.
He's one of the. He is statistically one of the. He is as bad at his job as Jose Abreu was before they sent his ass off. And I know. I mean, I know he's a legend. I know that he's like a big deal around here. But Alex Bregman, right now, if we're just talking about the first 40 games of this season, he is as bad at what he does as almost as Jose Abreu was at what he did.
I looked Friday, so I don't know what the numbers are now, but Friday he had worse offensive numbers across the board than Martin Maldonado did last year. Just did. He just did. So there you go. You got I mean, he does. He did anyway Friday. I'll have to look again. So you got 41-year-old Verlander. You got Bregman, 30 going on 38, in baseball years. Some of these players that you were counting on, that like Chas McCormick and Jake Myers, are not doing anything, and they're 28 and 29. Obviously, John Singleton, he's not going to be a great story. They should make a movie.
He's playing his ass off.
They should make a movie,
Man.
but he's 32.
He's doing better than I thought he would.
Is he going to be your answer at first base the next 3 years?
No.
I mean, that's just the way it is. Then you have, all these guys that
and he
have been
also
injured.
benefits from who he's replacing. Like,
Exactly.
let's just be serious.
Exactly. Even the guy that is exciting to watch now, the people mistakenly he thinks like some young phenom. Ronald Blanco is 30. Ronald Blanco is 30. Ryan Presley is 35.
Oh, he's broken.
Yes.
Although the bullpen's been better.
Like, this is an aging team with no real farm system. It's just going downhill. But what about Payne? Yeah, Payne to fine. That's great.
Good for him.
But no.
He's the one guy that 2-3 years from now, he might, I mean, you could see potential, along with Tucker, but Tucker, you're going to have to pay him.
Mm-hmm.
This was one of my favorite sources for statistical data. Kunkel Stats and Info. Will Kunkel of Fox. He likes to put out some stats, and I find it to be a valuable resource on the Twitter sphere. This was May 8th, 2024. So this was 5 days ago. Alex Bregman was last in batting average among third basemen in the MLB. He was second to last in on-base percentage. He was last in slugging percentage. He was last in OPS. He was tied for last in home runs, and he was tied for last in RBI. He sucks this year. I mean, he's nothing more than a businessman. That's all he is right now. Like, he's not a good baseball player at this point. I like, what do you do? Like, is it possible that the price drops to where it makes sense to keep him around? Like, could this almost be like a blessing, or is this a sign of what Alex Bregman's going to be for the, like, maybe he just has a really bad year when it's the worst time to have a bad year, which with Astros right now, if they think that this is just an off year, maybe they get him at some sort of bargain. But who's trading for that? Like, in a contract year with that, like we talk about, are they going to move Bregman? Who wants that?
See, I think there's going to be a team.
Well,
I think there will. Now, you're not going to get a big return, but the thing that I keep going back to, 19 postseason home runs. There's going to be some team in contention that's going to convince themselves. I'm not saying it's right. What I'm saying is they're going to convince themselves, hey, man, change the scenery. Hey, man, we got a guy that in the postseason can turn it up a notch. Here's a guy that always has started slow. Now, this is spectacularly slow, but he's always started slow. There's going to be some team somewhere that's like, hey, man, how about just we give you this, some meaningless prospect or whatever. And
meaningless prospect? We're trading Bregman for a meaningless prospect?
Yes.
That's where we're at?
Yes. I think some team's going to want to find it. Going to look at his postseason numbers and going to say, yeah, maybe.
And then I saw, and these are two guys that are HEB stars at this point. Bregman, who right now, and I know he started off slow before. Bregman's playing this way, and he's like getting his damn tacos at Trillburgers and got his salsa at HEB and who knows what other business ventures he's got. Shout out to him. Always been great in the community. And then you have, the other day, I'm scrolling through my timeline, and I see Figgy's favorite player of all time, Jayshawn Tate.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
And he's at Lance McCullers' coffee shop, and Lance McCullers is like teaching him how to do the perfect
Don't
pour.
get me started on the coffee shop.
Dude, but Lance McCullers is like sitting there like teaching him, and I'm like, what is this? He's like literally instructing him. I don't know if they're like pouring it in. I don't know if it's a mixture. I don't know what's going on, but you got Lance McCullers, who, by the way,
10 pitches, right? 10 or 12, something like that?
What in the hell was that? I saw that report. I've heard long toss. I've heard like rehab starts. I've heard live BP. They said Lance McCullers threw a bullpen. I read it, and I was like, okay, well, that's good. And then they said he threw 10 to 12 pitches. What the hell is that? How far off are you when you're throwing 10 to 12 pitches in a bullpen?
Yeah.
What is that? Like, how far off is that?
You're far off.
You would think that we would be experts on following these types of things.
Because we follow them all the time.
But he's sitting there showing Figgy's boy, Jayshawn Tate, how to pour the perfect coffee. And I'm like, what is this?
Yes. 10 to 12. Was it on flat ground? I don't know if it was on flat ground or not. Bullpen means mound, doesn't it? No, I saw the video. It was mound, but still.
10 to 12?
10 to 12. Wow.
It's progress.
I guess.
What do you have against the coffee house?
Because, like, he said that it's one of the things that's helped him focus on his rehab.
Yeah, it would have been 2 pitches if he hadn't been in that coffee
Good
house.
thing he has the coffee house.
Yeah, it would have been 12. It was extra 10 pitches.
Come
right
on,
there.
man. Look, good. Go make your money, but
no, do your thing.
I'm just tired of.
I don't get this coffee scene.
Yeah,
in here.
Yeah, there's.
I want to show you this.
I saw it.
What is he doing?
No, I saw it.
Well, what is he doing?
It's the perfect pour, man.
Well, how does that work?
I don't know. Oh Lord, I don't know.
He's like,
yeah.
And then he's like instructing
It's all in the wrist.
Like he's teaching someone how to swing a golf club or something.
It's all in the wrist.
I mean, why are we doing this with coffee?
Mm-hmm.
I get that the craft beer scene's coming up. Like, what are we doing?
Texter says 10 or 12 pitches and 40 espressos.
Some people just ruin it for you, man.
Oh, man.
You ever gone and like tried to have like a beer with someone who's just going to make it everything? God, they're talking to the waiter for like, hey, what about this beer? What about this beer? What about, what's the blah, blah, blah. It's like, man, get a beer.
What do you recommend?
What do you recommend? What the recommend is fine.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, let me see your beer list. Oh,
yeah. Is that a Pilsner?
How is that Pilsner right there?
Is that wheaty?
Which one is stronger?
Is that wheat?
But the thing is, they never, like, it's beer is like the most, and I always get a kick out of when they're like, do you want to try? No, just give me the pint. That's my try.
I can't say anything today because I did the whole thing with the Belgian beers yesterday for Mother's Day, the little flight. And you could taste a little different. Those are cool.
Nice.
Yeah, those are cool.
No, I don't mind. Like, I think beer tasting's fine, but I mean, the menu is usually going to tell you. It's going to tell you the percentage.
Exactly what it is. Yeah.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
You go with it. You don't like it. Tough luck.
Bothering this waiter.
Yeah.
Strange state of things. Coming up, potential teachers' pets for DeMeco Ryans, and did a Texans rookie tell a fib? Let's go around the league next.
Yeah, guys, how you feeling right now?
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Potential teachers' pets for DeMeco Ryans. Every coach has their favorites. Alfred Blue and Bill O'Brien. Ooh, come up. Rex Burkhead and Lovie Smith. Couldn't break them up.
Who's Cully's?
Whoever they told him.
Chris Conley.
Oh, yeah, Chris Conley. Sure. Dusty Baker and Martin Maldonado.
Big time.
Get a room.
Yeah.
John Lopez has DeMeco Ryans. We already know Will Anderson's one. Will Anderson's a baller.
Yeah, I'm talking about like guys.
Yeah, guys like on the lower tier.
Yeah. Yeah.
John Lopez has a list of 3 potential coaches' pets for DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, number one, we mentioned a little bit ago. I think Ben Skoranek. The fact that they made this deal for a very specifically talented guy who was going to be on the street. See, that's the thing. There were reports they were going to release Skoranek, but the Texans felt compelled swap 6th and 7th. I mean, swap 6th round and then swap 7th round picks. Those picks are going to be like you can cover them with a hat. They're probably going to be in the same area. So they just wanted to make sure they got him. So if you realize that they wanted to make sure we got that guy and nobody else, that's a teacher's pet. Now, is it DeMeco Ryans or Nick Caserio? I think more specifically, it might be Bobby Slowick and or Frank Ross. Because when you look at what Skoranek is and has done, his numbers went down, wasn't really doing a whole lot last year.
Well, I mean, they had
Nakua and all that stuff
Cooper
going
Kupp.
on.
Yeah.
And Whittington, Texas.
Would have been nice to have him.
There's a lot of guys that would have been nice to have. This has got to be Bobby Slowick. I think Slowick is thinking about using him like 4 to 6 snaps a game on offense, but very specific, like very specific third down. Go into a route out of the backfield because he's played some fullback.
I mean, isn't he a more established wide receiver than John Mechie? I know.
Well,
that,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
And he does other stuff.
What did he have, like 39 catches one year? And
I mean, his first 2 seasons. If you're just looking at what he did, like he
had 50 catches in 24 games.
Yeah,
509 receiving yards.
Yeah.
So yes, more established. But I think, and isn't it cool to be in a place where the Texans don't have to bring in guys that they just got to put on the field? They're bringing in guys that they want to have for very specific reasons.
So you think he's got potential to be a coach's pet?
Like you're going to have a 4-wide situation, and he's in the backfield, and boom, who's going to cover him? I think this is a Bobby Slowick special, or Frank Ross with special teams with the new kickoff rules. Big dude, runs real well, can cover and maybe even return. So I think that's a teacher's pet right there.
Okay,
coach's pet.
That's number 1.
Number 2, Phildarius Payne. Who? Phildarius Payne. No relation to Seth, but spells his last name exactly the same way. I think he's a DeMeco kind of guy.
Okay.
He keep in mind,
this guy from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, number 0 at Virginia Tech. I remember. But
Thursday night.
I didn't think he was. Yeah, I didn't think he was. Whatever.
What's up? 6 p.m. kick.
A little undersized.
What's up, Andre Ware?
Quick guy in the middle. He's calling the game.
I'll give you a good scouting report on him.
I watched this guy a lot. Yeah, I bet you did. So, undrafted free agent DeMeco. When was the last time a head coach, much less anyone, started saying these things about an undrafted free agent?
Now,
at
in
rookie minicamp?
In fairness, John.
Yeah.
Cole Thompson asked the question.
No, I know.
Cole Thompson threw out a Phildarius Payne question.
Yeah.
And I love Cole, but he will ask about a
specific
scout teamer.
Yeah, like that.
I mean, I think last year, unofficial stat, I think Cole Thompson in camp asked 47 Dylan Horton questions. Here was, shout out to Cole Thompson, but here was what DeMeco said after. In fairness, Cole Thompson asked him about Phildarius Payne.
with signing Payne as a D tackle for Virginia Tech, he's a undersized D tackle that's very explosive, quick. You saw him making a lot of plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage, utilizing his explosiveness, his quickness. Like to see him translate that to our scheme and what we do. We have some smaller defensive linemen on our team. When guys play the style of ball that I want to play, guys are attacking and we can utilize his quickness. Hopefully Payne can be a guy who can add to that group as well.
Damn.
All right.
Damn. It's an undrafted friend. What would Bill O'Brien have said?
He's rookies, no crap.
Yeah.
Marcus Harris out of Auburn does intrigue me.
Yeah, he's another one.
That's a first-team SEC guy, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
7th-round pick.
Yeah.
Size, getting small.
That's what he's looking for.
I do think that's these guys, like we've seen Roy Lopez. We saw Roy Lopez hang around for a couple years.
Undersized as well.
Kurt Heinrich is heading into his third year. He's still playing.
Yeah.
So we've seen this before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. And the third one.
Third pet.
And I'm
Coach's pet.
Admittedly very influenced by Nick Casario's whatever it was. It was like a Lifetime Achievement Award speech or something. Cade Stover. like he was like Kennedy Honors or something, and he was presenting.
Said everything is elite.
Yeah.
Whatever we've heard about him, it's elite.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's elite.
We got to quit calling him Farmer Gronk.
Yeah.
Like, that's too much.
I do like I like the story, but we'll see. We'll see if he likes it.
How about Farmer? I mean, I don't even want to say Farmer Daniels, but just like.
Mm-hmm. But all I saw, and I asked Sean about it because Sean went out to rookie minicamp.
Oh, Sean was out there, huh?
Yeah, he went out Friday. Friday.
What'd he say about Stover?
Eye tests, same thing. Big dude.
Looks the part.
Yeah, like he's a big dude, bigger than it looks when he's listed.
I don't like minimizing these types of events. I'm like, no one should be sitting here after that saying, "Okay, Stover, starting tight end, he's going to be a Pro Bowler." But a first look at guys on the field, you've never really seen them. You kind of just try to imagine what they look like. Some guys stick out. I mean, I like every step of the process of the rookie process. I like hearing from the kids.
It's
all that
starting, man.
Yeah.
Why would you not get excited about that?
I think it's cool.
It's very cool.
And who knows what Stover looks like once they actually line up. Because then all of a sudden Casario was he went from praising him to, well, he's been playing the position for 2 years and we'll see if he can block and we'll figure it out.
One thing I always look at, and maybe it's wrong, but it's one of the things that I look at a lot, is when they bring in these undrafted free agents. What guarantee did they give them as a bonus? Because I always look at that.
You love looking at that.
I love looking at the bonus because it means just how much they really wanted them and how much they had to kind of recruit him. So Payne got, I want to say, a $20,000 guarantee. That doesn't sound like a lot, but for an undrafted guy, that's pretty good.
I mean, what's real good? Like, what's the top?
I've seen up to 50 or 60. But that's just my personal experience.
What about these twins? These twin receivers
the Yankee
that I
twins.
keep hearing about. What about these guys?
The Yankee twins.
What's up with these guys?
You know what sucks about that? One of them's going to beat the other one out. More than likely.
What if they're both on the practice squad?
Now, that's a possibility. But, like, let's
Have
say...
they done, like, a sit-down?
Oh, they will.
A twin sit-down?
I mean, unfortunately, Berman's not here anymore to do it.
Which one of you guys is the oldest?
Yeah, otherwise, it would have already happened. But, like, you look
all over everything still, though.
Yeah, he is. But just as a fan, you look at, like, their depth chart. I mean, unless it's both practice squad, where are you going to put these guys? The Yankees.
What is up with these guys?
Nothing.
What are we doing?
It's going to be one of the big stories. Like people trying to get the twins.
Well, the thing is that Hall of Fame game, it's the perfect opportunity for, like, Yankee twins or reserve running backs to just get everyone excited because it's the first glimpse and someone's going to break out and they're going to become like the camp crush.
Yeah. Now, Sean did say that British Brooks looked like a better running, more the part, I should say, than Jordan. Yeah.
Based on what?
Size.
Just size?
Yeah. Eyeballs.
Well, I don't want to bring this up. Going around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, bring it up
now. You are, yeah.
Do you not remember there's a lot of things I listened to Sean about?
Mm-hmm.
Do you not
about to bring up David Johnson?
You remember the David Johnson call-in?
I do.
At minicamp? Oh, my God. I thought I basically move over Earl Campbell. The Sean body type, the Sean looks the part running back thing is, man, David Johnson really looks, this looks like a good ball player. He was gushing over David Johnson. He remembered that too.
I do.
And we were torching him.
Wasn't that during the time? Do a promo about that or something? Wasn't that back in our bad imaging days?
Maybe.
I think that was back in the bad imaging days when God, our promo sucked. Will the Texans sign Von Miller?
Will the Texans sign Von Miller?
That was a real thing. Used to have some bad imaging.
That was in 2021 too.
Yeah, used to have some bad stuff going on there. Yeah. Primetime games. Texans will not face the Chiefs to start the season. Instead, that will be the Baltimore Ravens. DeMeco Ryans doesn't give a damn how you feel about primetime games.
And when the schedule is released, whatever it is, we're excited to go play ball. I don't care where it is, when it is. Like, our team will be ready to go. We're excited about every game. There's not one game that's, that I look at more so than the other. Every game is important. We're trying to stack more in the win columns, right? That's what it's all about for me. Schedule release is a part of it. It's a lot of hoopla about and speculation about who's playing where, prime time. When the ball is kicked off, we don't care how many cameras are on us. We don't care what network has the game. Like, we're trying to be the best football team on the field that day. All the outside stuff, it really doesn't matter to us. It's just noise.
Yeah, look, that part is actually true, but it's also overstating the reality of everybody, players, coaches, front office, personnel. They all want to see the schedule, and if nothing else, just for practical purposes,
it matters.
Yeah, it matters.
Like when you play teams, it matters how it's laid out, the bye, all that. It matters.
It matters.
Planning,
bye week. You mentioned.
Come on.
Thursday night games. How you're going to respond? Travel.
Yeah.
After a short week or not, whatever, it all matters.
East Coast to East Coast, West Coast, all that stuff. It matters.
Mm-hmm.
It matters.
Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter, rookie cornerback out of Georgia. This clip, and credit Cole Thompson. I gave him a hard time about the Payne question, but Cole Thompson asked him about being a Georgia guy and working with DeMeco. Here was what Kamari Lassiter had to say about DeMeco Ryans going to Bama.
Coach went to Bama?
Yeah.
No, I ain't know that. But those two programs, very high-profile programs, got a lot of the same, a lot of similarities. The standard I would say to Georgia is super high. It don't matter, how old you are. It don't matter how many years you play. The standard is the standard, and it's always going to be that. Coach Smart does a really good job of just making sure that everyone buys in, and I think that, Coach Ryan does a great job of doing that as well. And that probably comes from his background of being at, the other place.
That other place. See, this was a tough one to read. You got to believe that he, at some level, knew that DeMeco Ryans was an Alabama guy. But the way he sold it, man, he sold it
lying.
well.
He's lying.
I think
that comes up at some point.
Yeah.
For me, I know the like if I'm going and my boss, like I know what college they went to right off the top.
You
right?
at least know something.
But it also just means world as hell, and he wasn't even alive, so it doesn't even matter.
But like the very beginning, he says, we went to Bama, like he's being facetious.
See, that part, I was wondering because I don't know it because obviously I'm not there, but is DeMeco like walking around with an Alabama shirt or
it's
something?
no secret.
But I don't think it should be common knowledge for a young man that's 21 years old. So I'm not sitting here like this isn't like.
Yeah, but when you're drafted by that team.
Yeah, when you're drafted by the squad, when you've talked to the coach, like just the natural back and forth, I feel like that would come. Now, DeMeco's not your prototypical Bama fan because any of these freaking Bama folks that like they'll mention that they went to Bama within 10 seconds.
Yeah.
DeMeco's not that guy.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering.
But it's got to come up, right?
But you know it. I mean, you'll find it out.
Yeah, that's like me saying if dang, Landry a Texas fan?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Like I ain't know that. I wonder if he go around bragging about Bama a lot.
Well, here's the real. I think this is the real tell at the very end. And again, it was a hard one to read, but I would have to lean toward siding with you on this, Landry, because at the very end, what did he say? That other place.
Yeah.
What do they say at Ohio State about Michigan?
That school up north.
That school up north. So I think, I think he probably.
I think he's kind of kidding.
Yeah.
He tricked a lot of people, though, for sure. Johnny Newton. A lot of people wanted Johnny Newton to be the pick for the Texans. He was selected by Washington before the Texans selected, so who knows how much they liked him. The defensive tackle out of Illinois. Apparently, he's going to undergo surgery within a week to repair an injury in his left foot. This is 4 months after he had a procedure done for a similar injury on his right foot. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. So did
Definitely
you just
weird.
put off the surgery and like
just feet, man?
Was it after the like? What is that?
It's kind of important.
Could I interest you in a stat?
Yes.
Ladd McConkey, white receiver out of Georgia.
Well, what?
The white receiver out of Georgia.
They said wide receiver.
Nah, white.
Yeah.
White wide receiver out of Georgia. Fast guy. Faster than he looks. So he had 476 receiving yards last season. 476.
Mm-hmm.
50.6% of his yards came in the 3 games Brock Bowers missed, the tight end out of Georgia.
Yeah.
What do we make of that?
I think that's good for him.
Is that that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's a good thing for him because at first you're like, oh wow, maybe he wasn't as productive as we thought. Well, Brock Bowers was their guy.
Yeah,
running the ball out of the backfield
and beating the crap out of people to where you're not going to pad stats.
Exactly,
like beating the crap out of people.
Yes. So, Brock Bowers is out. Who's our go-to? Well, that guy right there. White Rice. That's our guy. So I think it speaks a lot for him, in favor of him.
Speaking of Brock Bowers, this was Raiders coach Antonio Pierce talking about Bowers.
I mean, just different. I mean, you're talking about probably the most dynamic football player in college football at that tight end position in a long time. It's rare you get a guy like that, that can line up as a slot receiver, see him in the backfield, reverses, catch the ball. But I think more importantly is toughness. Watching him block in the SEC, watching him get after guys, I mean, that's what impressed me. Gritty player, more importantly, a winner, and he can help us score points.
All right, Coach.
I mean,
good thing they flipped that coin.
Yeah. See, that drove me nuts.
Oh, when the dude said that he flipped. Do you think he was right?
I think it's possible.
Dude, you ain't flipping a coin over a draft pick. I'm sorry.
Well, it makes the general manager look awful.
I'll say this: if I'm Cal and Hannah McNair, I don't think they intervene during the draft discussions. I think they kind of just sit and let the guys talk. If I see Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans playing paper, rock, scissors, or flipping a coin, y'all get the hell out of here.
How you think they got Stingley?
I'm making the picture now. Oh, you think they flipped it between him and Sauce?
We like
both. All of a sudden they're like, we like both. Let's flip a coin.
We like them both the same, so flip a coin.
Well, I think it makes the general manager look awful because the general manager, even no matter how split right down the middle the room is, scouts and coaches. The GM generally says, "Okay, we're going with this guy. Just make the decision."
Yeah.
But if
they talk it out,
but I actually could see
flip a coin.
I could actually see it if it split that much. They're like, you know what? We like them both.
What are you calling, heads or tails?
I always say tails.
I always say heads.
Everybody else says heads. Yeah.
That's outlandish to say that they flipped the coin. That's got to be. I mean, that had to have just said it tongue in cheek.
Well, the only thing that got me questioning.
I love both of y'all.
They both said no. The Raiders said no comment at first, and then they commented. So that was kind of weird.
Yeah, flip a coin. Okay, that's pretty wild. That's Around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, there's a new viral fad going on in Texas. I'm really intrigued to hear what John and Figgy think about this latest fad. Plus, a local guy who could have been a Texan is now the highest paid player at his position. The internet goes nuts. Next, first I want to tell you about Texans.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez. This is a new Texas fad. This might be Texas pride gone wrong. Tell you what that is in about 6 minutes. And the sad thing is, I could see the sicko in the studio with me trying this. I really could.
I'm the only one in the studio.
I could see the sicko in the studio with me trying this. I don't know about Figgy. But I'll tell you what that is in a sec. First, though, local guy, Antoine Winfield Jr. He is now the highest fee in the NFL because he has agreed to a 4-year deal worth $84.1 million, $45 million, fully guaranteed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let me tell you a little story, John.
Mm-hmm.
Once upon a time, there was a king. That king's name was Billy O. Billy O was the football god, along with the other god in town, Jack Easterby. In 2020, they were overseeing the draft for the Houston Texans. Now, they didn't have a first-round pick because they'd already traded it. They traded a couple of firsts for Laramie Tunsil, but they did have a second-round pick.
Yep.
Because they did trade DeAndre Hopkins, by the way. And safety was a need for the Texans heading into that offseason. However, as free agency began, King Bill and Prince Jack, they decided to give Eric Murray a contract and make him a starting safety for the Houston Texans. A lot of people were wondering who the hell was Eric Murray.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people that didn't know who Eric Murray was were wondering why in the hell would you pay Eric Murray?
I was one of those people.
Yeah.
I'm like, Eric Murray for the Browns who was getting roasted?
Yeah. Well, he was the starting safety, and as a result of that, the Texans headed to the draft not needing a safety. Well, they did, but they didn't because they'd already invested as much.
Who could they have had?
They went with Ross Blacklock, and a few picks later, Antoine Winfield went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And the safety position really has kind of been up and down for the Texans since. So, Antoine Winfield, shout out to him.
$45 million guaranteed now.
Shout out to Antoine.
Shout out to the Bucs. Take care of their own there, man. Big time.
They like local guys.
Yeah.
Mike Evans, too.
I got the internet going nuts.
It's out there. Ravens at Chiefs. The first, not leak, because this was done officially by the NFL. But Ravens at Chiefs is your Thursday night season opener. And I was saying, that doesn't necessarily preclude the Texans from playing that weekend in a primetime game, but it's not going to be the Texans at the Chiefs. And this is leak season, starting now. There are already some leaks coming out. Now, Wednesday morning, there's going to be the international games officially announced so they can hit during the day in London and elsewhere internationally. I think you might even hear the Texans name called on Wednesday morning. Probably if I had to guess, it would be the Vikings.
What day?
In London, October 6th at Tottenham Stadium.
Okay.
If I had to guess.
Okay.
Yeah. And then there's others that are going to be leaked. This is one of my favorite things. This is why the NFL just dominates. Like they just control the next 3 days.
Exciting, man.
About the schedule, man. It's
exciting.
Just amazing.
It's really exciting.
I got the internet going nuts.
Take that, Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, she is not number one on the Billboard Hot 100.
Oh, she's not?
Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us.
How about that?
Number one. Kendrick Lamar also number 3, Euphoria. Taylor Swift, her top Billboard hit now is Fortnite featuring Post Malone. So Kendrick Lamar knocked off Travis Kelce's girl, Taylor Swift. Take that, you industry plant lady.
That's actually shocking.
It is shocking. You know what's ironic? Taylor Swift is actually very good in her own way of diss tracks. Like, she disses a lot of people in her music.
Yeah, she whines.
Yeah, she really does. And
do you think Taylor Swift, like, if you just listen blindly, do you think Taylor Swift is better than Miley Cyrus, like, at music?
Yeah, I think she is.
I don't.
I love, you know how I feel.
I don't know. Anytime a Miley song comes on, I'm like, damn, she is.
No, she's legit.
Badass,
I'm a
man.
big fan.
Badass, especially the new stuff. The new Taylor Swift stuff it's planted. It's planted, man.
I don't know if it's planted, but she's great. I mean, come on.
I got the internet going nuts.
I never thought I'd say this, at least not in the last couple of years. NBA playoffs has got the internet going nuts, man. It is really, really entertaining. And you and I both were monstrous NBA fans back in the day, faded in recent years, most specifically the last couple of years. This is a hell of a good postseason right now.
Who are you rooting for? Who do you want to win? Who do you want to hoist that?
If I had to pick
Larry O,
probably Celtics. Number two, I hate to say it, probably Nuggets. Just because
anyone but the Knicks for me.
Yeah.
I'd be happy.
Figgy, who do you want?
Anyone Knicks.
I kind of want to see the Thunder, man.
The
Because
Thunder are very
I feel like that's the one team that, outside of the Nuggets, that actually built their team.
Commercial ruined it for me. I would have been rooting for him. Commercial ruined it for me. That Chet Holmgren commercial.
What's it for?
Ruined it for me. Huh?
What's it for? What's the commercial for? What product is it for?
No idea. Was it AT&T? I think it's AT&T, right?
Verizon? What a pro want. Verizon, it's got to be pro, right? What a
I
pro
thought it was
wants.
T-Mobile.
You might be right.
We might be on the same track.
I hate the commercial. Him and SGA.
I just like that they're using a Christina song.
Yeah, but they're ruining it.
That's right.
Do you like them ruining it?
No, I don't like that part. But the Christina gets her love.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so there's a new viral trend around here, and it is Texas motivated. This is one of the more Texas motivated viral trends that I've seen. Now, some would say this is just for the gram, but I truly believe there are a lot of sickos. And I want the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen, you are one. 713-572-4610 on the text line, on the YouTube and the Twitch. I want you to tell me if you would try this. The new viral trend, courtesy of Sonic Drive-In, is that people are ordering Dr. Pepper.
Saw this.
Which is okay, right? Dr. Pepper. You can get down with Dr. Pepper, right?
Yeah, not my number one, but I like it.
But you're okay with it?
Yeah, I like
You're
it.
okay with Dr. Pepper, Figgy?
Nah, I'm out of this conversation already. As soon as you said Dr. Pepper.
Okay, so no, don't go on Dr. Pepper.
Nope.
Okay. What soda do you like?
Soda, or like a grape soda, or I'd rather go with Pepsi or Coke, to be honest.
I should have known, man. My bad.
Pepsi or Coke.
Okay, Pepsi or Coke, okay.
Race car!
Thought you were going to say high C
I
orange.
actually was waiting for you.
Thought you were going to say high C orange.
I was going with sodas.
Oh,
I left out the high C and all that stuff.
Oh, I thought you were going
I'm more of a fruit punch or lemonade guy.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I guess I could see that.
Race car!
I'm more of a pumpkin spice.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Race car!
So let's just say
I'm
soda.
more of an aguas frescas.
Race car!
Those bottled Mexican sodas just are terrible.
They're awesome. With the cane sugar?
Those are terrible.
Oh, my gosh.
Man, and you
a
know what?
Coca-Cola with the cane sugar?
Dude, here's
a Hoya?
Here's the other thing, man. Anytime you get one of those, man, it's been back there forever.
It doesn't matter.
All right, so let's just say soda. All right, Figgy, you just pretend that you're using Pepsi or Coke.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got you.
But the latest viral trend among Texans is they're ordering Dr. Pepper and adding pickles to the Dr. Pepper. What? Are you down with this?
Me?
Yes.
Like if I were at the drive-thru.
All right, if you don't like Dr. Pepper, like your favorite soda.
No, that's why I like Dr. Pepper.
Your
It's
favorite soda.
It's not my number one by any stretch.
Are you thinking about putting pickles in your soda?
If I'm at the drive-thru and I'm parked there and Sar says, hey, we should try the Dr. Pepper with a pickle in it like people have been talking about it, I probably would, just to try it.
Really?
Just to see what the deal's about. But I don't
Have you ever gotten a pickle juice snow cone?
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God,
they're
man.
not my favorite either, but they're not bad.
Oh, my God.
I found out something that ties in with this that I had to Google, and it is absolutely correct. Did you know that vodka in a lot of countries, especially Russia, where vodka comes from, is you're supposed to drink it with pickles? Like vodka.
Put pickle juice in it or what?
Like a pickle or a pickle juice.
Yeah, I know some people that do that.
Really?
Yeah, they
Not
do a
olives?
shot. They do a shot and they take a shot of
pickle
juice.
shot. Yeah, the pickle shot's a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but like
Leroy?
Like they do that in
It stays taking shots, man.
like in Russia, apparently, like you have a vodka.
How does he have these 50-hour benders, man?
Mm-hmm. Does he?
Know. Man, Leroy's weekends, man. He comes in giddier than anything.
Like nothing.
He's not like his early 20s either.
No. I'd be
Leroy at the front desk. Shout out to Leroy, man.
I'd be popping Advil like crazy.
Kevin too, man.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin's always the one going the wildest, man.
So you wouldn't do this?
Hell no.
I'd try it. If somebody asked.
What's crazy is I used to drink pickle juice back in the day.
I like drinking pickle juice. I think it's good for you. The Andy Reid when he was with the Eagles, it was big. They did that against the Cowboys, but
for cramps.
I mean, no, man. We take pickles and bacon are two things that have been taken too far.
And the
pumpkin spice.
Pumpkin spice. I hate that so much. The
I feel like you would like pumpkin spice.
That's a little normal.
I like it
right?
in coffee. I like it in coffee and maybe a muffin.
You like pumpkin seeds? You ever had pumpkin seeds as a snack?
Yeah, they're not good. I don't like them.
You know what I hate? Macadamia nuts.
I love macadamia.
Man, I don't know why
Can't
I hate
eat too many of them, though.
I don't know why I hate those so much, but macadamia nuts, God, I cannot stand those things.
You just got to have a couple, though.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Austin Rivers made the claim that 30 NBA players could play in the NFL. It led to a lot of discussion. It definitely had the internet going nuts. Charles Barkley replied. This was Charles Barkley's response to the claim by Austin Rivers.
Oh, I got to call out Austin Rivers. For what? Austin Rivers, you know I love you. We can't play football.
Yeah, we can.
No,
right.
we can't.
Yeah, we
no,
can.
we can't.
Shut
Austin
up.
Rivers,
Yeah.
you're doing
Austin,
a great
you're
job.
right.
But to say that we got 30 or 40 NBA players who can go play in the NFL, football's a grown man sport.
Like we don't have to. You haven't really weighed in, so you've got the floor. But
Nah, I don't.
Like this is not.
I mean, it is. I mean,
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Well, but there are more football players. There are more basketball players that can play football than football players that can play basketball.
Nah. I said this
like at that level, at the NBA level.
I think the greatest athletes on the planet are basketball players. I've often said that. Like just pure athleticism.
Yeah.
That ain't technique, man. Every position in the NFL needs specific, whether it's this gap, this footwork, this shoulder, this whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think the NBA players could do it. I really don't. Whereas I don't think either side could do it if we're being honest. Maybe 5 on each side.
I just think the way he was talking about it, like we could plump 30 people on the NFL team. No, it's not that easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not, but those basketball guys will run you through the damn.
But I don't know if they've got it in them. Like to
I don't.
Like the Chris Long thing.
But you do see these NBA players are
soft.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
when it comes to football,
but you do. And Landry experienced this. A lot of NFL players playing basketball, though.
Yeah.
Like they got something where they can hoop.
Man, but it's such a.
You just gotta stay out the way.
But I mean, like if you asked for like a freak show. Like, people keep using LeBron James as an example. Dude, the guy was all-state football.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like you're just saying some random...
He actually played football.
He literally was all-state in Ohio his sophomore year.
Yeah.
So, like, you're using LeBron James as the example. It's okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys like that that could play football.
But see, even the conversation during the NCAA tournament about the guy from North Carolina State, right?
Oh, yeah.
Saying they could just put him on the offensive line.
Yeah, big dude. That was outlandish.
Yeah, like, nah, it's not that easy.
That's not how it works.
God.
That is the work.
Gosh.
Yeah.
That's internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Texans won't be opening the season against the Chiefs. How does that make you feel, and who do you want to see first? It's next.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Texans not playing the Chiefs week one. Much to the dismay of some, I'm fine with that. Baltimore versus Kansas City to kick off the season, cool. A little boring to me. I mean, I know that sounds silly. Two of the best teams in the league. I'm not saying they're not good. It's just, man, I just feel like, all right, they're going to be there at the end, blah, blah, blah. There's no real uncertainty. Yeah, I mean, it'll be fun to do on the Chiefs, but I'm fine with the Texans not starting off the season in Kansas City. I want the Texans to take on the Jets. You're going to have – it's always funny, though, because last season, I was happy that they took on the Ravens week one.
Mm-hmm.
Because,
in fact, before you were hoping.
Yeah. Because you have to play them anyways. Like, the opponents are set. It's not like I would just, if it were schoolyard style and the opponents weren't set, I wouldn't point and say,
yeah, give me them.
Hey, give me the Ravens. But, you know, I thought that it was the right time to get them. And, I mean, there never really was a right time to get them. I get that there's recency bias when it comes to the playing surface with the Jets, and I get we saw C.J. Stroud get hurt. We were at that game. It was ugly as hell. But I think the hype would be a good thing for the Texans. I think it's a very winnable game. I would be interested to see the ghost of Aaron Rodgers, although we might get Aaron Rodgers out. I would anticipate if this happened, you would hear people say, man, all they talked about was Aaron Rodgers that game. They didn't even acknowledge the Texans.
Exactly what's going to happen.
But I'm very, very, very much open to Texans versus Jets primetime. All of that attention, all of that drama. That for me, just get it out of the way. Don't play in the cold, fresh legs. Other teams have opened the season against the Jets. I've heard some people say, well, you want to play there before the bye? Really? I mean, like, it's not really that deep, I don't think. I don't think the Cowboys, Washington, and Philadelphia are sitting there hoping they play the Giants the week before. I think that the Patriots, Bills, and Dolphins aren't sitting there hoping that they play the Jets. It just seems a little bit silly. I understand the silliness because it was a terrifying moment, but for me, like, my ideal opening matchup is all of the New York hype against a Jets team that I think that the Texans are a better football team than. Give me that.
Yeah. Is there a team that you don't want to face?
Week one?
No.
I mean, there's not anything that I'm terrified of. I wouldn't want to. I mean, I don't want to face the Titans week one. I mean, I think
that's a possibility.
Cool locally. Yeah,
they always face an early season divisional opponent, and that has a little bit of a history too, just more recent history. Now, I think the Jets. I'd be good with the Jets on week one. I also feel
because you got to play them.
Yeah. I think it'd probably be up there with Cowboys. Would have been the Chiefs, except that's not going to happen.
You think there'd be some disappointment if they're not playing the Cowboys on a holiday, though?
Yes, or primetime.
Yeah,
like either Thanksgiving or a primetime game.
Yeah,
that would be definite disappointment, especially everything that's happened between these the players and such.
What if you're playing the Cowboys on Sunday and it's not primetime, but it's the debut of Tom Brady? So you're getting
cool.
325. Sunday, you're getting the prime game, and you're getting the debut of Tom Brady.
No, that'd be pretty sweet
as a play-by-play guy. Which, by the way, I take back anything bad I said about Tom Brady post-playing because he took it on the chin. So I take back anything that I said about that. Was one of the best displays of thick skin and just going all out there and giving the people what they need. In the day of like cancel culture and stuff, I take back anything I said. That was incredible.
No, it was awesome. I totally agree.
But the Cowboys versus the Texans, Tom Brady's first game as a broadcaster.
I'm in.
That might be better than Thanksgiving.
Well,
he's going to have to call it on Thanksgiving though, right? Yeah, if it's Cowboys.
Yeah, I think he would.
Unless they put it on CBS because it's the Texans and the. Yeah.
Who knows? But we'll find out. That one would be the only one that would be like a disappointment to me is if they don't treat the Texans in week one or in primetime like we all think they should be treated. Like if they have two.
What do you mean?
If they have two primetime games, I'd be a little disappointed. If they open the
they're
season,
getting at least 3.
I think they're getting 4.
I would think.
I think they're getting 4. If they open the season like at the Patriots, well, that's just another game. You know, like
wow.
Because it's
so. Do you want a primetime game week 1?
No, I want a big time opponent week 1, preferably primetime. But
you don't want to just get the dub?
Nah. See, we think of the Texans differently now. We think of them as like at that level, which is one of the reasons that people are so excited about the schedule release, because people are looking at the Texans differently now, and the NFL is going to acknowledge it with all this attention. So if they kind of like, nah, not yet, and you're like open with the Patriots and you have 2 primetime games, you're like, man.
Do you think the NFL look at the Texans differently though?
We're going to find out. That's what this is, one of the big parts. I mean, we can speculate about 4 or 5 primetime games all we want. We don't know that's what they're going to get.
Yeah. Tom Brady going to call a Texans game this year, though?
They would have to.
You would think like 325 on Fox?
Yes.
Something like,
yes.
Because I want to see the sit down with Tom Brady and C.J. Stroud.
Oh, that'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty good.
On the 832 on the text line says, thick skin by Brady, minus the Jeff Ross, Bob Kraft joke. Well, they were told ahead of time not to do that.
Yeah.
I saw Andrew Schultz said they were told ahead of time not to do that. And that's not Tom Brady's skin. That's Robert Kraft.
Yeah.
Apparently Robert Kraft joked with Ross afterwards about it, but yeah, that was, you weren't supposed to. And it actually added kind of some funny humor to it.
It was the way that he did that. But he took everything else, including his kids.
Yeah, but the Robert Kraft didn't even have to do with him.
No, I'm saying, but like Brady didn't even bristle once.
Yeah.
You know, he was just like,
was that even a Brady thing, or maybe it was a Robert
thing?
Kraft
thing. Yeah,
maybe Kraft didn't want the jokes.
Yes, exactly.
But apparently he handled it okay.
I did watch a Nikki Glaser stand-up yesterday because
I heard she was good.
She was so awesome.
I got to check it out.
She was the absolute best.
What about her rock Kevin Hart joke?
God almighty. Everything she did was hilarious. Like to the point I watched the stand-up yesterday on Netflix.
Yeah, I'm going to check that out.
Yeah, but her on the Tom Brady roast, nobody made more money in that roast than she did.
I kept hearing people say, and I think you might have posed the question, like who else could do this? Nobody. Tiger's it.
Yeah,
Tiger's it.
Tiger would be one. Who did we say? LeBron.
Or who else would you want to see?
LeBron's would be so fake. Like he can't do that.
No, but I'm like,
take it like that
at a roast.
Yeah, but he can't take it like that.
Gloves off.
He can't take.
He won't have a say in it.
He can't do that.
No, I
Tiger.
think
God.
Tiger would be so.
I mentioned Deshaun. I know that never happened, but that's something I would love to see.
Yeah, Tiger would be probably the same level as Tom Brady.
How would you feel about Texans versus Cows on Christmas? That's someone asked on the text. I know that there's like,
you know why I hate it?
I don't want to.
It's a Wednesday.
Oh man,
it's a Wednesday.
Nah, you can't
it's
do
not.
that.
It's not so much playing on Christmas as the day. That's going to screw up everything at the end of the year.
Yeah, I don't want to do all that.
Oh, Wednesday?
I don't want to do.
How do you do it? Like, how would you? Would you have to play like a Thursday night game the week before? Because you can't play Sunday and then play Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm good,
right,
man.
I mean, you can.
Guys, we're flying home tonight. And then we have our walkthrough for Wednesday's game tomorrow.
Well, I would assume that with their laying out the schedule like that, if it's on a Wednesday, I would assume they would give you like a Monday nighter.
They'd give you a Thursday nighter, and then that would be the first game of the next week, right?
I don't know. We used to not have to worry about these types of things.
The NFL,
because they wanted no part of
they run the world.
They wanted no part
They're
of the
playing
Texans.
games on a Wednesday night, bro. They're playing games on a Wednesday.
On what was supposed to be the NBA's day.
Oh, yeah. Not anymore.
The who?
Not anymore.
The who?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like the NBA is supposed to have their Christmas day, and they just completely.
I'm going to be, you know what? That's going to be one of the things I'm going to be most intrigued by. How are they going to do? It's going to be no, it's got to be the week before you play Thursday. They're not going to play somebody on maybe a Saturday.
So you go Thursday and then you're back to Sunday?
And then Thursday and then back to then Wednesday. That's gonna be the most bizarre thing about.
It's too late to throw in the bye week during that time, right?
Yeah, I think they're done by then, aren't they? By the end of December, they're done with bye weeks.
Yeah,
right at the end. That's gonna be wild. No, it would have to be they play a Thursday night game, and then follow it with Christmas Day. So that's the reason I don't want to see it. It's just gonna screw everything up.
The layout.
Mm-hmm. At the end of the year, as you're going into the postseason, presumably.
Wednesday night. Man.
Wednesday.
Damn.
Christmas, baby.
I feel like that's a good day to have Christmas, though, right?
Wednesday?
Yeah.
Oh, for the holiday, yeah. Yeah, for the holiday, Wednesday's excellent because
I hate having Christmas on the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that part I agree with. Yeah.
So you play. Oh my goodness.
Boss better be ready to field that Thursday and Friday, baby.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, I'm off the rest of that. Christmas on Wednesday.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, that's going to be tough. So, Clint, how do you think they would do that? They're going to have 2 Christmas Day games this year, and Christmas is on a Wednesday. So they have to play the Thursday night before,
Could
right?
be after
they
the bye.
can't play Sunday.
Are both teams have bye? All the teams. That's when all of them have their byes.
But the third week of December bye?
Oh, never mind. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't have a bye on the 18th.
I don't know. They do a lot of jump. There's a lot of.
You got to be coming off a Thursday.
You got to be coming off a Thursday game.
It's the only way you can pull it off.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
It's the only way you can pull it off. And then the blessing in disguise is you got 10 days afterwards.
Yeah.
Or you got, it's 11 days, isn't it? I mean, you
could they play Saturday and make it like a Thursday night kind of split? Is that the same amount of time?
I guess they could.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's gonna be hairy, boy. I'm one that I don't think it like we've always talked about it, and everybody has a different opinion about the, traveling here to here or playing, Thursday night games or Monday night games, and I just don't. It never was even discussed when I was playing, and I mean maybe the guys just didn't give a rip that I played with anymore. We were 5-11, maybe they didn't give a damn.
Yeah.
but I mean we just like those kind of things were even late in the season were just
you just do it.
Sure, there were like individuals that were in bad shape and like had an injury or something. Like damn, we got a short week. But generally speaking, like the team or the coaches going, man, we got a short week. What are we going to do? Like I've just always had the opinion of like to me it's not a big deal. But boy, you start talking about Wednesday, good God,
Wednesday?
That's a little different animal, right? I don't even know if the soreness is gone from folks' necks on that day.
Good Lord, that would be something special right there.
Hey, Merry Christmas though, boys.
Oh my gosh,
were y'all disappointed that the Texans aren't opening against the Chiefs?
Pissed about it.
Get out of here.
That was my number one hope.
Hot.
I liked it. I mean, I was hoping for it.
Hell with it.
But I don't know if I'm mad.
Yeah, I'm mad. I think they dropped the ball.
I was hoping for it. I'm not.
Me too.
I'm not pissed or mad, but
yeah.
I am. Now my attention moves to where the Cowboys are placed.
Yeah,
because that's where I'm at. I mean, it's Thursday night to get to open this thing against Kansas City, and then number 2 was where does the Astros? I mean, the Cowboys Texans line up because I think that's.
There's talk about Christmas. There's talk about Thanksgiving.
Come on, man.
Either
one of them.
I threw out the possibility of opening.
I'd rather have the Christmas
and playing on Tom Brady's first game as a broadcaster, right there, little 325 action.
That'll draw some eyes as well. Even though I think Tom Brady being on there may draw some eyes with. I mean, you could probably put who's the worst 2 in the league this year.
A lot of eyes.
But yeah, that'd be big, man.
Yeah.
I wonder if Kevin is fired up about this Tom Brady move. Kevin Burkhardt.
Him and Greg Olson were getting along, man.
Yes,
they were a good team. They were a good squad. And now all of a sudden, who knows what extra comes with Tom Brady?
Because if Tom don't work with you, you Kevin Burkhardt,
they ain't gonna fire him.
You Kevin Burkhardt, like you haven't established enough.
You're good.
But you
ain't Tom Brady.
Hold your gear.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, that would suck.
Because he was rolling. Him and Greg Olson are great.
Suck.
What's Greg Olson doing now?
Number 2 team.
Yeah.
Over there with Joe Davis.
Mm-hmm.
The person who's really screwed out of this is Moose Johnson.
Yeah.
He's got to move down.
He's got an underrated wardrobe, man.
Chris Myers or somebody.
Moose has got an underrated wardrobe. Much louder than you'd expect, too. They look like Steve Harvey sometimes.
Well, that's what happens when you're on those Cowboys teams. You're a little louder than
Yeah, you are.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
All right, baby, The Drive is live, and you heard Clint right there. Yeah, you can see Tyler right there on YouTube and Twitch. In for Monday. Hey, by the way, man, stay safe out there. I can't even make out anything out of the window right now. I'm just being honest with you.
Looks like it's 10 o'clock.
My wife just texted me. I think I'm gonna go ahead and pick up Lauren and Nicholas early.
My wife done got my little one out. I called her, tried to get some little reinforcements at the house, keep some things from getting wet. She said, "Oh, I picked up the baby early."
My wife and kids are already at the house, boys.
Are they? Well, I mean, you're the only ones that are crapping on your pits and on your chest or something. So you better make sure
you
better
ain't
make
lying.
sure that don't happen.
Oh my God, man! Bear peed on me on accident this weekend on the walk. He's been doing this. He's been doing this trail piss, like walking piss.
Oh, really?
At the same time, like just here of late.
And he hit you with it?
Oh, hit me, and I had on sandals.
Oh no!
Well, maybe later in the show I'll tell you about how Sugar peed on me.
No, I didn't kick him. I mean, he didn't.
Damn, Clint.
And if I did kick him, I wouldn't tell Houston. But I did not kick him. No, it was a trail. Like
Ron be getting arrested. They show up and stand outside the window.
He's just going like he normally stops and lifts, but then he was just going and he was just trailing, and he's cut in front of me. I mean, he went all across my.
See,
toes.
y'all are better human beings than me.
I got over that. I saw somebody. I dared to turn on their faucet that was outside that bad boy to wash my toes off. But
it'll cure your athlete's foot.
Damn it, Bear.
I mean, I'd have kicked the hell out of Bear. Like Bear, there is no question about it. Like Bear would know, don't piss while we're walking and don't cut me off in the path. He would have known.
It was us both, boy. That cutoff, because the cutoff is, I'm 40 now. I'm not as quick. That cutoff, I may go to the ground. But he cut off with urine rolling. I just said, what the hell? The hell was that about? But no, stay safe. Seriously, stay safe out there. And if you get in the crib, you can always turn us on YouTube and Twitch and catch us there, and on the Odyssey app. Our guy, we were out at Twin Peaks on Thursday. Said, I listen to you guys and he said it just like this all the time on the Odyssey app. That's the way that guy said it.
The top-ranked show in the city.
Hope he got them Dave Matthews Band tickets. But yeah, you can come have a good time with us and hang out with us.
Well, what folks better do is if you want to pick your kids up early, you can. But what you better do is get that rig in the garage.
Yeah.
You better get that rig in the garage because there's some potential hell as well. So
and I'm parked on the roof.
Yeah, I'm moving mine, and I'm moving my golf cart in the break here in a minute.
I might have to join you now that I think about that. Yeah, I might have to get down.
I'll give y'all my keys if you don't mind.
You park in that back corner over there. Hell, I got that's a 50-yard walk from the door, man.
Yeah, no, that's.
I'm gonna let you have that.
If
it's raining, I ain't got you.
If you had a stick shift, would you be good to move it?
Absolutely.
I got that in.
I would not. I'll admit it.
You two can shift a stick?
Nope. My gramps taught me when I was young a little bit, but it's been over a decade.
I pissed Teresa off so much she quit. She had bought me a Geo tracker that was a stick shift. And I tried.
You had a Geo tracker?
I had a Geo
and
tracker.
you let it go because you can't drive a stick?
Yeah,
the Geo tracker back in the day was
took to Bonneville.
Put some neons underneath that thing, drop it a little bit.
I was trying, boy. We got on the hill one time, and I'm trying. It's rolling back. I'm trying. I can't get the thing. And she did just piss. Just get out. Just put it in. Just get out. Get out. And now we're in the middle of the street pissing everybody out, blowing horns, and we're just switching cars. Nah, that was it. That was the end of it. I think Courtney had said she was going to try to teach me, but never did.
I was underage, and my cousin, who's a couple years older than me, I ain't going to say his name, had a blue Ford pickup, baby blue Ford pickup truck. Could have put an Oilers logo on the side of that thing, and we'd have been in style. And he couldn't drive a stick. Not real sure why he got that rig. We get up to that first stoplight. We're crammed in there, all four of us crammed in that seat. And he couldn't get off. I said, "Hey man, let me get over here."
It was the first 2 gears for me. I just couldn't.
Yeah, the two most important ones.
I know. I couldn't solve it.
Get off.
And then we get on that hill. Oh yeah, the get off just. That was. We got on that hill. We just rolling back and forth. And I'm just like, nah.
I had to tell Bub several times, "Hey man, let me get that driver's seat real quick before we get this traffic jam. We got 10 cars piled up behind us, man. Let me get us off this."
I'd be hoping somebody would step in.
Geo tracker.
They made automatics. I'm like, I'm gonna get automatic.
High school Ron. In a Geo tracker, like I said, slammed with some wheels and maybe a little neon with some bass in it.
This was
Steve
had it.
That's
Steve
what
had
I'd put
all
you,
of that.
That's what I'd put you in.
Steve had all of that. Instead, I was put in. All right, you can't drive a stick. Here, come take that Ford Escort with them bike rails over the top.
You could have had a tracker and you got an Escort all because you couldn't drive a stick, man.
Couldn't.
Lee, I'll teach you how to drive a stick one of these days.
Yeah, I couldn't move your car if it was that. But no, give me your keys. I'll move it.
What if it's raining? That's what I'm worried about. I wasn't doing it just to be an ass. I'm talking about if it's pouring down rain, you going to go all the way out there? He's in that back corner.
Yeah, I ain't gonna do that.
No, get him them keys. I want to see this. He'll come in here with water dripping off his forehead.
I already got to move mine. No, you're right. I'm gonna let you do that on that long break. No, hey, before we get to it, our degenerates love to know, y'all boys win any money this week?
I didn't bet.
Good for you.
Can't lose if you don't bet.
Tyler, you were in Louisiana.
I was, and in Louisiana, I did not win any money. I lost all the dimes, all the nickels I took with me there.
Did you also make a futures bet with the Astros?
I did.
Oh, that's right. I saw that text.
Yeah, I was a little surprised the odds weren't better for me. I was surprised at the odds, but I did go ahead and place $100 on the Astros to be playing baseball in October.
What were the odds on that?
It was only plus 122, dude, which I really probably should have, because I was expecting a minimum of plus 200, just given the state of things, but it was only plus 122. But you know what?
So you said to hell with it, huh?
I said to hell with it. 7 straight ALCSs, let's ride.
Either people will forget about it or it's going to make for one hell of a story.
Was that the same day Christian Javier had a meltdown? I believe you did that on Saturday.
Yes. I placed the bet in the afternoon before the game.
I tweeted, I said, it starts after today.
How about I watched the rerun of that? Like, I realized, I saw that the Astros got the hell kicked out of them. And I can't remember what we were doing, but I said, we had some people over there or something. And I said, hell, ain't nothing else on. Let me throw it on this Astros game. I knew they got beat, but I didn't know how it happened.
Mm-hmm.
It happened quick.
It happened quick. I turned it on, and it was already 8-zip or 8-1 or something. I was like, wait, golly, this is the third inning.
But bouncing balls to the plate. Yeah, it was a struggle mission. But did you bet? Did you make some money with your bookie?
Oh, I did. It was a good weekend for your boy. And as Clint said and talked me into towards the end of last week, scared money don't make money. Those are words to live by.
You just need a little refresher.
Yeah. But no, I won big, boys. I won big.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
You lost big earlier in the week and to make up with it.
You're back to even and you feel good about this weekend.
Yeah, I think I won over $1,000 on bets this weekend.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I could do something with that.
Yeah.
Can't do nothing with that $1,200-$1,400 you lost last week too, but
yeah, you couldn't do nothing with that.
I couldn't do nothing with that. I wouldn't be. I'd be sleeping up here.
Week to week, man.
Yeah. Good for you.
If you went home 1,400 down, Courtney say just don't come home.
I went home.
Oh, you wouldn't go home?
I didn't get not to Courtney's house.
Not to Courtney's house.
1,400. Because I believe that Verlander's gonna get 5 strikeouts. Hell no. Hell no.
How about Jordan over a bag and a half?
Hell no. No, I wouldn't. No,
it's funny.
Wouldn't be to the crib. All right, man. The NFL opener, and I think that maybe drop the ball is too heavy of a term to use with what the NFL
they leaked this thing already, huh?
They leaked it. Yes. The opener, September 5th, Thursday. We knew that the Chiefs were going to open up the season at home. Obviously, the champion opens at home and they play somebody on their road schedule. And the Texans were on their road schedule. And I said it as soon as we saw where the teams, who the home and the road games were, I thought, oh, that makes too much damn sense. The Texans and the Chiefs. And like I said, I think maybe drop the ball is maybe too strong. I think at least the league missed an opportunity here. Because, listen, Lamar versus Patrick Mahomes, a rematch of the AFC Championship game. Man, we're going to watch that.
Absolutely.
That is still an exciting game. But the potential of the league's number one star that plays quarterback in Patrick Mahomes and maybe also the best player in the league in Travis Kelce because of his girlfriend. Those two guys, but Mahomes especially on the field versus, I think, arguably the number one up-and-coming star that you have in the league. And C.J. Stroud, who is coming, who plays quarterback, and you could be starting off that potential rivalry. I'm sure that's going to be a big game somewhere. But you know this, like outside of Houston, a lot of people haven't seen C.J. Stroud a ton. Like, I don't mean to break it to you, but like that Browns Texans playoff game probably wasn't one that everybody felt like around the country they had to be in front of the TV to watch. Now, I I think a lot of people saw him play the Ravens, which, didn't. I think a lot of people watched that game. But you still haven't seen a ton of C.J. Stroud around the country because the Texans just didn't have any big games that were on television. But now the word-of-mouth thing with him being all over things this summer with the NBA All-Star Game and him being all over the draft and him being with Amber Rose, all of this stuff, like he is growing as a name star player. You could have had those two matching against each other, Stroud, Mahomes, your up-and-coming star against your number one star to open up the season. That just made too much sense. I'm going to say this ain't bad, but I think they really missed an opportunity.
Well, look, I think they missed an opportunity as well for us. I mean, as a fan, I'd love to have seen it. I thought that I think that would be. I've seen Baltimore since Kansas City. I've seen it. I've seen that song and dance before. I'd like to see something that we hadn't seen. I'd like to see where C.J. Stroud stacks up. But I'll say this: this falls right in line with some of what we've been talking about the hype around Houston and how real it is. Like there is a lot of hype nationally around the Houston Texans and a lot of hype nationally around C.J. Stroud.
That's why I thought it made so much sense.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. But it's so new, it's so young. The league chose to go with last year's MVP. A guy that's sold box office tickets for several years now.
Established.
And established, send them to Kansas City. I just think Houston is sexy, Houston is new, Houston is fun to talk about, but I think when rubber meets the road and decisions like this are made, I think they're going to go with Cincinnati. They're going to go with Buffalo. They're going to go with Baltimore. They're going to go with even Miami and things of that nature, like teams that have been hotter longer or teams that may have a little bit more cachet right now. I think when rubber meets the road, people are going to favor them until the Texans stack a second year on top of what they did last year. New York Jets are going to be another one with Aaron Rodgers and company up there. Like, it's just one of those where until CJ, DeMeco, and this version of the Texans more pets on the wall, I think when rubber meets the road, when the serious decisions have to be made, it's not just blowing smoke and hype. I think we're going to see this happen.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense what you're saying, right? They didn't do it last year, though. That's my thing. They had Josh Allen and the Bills and the Chiefs thing. They had Burrow and then they went with the Lions, and I think that really helped. There were some other things, but I think that really helped catapult the Lions to being a team that was talked about. Like I said, I'm not going to say it's just they're insane. I'm personally upset because I would have loved to have covered that. But I do think it's a missed opportunity. I do think it was one to really put C.J. Stroud and the Texans, the most talked about, sexy team, dark horse team, if you would say, although I think they're above dark horse, more of a sexy pick, kind of like the Lions were, right there and have that quarterback matchup, because that's what this thing is about. Obviously, Lamar and Patrick Mahomes is the same thing, but like you said to begin with, it's something we hadn't seen before. We have not seen this thing. I'll be interested to see who gets that game and when that game is. If that's a Sunday night, Monday night, I'll be interested in
Chiefs Texans.
Chiefs Texans, whenever, because that's I
was thinking it'd be a prime time.
That's a big one. Hey, real quick to you, we talked about this, or we brought it up briefly. It didn't talk about it last week. The schedule's coming out Wednesday, and Tyler, can you pull up the Texans schedule for me real quick? 713-572-4. Those of you chime in on this on the text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch are lifers. Go ahead and text in your thoughts on this. When you look, and if you've seen the Texans schedule, what's the number in your head that you have when you hear their schedule? Not knowing how the games are going to be set up, not knowing the order of them. We'll find that out on Wednesday. Tyler, can you read the schedule, who they play? We don't know the order, but we know these are home and road.
Yes. And I'll give you the home games first. So these are all home games. We got the Ravens coming to NRG. Got the Buffalo Bills, Miami Dolphins, Chicago Bears, Detroit Lions, and then the 3 divisional foes, the Titans, the Jaguars, and the Colts. Those are your home games.
And then the road games are?
The road games, Texans will be traveling again to the Colts, Jaguars, and Titans. After the division, you got at the Chiefs, at the New England Patriots, at the New York Jets, at Packers, at Vikings, and at Cowboys. Important to note as well, we do know that the Minnesota Vikings will be playing one of their home games this year in London.
So, yeah, there's a lot that could happen with that schedule and the timing of it. Not knowing the order of it, in my head, when I hear that and think about what the Texans are and what they've added, I look at that, my mind, I say I get to 11.
Ooh, that's rich.
That's where not.
Well, I got to 12.
Not you got to 12.
Mm-hmm.
Not knowing.
We talking about wins?
Yes, sir.
Is that
not
W's?
Not knowing how the schedule is set up. I get to. I mean, the Texans are a good football team, and I believe that. I said I think they are a Super Bowl contender. So I think 11 is fair, even though that schedule is daunting. Right now, not knowing what the schedule will be. Now, it can change. I'm going to say that Wednesday we'll see what it is and what the order of it is, because that could change. It could go up and down, depending on how it's set up. Because, I mean, I could see 11. Now, Clint, if they have one of them rolls in there where it's at Dallas, at Kansas City, home to Baltimore, and then home to the Dolphins, that's a tough 4-game stretch. You know, that's one that may make, I don't know. Now, if it's like their toughest game, I would say is at Kansas City. If it's something like, they play the Titans, then they get a bye week, then they go to Kansas City, and maybe they come home to the Bills. That's a different kind of feel of some of their tough stuff. But right now, not seeing the order of the schedule, I feel 11.
Boy, that's rich.
I'm just being objective.
I'll go 9. I'll go 9.
You got 9?
I'll go 9. I think this is above 500 football team. I'll say that.
Are you like me? Do you feel so? You're at 12. I'm at 11. You're at 9. Are you like me, where you feel that this could change depending on the order of the schedule?
Well, I'm taking all that. I don't know how in the hell you're gonna your point is valid, but I'm looking at these opponents. I don't know how you avoid it. There's not enough bad opponents to break them all up. You're going to have
like the teams that I feel like they get. Like, I feel good about the Vikings, the Patriots, the 2 games against the Titans, and I would throw right now the Bears in, especially if they play the Bears early. I would throw that's 5. So I feel like, man, that should be a 4-1 type of stretch, if not 5-4-1 for a team that has Super Bowl aspirations.
Yeah, but I mean, but Ron, those 4 or 5 you're talking about would have to be spaced out every 4th game.
And a bye week and a bye week. They're gonna have a tough run.
Oh, they're gonna have. I think they're gonna have a couple of them. I think there's gonna be a couple monster runs in here.
Yeah, like you did. If they get a Cowboys, Chiefs, Ravens, Lions type of run, that's a real a-hole decision by whoever made that schedule.
But that's the waters you're swimming in now. Now that you had a great year last year, so that's just the nature of the beast. Hopefully, this is a conversation we're having every single year.
Yeah,
I got 9.
You got 9. All right,
I got 9. I think we got a rude awakening coming in terms of just the difference in the schedule.
Clint 9. I got 11. Tyler's 12. Mine is subject to change, seeing what that schedule actually looks like. Where are you at? Coming up, good weekend. Maybe great weekend for the Astros. A couple of things that really jumped out. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys out there, you should be having serious conversations about your health. The older you get, I was just telling
and Hughley. The biggest stories in Houston.
Would you go to a manscaping place and enjoy a good shave?
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
Hell yeah.
I'd purr like a walrus if you shaved my back for me.
Do you have any experience on how walruses purr?
And whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got under this one. Is it deep enough to right field? Kerry Carpenter to the wall. It is gone! Just enough for King Tuck. The Major League leader in home runs gives the Astros a 2-0 lead. 2-run home runs are big, but in pitcher duels like today, that is a huge swing by Tuck.
It feels huge.
Tyler, God, man.
That's the list of things Tyler's never been told.
He found this, man. I just, like, can't you, like, right now, everyone who has listened to this show for any length of time, if you're just joining us, we thank you for joining us. You have joined the #1 drive time sports show here in Houston. I don't know what took you so long, but we appreciate it. But those of you who know Tyler, like, you could just imagine, and that's what I'm doing, the look on his face when he heard that. Like, he probably couldn't even cut.
He couldn't wait for this moment.
He couldn't, now. Like, he couldn't. He probably, here, play again. Let's hear it again, because you want to. You think Jeff is just, you think Jeff's having some fun with this, or do you think, like, because if Tyler were in the booth and he did this, we'd say, all right, Tyler's looking to say nasty things. You think this is real from Jeff, or this just happened to be the words he said, or is Jeff sneaking a little nasty in when he gets a chance?
Got under this one. Is it deep enough to right field? Kerry Carpenter to the wall. It is gone! Just enough for King Tuck. The Major League leader in home runs gives the Astros a 2-0 lead. 2-run home runs are big, but in pitcher duels like today, that is a huge swing by Tuck.
It feels huge. It feels huge.
I mean, what's wrong with you?
What's your follow-up question? Jeff, how huge does it fit? You've got experience. Yeah. No,
it feels huge.
Okay, all right. All I could see is Tyler just losing his mind. But no, that was a good weekend, though, right?
Oh, it was.
It's a good weekend, and I'll tell you, Kyle Tucker ain't slowing down. He is continuing.
He's playing for more than a late comeback run here for the Astros.
Oh hell yeah! Playing for a guy who's about to price himself on out the building is what he is doing. But not only him, I think Bregman had a hit in every game and hit the ball hard, even an error that led to runs. He hit it really, really well. It just went between the guy's legs, partly because of how hard he hit the ball. So he had a pretty good bounce back. Shut up, Tyler. He had a pretty good bounce back as well. Jordan got hot. It was a really good weekend for the Astros.
It feels huge.
Well, look, you win a series against a team that's above 500.
Yeah, after the Astros got done with them, they are no longer above 500. But yeah,
there you have it. That's we can start there. But JV and Fromber appearing to at least have righted the ship at least for one series. I tell you, a big part of it for me too is we can get to the plate. I mean, you mentioned some of the guys swinging the bat, but Hunter Brown coming out of the pen and going, what was it, 5 1/3, giving up one earned run.
That was good.
I mean, we've talked. You and I've talked about it multiple times, man. Like sometimes you just need to. I mean, a young fella just needs to see some success at some point, and the organization is at a point sooner rather than later where, I mean, they're going to have to make a decision with Hunter Brown of where he fits in this thing, and if he's a guy that you can get 4 or 5 scoreless or one run innings out of the bullpen for this team, they're going to need that. I mean, they need it desperately.
Yeah, Christian Javier went ahead and took the pressure off of him.
Ain't that the damn truth?
Giving up 7. But as you said, with Hunter Brown, Like, this is a guy you expect to be a piece, any damn thing.
Well, we ought to feel good. Wherever he settles in, we've seen enough good from him, Ron, where we ought to feel like he's on our team. Feel pretty good about him being the guy that's on the bump for us. And it just got to a point where from a starting perspective, and it's look, let's be honest, there is a possibility that this year he has not handled the adversity well. The struggles have gotten to him, and when you give him all day. Or really all week, and hey, on Thursday night you're going to start, and you're going to be expected to give us a quality start. And maybe he's in his own head. Maybe the adversity, he hadn't been able to handle it very well, and he pitches better out of a situation where, hey, we don't know if we're going to use you tonight or not. Stay ready. And when that time comes, you don't have time to get in your own way. You don't have time to think about it. You just go out there and let it eat. Maybe that's a better position for him. Either way, it seems like it's definitely a plus for him, Ron, that he was able to see some success.
Yeah.
That's against a good ball club. He was able to see some success, and hopefully he can get some momentum off that and build on it.
I had two big observations this weekend watching this. One, for me, I think it's really unfortunate that we haven't been really able to highlight the great bounce back early part of the season for Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena leads the league in hits, leads the American League in hits, and is second with a .340 batting average right now. And if you remember last year, he was just lost. And he was lost worse and worse and worse, including really, really bad in the postseason, the complete opposite of what he was the previous year. He worked on it, changed his swing. We talked about it in the offseason. And Clint, he got moved to that 4 spot. It's the first time you've seen real production out of that spot. And he looks like he is taking that next step in his third year. And he has been magnificent, and it has been from the start. Jeremy Pena has been there. But the team has struggled so much, it's kind of been hard to really kind of highlight him because there's so much going around, but he continued this weekend with it. And Jeremy Pena, he is having an all-star level first part of the year right now.
Well, the beautiful thing to me about this, Ron, is and you mentioned it, the dude obviously, and was vocal about it. He had to work on some things, had to change some things, had to tweak some things. Now, as fans, it's very obvious what he tweaked. The bat's not coming off of his damn bicep anymore. He's not dropping the barrel way back behind his shoulder anymore. There's still a little bit of that in there, but it's not as extreme as it was, and he's swinging it significantly better. Now, can he keep it up a whole year? Can he be an all-star? Sure looks like it, but boy, he's swinging the bat well, and when he's on the bases, his speed is just a flat-out game changer. It's just you get a hit, you get on base. The odds are he's going to be at second for you.
The way he is swinging the bat, you just feel a lot better about the Altuve, Tucker now in the 2 spot, Alvarez, and Pena, because he's been swinging the bat really, really well. And also, the second one real quick, I know we got to get out, but Dana, Joe, Espada, whoever it is, they should not here for the near future and maybe even longer than that. They should not be allowed to run a lineup card that doesn't have Mauricio Dubon.
Oh, I agree. Wholeheartedly agree.
There's too many positions that he can potentially step in. There's injuries. There's everything. There is no reason that cat shouldn't be in the lineup every day.
Agree wholeheartedly.
There's no excuse. He should be stopped by somebody. I don't know if it's Gary Pettis, Jim Crane. I don't know if he ever even tries to do it in the next month. Whatever, we'll see when they get everybody. But he should be in the lineup somewhere every single day. That is close. Another 4 hits yesterday. He should be in the lineup. He's hitting over 300. He should be in the lineup every single day.
And there's there's enough sample size now.
Yes, he did it last year.
Yeah, that's it. It's not a fluke, man. The dude's he's just not. He's better than a utility player. He's not a utility. He's too damn good to be a utility player. Now, you can argue it's because he's had to play a lot more than you wanted him to play with Altuve's injury last year and with the turnstile in center field and whatever.
But he's shown he can handle it.
But she more than handle it, boy. That sucker's
And
rolling.
especially
So I agree
on
with
this
you, Brian.
team. Especially on this team with all the struggles you have.
I'm with you.
All right, coming up, C.J. Stroud. Clint simply it too far. Is he taking it too far with some of the things he's saying? Wait till you hear what a player in the division had to say about your quarterback. That'll be next.
CJ may be taking a little too far. The question is, are you taking it far enough? This weather outside right now and these reports that we're seeing, I hope it doesn't get bad, but this
calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Seriously, again, listen, we have a lot of fun on this show. I dare say as much fun as anybody around here. But on a serious note, make sure you're getting safe around the city. I know some schools around the city, the weather's gotten so bad they've been put under a shelter in place. I know many schools have let kids out early a while ago. So please get around. If you're getting around the city, get home and get around safely while you're on your way home. So stay safe and be smart on those roads out there as this weather is hitting here in Houston.
And if you're anything like me, you have to get them kiddos and that family taken care of. Now, don't forget to put that rig in the garage. Don't be like me and leave your car out and when it starts hailing, it starts bouncing off the roof out the window. That's when you realize.
You got a tight fit with that
in the garage? No.
Oh, you good?
I ain't got no excuse.
Okay. I thought maybe that Escalade might be a tight fit.
Nope. Nope.
Deep garage.
Oh, it's deep enough. We're talking about taking part of it in.
Yeah, no excuse.
Got lucky with that one. Glad the wife didn't want one of them EXTs.
Yeah. So yeah, you're good. So yeah, make sure your car is protected and the family is as well. All right, this one is interesting. I want you to hear Zaire Franklin, linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. He was on the Chris Long podcast and talked a little bit about your quarterback, C.J. Stroud, and conversations they've had. And I don't think he's potentially alone in feeling this way. I want you to hear what he describes about CJ. Let me know if you got any issues with it. Go ahead and give us your opinion because I'm sure we will. This was Zaire Franklin talking about the Houston Texans quarterback, CJ Stroud.
Really be Houston. I'm not going to lie to you. I love CJ, man. I support all our young brothers at quarterback, but CJ, awesome. He didn't say a lot of wild stuff to me, and our run-ins, he feeling himself, but I need to see that boy again.
Said he feeling himself. Said he said a lot of wild. Nobody. What you mean wild things? What is CJ saying? What is CJ saying? Like we understand that him and Michael Parsons is having some conversations.
I've heard the other. Like he apparently Franklin goes on to say that he was talking about how he I can't remember the term he used, but how he lit up their defense. And Franklin was like, bro, we were up 28-7 on y'all or something like that. We were in cover 2. We had 2 safeties high the whole day. We were just playing essentially prevent defense.
God bless, brother.
He lit him up the second game.
The second game. Now, I don't know what CJ was talking about, but Zaire Franklin specifically pointed out that was the game that CJ was talking about lighting him up. And he basically was saying that CJ was saying that regardless of the fact that they had lost, but he still shredded them because CJ threw up some big numbers, I think, that day. Nonetheless, I don't.
This isn't really the first time we've seen. I would say the confidence bordering on, cockiness or too farness potentially with CJ.
Yeah, this and I don't know exactly. Apparently, it was at the Radio Row at Super Bowl, which we were there when this trash talking took place, where clearly it stood out to Zaire Franklin, who is a player for the Colts. I don't like it. To be honest with you, this is the first thing
from the CJ perspective.
Yeah, this is the first thing from CJ's perspective that I don't like. And again, the context is Zaire Franklin made it a point to say he was referring to a game when they were up big and playing prevent, and CJ had a big day. But I don't like it. Like, I mean, I don't.
I'd like to hear this because you know.
Look, I just think there's again. I've said this from jump. If you've got 3-4 seasons and you're winning playoff games and things of that nature, and you want to poke the You want to poke the opponents a bit and have a little fun?
You think it's a little quick?
Well, I'm just scared that it is. I'm nervous that it is a little bit. There's a false sense of achievement or a false sense of caliber of team you are, and I don't know. I just I hope that this team's not leaning into what they did last year, as in boy, we're better than we expected to be, and boy, we've arrived.
So you heard this and you was like, chill out, CJ.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah. I mean, because again, the way Zaire Franklin's telling the story is that CJ's beating his chest about what he did when he was 14, 21 points down in a game, and the quarterback still throws up good numbers, and you're talking trash to a defensive player when that's the scenario. That's the way Zaire Franklin couched it. I don't. Absolutely, that's plumb ass silly if you're doing that as a quarterback.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. You hear that? You hear, as Zaire Franklin said, C.J. Stroud saying some wild stuff. Yeah, he said, I need to see him again. He's saying some wild stuff. Were you thinking C.J. needs to reel it in, need to chill a little bit, or are you all right with it? Are you all right with it? Tyler, where are you at? When you hear that, are you?
I love it. I want more of it. To keep doing what he's doing, but maybe escalate it even a little more.
So you want a little bit more. You'd like to speak for him.
Oh, I love it.
You would love to go. See, I don't mind it from this standpoint. Now, listen, hey, you putting it out there. If you're talking. And I don't believe this is like I said, we've heard him kind of go at it with Micah Parsons and things like that. And that's fine. I don't have a problem with it because of this, Clint. I think most people in the league were going to be really super motivated to slowing down this C.J. Stroud train and how much people are talking about them, regardless of if C.J. said anything or not. Right? Like I think most people looking at the Texans, looking at C.J. Stroud, because he is getting a ton of push here, which he completely deserves. But I think it's got everybody on notice where they're like, hey, we got to shut this kid up. Like, I think the Ravens said all the right things leading into that playoff game, but they wanted to shut this up. They wanted to shut the C.J. Stroud love affair up. And if this is C.J., I'm cool with it because I don't think this is extra bulletin board material. I think people were wanting to come after trying to stop C.J. Stroud to begin with it. So I'm all right with it. If you feel it, go ahead and do it.
Oh, well,
text line, reel it in.
My only pushback to what you just said, Ron, is this is absolutely bulletin board material. If it went down if it was really said, like if it was said, because again, Franklin said that CJ came back and was even like, oh, so you saying I didn't shred y'all? You saying I didn't rip y'all up? Right? That is absolutely. Now it may be bulletin board material in the defensive room. It may not be on the main entrance of the locker room, but that will absolutely be on the defensive side bulletin board for sure.
What I'm saying is I'm not going to say that that's not going to add much, but I feel like it was up there. I feel like they were. I feel like if there is any team that the Colts are probably as super motivated to get to, it was C.J. Stroud and the Texans. And I
sure.
think I just think a lot of teams with how much, because Clint, you've been around this league, you know it, man. And I think you've kind of hinted towards it and being hopeful that the Texans reel it in a little bit and don't think too highly of what they're hearing. This isn't second-year teams that won 10 games with their schedule that they had aren't usually just said, damn, they're going to win the Super Bowl next year.
Right.
Or a quarterback that's done it for 15 games being put up there above some of the others. And I think around the league, people respect the hell out of him. But I think around the league, they want to shut him up. And so, hell, CJ, if this is you, now I don't, like if CJ is feeling himself and doing something that is not normal to him, then I'd have a problem with it. But if CJ is being him, and this is him talking this, feeling himself, I'm cool with it. I mean, just know if you lose, you know what's going to happen, and you can deal with it.
I've always appreciated, like the stuff with Micah Parsons. Like I feel like he's being the bigger man in the room, and even in the trash talking perspective, like it's always seemed like Micah seems crazy. Like Micah seems like he's way out over his
he feels like the Micah in this.
Yeah, look, I mean that Colts game was 31-10, bro. That game was 31-10.
I'm hoping CJ was talking about the second one to go to the playoffs.
I mean it was 31-10. Now CJ did go off now, 30 of 47, 385 yards and a touchdown. I mean, so he did rip them, but I just don't want my quarterback going around banging his chest about ripping up a defense when you were getting skull drugged the whole game. To your point, hopefully it was more about the second time they played him, but Zaire Franklin made it a point and made it sound like it was a conversation that included the first game, and I don't like that.
Yeah, from the text line, see, that's y'all problem. Y'all listen to one side and start making opinions and assumptions. Someone else text in, reel it in. Someone else text in, it feels like Joe Burrow-esque. I'm here for it because Joe is pretty confident. Like Joe, there is a bit of Joe there. Joe is a different person when you hear him talking to the media from what you hear players say he says on the field.
Yeah. Burrowhead.
Right? He brings it in a different spot. He seems really, the cool, calm, like nice, humble guy. But on the field, people say Joe talks a ton of trash. So maybe it does feel a bit like that. Someone else texted in, CJ's mouth is writing checks. His ass may not be able to. Now, if he is the player that we think he is, then he going to be fine with it.
He ain't laying down for nobody.
Yeah, I mean, if he's as good looking at, and it is his game is. I mean, you know where I'm at, man. A lot of the stuff that happens athletically, it's hard to call that play. It's hard to depend on it. It's hard to duplicate it. Man, C.J. Stroud has a very convincing style, man, that it's going to carry over. To me, it's the going around randomly beating your chest and talking trash to opponents at like a Super Bowl radio wrote after you won one playoff game, and then like you've been embarrassed in as many playoff games as you've won at this point in time. That's my only concern with this thing.
No, the filling themselves is a real concern.
Yeah, that's and this is the first time
because confidence and cocky can border close. I know.
I've watched all that I've watched all that Micah Parsons stuff, and I've been blown away with like CJ. Like he's a great trash talker.
You're sitting on the couch with one.
Oh yeah, it's so smooth, right? It's so good. This is the first time where it seems to me like it may be a little bit out of order and needs to be checked a bit.
All right, coming up, Big Three at 3. The Astros, they had a great weekend. We'll see if this is something that jumpstarts them moving forward. We'll look at this weekend series and what was important, as well as the NFL. Did they drop the ball by announcing the kickoff game that doesn't include the text? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on the Drive.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Kelly walked his last time up, seventh man to bat in the inning for the Tigers. Called third strike. Pitch number 35 in the inning wraps up the game for Seth Martinez and the Astros. The Astros win the series, taking 2 out of 3.
All right, hey, listen. For the way this season is going, coming into this series, only the Chicago White Sox had a worse record than the Houston Astros, and now the Angels and the White Sox have a worse record because the Astros took 2 of 3, as you heard it there, from a team that had been playing well, the Detroit Tigers. They came in above 500. I think now they're at 500 right now after that weekend series loss to your Houston Astros. I think this was, if there is a get right weekend for the Astros, I think this one was it. If you could think about a lot of the people that were struggling, a lot of the people that you've been looking at, it seemed like they had a really good week, except for Christian Javier. That one you just kind of maybe walk away. But a lot of guys, Clint, had their best set of 3 days or their best outings in weeks in this series against the Tigers.
Look, absolutely. Fromber and JV.
It's hard to even just pick one.
I mean, both 7-inning outings, I believe, and gave up 2. So it starts there. But, I mean, Tucker's swinging it well. Jordan's swinging it well. Hell, you got production at first base out of Singleton. You're getting production out of center field, whether it's Dubon or Jake Myers. You're getting some production out of left field when Jordan's not out there, and Lo Perfito. Jeremy Pena's as hot as anybody out there. I mean, really, with the exception of Bregman and I guess Presley. Was it this weekend when Presley gave up a run? It was.
Hey man, Bregman had 3 hits this weekend.
Yeah,
he had a hit in every one of the games.
He's going to do more. He's going to do more than that. I also saw him wearing out that first baseman in foul territory again too.
Yeah, 3 hits, baby. 3 hits.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of good, man. There's a lot of good that came from this weekend. Hunter Brown came out of the bullpen. Yeah. I'm most excited about that. I mean, because
that was the number one thing that sticks out for you.
Yeah, the Hunter Brown thing, man, is I mean, there's whether it's long term or it's just the kid needed to see some positive, regardless of what the outcome actually ends up being for Hunter Brown in terms of does he continue to start or is he a bullpen piece? Either way it goes, I know as an athlete and as a pitcher, he was at a spot where, man, I just need to see some immediate success, and then I need to sustain it for a few innings. And he went 5 innings, 5 1/3, I think, something like that, and I think he gave up 1 earned run. I think he struck out 7 in a game that clearly there was no pressure because Christian Javier had messed the bed so early on and it was out of reach. But that Hunter Brown came out of the pen and absolute, and I think that's a big plus. The Astros are going to need that in some capacity, whether he goes back into that 5th or 6th starter role or he just comes out of the pen as long relief. Either way it goes, they needed this, and it was good to see.
Yeah, it was. Listen, Dubon gets himself 4 hits.
Yes.
And had multi-hit games in that series. I think for me, Clint, there's a lot. You brought up the pitching. You brought up a lot there. But I mean,
I'm sorry, I just saw the lineup. Sorry.
I know you did. I'm gonna get there. That's why I said Dubon right off the bat. I'm gonna get there.
Sorry, Chief.
All right. I'm leaving from picking up the kids Friday night from swim lesson. And it is I knew it, but it is almost hard to believe that Yordan Alvarez got his first hit with a runner in scoring position for over a month.
Great pull, great stat. Yeah.
Over a month.
It feels huge.
A month. For what I have said and I believe is the best hitter in baseball. I've just accepted you're going to play that.
And it's not like the guys around him, Ron, are
no.
Are
I mean,
bad.
you got
they've been. He's had plenty of opportunity.
Like, yeah, Altuve has struggled with it, but Altuve's been on base.
I'm talking about guys being on base for Alvarez. It's like he's had ducks on the pond.
I was going to say Altuve with the same thing, runners and scoring.
Yes.
But he's been on base. He is, for the most part, led the league in hitting for the most of the part of the season here, except for the last week or so. And like you said, man, he's been directly in front of him. Kyle Tucker has now been in front of him. Now, Bregman was in front of him for a little bit. But for him to go over a month without a hit with runners in scoring position, and if you start to take the latter portion of the Yankee series and this series, Yordan is starting to come around. Even his outs have been loud. He had multiple extra base hits on this road trip. Home runs, doubles. That was a big thing. And you talked about it late last week. If he gets it rolling, he completely changes the feel of the lineup and what people are doing. And now Pena coming up behind him, who has had a really good start to the season, is rolling too as well. But Yordan getting a little hot, say a little warm right now, I think was a big jump, not just in that series, but on the road trip. He's had a different look, in his eyes, a different feel from him as he's been coming up here lately.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was it's big. The entire lineup changes with Yordan swinging it well, and particularly swinging it well with runners in scoring position. And so, because again, I know him and Altuve are the two guys that really stick out in terms of guys that haven't swung it well with runners in scoring position. They've been better of late, but over the year it's not been good. And then, a lot of times that leads you to believe, and when you first look at that number, like, oh, well, maybe the guys around him just aren't getting there. No, they've been there. And Yordan just changes this thing, man. If he's swinging it well, this is a very, very difficult team to beat.
Yeah, it is.
And you can afford some mistakes on the bump. You can afford some guys get up some runs early. You can afford
not Christian Javier mistakes, but you can afford.
Yeah, not 8 runs in 2 innings, where the hell it was, but yeah, you can afford to have a little slippage there, and Yordan and company will pick up the slack, and that's just the power that comes with him swinging it well.
Yeah. By the way, the lineup is out, and I said earlier, Dana, Joe Espada, whoever it is, should not be allowed to run a lineup card up there without Mauricio Dubon in it. And here's the lineup. After 4 hits yesterday, he may have had close to 10 hits in the series. But after 4 hits yesterday, 4 for 5, Mauricio Dubon is not in the lineup. Here we go. Altuve, Tucker, Alvarez, Pena, John Singleton, a mainstay at first base. Bregman is at third. Yainer Diaz is the DH tonight. Vic Caratini is the catcher. And, yes, Jake Myers, he got 3 hits yesterday, so he gets to play. He is in the lineup in center field.
No Dubon.
I don't understand.
I'm with you. That's
I don't understand.
After this weekend, I'm driving in, Ryan, and I looked through your text earlier this morning when you sent it, just different topics in the Astros. Number one thing was we better not see a lineup. We agree wholeheartedly. We both had this. We better not see another lineup without Dubon in it.
Well,
I don't know how you keep him out of it. And I'm not even. This isn't a pile on because the Astros are bad right now, or pile on because Joe Espada don't know what the hell he's doing. It's just one of the things where you've got a guy that clearly is a spark plug, man. I mean, you've got a guy that is swinging the bat well. He's been clutch as hell. He's above average on the base pass. He's the best defensive center fielder that you got. At least from an arm strength standpoint, he's the best center fielder you got. I don't know how you start a series without that dude in it now.
Chaz is on the IL. I mean, I guess if Jake has a good day, you ride the hot hand in center field. I guess every time Jake has a good day, you ride the hot hand. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever at all to me. But that is the latest. We'll see if they can keep this going against the A's this week.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, Clint. I have been hoping for this, that the opening game of the year, including the Texans at the Chiefs, to me, that would have been a fascinating and really fun matchup. I think the number in the league at quarterback, and I think without a doubt the most up-and-coming star in C.J. Stroud, those guys facing off. And it's not like, oh, the only thing you can sell is the quarterback in Stroud. No, he's bringing an AFC contender with him, a new team. I would say the sexy pick outside of the mainstays to potentially get to a Super Bowl. But instead, the NFL decides to go with Ravens-Chiefs, a rematch of the AFC Championship game to kick off the season September 5th in Kansas City. Listen, I'm not going to it's not a bad matchup. This will be fun to watch. You know, Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson and that new offense go against this Chiefs team, a rematch of the AFC Championship game. That will be a very entertaining and fun matchup. I just think the league really had a missed opportunity here. I think C.J. Stroud and this Houston Texans team that I don't think a lot of people have around the league, around the country, have actually seen a ton of, because the lack of primetime games that the Texans have had would have been a very, very good point to kick off things with your up-and-coming star to go against your number one star. I think they missed an opportunity.
I agree.
Pisses me smooth off, to be honest.
It doesn't piss me off, but I agree with your overall point. I think Chiefs, Texans, Stroud, Mahomes, the matchup of offenses just being what everybody believes is going to be superpower offenses. I think that would have been a perfect matchup. Now, it's hard to argue last year's MVP with the addition of Derrick Henry offensively. Those guys are all fully healthy. It's going to be a good show. I'll be watching that Chiefs Ravens game for damn sure.
Yeah.
But I tell you this, Ron. This is the one thing that I'm not worried about, but I'm going to be fascinated as we move forward and schedules start to be released. And ultimately, rubber meets the road, right? It's no more about hype. It's no more about building a topic in the offseason. It's no more about creating this conversation around Stephon Diggs and what does he mean to the Texans. When the rubber meets the road and the NFL is making major decisions, primetime games to open the season like this, and when analysts start talking, getting closer to season, and it means more, being accurate and being right matters at that point in time. I'm fascinated with how this Texan thing kind of unfolds as we get closer to the season, because it's always interests me. You watch a draft and there's all these talks about players, and then as you get closer, boy, it starts to kind of weed itself out. And Caleb Williams is undisputed number one. Everybody knows it, but a month ago, everybody had it was fun to talk about different players possibly going number one, but ultimately, when it got down to it, Caleb was that dude, and everybody knew it. Everybody was just selling newspapers, right? I do wonder, and I am fascinated to watch down the road here, how much of the hype around the Texans is real. How many primetime games do they get? Right? I mean, I saw Johnny schedule where there was 5, I think. Tyler's got 5. You got 5?
I got 5.
That's a big number. I mean, that's like typically reserved for 1 or 2 teams in the league, right, that have a little more cachet. That would be used to go from 0 to 5 ultimately. So I'm fascinated to see kind of how this thing works out. Do people lean into, yeah, that team was good last year, but they really exceeded expectations. They benefited from a weak schedule. Is the success that they had really? Can they duplicate it this year? I don't know. I wonder how much believers these people really are. And I'm going to be fascinated with it as we get closer. And again, these type of decisions have to be made. I wonder if people really believe that the Texans are in the same ballpark as the Ravens after what we watched.
It'll be interesting to see what the schedule turns out to be, because now especially week 1 for the Texans, because this takes 2 of their opponents off of it. Right, they play the Ravens and the Chiefs this year, or 2 of their top matchups there. It'd be interesting to see what it is. You'd be good with the Cowboys right off the bat?
Primetime.
Sunday Night Football, Texans, Cowboys right off the bat?
Absolutely. Hell yes.
I mean,
you want to wait a little bit. Huh?
I'd rather wait, but I wouldn't.
I don't want to wait. I want both of them with Super Bowl expectations. Because we wait, Tyler. We let one of these teams liable to be 500 by we get 8 or 9 games, 10 games in the season. They'll have to be 500. I want them both to be coming out, chest poked out, thinking they're the best thing since we're gonna win Super Bowl, and then somebody's got to go home a loser.
There it was. Glory hole.
I would love it. I'd love it anytime. Hell, it's gonna be a game.
Yeah. All right, that is the latest there with the schedules. Ravens, Chiefs. They will kick off the NFL season.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, catching up on the NBA playoffs. These two series that happened yesterday, in particular, the Pacers, Knicks, Nuggets, Timberwolves. I think there are a lot of people who thought these series may be over. I know for me, I did not feel good about what Denver was showing.
No.
At all.
And you feel great about what Minnesota was showing.
Yeah, and they're going on the road to go to Minnesota and finish that off. And then the Knicks, they were finding a way. Now, a little bit different there. They've had some injuries. But both these series are tied after yesterday. The Pacers just absolutely crushed the Knicks, and they tied that series. And the Nuggets, they've been in complete control. They blew them out in Game 3. And they were up big for the most part in this game. Remember, they've actually absolutely controlled this thing, and Jamal Murray has come back, and Jokic has looked like the best player in the world again. So it's surprising. And now the other way. Now I feel the other way. Now it's hard to see if the Knicks can give the Pacers a shot, and the Timberwolves almost look cooked.
Yeah, you got to look at it right now and think, boy, the Timberwolves they poked the bear, didn't they? I mean, they've.
Well, now Anthony's not going anywhere.
No, so it's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be exciting as hell. But I got to believe that after we watch these last two games that Denver is they had a little wake up call and they're ready. The team I feel for, man. It's the Knicks, man. They're fun to watch. It was going to be a great story, and I feel like the injury bug just. I think
they got four important pieces out. I mean, 4 major pieces out. And Jalen Brunson's not right.
I mean, every time I look up, Brunson's limping around. It's just one of them. Like, man, I just feel like it was going to be a good story, and that was a team that I really enjoyed watching. To be completely honest with you, and it just seems like they're going to get bit, man.
Trust me. I don't think the league is fired up about this development either. They want Celtics. Indy? They want Celtics Knicks bad. Boston versus New York bad over there in the East. Yeah. So we'll see there.
I bet they do.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The Pacers Cavs staring down, or even Pacers Celtics. That just feels rough either. All right, coming up. There's a lot of potential with this offense. A lot of potential, and I'm telling you, low key, this person might be the most intriguing person I want to see next year for the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up.
Home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Stay safe out there in this weather. Stay safe out there, Houston. And
got my rig moved. How'd you guys do?
I did. How was it out there? Did you feel like you needed to move?
A little slick. Don't get moving too fast. A little slick.
Oh, you ain't kidding. All right, that'll be one I do. I'll go do.
I think you need to get it done pretty quick though. It's wet out there and it's looking rough and them up in the sky.
Plan on doing it going into the 4 o'clock.
You need to get that done, man.
That's what I was going to do.
Tyler, you need to get that done with your truck too. I mean, I know you got that one in big rigs. And I know you got that. I know you got that maroon money and you ain't worried about it. Probably got some pretty good insurance. But at the end of the day, man, that hail damage ain't no joke now.
Yeah, I'll roll the dice. We'll see what happens.
Oh boy. Oh,
why not, man?
I just, in all honesty, I don't want to risk getting away from the board that long, so we'll just see what happens.
I mean, Ron can get both of them moved in the break, man.
That's a lot.
I don't think I could. If I'm honest with you.
Let's bet.
Don't think. No.
Can he get them done? You think he can get them moved? It's slick out there. He's going to have to run down the ramp to get to his car, back up it and around to get to yours.
Well, who's betting?
I mean, me and Tyler.
Because I'll make sure I win.
Well, no, we're not going to tell you what the bet is. Maybe we're not going to tell you who's on what side.
All right, so stay safe, man. I might have to move mine in coming up near that 4 o'clock. But this is exciting years. We talked about the schedules coming out on Wednesday, and Clint low-key, man, Bobby Slowick may be the most intriguing person for me coming back on this team next year. I am thoroughly intrigued, Clint, on what he can do and what he's going to do year 2. Because I was impressed. There were moments where the offense struggled, and there were people who were saying, I think, insane things about Bobby Slowick and this and that. No, I thought he was exceptional last year, especially with all of the issues they had injury-wise.
You ever watch Bobby?
And weapon-wise with this team. But, Clint, now you giving him potentially top receiver in Diggs, if we look at his history, a big upgrade in running back that can do a lot of different things in Joe Mixon. His offensive line, the hope is they'll be in the positions that they were planned to be in and be healthy. And you just see them adding more to it in this group, and now a year 2 in this offense. Clint, I have the expectations of a top 5 offense. I have the expectations of a top 5 offense with what they have now year 2 in the system. You should feel better about it, knowing it better. They don't have to install and learn the whole system this time. CJ is somebody that I have trust is going to step up and continue. I am really excited because we saw what he did with some of the guys. He had one receiver late and made it happen. I watched him beat the Tennessee Titans with Case Keenum and make it work. So I am really intrigued from Bobby Slowick in year 2. I'm excited.
I agree with you. It's got to be one of the top stories. Did you see those numbers, Ron, of the number of teams that had new offensive coordinators in the league? The number of like the longest tenured offensive coordinator in the NFL right now is 2 years. I mean, these guys are they're rolling through them. Whether they're getting head jobs or they're getting fired, they're rolling through them. I think Bobby Slowick's performance last year was second only to C.J. Stroud. And everybody knows how I feel about what C.J. Stroud was able to do last year. I am still, to this day, shocked. I'm blown away. And not that it was –
You need even more than DeMeco?
Absolutely. I mean, what C.J. did week in, week out, and I'm not even considering, like, where he started and kind of how he finished. I'm just talking about the whole season. The amount of times that he was right in his decision-making, along with being accurate and on time with his throw. I mean, it was Brady-like. It was the hardest way to win football games and to stay in that lane is the way we saw Brady do it forever. And CJ went out there in his rookie year and did it. I don't know how the numbers match up, but he did it at a clip of that I can only doing it.
No, I with you, CJ. Were you more impressed of Bobby Slowick than maybe impressed, not the word, but
yes, than DeMeco. Yes,
DeMeco?
that
that's
as well.
What I was
Yeah.
CJ, we haven't really seen that.
Well, I mean, I think the most impressive thing about Bobby was that his ability to overcome the penalties. I mean, the injuries
in the penalty.
Yeah, that too. But the injuries, like the O line, the wide receivers, the lack of a running game, like that. He went out there
in year one.
In year one, and so that was those two things are unbelievably difficult to do, man. I didn't have a doubt, to be honest with you, that DeMeco was a genuine, sincere dude with a former player's mentality that guys were going to buy into. And so I'm not surprised at the level of success he had. I'm not surprised at how quick it came. I mean, when you're genuinely and sincerely that kind of dude, it's how they did it, you know. And I think the how is more in Bobby and CJ's lap right now than DeMeco's. My only concern for Bobby Slowick this year, Ron, my only concern is I think there's going to be some adversity. I think there's going to be
adversity that's different from last year's adversity.
Yes, I think there's going to be. The expectations are through the roof.
Absolutely.
Like the expectations.
First off, do you think I was a little aggressive on that top 5 offense with what they have and what he?
I see where you're coming from.
You know look at what he was looking at last year.
I see where you're coming from, but damn, that's. I mean, it's. You know me, man. I'm not there. I think to duplicate did last year is going to be difficult. It's going to be really difficult, even with the guys that they have.
But even CJ can be a little worse than he was last year with all the extra.
Sure.
Like there's just going to be some times where he gets to just kind of throw the ball out, let guys make plays.
Sure, you would hope. But where I'm going with this, Ron, like my biggest concern is when that adversity strikes. You got guys in Nico right now, like Nico Collins he expects 1,000 plus to probably 10 touchdowns.
I know the adversity you're talking about.
You got Diggs, which we've talked about that till we're blue. And like last year, you could literally go away from the run, even if it were working, and a guy have 10 or 11 touches, and nobody ever say a word. Joe Mixon ain't gonna sit there and watch that too many times. Right,
he's got more serious personalities that he has.
Well, you got some XP. You got a dude back there that came here to lead the league in rushing. You got a dude that came here to get touches, not to just have a good first quarter and then all of a sudden disappear from the game plan. You got a guy in Nico Collins that's going to expect to get a bulk of the catches, and now you got to find a way to spread this thing around to Tank Dell and Nico and Diggs. I mean, and by the way, Dalton's going to expect a little something too. I mean, there's going to be some adversity strike, and how you got a lot of dudes now. You got a lot of dudes that could probably justify being a little disgruntled or a little vocal about what the hell's going on. Where last year you didn't have any. There was nobody on this team.
Everybody's going to roll with
it. Hey, get your ass in line, or you can get right now.
You got a couple people playing for some contracts.
Yeah. Right now you got a little different. I think you got a little different animal here on offense, and so that's my only concern with Bobby is how do you. When the adversity strikes, because I think it will with this schedule, how do you look? I
just look at him and be like, he's got to be thinking, but look at all these tools.
Oh, you ain't no doubt.
What I got
no question
what I had
about
to
it.
deal with last year, and look what I get to do with this. Now I got tackles. The tackles I feel good about. Look at my quarterback. I get what you're saying. I can't win with you people. I mean, some of you all here on the Texans now I'm overhyping. Now I'm overhyping it. Now I'm overhyping the Texans.
I mean, you got 11 wins in a top 5 offense so far today, just today.
Hold on, so.
What did you think I was going to say when I said you got a Super Bowl contender? 7?
That too.
I said, when Diggs brought over, I said, how does it feel, Houston, to have a Super Bowl contender? 11 in top 5 offense. I'm looking at this. I look at what Ben Johnson did with the Lions. That first year, he got out there and like, whoa, okay, Jared Goff is still here. They got an offense. The next year, they rolled through here last year. They had make some additions with Gibbs and things like that. They're top 5 offense. That's what I see here. That man was having to make it work with Noah Brown hurt and screwed. That man was having to make it work with Case Keenum. No Nico. No Tank in the game. Come on, Robert Woods. Do what you could do. Just get down there and making it work. Shoot. Now Robert Woods he could dream to be on the team. When is that going? I'm sorry, Bob. Let that man catch on with somebody. Stop making this team. Coming up, updates on Jose Urquidy and Chaz McCormick. You'll get to hear from Chaz himself. And, it's starting to happen with the Astros. It is starting to happen. Unnamed sources out here talking about the manager. You don't want to miss this coming up next.
All right, it's truck season, y'all. It's truck season in Texas, and it's truck season at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. Right now, they got huge
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, got some Astros news to bring to you here in just a second, but some breaking news. Jared Goff just received a $212 million deal, including $170 guaranteed with the Detroit Lions.
Woo! Love that money.
How much is C.J. Stroud going to get?
That's exactly where my brain went. Good God.
It's gonna be $60 million a year at that point.
Holy.
Because you're looking at 4 years from now. Probably a deal be done in what do you think he gets a deal done in 2 years? After year three?
Listen, Cal and Hannah, Nick, all of them, they've done a great job running and turning this thing around. If he comes to anywhere close to playing the way he did last year, if he continues that this year, next year, they can start an extension after year 3. If they don't jump on top of that immediately, they ain't as smart as I thought.
God bless, brother.
And I don't think that's the case. So it's going to be after year 3, that extension. If he plays anywhere close to where he played last year, there's no waiting around here. There's no screwing yourself into having to pay a tax on that even more by waiting a year.
And I'll be honest with you too, Ron. You know it. We know it. We talk about it all the time. I am a wait and see guy when it comes to quarterbacks. This is as convincing. If he can do it in year 2, if he can do it again in year 3, and you stack 2 years on top of each other,
anything close, yeah. If he has anything close to last year, you know you're not. You know in no way are you letting him go.
No. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, so there's no. I'm typically a wait as long as you can, but I just don't see any flaws in this young man's game after 1 year. I just don't see, all these other guys, you can look there, whether people want to talk, give excuses why it is or what it is. There are flaws in their game in one way or another. I just don't. 1 year in, would they play 19 games? What did he miss 2? 17 games worth of film and worth of watching and covering. I just don't see any flaws in the guy's game. That's why when they talk, you ask me like where can, after DeMeco said it, where can CJ get better? Hey, man, I have a hard time finding that place.
Yeah, text line coming in. Someone introduced Ron to restructuring. Mahomes has. What the hell does that have to do with anything we're talking about?
I know the answer to that. Nothing.
Yeah. I don't understand. I don't understand it.
It's all right.
Someone texted, "Will no S rerun?" It's Ron. Thank you for your insight.
This rerun
Captain
thing
Obvious.
is it the same guy with the rerun stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for the insight, Captain Obvious. Oh, yeah? I would love you know what? Hit me up on Twitter and I'm serious. Hit me up on Twitter, DM me, whoever this person is. Give me 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes of your show. I want you to, because you, Captain Obvious, I want you to do a show. Give me 10 minutes. I would call you and have you call up here and do it, but you probably suck, and I don't want you to ruin the show. And when I say suck, you just probably suck right in. But I want to hear your 10 minutes.
You gonna critique him? Would you give him a little insight?
Yeah.
You give him a little help?
I would give him a little help. Captain Obvious. Well, hell, what? All right, Jared Goff got signed here in Houston. What do you want me to talk about? Boy, man, I wonder what Case Keenum will get as a backup now.
Hold on, Joe.
Jared Goff. The hell out of here. You know what? I just got suckered, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
I love it, though.
10 minutes. Give me your 10 minutes. DM me, please. I want to hear it. I want to hear where you go. Introduce Ron to restructuring Mahomes has. What are you talking about? He hasn't even said it's new first contract. Anyway, but that one they better be putting money away for that, because then you got Will coming. Boy, here they go. Boy, they got some action going. All right, news with the Astros, fellas. Jose Urquidy said his next rehab start should be Saturday with AA Corpus. Urquidy said he thinks he'll need one more start to build up to about 70 pitches before he'll be ready to rejoin the Astros. And Chas McCormick says there's no rushing in return. He spoke about about his hamstring. He's going. Lance McCullers here gave an update on his own hamstring. Here's Chaz McCormick talking about how he feels and where he is with that hamstring.
It's good. I mean, I was able to play yesterday. DH, 5 at-bats. Felt really good. I could stick to ground, use my hamstring when I'm swinging, and that's really important. And I was hard. I was happy with my swing. I still feel like I need to play a couple more games, work on some things and feel, kind of know where I'm at. But I believe I'm playing the outfield tomorrow, and that will be a good test. And then maybe, another play Wednesday as well. So that's kind of my plan right now. And I think they're in San Antonio, so that's where I'm going tonight.
All right, he gets to go to San Antonio, but he sounds like he needs a little bit more time to get himself right. So take your time, because them hamstrings, here's another Captain Obvious statement. Them hamstrings, boy, they can
hamstring you.
They can last you a while. And if you re-injure them, that's
they can linger.
Yeah, they'll linger.
Yeah.
They'll linger on you.
Look, I don't two things. White Boy Chaz, I'm a fan. I love you, bud.
I know you do.
There is a rush to get your ass back. I don't know if you've been paying attention or not, but Dubon's ripping the cover off the ball.
You're a rush if you're
Jake Myers is hitting 250 plus 260. I think he's got a couple of triples and 3 bombs, and he's swinging it pretty well. And that old Loper Fido fella's, did I already mention him? He's hitting above 300.
He's not in the lineup today either.
He doesn't have he's not hitting the power that he'd had down there, but he's swinging the stick well and's been clutch a couple times. So
for you personally, Chaz,
yeah, White Boy Chaz, you may want to get a little sense of urgency and get your ass on, get that hamstring right, and get on back out here because things are coming around for a few folks. The other thing is, I don't know if he was in the training room or where he was, but that damn music. I mean, y'all got to. I mean, what are we doing? I mean,
that's single A. I mean, triple A there. They
I mean, I need something out of it. That sounded like you, like literally, I just walked into a low lit bar with candles on the table, and I was fixing to sit down with my lady and try to make some things right, like I was maybe in trouble or something, trying to straighten some things out. I mean, damn, no wonder you ain't no sense of urgency. The music tells you so.
Just chill it back there. Yeah, so that's the latest there with those two. Hopefully they get back soon. Hey, by the way, I don't know what the hell's going on. Not surprised at all that it is going on, but according to our guy, Hotel Bobby, Big Bob Nightingale, we might have to get Bob on to talk about this. I want him to be at least three buttons down when he has this conversation. He said 2 prominent Houston Astros have expressed concerns over the communication style of the new manager, Joe Espada. All right. It is now happening. Now we are full-fledged. Now we could have assumed that there may be some issues. We could have thought. Now it's flat out.
It's not ideal
out here that 2 prominent players. And when I hear prominent, that's not Seth Martinez. That doesn't feel like the range of John Singleton. When I hear prominent player, this feels like the top of the top names on this team that you can think of. Leaked it out, let it be known, got to Bob Knight to be reported, Clint. This is not surprising to see how things are going and what Joe Espada has shown, but it is now clear that there's some stuff going on with players in that locker room.
Well, you said it. I'm not surprised at all. And here's the deal. This is a Jim Crane problem. He caused it. He's got to fix it, right? When you hire incompetent people, and I just mean they're not capable of doing a job, and you put them in place, and their decisions, their actions, their everyday existence, right, impacts the ability to some degree of every player, every coach, everybody in the organization below him. When that person is incompetent, it doesn't surprise me that you have people below them that go to the owner and say, hey, man, ultimately this guy's in my way. Like this ain't it. We're trying to win World Series. If I'm Verlander and I'm 41 and I'm going out there and pitching, hey man, I'm trying to win World Series. Y'all got this guy in here that I mean.
That name you just said would be, if you gave me a guess, that would be one of them.
I mean, look, there is nothing worse, and this ain't just baseball. This is every business, every existing business. When there's somebody in a managerial role that doesn't know what the hell they're doing, and they're holding back those people below them, and they're holding back the people below them from the stance of the only option is you go talk to the person above them, ahead of them, right? That's an ownership problem. That's a whoever hired problem. Now, unfortunately, the players are the ones that got to deal with it. The players are the ones that have to go, man, should I go? Should I really go? Is it really in the best interest of the team for me to go sit down with Crane and tell Crane how bad this is down here?
But also the part to what you're saying is also it's not just when they feel like there's a manager that doesn't know what they're doing, but also in any walk, when you have been highly, highly successful as a business, or in this case, as a team, you've been as successful as any run almost here in the last 50 years of baseball, you then know what it looks like to be successful. You know what it looks like to have a successful manager. And you look over there and you know, that ain't it. Like that ain't it. That's even more. It's not like, oh, boy, does this guy know what he's doing? No, does he know what he's doing? And we know what we're doing. We know what it takes. We know the type of guy you got to have.
We've seen it multiple times.
And that ain't it.
Yeah, we've seen it multiple times. A.J. Hinch was that guy, and then Dusty Baker was that guy.
That guy. Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it. I think it's worse than that, though.
Oh,
it's
May 13th, and this is out.
I just think it's blatantly obvious that he is just completely overwhelmed with the everyday duties of the job. I think it's highly likely that's the case. Yes. And the problem with that is when you've got upper management that doesn't know or doesn't care, doesn't pay attention, or they're willing to take, hey, we're patient, we're gonna be patient with this guy and let him figure it out kind of deal. You don't, I mean, the impact that it has on everybody in that clubhouse on a day-to-day basis, whether you're talking about the goal of winning a World Series or you're talking about, I want to make money. I want to perform well so I can make money. This guy's holding us back. That's a bad climate, man.
Yeah.
That's
what you got coming up?
That's rough right there. Ron, it's CJ Stroud. He's to this point I've really enjoyed the banter that he's had around the league with other players, particularly Micah Parsons. But I heard a little something this weekend, man. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm concerned. I hope it doesn't get out of hand. And if I were DeMeco, I'd probably check him a little bit. I'll tell you exactly what that is, and we will discuss next.
Well, before we do that, talk about things getting out of hand and catching it before it gets worse. Hey, men, our health, that's something that we are really good at doing. A lot of us are really good at it. I speak for myself. I am one that does it as well. If you're looking for a
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
Good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
How'd Mother's Day go for you boys? Everything good?
Good.
Great.
Except for losing money, but good.
Well, I mean, look, you took your mama east, and it cost you a little more than you hoped, man. It happens, man.
Yeah.
Well, good. It's good to hear that.
Good times, man.
Good to hear that it went well for you guys. Did y'all see? I don't know how true it is, but I did see a picture. Did y'all see where Halle Berry apparently?
Halle.
What did I say?
Halle.
Halle. I'm sorry, Halle Berry. Get to the important part. She posed naked on her balcony.
Good for her. She went swordfish.
You think that really happened?
I'll do some research. I'll let you know.
See if you can't find that. The report I saw may have been a little bit bogus.
Tyler's on top of it. Not handing that one off to Cheryl, are you?
Cheryl, you just sit still.
I'll get that.
That's a hell of a deal, guys. I'm a tad bit concerned.
Good for her.
About C.J. Stroud here. I've enjoyed CJ's banter with Micah Parsons, the Dallas Cowboy defensive player, arguably the best defensive player in the league right now. But really, I'll be completely honest. I've enjoyed it because I feel like C.J. Stroud is the more mature individual. I feel like C.J. Stroud is being very protective of his team and quite frankly, of himself and not being the aggressor, if you will. I think he's showcasing his ability and the depth of knowledge that he has and how much sharper he is than Micah Parsons, how much I think better he communicates than Micah Parsons. There's always been a little bit of one of those, like, you're to me, when you're doing this kind of stuff early on in your career, not for Micah. Hell, it doesn't matter for Micah because he's a defensive player and they run their head into people for a living. Doesn't matter. The risk is for C.J. Stroud, a young quarterback that's had one really good season in the league, him running around and having and bantering like this. Back in the day, it wouldn't have mattered because a little bit of it may have leaked to one of these outlets and they play it. Now, everything you say at every meeting you have, every stream you have is on social media, so we see it all. So one, it's a lot. But two, again, he's done a really good job of straddling the fence, not overstepping. And to me, he's always come out looking good, better, if we're being completely honest. But Zaire Franklin went on Chris Long's podcast, former player Chris Long, Howie Long's son, isn't it?
Yes, Howie's son.
Zaire Franklin, Indianapolis Colts. And he was asked basically to, kind of outline some rivalry stuff. Who's your rival? Who do you get most excited to play? Who are you looking forward to play? Here's what he initially said to Chris when that question was asked.
Really be Houston. I'm not gonna lie to you. I love CJ, man. I support all our young brothers at quarterback, but CJ, he didn't say a lot of wild stuff to me, and our run-ins. He feeling himself, but I need to see that boy again.
He said a lot of wild things in our run-ins, and he's feeling himself. Okay, I think we could all probably assume that's the case.
Said he needs to see him again.
He needs to see him. I can understand where you get out and because there's a lot of people that just wish they could be on the different outlets that CJ has access to and do the bantering and get that attention and all that jive. So I could see where players would look at CJ a little bit different and want to play CJ. But here's the deal. Chris Long went a little bit further, and he asked Zaire Franklin, well, What are you talking about? What did CJ say? And here's what he had to say.
What did he say?
We were talking, and he was, how the Super Bowl is at Radio Row. It's big, all that stuff going on. So he had the XM radio right before me. He was on there talking about how he cooked the Colts in both games. And I saw him and I pulled him aside and I was like, when you play Anthony, it was like 28-7 in like the second quarter. We were kind of blowing you out. Yeah, you threw for 300 yards, but
that's not a cooking.
Yeah, and he was like, bro, I ain't cook you. And I'm like, look, if that's what you consider a cooking with the loss, I mean, congratulations. And then I have to remind him as well that he's never beaten Anthony.
Oh, I love this. You're a psychological warfare guy.
So, concern, Ron. That doesn't sit well with me at this point in time with CJ Stroud. Like, I get a different feel than I do with the Micah Parsons banter, if you will. Like, for a Colt to be sitting beside the stage or beside the studio, and you hear CJ Stroud sitting up there talking about cooking your team twice, when in reality, in that first game, it was 31-10, I think, 31-3, 31 to something. They were down 21, if not 24 points. It was 31 to some odd in the third quarter. Now, CJ did throw for damn near 400 yards and 2 touchdowns. They threw it damn near 50 times. But this is exactly what concerned me throughout this offseason when we've talked about the Texans. This is exactly what I don't want the Texans to become or CJ to become, is a quarterback that had one really good year, or a team that had a really good year and exceeded expectations and went to the second round of the playoffs, and now they're out there beating their chests about games that you were getting absolutely skull-drugged, but you put up some good numbers. Like, not having the awareness to maybe not include a game where the other team was in prevent defense the whole time. You were cooking them, quote-unquote cooking them. And clearly he was talking about it to a point where Zaire Franklin felt the need to confront him. And I don't mean confront him. Have a conversation with him as he's walking off the stage.
I would like to find that audio of CJ saying
and see exactly what he said.
Well, I'd like to find the audio because he said it on Sirius XM radio that he cooked the
in
Colts.
both games.
That don't sound like something CJ would say publicly.
Well,
because he said I pulled him aside and said that, and said, "Hey, man, when you hear it go that way, it does not sound great for CJ. I would like to get it. I would like to hear CJ's side of how that thing went if it went that way.
Yeah,
against Zaire, because I would think CJ would immediately go right to, "Hey, man, we beat you to get in the playoffs."
Right, yeah, not the first game.
Yeah, not the
I think he had already said something about cooking him, and maybe he was just talking about his stats. But either way it goes, like if it were me, I would say, hey, look, I threw for a bunch of yards in the first game against Colts, but hell, we were getting the hell beat out of us. So what does that matter?
He can leave
not that
you've never beaten Anthony thing. Hold on, I mean, I know Anthony and them were playing well, but we can calm down on that one.
How you feel about that bulletin board material? If it's the way that Zaire Franklin said it is, you think?
Yeah, if it's the way that Zaire put it, it sounds a little worse because it sounds like he was talking like I was thinking as they were talking, kind of going back and forth.
He was on the side stage listening,
like the way he was listening. Like, hold on, listen. I ultimately, well, listen. I love it. That's just kind of where I am.
Yeah,
I like it. Do you? I would love to hear the CJ Stroud because I want to hear exactly how this thing went. Let's do some detective stuff.
Yeah, shout out Bijani. He must be listening. He told me right where I could find it. But this was Stroud with the Pivot podcast talking about playing the Colts in week 2.
We played Colts week 2, and I went crazy on them boys. Like, we lost, but I think I went through for like 380, 2 TDs. My numbers were good, so I was making the right reads. I was moving defenders with my eyes. I just got back to doing what I was used to doing.
So I'm guessing he said something similar to that on.
That's not the audio he's referring to.
Yeah, because he said he was on XM radio
at Super Bowl at the Super Bowl on Radio Row. He was on XM.
But that at least audio kind of shows a piece of what he was maybe saying about week 2.
Right.
Like I was moving people with my eyes, and I we lost, but I got on them boys. And I'm sure if Zaire heard something like that, hold on.
Right, sure.
Listen, ultimately, fellas, I'm into it. Like, if you're going to talk your trash, if you feel like, because I totally believe CJ can back it all up. I totally believe that. So I'm good
I agree with that, yeah.
And I think people are coming for CJ anyhow, whether he says anything or not. Now, the one place and area I am changing on this, I didn't think it was a big thing at all. Now listening to it and thinking about it a little bit more is, like, I know CJ can back it up. I don't know how much some of the other guys on that Texans team can back it up. And it is a deal of, if the leader, I know we're playing the promo, and I think he is a great leader on this team, of what DeMeco said about Will, about the culture.
Yeah.
But the leader of this team, this is C.J. Stroud's team.
Agree wholeheartedly.
And if C.J. Stroud is in this space, the thought would be that the lead dog is in this space, and that's kind of the space of where the Texans are. And so that part of it, like, I know C.J. can back it up. You know, I don't know if Juice Scruggs can.
Right.
Like, you know, I don't know if whoever's playing left tackle can.
Yeah.
You know, that's the only part. I'm cool with it still, but I wonder, is that the thought of, hey man, we cooked them boys, or we're already there. That did at least make me think about that.
Well, the part that again gets to me, Ron, is the, you said, you hit the nail on the head. The concern is that C.J. Stroud is the team. I mean, he ultimately is that's he's the leader of this team. Whatever he believes and however he acts is going to be the Houston Texans. And I just, from jump, we've talked about this for a couple months now, I just hope like hell the Texans aren't to a point where they're so confident, where they're bragging about or talking about or puffing their chest out about a game when you were down 31-10 at half. Like, I hope that's not the case. And I don't necessarily mean specifically that game. That's an example. But the point is, boy, if we feel that way about one game, how the hell do you feel about around the playoffs? Doesn't matter that you get your doors blown off, right, against the Baltimore Ravens, but it mattered. You know, you got there, and so we're going to walk around and poke our chest out. I just hope that these guys are still grounded. And I think that all starts with C.J. Stroud. I don't want to make too much of the comment, of the conversation.
No,
it just,
I think
when I heard it was like, oh, man, this is the first time I felt like this.
I'm good because, like I said, C.J. can back it up. But it is a thought of, if the absolute leader on the team is, as he said, feeling himself. And the way that he just described it is feeling himself. And I ain't going to lie, even though what Tyler played is not the audio, that is a bit like I wouldn't think CJ would be talking that in depth about. Well, I want to hear maybe the context, but I wouldn't think he would be talking that in depth about a game
right that
was over.
Well, just think about it too. I mean, because think about if you were Zaire Franklin and you were sitting down there next to that stage and he's up there talking about whether he followed it up with, we lost the game, but I cooked him. He's a defensive.
Hold on, man. Y'all had 10 at the half.
Yeah, right. Hang on a second. Now we was in prevent half the damn time.
Like that I am, but I'm good with it. It's just, does the whole group, is that where they are?
Yeah.
Is that the mindset they are? Because if you played that for somebody that didn't really know the Texans well and how they're built and everything, you could say, yeah, damn, hey man, hey, what you
just
I don't think that's how the tech. I don't think.
This is just, Ron. This is the first time for me that I've heard a piece of audio where, from anybody, whether it's CJ or Micah or here's Zaire Franklin, it's the first time that I've checked up and been like, oh, I don't know if that's a good look. I guarantee you, I don't give a damn what the context is. I guarantee you, Ron, what Zaire Franklin said, that will be in quotes on the Colts defensive bulletin board, absolutely 100% with a big picture of CJ Stroud's head above it, no doubt about it. So we'll see what happens. Hey, the other thing, rookie minicamps happened over the weekend. Obviously, Ron, I got to thinking about this here. The Atlanta coaching staff, could you imagine being like the Atlanta? Because you've heard about Michael Penix Jr. Everything you hear is like, man, you see him throw in person, it's unbelievable. Whether it's in the elements or not. Could you imagine being the Atlanta coaching staff and organization and going out there and watching Michael Penix cut the wind with that football for 3 days and then know? And as much as I like Kirk Cousins, it's just it pales in comparison to Michael Penix and the way the ball comes off his hand. Yeah. I'm just sitting there thinking, man, these rookie mini camps are great, man. Could you imagine watching this kid spinning around the park and then training camp starts and you got this popcorn arm over here? Because relatively speaking, that's what it is. No disrespect. Trust me, I am one. But when you look at what Michael Penix Jr. can do with the football, and then what Kirk Cousins can do with the football, there's a vast difference.
Yeah, that part of it. Now, obviously, Michael's got to catch up with the understanding of the game and
yeah. But as you're just sitting there watching that thing physically cut the air, you got to be like, boy, I just can't wait to get this sonbuck out there.
Hey, we drafted him early.
Hey, every time, Ron, that there was a highlight of the Atlanta minicamp, I was like, oh hell. I mean,
and as soon as Kirk has a rough game, here it comes.
I mean, they better be sold on Kirk Cousins because there is going to be a significant difference in that arm strength and talent. Boy.
Kurt needs to have an up and down preseason. Is what he needs from him. And maybe the Falcons
get Atlanta some good attention, huh?
And maybe the Falcons too. All right, coming up, it was a great weekend for the Houston Astros. What were the things that really jumped out? And listen, if you're looking for the Astros to make a miracle run, which I think it would be as they sit still, 10 games under 500 this weekend series against the Tigers, you had to feel good about. We'll talk about the top things, the top big things that happened over the weekend that jumped out with the Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you looking to build your dream home or are you looking to build a custom home? Anybody in that market right there, I suggest that you call Our Vision Homes immediately. They're Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder, 17 years in the business. They built in 200 different communities, so there's nothing they haven't seen. And I'm going to tell you, I've been to one of their model homes. They're absolutely tremendous. You got to check it out. Owners Ryan and Gretchen Ross.
Nerdy and stupid both at the same time. That's what we do best.
Just download the Odyssey app, search Sports Radio 610, and click on Payne and Pendergast. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, is this some current Espada audio? Joe Espada, yes, they are back home. What is it, about 10 straight games? They got a little 10-game homestand here at Minute Maid, so we get to hear a little bit more from the manager today in the dugout prior to the game. Here is Joe Espada talking about playing time for outfielders because Mauricio Dubon finds himself out of the lineup again. By the way, he's an outfielder and infielder. Can play every position except pitcher and catcher. I think he may be able to play catcher. But here is Joe Espada, a.k.a. Dana Espada, a.k.a. the bench coach, on playing time for outfielders.
It's a good thing to have, that many outfielders producing and playing well, and it gives you a righty-lefty options, and finding playing time for all can be challenging. So I'm trying to do the best I can to set those players up in a position for them to succeed. And, we have a ton of games in a row, so they'll be getting opportunities to play.
I knew the glasses were going to come off at that one. I knew it.
You don't like that excuse?
My man got a plethora of guys he can run out there, huh?
When they're all producing this well,
Plethora, baby.
He's doing the best he can.
There we go. That's fine, Joe. Go ahead, man. I stand by this. I said this coming in before I saw this lineup today that has him out. Dubon. Listen, they are struggling offensively. They had a nice series.
I'm trying to do the best I can
in Detroit. They got one guy who is not just good for the Astros, which is good. By the way, I just want to remind you, Joe, you got a player that is your best hitter who went over a month without getting a hit with a runner in scoring position. You have another player in Mauricio Dubon who is not just good for the Astros, but one of the best in Major League Baseball when it comes to getting hits with runners in scoring position. Oh, well, maybe that's the only time he hit. Yeah,
I'm trying to do the best I can.
He's also hitting over 300, and he got a game off the day before the road trip started, and now he's getting another day off. I don't understand why Dubon is not written in the lineup every day.
Yeah. Yeah, Ron. Look, the crazy.
There's so many places he can play.
Well, the crazy thing is too is I'm sure there's a lot of baseball heads out there that can't play every game, got to rest. Well, there's several who play damn near every game. So I don't know.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
It's not good enough. Your best is not good enough. That is exactly what needs to be said.
It sucks.
That it does. A good chunk of the time so far, May 13th.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Again. Your best ain't good enough, Joe. Get it together.
Chaz is on the IL. I mean,
well, and Chaz has no sense of urgency to get back. He said it in his own words. Guess what? That is own brand.
That's my thing is, all right, yeah, hey man, Jake had a nice couple of games. He had 3 hits yesterday. All right, let's make him get back in. He had 4.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
That's one of my observations from this weekend.
What's that?
I was watching the games.
Dubon? Yeah,
Dubon's got to be in the. He's got. He shouldn't be allowed to run the lineup card without him in it.
It's like It's like he heard you and just wanted to slap you in the face with
it. Right here. I just don't even know how did they come up with that. 4 hits yesterday. Sit him down. Let's sit him down, baby. Sit him down. He's got to sit down.
It's not ideal.
I just don't understand it. But, Clint, I want to go down. I want to go there. The Astros.
You've already gone there. You don't get to say you don't want to go there after talking about it for 4 minutes.
I don't want to stay there. Okay. I don't want to be selfish. This has been a great weekend for the Astros. And a weekend, if you're like Tyler and Clint, put money on it for some reason, and if you're like Clint, who is still hanging in, where you feel like you don't want to give up yet on the Astros. This was the weekend, you know, with the exception of that inning and a third from Christian Javier. But this is what you needed to have happen this weekend on the road against a team that was above 500 when you started the series, and to take 2 of 3. The offense got hot, and besides that one inning and a third, you pitched well. Hader got a save or two. Like you pitched well. This is what you needed to see happen.
Well, you definitely feel better about it. I mean, look, with letting the Mariners series get away from you, I mean, with the exception of that, over the last, I don't know, a handful of weeks here, you got to feel much better about the Astros. I mean, you went out there, JV and Fromber both gave you 7 innings and I think 2 earned runs, and so they're giving you the length you need along with, holding the run total down. I think a big thing that's probably going to get overlooked here is Hunter Brown coming out of the bullpen in that one game where Christian Javier's wheels came off. Hunter Brown comes out of the bullpen and gives you 5+ innings and gives up, I think, 1 earned run at 7 strikeouts. I love Hunter Brown having some success. I don't care whether it comes out of the bullpen or it comes with a start. I love the fact that they put him in a little different situation, mixed up kind of how he prepares for his outing, and pushed him out there, and he had some success. I think that could end up proving beneficial for the Astros. Long to your first baseman, he's still hitting with power. You're getting production out of center field, whether it's Dubon out there or it's Jake Myers out there. Jake Myers is hitting 260+. I mean, the Loperfido kid is swinging it really well, hitting 300+. Pena stayed hot. Yordan Alvarez came around and swung it much better over the last, at least that road trip as a whole. Tucker's hotter than hell. I just think overall this weekend, the guys that were hot stayed hot. You had a couple of guys come out of a slump, and then you had some really good pitching, with the exception of Javier's wheels coming off early. I can stomach this baseball right here. I can stay positive.
I think the Hunter Brown stuff is a pretty good. That's a good thought. Anything you need from him positive, whether that is, all right, he showed that he can come out of the bullpen and potentially give us innings that way and help the team that way, or if you do put him in the rotation again, because odds are somebody may get hurt again where he's going to be needed to start again, that you start to see something positive coming out. So even the game they lost, they got something positive with him.
Well, according to Adam Spolane of Sports Radio 610, it looks like the Astros are going to go to a 6-man rotation. It looks like Hunter Brown is going to continue to be a starter, so which is fine. It's nor here nor there for me. I'm just happy the young fella got on the bump and felt some success, experienced some success, and I am glad that we saw him in a long relief role. Is obviously potentially where he ends up when the dust settles, when everybody gets healthy.
When the dust settles and everybody gets healthy.
Yep.
Damn, that yawn just jumped up on you.
Jumped on me, man. Jumped on me.
Man, you about to make me yawn.
I'm fresh off a cup of coffee, and that sucker just jumped on me. Woo. Hell, I got 10 in last night. I got 10 hours in last night, Chief.
God. Tyler, I haven't seen 10 hours of sleep. I can't remember the last time.
I don't know how you function.
If I get that much sleep, it's normally good for me for sure, because I don't sleep enough
I would think
as
so.
usual. But no, anytime I get more than like 7 hours the next day, I tend to be more groggy than like feeling rested. It's almost like I slept too much.
My wife told me last night, I was explaining to her that there's a difference between 46 years old and 33 years old. And she told me that she believes that a lot of my problem is 7 hours ain't enough. 6, 7, because I stay up and watch TV and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I should get more sleep, but I have not seen. I bet you I've seen more than 8 hours of sleep, maybe once or twice in a while.
Well, it was easy for me last night, Ryan, because Saturday night I may have stayed up a little bit and got maybe a tad bit inebriated and stayed up a little later than I probably should, and then had to get up with the girls. So, after I got Liv down and Liv was snoring on me, as soon as I stepped outside that baby's door, I couldn't get my head on the pillow quick enough.
And I was really drunk too Saturday, to be honest with you.
Were you really?
Oh man,
Red, you hear that?
Real drunk. Yeah, he heard it. He heard it all today. All right, what's the number in your head? Because the schedule is coming out. is coming out, and we understand the Texans aren't involved in the first game of the year in Kansas City, which I think is a real missed opportunity by the league. But in your head, when you look at the opponents, we don't know the order of the schedule, but we know the opponents. What's the number of wins that comes to your head when you see who the Texans have to play? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Man, I'm over.
Don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right.
Great tune.
It is.
Great tune.
It is. Solid one. All right. The schedule will be released coming up on Wednesday. We do have an understanding that the Texans will not be involved in the first game. I think a missed opportunity by the league. They're going to go with Chiefs-Ravens. The Ravens will travel to Kansas City in a rematch of the Big 12. A rematch of
Kansas on your mind.
I had something on my mind. A rematch of the AFC Championship game, Lamar Jackson versus Patrick Mahomes. I think it should have been CJ in there. That would, to me, this one makes sense, but I think this one was a missed opportunity. But I said this coming out of the break or going into the break. What's the number in your head? What is the number in your head when you see this schedule? And we understand the schedule is more difficult than it was last year. But you see the schedule, and then you understand the improvements that the Texans have made. We're through the draft. We're through free agency. And by most accounts, most people feel like the Texans are one of the winners of the offseason. What is the win total? Before you hear what the schedule order is, and I think that can change it most definitely when you start to see how the games fall together. But what in your mind is the record? How many wins do you sense that this team wins? At home, real quick, I'm going to give the schedule for those, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch can jump in. It is hosting the Ravens, the Bills, the Dolphins, the Lions, the Colts, the Jags, and the Titans. And then on the road, the Texans face the Colts, the Jags, the Titans, at Kansas City, at New England, at the Jets, at Packers, at Minnesota with the Vikings, and then, of course, at the Dallas Cowboys. And you hear that there are a lot of teams that made the playoffs last year. There are a lot of teams that have aspirations to make it this year that look to be competitive teams. For me, Clint, it's 11. Before I see what the schedule comes out to be, it's subject to change. We'll see how it is put together. If they get lucky, if they're getting some good fortune of how the schedule could be put together. But right now, I've said this team is a Super Bowl contender, and I believe that, and I believe with their team, with this tough schedule, I look at 11. That's where I see before the schedule is released.
That's a big number. That's a little rich for my blood, Ron. I think we as fans and the Texans are in for a rude awakening. I think this schedule, regardless of how it unfolds, I don't think there's any way to avoid a couple of, not one, but two runs of you're like, damn, who's next week? Damn, who's next week? I think there's going to be a run. There's either going to be one run of like 7 or 8, or there's going to be 2 runs of 4 or 5 kind of deal that are going to be just absolute gauntlets, along with the fact that it's a major step up in schedule from last year to this year. My number's 9, man.
You feel 9?
I feel good. I feel good about this team being an above 500 team. 17-week season. I've said this before. I don't think it's hard to be an above 500 team. I used to say it's not hard to be 500. You can't be 500 anymore. There's 17 games in a season. It's just not difficult to be a 9-win team when you play 17 games. If you're just doing things right, which I think DeMeco and CJ and Will Anderson and everybody, I think they're doing things in a winning way, and I think they're going to win some ball games. But this schedule is an absolute monster.
It is. No, it is.
And it's not just better football teams, though, Ron. It's not just, well, they're better. No, I mean, you got some killers at quarterback. I mean, you start looking down this list of quarterbacks that the Texans have to play. I mean, there's just no break. I mean, there may be an Aaron Rodgers type injury again where things change, but right now, man, there's just no break, with the exception of maybe the Vikings,
the Patriots,
the Patriots, the Titans. That doesn't scare me. But if if you get Anthony Richardson healthy in Indianapolis, and you get which I would bet that you're going to get good Trevor Lawrence. I imagine he's going to take another step forward in Doug Peterson's offense and another year for him. I mean, there's just no give. There's no let up in the quarterbacks that are coming to town, man. So I can't put the good that I see in Houston. I can't in my mind see where they finished a sub 500 team, but I put the number at 9. And
all right, you're at 9. I'm in a text line coming in 8 wins. Another one from the text line, 10 to 11 wins if they stay healthy. There goes old hating-ass Clint. 10 or 11 wins, AFC South champs. 11-6 AFC South, AFC Championship game or bust. Where are you at, Tyler? I know you're high.
AFC Championship.
I'm at 12. I'm at 12 before knowing the order of these games. I'm at 12.
You see 12. You look at it, you're like, yeah, they could. You're at 12. All right. And let me hit you with this. Do you believe they're a Super Bowl contender?
I mean, like just based on paper and what we saw last year, like if I had to say one way or the other, I think they can contend for a Super Bowl. Do I think they're a favorite, or do I think that they're as good as the hype around them right now? No, I do not think that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they've got a lot to prove before I can say that this is a team.
Look,
that's a Super Bowl caliber team.
It's fair. I see them as a top 4 team in the AFC right now, and I not only do I have expectations they try to get to that next step, which is the AFC Championship game, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they were there at all. And you get the AFC Championship game, I think you're a contender. That's why, to me, that's why I'm at 11 games. Like 9 feels, and I know a schedule can predict that. And again, it's me with seeing the schedule, how it is set up. I am subject to change on Wednesday if this thing gets this thing gets a little aggressive, a little like if there is a run, like you said, 6 or 7, if there's a run on this thing where you see, oh, all right, man, week 3 to week whatever is, at Kansas City, home to Baltimore, home to Miami, at Dallas, and then home to Detroit.
It's a hell of a run, man.
That's a top. Like I think the Lions are a Super Bowl contender in their mind. I think obviously the Ravens in Kansas City, and I know many people here don't think that the Cowboys see themselves as a 2 seed last year with a guy who finished second in the MVP race last year. Like they see them in that space. So I just, like, 9 wins feels like more like a step below what, just in my mind, 9 feels like a step below how I view this team. But like when you actually see the schedule, it can change. It's like, all right, man, they got this one here. Shoot, well, they got a short week, then they got to go play at this one. I don't know. I really love, for the most part, what the Texans did in the offseason to improve this team to the point where I said, how does it feel, Houston, to have a Super Bowl contender? And I know they got a tough. I don't think they're going to win 14 or 15 ball games, but I think 11. I think a 1-game improvement on last year, because I think their team is significantly better than it was last year. But their schedule is significantly better. So I think that's where it evens out.
Look, if they win 11 ball games with this schedule right here, they are absolutely a Super Bowl contender.
But I am nervous to see how this schedule comes together.
Yeah, as well you should.
I'm nervous.
I mean, you should really be nervous if you think they're going to
Because I'm not kidding you. This is how I did this, Tyler. Tyler's at 12. This is how I did this. I'm like, you know what? They'll get up for the Baltimore game at home. Baltimore got them twice last year. That's the last game they played. They beat the hell out of them. They're going to get up for that one. I got them winning that one. Diggs is going to be so up for this Bills game. They're going to be up. I got them winning that one. That Dolphins game makes me really concerned. But then, like, I feel like, all right, they'll get their division teams at home. This is how I am in my mind. Like, I feel like they'll get, but that could go all out the window if Chiefs Lions are sandwich, or the Ravens are sandwiched with Chiefs Lions, or the Packers are and they just play too many damn good teams.
Yeah.
Right here, it's just.
I'll be honest with you too, Ron. I can't get the Baltimore game out of my head, and that's what better teams are built like that. You know what I mean? I mean, whether it's an offense that can score 50 or it's a defense that can just completely shut you out, and you're gonna see some of those. I don't know.
We'll see. You think I was going to say 11?
No, I didn't. Boy, that was rich. But I mean, you did say Super Bowl contender, so I should have put 2 and 2 together. And knew you was going to be high.
Tyler's 12 didn't catch you off guard?
No, not one bit.
I
knew where Tyler was coming.
He's coming off the top. I was wanting to see if he was going to squeeze a 13th. See if he's going to squeeze.
That schedule falls right. He probably can. Ain't that right, T?
Yeah, we'll have to see.
You got him beating the Titans twice?
Yes. I have them beating every divisional foe twice except for the Jaguars. I think they split with them.
I think I have that too.
I mean, to get to 11, you better.
I think I have that. I think that. See, I think at least one of their losses, and maybe even 2 of them, come against teams that they shouldn't.
Yeah, like they did last year.
But I think they will win games against teams that you don't automatically look as a win. Like, I will not be surprised if, like, they let the Bears get them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of let their guard down a little bit. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. Espada spoke and gives updates about McCormick and Urquidy. We'll let you hear that as well. And news coming out with Christian Javier being back in the rotation, what the Astros are going to do moving forward. 6-man rotation, it looks like. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you've got big, beautiful
Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf.
The big Dilf.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest for you. And the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And some news and notes to get to with your Houston Astros, who will host the Oakland A's to start a 10-game homestand. We'll get to that in just a second. But here's Joe Espada with an update on Chas McCormick and Jose Urquidy, who had some rehab assignments and on to second rehab assignments. Here is Joe Espada.
You know, we had Chas here today. He's going to get a full workout, and then he'll go back tomorrow and continue his rehab assignment in Corpus Christi. Urquidy feels good. 50 pitches, trying to get him his next start to get up to 70, and we go from there. But the reports were really good. Chas looked good, ran the bases well. Get him in the outfield tomorrow. Playing some.
All right, there it is. There is the latest. At least it sounds like they feel like they're moving in to a good space to get back up here. Maybe not soon. Chas himself said maybe a couple of more games before he gets up here. Doesn't want to rush it with a hamstring. But
somebody might want to tell Chas what's going on with these other outfielders.
Well, Chas don't want to go down again. Well, yeah, you're right. Joe said they got a plethora of outfielders that can come in.
Well, I mean, look, I don't agree. I don't agree with not playing Dubon any way you slice it. Just doesn't add up to me. However, you look at what's going on in center field. You got Jake Myers hitting 260 plus. Got a couple of triples. I mean, he's doing some really, really good things. You got obviously Dubon that's beating the cover off the ball, and then you got Joey Loperfido in left field. Who is hitting 300 plus and has really at least been clutch. I mean, it seems like when he gets up more times than not with runners in scoring position, he moves them. And so, I mean, you've got the three outfielders. I didn't mean to leave Oletis out. Didn't mean to leave Cabbage out of there, but I don't know. Not really up on what he's doing. I know he got pinch hit. Jake Myers pinch hit for him yesterday or the day before, so it can't be too good. But I mean, Chas, you might want to.
You might want to pick it up.
Might want to put a little sense of urgency in your walk, bub.
Yeah. Well, that's the latest with him and Urquidy. And Urquidy is an interesting one, Clint, because he won't be back. Obviously he's going to make another rehab start. But with Christian Javier returning on Thursday, and then it also reports that Hunter Brown will start this weekend against the Brewers, which means the Astros are in a 6-man rotation.
Yeah, and this I really don't like.
Can I say why I don't?
Sure, go ahead, man.
And listen, you tell me if this is unfair, and I may be being unfair with this thought. But the number one reason I don't love this is because I don't really trust that Dana and Joe Espada know exactly what they're doing. And when I hear that they've come up with the bright idea of going a 6-man rotation when most major league teams don't do it at all.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
When they at 15 and 25 decide to go 6-man rotation, I'm sorry, Tyler, I just look at it, I'm like, now I don't love it. Now if they're making a call, A.J. Hinch make that thought, A.J. Hinch and Jeff Lunau, all right, I can run with it. Dusty, James Click, all right. Not these two.
Well,
not these two. They'll feel like it's a good move.
15 and 25, I'm gonna feel some kind of way about it, Ron. Whoever's making that damn decision.
I'm just gonna be honest, man.
I mean, look, like it just 15 and 25. I view a 6-man rotation as a luxury. Whether you look at it as you're comfortable enough with your record and confident enough in your team to do that. Number one, number two, you have the arms to do it. Like you have the starting pitchers to do it. Probably should have put that as number one, but you get my point. There's two reasons why, right? And none of those boxes right now are checked for the Astros. Like, you're choosing to go not just Hunter Brown, you're choosing to go Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti, probably back-to-back at some point in time. But either way it goes, you're choosing to push those guys out there versus Verlander, Fromber, Christian Javier, and most importantly, Ronel Blanco. I mean, you're choosing to push those guys out there multiple times versus the guys I just mentioned getting extra outings and extra starts. And at this point in time, I just don't know how you can justify making a luxury move when you're 15-25 and you've dug a hell of a hole that you got to dig out of. It would be a crying ass shame.
There's no saving Justin Verlander and making sure you build him right for the playoffs.
Yeah,
you got to get above 500. To it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get closer to it before you start resting folks. I mean, you got to, like, to me right now, resting folks or making decisions to save arms. I mean, you're going to be home. You're going to save them, and you know what? You're going to be home early so they can get good and rested before next season. It's a luxury move. Hate the Astros take it, if I'm being completely honest. We can complain and bitch and moan about the day-to-day lineup, and while I think that's justified, I can somewhat understand where they're the 29 games in 30 days, 16 games in a row, yada, yada, yada. I can understand where you're resting some guys. Who am I fooling? I really can't understand it, but I can nod my head and move on. Deciding to go to a six-man rotation at this point in time, to me, is silly.
They've not shown me any reason to believe, hey, they're going to go against the grain in which no other team in Major League Baseball is doing right now that I know of. No other team in Major League Baseball is doing right now, not to mention they're 15 – they're 10 games under 500, and they need to win all these suckers. They need to go on a run, and they're going to let two guys who have ERAs nearing 9 get starts.
Well, forget about digging completely out of the hole. How about we just get this thing moving in the right direction? And look, I know they've been better of late, but I mean, you still have, you're clueless on Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown. Right now, Christian Javier, that crazy-ass injury, and all of a sudden the wheels come off on him. The wheels came off on Verlander in one of his 3 starts since he's returned. I mean, it's just one of them deals where the only consistent guy that you've had that you can really lean into is Ronel Blanco. And I just don't know how, again, you decide to push a fifth and out there with Spencer Arrighetti and probably, I mean, not probably, it is Hunter Brown at this point in time.
Yeah. All right, that is the latest. Looks like they're going to move to a 6-man rotation. We'll see if that helps this team get back in it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, looking at tonight's game, Spencer Arrighetti, he is going to get the start tonight. By the way, in this series, Arrighetti will go in game 1 in this 4-game set. Blanco will go tomorrow. Wednesday will be Framber, and Christian Javier will pitch Thursday. The lineup is out behind Spencer Arrighetti against. Now, this isn't your same old A's team. Also, this isn't your same old Astros team either. So they've kind of flipped roles a bit here. The A's are playing a lot better than many people expected, and obviously it's the reverse with the Astros. But the lineup is out. Altuve will lead off, playing second. The home run leader in the American League, and Kyle Tucker will bat second in right field. Yordan Alvarez will be third in left field. He's starting to swing the bat better. Pena stays in that 4 spot. John Singleton's at first. Bregman stays in the 6 hole at third. Yainer Diaz, who I mentioned earlier, he is going to be the DH with Vic Caratini catching, and Jake Myers, fresh off his 3 hits, he starts in center field. And again, I said this earlier, I just don't understand how Mauricio Dubon's not in the lineup in some form or fashion every day. And see, hopefully they're able to get through and they can produce runs like they did a lot over the weekend in Detroit. But coming off a 4-hit game yesterday, a guy hitting over 300, one of the best in all of Major League Baseball with runners in scoring position, and that is single-handedly the number one issue for you offensively. He's not in the lineup again. So that one is odd to me. But, Clint, this is a series they need to me, if they're going to have a chance, you have belief that they get in, they've got to at least take 3 or 4. I mean, a split is bad.
Yes.
When it comes to trying to get back in it for real against a team like the A's.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, at some point in time when you bump up against one of these teams that, forget the record, you're just better. You're significantly better than. You got to take advantage of those situations. You did against the Rockies. Unfortunately, it was a 2-game set, right? I mean, this is one where not only is it an in-division opponent, but it's an opponent that you, on paper, you are significantly better than. Now you got to go out and prove it.
Yeah. You should. They should. So that is the one tonight as the Astros look to continue this nice stretch. We'll see if guys like Yordan Alvarez can stay hot. Guys like, I don't want to say hot, but Alex Bregman got 3 hits over the weekend, got a hit in every game, and did good things. See if he can continue his little streak.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, they snuck in the draft lottery yesterday. It's the number 3 pick in the draft. The number 3 pick. Here's Rafael Stone, the general manager, with his thoughts with what the Rockets may do with that pick.
The caveat to it always was we'd be willing to move it if we got something that was worth us moving it, but at the same time valuing the player we think we'd bring in. So probably at least a slightly better chance that we'll like the player more at 3. Probably a much better chance that we'll like the player more at 3, or at least we'll. Sometimes that's not true. A higher likelihood that we'll be very interested in a player at 3. That's probably the better way of saying it. But also potentially maybe others will too, and so maybe other teams will be more aggressive in trying to trade in for that.
The hell? The hell did he just say?
I don't know.
I'll try it, Hill. No, I mean, I look at this, Clint. This should be just another weapon they have in trying to get a veteran player. Now, I don't know if that veteran player is going to be a superstar or what. I guarantee you there is going to be someone who is currently with their team that is a good to great player in the league that moves on from somebody and tries to get out in the NBA, because it happens in the offseason all the time. And there are players that potentially could be out there that they could use. I just think this is another ad, because I don't think they want to draft another drafting 2 young rookies per first round. And they've got kind of that young nucleus set. They need a veteran player, another one, that can come in and can be a very consistent piece for them. And this, to me, adds to as another weapon with, other players they have on the roster, a 3rd pick. Even though this isn't a big-time draft with great, organization-changing players, it's still the 3rd pick that teams can get excited about on potentially some of these foreign guys that are highly thought of in this draft. So I think this just adds to them trying to get another veteran player.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm with you in terms of you got plenty of youngsters, but whether it's moving the pick or moving some of the more of the youngsters, allowing you to move one extra youngster that you have currently on the roster that somebody may be interested in. Either way it goes, it's that puzzle piece that you can move, and it's just good to be where the Rockets are at finally right now to see some good things happening in their favor to hopefully improve the roster one way or another.
Yeah. So we'll see what they do with that. I would be surprised if they kept that pick. I would be very surprised if they did that. Go to H-Town Hoops. Check out our guy Brandon Scott at Adam Spolane. I know they discussed that before. Adam Spolane was like, no, they're not trading this pick. And another piece like Dylan Brooks to go get a Brandon Ingram. Oh. He said he doesn't know if he likes for that fit.
5 o'clock fire.
Wouldn't mind seeing maybe potentially what that looks like. All right. Last thing, the quarterback money is getting crazy right now.
Ridiculous.
In the NFL. And Jared Goff, he just signed a new deal, 4 years, $212 million, $170 guaranteed. He is now second to Joe Burrow when it comes to his salary per year. He's at $53 million. Joe Burrow's at $55. He's ahead of Justin Herbert at $52.5, ahead of Lamar Jackson at $52, and then there's Jalen Hurts at $51. I mean, just buckle up. These numbers for C.J. Stroud in 2 years, if he continues to come close to showing anything that he showed from last year, these numbers are going to get out of hand. And if we're seeing Jared Goff move up to $53 million at this age right now, C.J. Stroud is going to get paid. And you hope that is the case.
Yeah.
You're hoping that he plays to that point where he gets paid, but I think it's in the bag. It is hard to see C.J. Stroud take such a step back that he doesn't feel like somebody who's going to get paid 3 years into this.
Well, look, I think one thing that'll never change, I don't care what, we can talk in circles, man. The high-level processor that can distribute the football on time and accurately will always win and will always get paid, period.
And the guy that just seems to have that, like, it thing.
That's a good point. He definitely has that. But I don't think it's a surprise that, you look at the top two highest paid guys, Joe Burrow and Jared Goff. Those guys didn't get paid because some monster arm, although they're great. It's not some monster crazy arm strength and arm talent. It's not some athleticism deal. It is 100% their ability to process, to distribute the ball accurately on time, and do it time and time and time again. And that's exactly the lane that C.J. Stroud is going to be in. It is as convincing a lane as you're going to find. It's as easy a decision for an owner and a head coach to make and commit to when it's that kind of player. It is difficult. It is difficult. Even when you saw it with Baltimore, even when you're as good as Lamar Jackson is, it's just difficult when it's not a lot of the production is off script, off schedule. You can't call it. You can expect it. You can anticipate it. It's going to happen when they're as good as Lamar. You just can't call it. And that is obviously in 2024 something that's still tough to commit to. What CJ's doing, that's going to be an easy commit right there.
Fellas, I am so amped. You talk about CJ. The person I think who plays as big a part in CJ's development as anybody, Bobby Slowick. I'm so excited and confident about what Bobby Slowick's going to bring next year. I have an expectation that you might even think is a little deep, over the top. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. And look, if you're out there and you're living and dealing with
leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, listen. I'd say this, man. I don't know about y'all. I know a lot of people are really intrigued about C.J. Stroud and his second season. Somebody just texted in and said, y'all still drinking that C.J. Stroud Kool-Aid. I don't know. What the hell are you drinking?
It's an easy sip, man.
The iced tea? Whatever you call it. I don't know.
It's an easy sip, man. You mix a little vodka. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not saying CJ's going to be Patrick Mahomes, but I mean, you got to feel pretty good about that Kool-Aid.
When it comes to quarterbacks getting paid, I'm going to be honest with you. C.J. Stroud's already put a run of 17 games together better than some guys that have been paid.
Like Justin Herbert.
Like,
that one that just
there's a bunch of them. I mean, I'm not being negative towards those guys. I'm just telling you how impressive this dude has been. I mean,
but some people are excited to see that. Some people are excited to see what Diggs looks like and what some of the guys on defense look like, Danielle Hunter and fair. Some people are really excited to see the full season of Derek Stingley Jr. I am so intrigued to see Bobby in his bag this year. I'm intrigued to see Bobby Slowick in his bag this year because what Bobby did year one, his first time ever designing a playbook, his first time ever calling plays, right, to a brand new spot where we saw a lot of offensive players not come close to show what they've shown under the 1 year under him that they did prior to this. With the exception of Dameon Pierce. But outside of him, everybody else from Pittsburgh, Kendrick Green was playing fullback because he couldn't play. Right? And he comes over and plays solid guard for 2 weeks before he got injured. Nico Collins, they never shown that. Right off the bat. He got young players who seem to get it immediately right off the bat. I think he has something to do with it. And to look at what he has to work with this year, he was making Devin Singletary work and Cook or Motor, however you want to call him. And to think now he's going to have those weapons, those receivers, the three of them together with that tight end, with a more physical tight end in Stover where he feels like he should be able to run the ball better with an offensive line that hopefully will be a lot more healthy and play in the positions that they should play in with Joe Mixon back there. You look at these weapons, Clint, and what he made work, some of the magic he created. When you look at the last couple of games of the year, Clint, he didn't have no receivers but Nico. And somehow still they're putting up points, except for the Baltimore game, but they're putting up points down the stretch. I can't wait to see what he does. Also, man, I expect top 5 offense. That's my expectations, that they're battling for a top 5 offense. This year with these weapons and what they were able to do last year with Bobby Slowick, he should be, amped with what he has to work with.
I don't think there's any doubt that he is absolutely stoked with the weapons that he has to work with, whether you're looking at it from a full roster that's healthy and now he's got all these pieces to pick from, or you look at the ability to probably, even if it's not perfectly blocked up front with Joe Mixon, you're going to have a better chance to run the football, and he catches the ball out of the backfield. Well, you truly have a bell cow workhorse type running back that can catch it and run it. Look, the number of weapons is going to allow you to navigate injuries, better, even though they did it tremendously last year. So, yeah, look, I bet you Bobby Slowick is absolutely amped about what they've got. I think top 5 offense may be a little bit rich for me as well. I think there's going to be a little, again, they got film on Bobby, they got film on CJ. The schedule's going to be better. The opponents are going to be better. The defenses, I think, are going to be better. And so, I think, and
it reminds me of Detroit. It reminds me of Detroit last year, 2 years there.
Yep.
And it was like, damn, he spun that around. And Jared, now Jared Goff's getting $170 million guaranteed. And the next year they added some parts like Gibbs, and they were even better.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt. It's got. There's a lot similarities with the Detroit Lions and the Houston Texans, and I think you could be onto something there. It's just for me with Bobby Slowick, the only concern, Ron, is last year, whether you look at it as guys were unproven, and it was easy for Tank Dell to buy in. He's got to become an NFL player. It's easy for Nico Collins to buy in because Nico Collins ain't never done a damn thing, right? It's easy for
they better be buying in.
Devin Singletary to buy in because he was brought in as a second-string running back. He was brought in to be a backup and a third-down guy, and he finds himself being the starter and getting a chance to run the football. Even though they bounced from the run a good chunk of the time, he was still the starter. Dalton Schultz was in a contract year. It's easy for all those guys to buy in. For me with Bobby now, and I think they'll be fine, but I think the dynamic's going to be different. You decide you run the football good in the first quarter and a half, and then you run it 3 more times in the second half, and you vacate the run. Joe Mixon's going to have a problem with that for too long, right? You don't figure out how you're going to distribute the football, which I don't think the Texans have enough footballs to keep everybody happy. I don't think they're going to throw it enough to keep everybody happy because you got a guy over here in Nico Collins that is expected to be expecting.
It's a big year for him.
Yeah, it's a big year, contract year.
And Diggs.
He needs to put up big numbers. Diggs, as you mentioned, for one year deal. He's got to put up big numbers. He's got to stay tight. He's got to put up big numbers. I mean, Tank Dell is, coming off his offseason. Boy, what a circus it's been for him. He's going to expect big things. I mean, I know last year was easy for him to buy in because he was a rookie, but man, he's used to being a number one guy. He's used to getting touches. He's used to getting attention.
You think that even happens if they're winning? You think these are? Now I can see this coming together if they are struggling.
No, I think with the receivers, there's a chance it could happen even if they're winning. I think overall, my overall point is this comes to a head if you lose a couple games early. This comes to a head if you're midway through the season, you're teetering at 500, and guys you're not running the football as much as you can. Joe Mixon's not getting those touches, or Stephon Diggs is not getting what he's used to. You got to remember, Stephon Diggs is used to getting as many targets as anybody's had in a season over the last 4 years. I mean, he's used to getting, everything thrown his direction. Like, you lose a couple of games, that record's not quite what you think it is, which, again, this is a gauntlet of a schedule. Either way it falls, that could happen. That's my concern for Bobby is it's a different animal to keep on the leash this year than it was last.
That's fair. That would be something that he didn't have to deal with before.
Yeah.
And that they probably didn't deal with a lot. They had things rolling to it, maybe with Debo a little bit, but not a ton. So that will be something. But I feel like if this offense is humming, which I think it should be, if they're putting up points and they're putting up stuff, like, even some of the guys that could get a little, a
little squirrely on us,
feel some kind of way. I still think now if they in here getting 14 points a game or something, or they're fighting it, or they get shut out or something, or they have a second half like they had against the Ravens, then maybe Bobby's in. But I just don't sense that they would do that. I just look at what Bobby had to work with last year, and he made it work all the time, and now he ain't got to make it work. He got a lot of options, a lot of things. I can't wait to see what he does. All right, coming up, if you all are betting like Tyler, important news coming from the NBA tonight. We'll pass that to you, and it's starting to happen. It is starting to happen. Apparently, there's a little friction in the clubhouse towards the manager for the Houston Astros. We'll get you keyed in and fill you in on that coming up next.
If the new Texans rookies are looking for a role model, Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, some news real quick, Tyler. I know you've already done this. Anybody who may have gotten in on this early, they may be feeling real good. Playoffs tonight. Cavs are going to try to even up their Eastern Conference semifinal series with the Boston Celtics. They trailed the series 2-1 in Cleveland. But they're going to have to do it without their best player, and really the player who's been most effective for them. At times, it seems like the only one who's been effective for them in this series. He's been averaging nearly 30 in the playoffs and was big time and has been big time in this series. He is going to be without, or they're going to be without him with a left calf strain.
Here we go with these calf strains.
Here we go with these calf strains. What has the line significantly moved? I would assume it has.
It has shifted 2.5 points.
That's it
so far.
What? So what are the Celtics are plus what? I would say.
Well, the Celtics are minus 11. I actually put in a bet this morning on the Cavs plus 8.5. So
this is the Celtics are weird. Like by all means, I'm not telling you what to do, but the Celtics are weird. Like they can get disinterested in teams. Like there's no way they got blown out by the Miami Heat. Hell, they got beat down in this series with this team and had no business doing it. They can play down to their opponents big time. I would
makes them a tough bet.
Yeah, it makes them a tough bet. I feel like they're going to clear that 11. I mean, they just don't have enough scoring without him. I mean, this is Evan Mobley's going to have to go off. Garland's going to have to go off. Going to have to get something from Max Strus. I just don't sense that that's happening. But
maybe I should put 100 on it, Tyler.
But the Celtics are not the
That's opposite you, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The Celtics aren't the we smell blood in the water and we're gonna put our foot on their throats. They're like, oh, okay. They're the team where you look up, you're like, this thing's a 5-point game. So we'll see. So if you all are betting out there, just to kind of let you know, that's out there. All right, Clint, Tyler, we've been talking about Joe Espada, and according to our guy Bob Nightingale, it is happening. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, has expressed that 2 prominent Houston Astros have expressed concerns over new skipper Joe Espada, and in particular his communication style.
His style or his communication
his style of communication.
Low ceiling.
His style of communication, which I think could go many ways. How he communicates, when he communicates, what he communicates, his style of communication. And first of all, if you are surprised by this, I don't know what you've been looking at the past month, because this shocks nobody. Real quick around the room, if you had to pick the 2 prominent players, it is. If you had to take a guess on who the 2 prominent players are, who would you pick them to be?
I think it's Verlander and Presley.
God, those would be my 2 exactly. They both fit the bill of prominent, and because I don't think it's a Dubon who has every right to complain. I don't think it's somebody like that. Hell, I don't even think it's a Pena. I think it's the Altuve, Bregman.
Yeah, when you throw the prominent word in there like that leaves you with about 5 players.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Presley and Hader, you got Altuve,
Bregman. I think fits
Bregman,
Jordan,
Tucker, Verlander. Did I already say Verlander once? Say it again.
Yeah, I think Verlander's a lock to be one of these 2.
Does Framber count as prominent?
I wouldn't think so, man.
I would think so.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think Tucker.
Well, he's got to be prominent.
Maybe it's because I just don't look at Tucker as like. I just think there's zero even desire to be an alpha or leader.
Yeah, but I don't think prominent doesn't mean that.
You're right. You're right.
You know what I mean? That's why I think Framber could actually be included in that. He is a. I mean, you're talking about getting. There was at one point that Framber might get $200 million. You're prominent,
right?
Like, Kyle Tucker is going to be one of the highest paid players in the game.
Now
that's prominent.
Now let's be honest. This very well could be. This changes the game drastically. If Crane senses it, which hell I sense it, and I'm in the damn media. Like the inability to communicate effectively, I would bet a house note on that's the case. I mean, it's very likely that Crane could have called a couple of guys into a meeting and this information was pulled out of them instead of we all just assumed that they knocked on Crane's door and say, hey, this fool can't communicate, man, it's killing us. But it very well could have worked the other way. Dana Brown or Crane say, y'all come. Can y'all sit down with us for a couple minutes?
Yeah, they reached
out.
And
they literally pull it out of players. If that's the case, then I could see it being Bregman. Like I don't think Bregman is in any position to go, hey, I'm gonna go talk to ownership about his communication style. I mean, Bregman's got a swing to worry about.
That was my second. I think it was Verlander and Breggy.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. I mean, what better excuse to not just your normal slow start, but a disaster that has continued into May for Alex Bregman than, communication with a spotter.
Listen, I hear what you two are saying about that because there's some other guys that probably could fit this. Like Ryan Presley could fit this. Like
that was me. I'd go JV and Presley.
Like Presley could fit your play doesn't deserve for you to go. But when it comes to what they're talking about, I could see them being in a space where they're not just holding back. Where Bregman's like, man, I'm hitting around 200 here, man. This is a team that is a roster full of guys who have been winning. A lot of these guys have been involved. Maybe not all 7 of the ALCS runs.
7 times.
But they've been at 3 of them, 4 of them, 2 to 5 of them. They've been involved in a lot of them, and they've watched how a manager runs the clubhouse and a manager communicates from A.J. Hinch to Dusty Baker, and they can see when something's right because they've watched. I mean, they've sat here, Bregman, and then they've said it's been 7 years for a guy like that. Presley, 5, whatever. They've watched it. I could see them saying, like, this is not what we're accustomed to and going to get it done. Now, yes, they've got to get better, but, like, you come from A.J. and Dusty, and then you come from the bench coach. Like, they can clearly, however they're swinging the bat, and I know, I'm not Tucker, but I know Brett, yeah, we've got to pitch and hit better. But also, I know what it looks like to have a manager that can get me, and that ain't it. So you can see that being said, but I wonder where things go from here. Because now that this is out, and I guarantee you, Tyler, it's more than 2 players in there that have real concerns about the people in charge of them making major decisions if they know what they're doing.
Well, the scary thing here is this is a Crane problem. And Crane's Crane. I mean, look, he's got. You've got a guy. He hired a guy that clearly can't handle the gig. I mean, I don't hesitate saying that from my seat. I can only imagine what it's like being a player and in the building. Hell, I said it a week ago. I'm the only guy that I think they should move on from is Joe Espada. I just don't think he's the guy. I'm shocked that Jim Crane and everybody sat across the table and said, "Yep, this is the manager. This is the guy we're going to ride with." But the Jim Crane put him in place. He's in place now. The battle that Jim Crane has is, especially now that it's out that players are going to him and saying, "Hey, this guy's not it." Right?
It's out. Yeah.
Is what does Jim Crane do about it? Right? Does he just allow Joe Espada to continue down this path?
You think he comes out and empowers Joe?
I don't know what he does, Ron, but he's in a tough spot. I mean, it's one of those where Joe's responsible for the staff, the players, right? If they are aware and concerned about his inability to communicate, it's for one reason. It's because it's in the way of them winning ball games. It's personally in the way of them performing well and having success on the diamond to some degree. And if that's the case, like, you know, it's just a bad situation to be in, and Jim Crane's got to find a way to fix it. It's not a could you imagine being one of them players? Could you imagine being one of them players and a manager above you is clearly out over his skis and not capable of doing what's necessary for you to win, and you're faced with, do I just sit here and be a good soldier and say yes, sir, or do I go to the higher up and say, hey, man, this guy's holding us back. This guy's not doing his job. This guy's not capable of what you hired him to do.
And especially, as I said before, they know what it looks like. And you got a lot of guys, like, that's a tough one. You've been competing for the chip, and now you're sitting here 10 games under 500, and now he's going to, let's go 6-man rotation.
Now here's the deal. Now you've told the owner, so you know the owner's aware. What is his feet to the fire?
Yeah, guys are looking at Mauricio Dubon, thinking, the hell's he on the bench for?
Ooh, man. I mean, it's got to be pitchers, right? They're the only ones that are not playing every day and then sit back and watch it.
I think any. I
mean, it could be anybody, but I don't know. I just think Verlander. Like, Verlander to me, Verlander strikes me as one that would look down there and go, Dubon ain't on. That's my center fielder from last year. He was my fly ball guy last year. Now he's not playing in my starts.
Verlander has had Jim Leland, who is a borderline Hall of Fame manager, A.J. Hinch, who is a champion, and a Hall of Fame manager and one of the best to do it at Dusty Baker. Those are three of his managers, and he has to come back and give the speech when he comes off the IR.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, this guy came off the IR or the injured list. I'm sorry, and told the Astros dugout, "Hey, pull your heads out of your butts."
Had to be the one.
He's got to be a lock for one of these two.
Could you imagine what they were sitting over there on that time he got ejected in Chicago? Imagine what they were looking at him thinking. Is he serious?
That was embarrassing.
This is what he's doing. This is ejection. Did he just ask?
Did he just ask for an early exit?
Please run out. They gotta be.
I don't remember Dusty ever doing that.
They gotta be. Anybody. They gotta be. I mean, he's used to Jim Leland, who has a cigarette, while he's managing. Or Jim used to just have that Marlboros going right there. I think
Marlboro man.
Oh yeah, they had to tell him, "Hey Jim, put it down before you go make this pitching change."
Oh
Jim
man,
go.
What is it?
Oh Lord, yeah.
Kyle Tucker don't seem to care.
Kyle out there just rolling. Kyle seemed like he's sitting out there with earpods in every day, just going and just playing.
It feels huge.
Okay. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. You can join the fellas as they get you ready for different season over-unders. And behind them, Bijani and Creighton. We'll see if these Astros can continue this run they're on right now. Can they add to winning the series against the Tigers by getting a W tonight against the A's? And you can catch the post-game show on Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton coming up after Texans All Access. So, Clint, great job today. Tyler.
Thanks, bud.
Great job. Good Monday. Everybody, hopefully you were able to stay safe out there with that weather. I am Ron Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
In pitcher duels like today, that is a huge swing by Tuck.
It feels huge.
Tyler, God, man.
That's the list of things Tyler's never been told.
What, he found this, man. I just,
It feels huge.
I mean, what's wrong with you?
What's your follow-up question? How huge does it fit?
Always seems to know the way.
Can you tell that new Texans cornerback Kamari Lassiter is excited to be here?
I had a wow moment today, actually. It was just I just kind of had a second just to kind of take it all in. I was, dang, like I'm really playing for the Houston Texans. You know, this is my dream. I'm getting to play football, at the highest level, and it's a great feeling.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by AmericanStandardAir.com. I-10 the Katy Freeway westbound at North Post Oak. It's an accident that has a right lane block. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Be ready for another hot Texas scorcher. Invest in the most dependable home comfort system on the market. American Standard Air. Clean, cool, reliable. Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
Hear that? That's the new sound of golf, and it's coming to Space City. Catch Live Golf Houston from the 7th to the 9th of June and watch Brooks Koepka, Bryson DeChambeau, and Anthony Kim take on hometown hero Patrick Reed in golf's Global League with a headline concert from Macklemore on Saturday night. Tickets are flying, so get yours at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
They say it's always better to give than to receive. But at Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we understand there are a few things you need to take in order to give your best. Things like heart, comfort, and care. Because with Blue Cross standing by your side, you can always take heart, knowing you have a local partner that's as dedicated and passionate community drive as you are. You can also take comfort, assured that for over 90 years, the security and peace of mind that comes with the Blue Cross card has been handed down for generations, empowering families to live full and healthy lives through every stage. But most of all, wherever your path leads, you can always take care, confident the support you need will be forever in reach, elevating and simplifying your healthcare experience for all the journeys to come. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
This is Seth Payne. I'm here with Trice Ham, the general manager at Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. And Bayway Chevrolet always has incredible deals for you, but especially this month on Silverados, right, Trice?
Absolutely. Everybody wants to drive a Silverado in the summer, right, Seth? So I'm going to make a special deal for them. Let's get you in it cheap. How about leasing a brand new 2024 Silverado for $299 a month? Or if you want to buy it, 1.9% APR, and how about no payments till the kids go back to school?
Oh, no payments until the kids go back to school. I like the sounds of that a lot. And I know you guys are leaning hard into the leasing. What's something about leasing that sometimes people don't know about before they have their first lease?
The world's got expensive, Seth, and so have trucks. When you lease it, you can get it for way cheaper and still get the same truck. It's really a win-win.
And I love that you guys still have your very, very low interest rates. Trice Ham, the general manager at Bayway Chevrolet, he's going to figure out a way to make it affordable for you to get in a Silverado this summer. Check it out online at BaywayChevrolet.com. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Chase wants everyone to be able to have a place. We offer mortgages that help you purchase your new home with down payments as low as 3%. To find out more about our low down payment options and other ways Chase can make your home buying dreams a reality, visit chase.com/homebuyer or your local Chase branch. Loan amount, loan value, and loan product type limits apply. Geographic restrictions may apply for jumbo loans. Products are subject to credit and property approval. Program terms are subject to change without notice. Other limitations and restrictions apply. Home lending products provided by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, equal housing opportunity.
When you get in an auto accident, the first word out of your mouth is probably At Crash Champions, we answer the call and save your day with trusted collision repair. With 100 locations in Texas, find your local Crash Champions at crashchampions.com.
Crash Champions.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There is no off season.
Intercepted. There's no greater expectation than the expectation we put on ourselves.
Rock and roll. Touchdown, Houston.
We have expectations and a standard we hold ourselves to.
Sacked. 3 and out.
The promise of this team that we have is right in front of us, and we just got to keep reaching and going and get it.
The Texans win! That's what it's about, man.
Now, it's Texans All Access.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome into Monday edition of Texans All Access. We back. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer from the Hyundai Texans radio studio. 2 days away. 49 hours, if my math is correct, from you learning the Texans schedule. We got a little bit of a nugget today.
Oh, we did.
So I want to get Mark's gut reaction on that. We'll do a little Texans audio jukebox from Friday, hear from the rookies, Blake Fisher and Kamari Lassiter. And I'll read you the text that I sent Mark halfway through Kamari's interview, which made a lot of sense. As I'm listening to his interview, I thought, I started nodding, and I just texted Mark. I'll tell you what that text is after a while and why it was important as it pertained to Kamari Lassiter, and then, of course, could have done the same for Blake Fisher. So we'll do that in a little while. But, Mark, the schedule's coming out 49 hours from now. We do not know it. We have no advanced viewing on it, although I would like to have that advanced viewing on it.
Me too.
Because I would like to know. First things first, the Texans will not play in Arrowhead in the opener. That is going to be reserved for the Baltimore Ravens. Your thought when you saw that news, the Baltimore Ravens will play the opener against the Chiefs?
I can't figure it out because last year they played Detroit. We thought they would play maybe the Eagles. That would have been a Super Bowl rematch. Wouldn't you want to do that? No. I have a feeling that although the conferences and networks don't line up the way they did previously, I got a feeling that BS said, you're not getting the Eagles at the Chiefs in prime time to start the season. We want that game for later. They love that late afternoon window. That's a very important window. You have to think about when a network has an exclusive audience, right? Fox or CBS, every other Sunday they alternate. And they want to take full advantage of that exclusive audience. It's almost always exclusive. You might have another late afternoon game that sits in there and gets overshadowed by the national game, like the Texans and the Broncos. That was going to be